If you were given the choice to inherit and gain the abilities of one legacy, which would you choose? Would it be Hiruzen Sarutobi, revered as the god of shinobi and the third Hokage, or Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral codenamed Akainu? At this moment, I hesitated between these two legacies, as choosing either would allow me to stand at the pinnacle of the world. But when the third legacy appeared, I decisively abandoned the two top-tier options and chose the third without hesitation because it was none other than Son Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. Thousands of teachers and students froze in place, all casting complicated glances at me. Is this guy out of his mind? Someone once inherited the legacy of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, and has since become a ninth-tier powerhouse. The third Hokage, the god of shinobi, clearly holds an extraordinary legacy, even if slightly inferior, it's still top-tier. Yet, he didn't choose it. Fine, but then there is Sakazuki, a Marine Admiral codenamed Akainu, whose legacy includes the power of the Logia-type magma fruit. He didn't choose that either. Does he not know that the Federation S-Star veteran, General Guan Muhong, once inherited the legacy of Marine Vice Admiral Garp? Voices of doubt filled the air, but I paid no attention to the ridicule from the crowd. If Son Goku hadn't appeared, I might have agonized over the other two legacies. But the moment Goku showed up, the other two were instantly forgotten after all. They simply couldn't compare to a Super Saiyan. Moreover, through my original self-as knowledge, I understood that the chosen legacy doesn't define 1S limits. With relentless training and the development of 1S abilities, it's possible to surpass the Legacy S original template. Take General Guan Muhong, for example. At the 8th tier of martial arts, he alone could confront and repel 3 8th tier monstrous beasts. To put it in perspective, a single 8th tier beast is capable of destroying a city in one strike. Yet, in my memory, while Garp was strong, his peak was only island-level destruction. This proves that General Guan Muhong's strength had already surpassed that of Garp during the One Piece era. I gazed at the solid projection on the stage. From his attire, I could tell this was Son Goku shortly after defeating King Piccolo. Though he had just reached adulthood and wasn't at his peak strength during this period, his limitless potential remained unaffected. As long as I worked hard to develop it, achieving Super Saiyan or even Ultra Instinct was entirely possible. I stood quietly on the awakening platform, waiting to inherit the template, when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Host detected inheriting a legacy. Based on current selection, the combat thrill system has been activated. Immediately afterwards, a panel appeared in my mind. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1 Unranked. Comprehensive Combat Power, 200 Template Boost, 190. Skills acquired, After Image Fist, Solar Flare, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Skills to learn next level, Sense, Slight, Thunder Shock Surprise, Kamehameha, Dodon Ray. It's actually a system. My eyes gleamed as I looked at the panel. The martial arts realm of this world is divided into 9 levels, and it said there are even higher levels beyond the 9. Those who awaken their inheritance must undergo an initiation trial. Passing the trial officially marks their entry into the first level of martial arts. Typically, upon officially entering martial arts, one's combat power increases by at most 20 to 50 points. But with the Saiyan inheritance I've received, my combat power has already surged by 190 points without even officially entering the first level, utterly terrifying. After calming my emotions, I turned my gaze to the skills panel. After Image Fist LV1, high-speed movement leaves after images, making it difficult for others to discern your position. Solar Flare LV1, place both hands on the forehead, gather energy in the upper body, and convert it into a blinding flash of light. Rock, Paper, Scissors Fist LV1, a self-created fist technique that slightly increases attack power. Indeed, these are all classic skills from memory, especially Solar Flare. I couldn't help but imagine how exhilarating it would be if I could later acquire the Spirit Ball technique, starting with Solar Flare to disorient the enemy, and finishing him off with the Spirit Ball for an instant kill. Just then, the mechanical voice echoed in my mind once more, issuing a milestone reward mission. Within 1 week, pass the rank advancement trial to officially reach martial arts level 1. Reward, 1,000 units of Saiyan S cells. When everything was over, I turned and walked down the awakening platform, then headed toward the martial arts hall where my original body had worked part-time. Inheritors needed resources to enhance their strength, and acquiring resources inevitably required money. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall had withheld my original body's wages for 2.5 years. It was time to reclaim what was mine. Since it wasn't too far, I soon arrived at my destination. At that moment, many people in the hall were watching the live broadcast of the 100 Schools Awakening Inheritance Ceremony when a voice rang out, ISNT, that the big idiot who turned down 2 top-tier inheritances and chose a trash one instead. Everyone turned to look and saw it was the Chin brothers, Chen Yi and Chen Ming. The two had clashed with me before. Because I was as handsome as you readers, I was often chosen as a sparring partner by a few wealthy young women, which filled them with envy and resentment. Though they wanted to steal my clients, they couldn't teach do it openly, so they constantly provoked me with words, racking their brains for a chance to teach me a lesson. At that moment, Chen Ming, sporting a head of green hair, walked over and asked, "Hey, what is your name, grandson, right? What were you thinking, passing up those two top-tier inheritances?" As his words fell, my gaze turned cold. Now that I possess some Liu stats, I wouldn't let anyone insult me for no reason. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind, hostility detected. Initiate combat? Based on the opponent's combat power of 36 points, victory will yield 36 combat points. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. I hadn't expected the system to detect the opponent's combat power. But before I could make a choice, Chen Ming suddenly backtracked and apologized, though his attitude didn't seem sincere at all. Eager to get my wages back, I ignored him. Little did I know, this very action made Chen Ming think I was still as weak and easy to bully as the original host. He didn't even dare to speak up after all that, what a loser. At this, the group burst into mocking laughter again. Seeing this, I held back no longer. Turning around abruptly, I swung my hand and delivered a sharp slap smack, the crisp sound echoing through the entire hall. Your mouth is too foul shut. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, especially Chen Ming and Chen Yi. They couldn't believe that someone like me, who usually wouldn't utter a word even if beaten 3 times, would dare to strike back. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Chen Ming muttered in disbelief, "You dare hit me? Who gave you the courage?" Seeing his younger brother struck, Chen Yi roared at me, "You dare hit my brother? You're dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi's body instantly bulked, his slender frame rapidly transforming into a muscular giant. Behind him, the phantom of a red-haired man gradually solidified, clearly a manifestation of his inherited template. "Kid, you just awakened and already act so arrogant? Forget that you haven't even ranked up yet. Even if you had, with that trash-tier lower-ranked warrior inheritance of yours, you'd never catch up to my strongest creature on Earth inheritance." Before the words fully left his mouth, Chen Yi stomped the ground, channeling all his strength into his right fist as he launched a devastating punch toward my face, before tearing through the air. Yet, the expected scene of me being sent flying never materialized. Under the massive fist of the red-haired man, Sun Wu's hand remained completely still. How is that possible? Chen Yi obtained the inheritance of Fan Ma Yongji, the so-called strongest creature on Earth in the muscle fighting world, and passed the initiation trial. With a martial arts rank of 1 combined with the inheritance template, his combat power should be at least 60 points or higher. Sun Wu has only just awakened. How could he possibly block Xinye's attack? Isn't this Sun Wu the one from the livestream earlier? Didn't he awaken a worthless inheritance? Plus, he hasn't even participated in the initiation trial yet. How could he possibly block Xinye's attacks? Earlier, the green-haired monster's screams were so loud that everyone in the martial arts hall was drawn to the commotion. Now, seeing Sun Wu block the red-haired monster, everyone was stunned. Impossible. At that moment, the red-haired monster Chen Yi felt the force blocking his fist, his eyes widening in disbelief. They had previously had conflicts with Sun Wu because he was good-looking, and several wealthy young women often chose him as their sparring partner, making them extremely envious. They had been trying to take his business but had never succeeded. They had long wanted to teach Sun Wu a lesson, but hesitated because he hadn't awakened yet. If he were to awaken a top-tier inheritance in the future, they might face retaliation. This time, they happened to see him on the live stream of the 100 schools, where he ignored 2 top-tier inheritances and chose a trash one. Finally, they felt confident enough to act. After watching the live stream, the 2 of them hatched a plan to teach Sun Wu a lesson when he came around. They hadn't expected Sun Wu to act first, but that didn't stop them from carrying out their plan. By injuring Sun Wu, the orders from those wealthy women would rightfully belong to them while he was recovering. So they decided to use their inheritance abilities right away, aiming for a decisive victory to avoid attracting too much attention. They knew that the inner hall's overseers would come to stop them, as fighting was strictly prohibited within the hall, and they only had a short window to teach Sun Wu a lesson. Normally, Sun Wu was either at the martial arts hall or at school, so there was no opportunity to find him. Who would have thought that the palm before him was like a steel wall, unmoving under his fist? Is that all? Feeling the force of the red-haired stranger's fist, Sun Wu relaxed a bit. Though the system said the opponent's combat power was only 64 points, far below his own 200 points. However, he had just arrived in this world, and in his previous life, he hadn't been much of a fighter. Even though his combat power was higher than the red-haired monster's, if he wasn't familiar with his own strength, he might end up making a mistake and losing the battle. He activated the skill Residual Image Fist, leaving his figure in front of the red-haired monster while his body moved behind it. In an instant, he kicked the red-haired monster's red hair with tremendous force. The blow was so powerful that the monster's head deformed like a balloon inward slightly. Boom! The red-haired monster's massive body was kicked flying through the air, colliding at high speed with the green algae-headed creature who had just stood up. A series of boom sounds followed as the 2 collided, shattering several wooden dummies placed in the hall. They finally came to a stop near a pillar at the edge of the hall. Inside the martial arts hall, there was a moment of sudden silence, broken only by the agonized screams of the green algae-headed creature and the red-haired monster. Seconds, killed in seconds? What just happened? How did I suddenly see two Sun Wukongs? What's going on? Did he activate his inheritance? When using an inheritance template, shouldn't a character's silhouette appear on his body? Why didn't I see the inheritance silhouette? He just awakened his inheritance today, right? Without participating in the rank-up trial to activate it, shouldn't he be unable to use inheritance power? Could he just be using his physical techniques? Is Sun Wu's traditional martial arts training really that strong? Chun Yi was knocked down with a single kick? He is the top-tier sparring partner, famous for his durability. He once fought against a level 1 peak-tier coach for dozens of rounds and still couldn't hold on. A man in a red training uniform had appeared at the corridor connecting the inner hall and the main hall. At the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall, red training uniforms are the standard attire for instructors. He watched Sun Wu in the hall with a serious expression. Was that just now a residual image? He had just been about to intervene to stop the fight, fearing Sun Wu might get injured. Recalling Sun Wu's movements, Lu Hu felt a slight surprise. The trainees and sparring partners were unaware, but he knew exactly what had happened. When speed reaches a certain threshold, it transcends the limits of human vision, giving the illusion of a duplicate appearing in the same spot. Such afterimages were only possible in the past, during the heyday of martial arts, when practitioners had trained their bodies to the point of breaking the sound barrier through pure martial arts cultivation. Later, with the rise of dimensional inheritance, combined with various peculiar powers, more people were able to achieve such speeds. However, at this moment, the young man had not used any inheritance power. After all, using inheritance power should have caused the signature inheritance aura to appear. Moreover, according to the surrounding students, this person had only just awakened today. Could this person be a martial arts prodigy who achieved this level solely through physical strength? Squeak! As everyone looked at each other and whispered, the martial arts hall's doors were pushed open. A young man with a rat-like face and a head of yellow hair walked in. Seeing the crowd whispering, he didn't think much of it. Then he suddenly spotted Sun Wu standing alone in the center of the hall. As if he had seen something joyful, he walked straight towards Sun Wu. He stood before Sun Wu with an air of superiority and shouted, "Hey, isn't this my grandson? I heard you awakened a worthless inheritance." Detected provocation. Should combat be initiated? Detected current combat power 5. Winning the battle will grant 5 combat points. Sun Wu stared in disbelief at the blonde-haired youth in front of him, thinking he must have seen wrong. What? How dare you? Combat power 5? His previous incarnation had 10 points, right? Hey! I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Are you pretending to be deaf? Seeing that Sun Wu didn't react, the blonde-haired youth thought he was scared and became even more arrogant, saying, "You little punk, listen up. Your future training partner business is now handled by my boss Chun Yi. Did you hear me? Otherwise, my boss will beat you every time he sees you." Suddenly, he felt that after he finished speaking, the entire area fell silent, and the whispers from earlier had all stopped. He instinctively looked up and noticed that everyone around him was staring at him with strange expressions, their eyes filled with pity. Their expressions seemed to be looking at some pitiful creature filled with pity. "Why are you all looking at me?" Huang Mao asked, confused. Chapter 5, Lu Hu. Why are you all staring at me? Looking around at the pitying glances from everyone, Huang Mao felt a chill run down his spine, as if something terrible had happened. Ouch, my head. Ouch, big brother, you're crushing me. At that moment, intermittent cries of pain echoed from the edges of the hall. Huang Mao recognized the familiar voice and hurriedly looked over. Boss! Boss! Who did this to you? Upon seeing clearly, Huang Mao was stunned. Before him, two figures were piled on top of each other in an unrecognizable position, none other than his own boss and second in command. At that moment, Huang Mao seemed to suddenly realize something. His mind went blank, and he turned his head slowly towards Sun Wu, asking the people around him. He did this? The crowd of onlookers nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain. As Sun Wu slowly approached him, Huang Mao's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, like a sieve. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, my boss's boss, Tiger Brother, is right behind me. He'll be here any second. If you dare to move, you'll regret it. The yellow-haired man backed away in fear, shouting angrily. Tiger Brother is the son of Master Lu. If you provoke him, you won't get off lightly. Master Lu is a 5th-level martial arts expert. All the commissions we've paid over the years have gone to Master Lu. You're as good as dead. 5th-level martial arts master? Upon hearing this, Sun Wu stopped in his tracks. He had heard of Lu the instructor before. One of the 3 head instructors at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, he was said to have reached the level of a 5th-grade martial arts master by solely relying on physical training in traditional martial arts. Whether it's the ancient martial arts of traditional martial arts or the modern inherited martial arts, level 5 is no small feat. Levels 1 to 3 are known as the lower 3 realms, levels 4 to 6 as the middle 3 realms, and levels 7 to 9 as the upper 3 realms. For ordinary people, reaching the middle realm of the 3rd tier and surviving military service meant a life of comfort. In martial arts, each level represents a 5 to 10 times increase in strength compared to the previous level. Even at the lowest level of the 5th rank, one already possesses combat strength exceeding 100,000. I had heard before that this group had connections with the upper echelons of the martial arts academy, and now it turns out they are instructors. This makes it difficult to act too harshly. At this point, he hadn't awakened his Super Saiyan form and hadn't even reached the 1st rank of martial arts, so he wasn't even considered a martial artist yet. It wasn't wise to provoke such a powerful individual too soon. However, a weakling with a combat strength of 5 was no match for him. He had already started the fight, so what did it matter if he took him out? Which Lu instructor? A voice rang out. Of course it's Lu Hu, the instructor. What do you think? Scared? After answering, Huang Mao realized the question wasn't from Sun Wu in front of him, but from behind. He instinctively turned his head to look, and when he saw who had spoken, he was so scared he couldn't stand steady and fell to the ground with a thud. Paying respects to me? I didn't know about that. The speaker was dressed in a red martial arts uniform, his face as fierce as a tiger, exuding an intimidating aura even without anger. His eyes were fixed intently on Huang Mao. A peculiar aura emanated from him, as if a gigantic tiger with ancient had appeared in the room. Everyone around him trembled uncontrollably, feeling a chill run down their spines. Under the pressure, the young man felt as though he were truly being stared at by a white-striped tiger, and a wet stain began to spread on the ground where he sat, as he had urinated in fear. I'm not lying. It was Tiger Brother who said, to give you a token of respect, and to collect 10% of each sparring partner's wages as a gift. I really didn't know. Under Lu Hu's overwhelming pressure, the blonde-haired man stammered out his explanation. Once he finished, his body went limp, and he fainted on the spot. Just as Lu Hu's intimidating presence was sweeping the entire room. Squeak! At that moment, the door creaked open, and another person pushed their way inside. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound. The newcomer was dressed in a black, form-fitting outfit, standing over 6 feet tall with a broad build, but his face looked surprisingly young, perhaps around 17 or 18 years old. It was none other than Lu Hui's son, Lu Xiuhu, the so-called big boss mentioned by the man with the yellow hair. As soon as he entered, he saw his 2 henchmen in an awkward position, crammed beneath the stage, their heads covered in blood, clearly having been beaten. Who did this? Lu Xiaohu's heart filled with rage, and he raised his hand to confront them, but then he noticed the red martial arts uniform of the instructor on the other side. Looking up, he realized it was his own father. At that moment, his father glared at him with a frosty expression, and the image of a fierce tiger flickered briefly on his body, a clear sign of his anger. Seeing the blonde-haired man lying unconscious at his father's feet, Lu Xiaohu's heart sank, and he knew something was wrong. Come here. Lu Hua's voice, filled with anger, echoed through the air. Lu Xiaohu immediately lost the arrogant demeanor he had upon entering and walked over to Lu Hu's side, shrinking his neck like a timid bird. When did I ever tell you to accept any offerings? What? I didn't take any offerings. Lu Xiaohu looked completely confused. Humph. You've brought shame upon me. Go back and explain yourself properly. After scolding Lu Xiaohu angrily, Lu Hu turned to the crowd and bowed. All trainees and sparring partners, anyone who has been bullied by Xiaohu, suffered injuries, or incurred losses, please report to the manager later. I, Lu Hu, will compensate you all personally. The Feihu Martial Arts Academy is not a criminal organization. We do not engage in such oppressive behavior. My son has made a mistake, and I will punish him severely. I apologize to everyone. I, Lu Hu, offer my sincere apologies to all of you. After speaking, Lu Hu glanced at Sun Wu with an apologetic expression, then grabbed Lu Xiaohu by the collar and dragged him toward the inner hall like a cat. The crowd fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter. The sparring partners who made a living at the martial arts school weren't exactly well off. Being a punching bag was already a tough job. This small clique, backed by the martial arts school instructor, a prominent figure, had never even considered resisting. After all, they only had to hand over a few coins each month, which they considered a small loss. It was better to avoid trouble. But today, because of Sun Wu, the matter had been resolved. As the instructor, Lu Hu, in front of so many people, whether he had truly been unaware of Lu Xiaohu's actions or had chosen to ignore them. Now that this promise has been made, there will naturally be those who will help enforce it in the future. At this moment, everyone owed Sun Wu a favor. Even if they didn't say it out loud, they all silently expressed their gratitude. With this farce over, Sun Wu took the opportunity to smoothly collect his wages from the manager. A full year's wages, a total of 13,000 star coins. According to the manager, the wage arrears were also related to Lu Xiaohu's affairs. As for the details, Sun Wu didn't bother to listen, he just wanted his share. After Sun Wu left, the martial arts hall gradually became lively again, with discussions about Sun Wu's recent battle. Some were explaining the entire situation to the new students who had just arrived at the martial arts school, causing those who hadn't witnessed the scene to exclaim in astonishment. In the corner of the martial arts hall, green algae head and red hair monster were sitting on the ground in a pitiful state. One was rubbing the 45-inch footprint on the back of his head, silently crying, while the other's mouth was swollen so badly it was bigger than his head, making his entire head appear a full circle larger than before. The martial arts school's manager was standing beside them, holding a notebook and jotting down notes. Chunyi, Chen Ming, you two destroyed 8 wooden dummies, each costing 10,000 star coins, totaling 80,000 star coins. 13 floor tiles, totaling 20,000 star coins. 1 damaged pillar from the beginner's arena, valued at 90,000. Plus 10,000 star coins for cleanup costs, totaling 200,000 star coins. Will you transfer the payment or use a card? Ah. Manager, this is unfair. All of this was damaged by Sun Wu. Why are you making us pay? I don't care. I saw your 2 butts and heads smashing the wooden dummies, breaking the floor, and damaging the arena pillars. I give you 3 days to settle the payment. Otherwise, I'll sell you to the Dimension Exploration Team as Suicide Squad members. The Dimension Exploration Team is the first group sent into new dimensions when they appear. These new dimensions are filled with all kinds of dangers, and the survival rate is extremely low, essentially a suicide mission. The survival rate of those sent to the front lines to fight ferocious beasts is higher than that of the exploration team. Manager. No, please don't. Chapter 6, Advancing to the Next Level. How much longer until he becomes a Super Saiyan? Meanwhile, Sun Wu, who had left the martial arts dojo, returned to his residence. This was a rental area far from the school, nearly touching the edge of the energy shield that enveloped the entire district. The Magic City district was considered one of the safer areas on Blue Water Star, with few monster disasters reaching as far as the district. However, the wilderness remained dangerous. Therefore, this area near the city's edge and the protective barrier was primarily inhabited by impoverished people, with relatively affordable rent. As a war orphan, the compensation from the Federation totaled over 1 million star coins. This should have been enough for him to live comfortably until he finished high school, attended university, and completed his military service. Unfortunately, the previous owner made a foolish decision and used it to purchase a top-tier inheritance for that worthless woman, Lin Jingjing. Thinking about this, Sun Wu realized, that's my money. He pondered how to retrieve the money. That woman had promised compensation, so he'd have to go collect it when he had the chance. He then opened the system panel to review the records. The previous events had happened suddenly, and he hadn't had time to check earlier. The battle had granted him a significant number of combat points. Defeated a powerful enemy, obtained 36 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy, obtained 64 battle points. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 5 battle points. Is a combat power of 5 considered a strong enemy? Sun Wu muttered to himself. Battle Thrills System. Current combat power points, 105. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1 unranked. Experience points for level up, 100+. Overall combat power, 200. Residual Image Fist LV1+. Sun Fist LV1+. Rock Paper Scissors LV1+. Next level skills, Chi Perception, Sky Dance Technique, World Shocking Palm, Turtle School Chi Technique, Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist. Sun Wu noticed something different from before. Experience points and skills now had selectable plus signs next to them. He focused his mind on the plus sign after the experience points. Upgrade experience points, 1 combat point can increase 1 experience point. Seeing the prompt, Sun Wu's heart leaped with joy. Didn't this mean he didn't need to participate in that so-called rank-up trial and could directly upgrade to the next rank? He didn't click upgrade immediately. Instead, he looked at the plus signs next to the skills below. Upgrade current skill Residual Image Fist LV1? Requires 100 combat points. Surprised that skill upgrades required so many combat points, Sun Wu abandoned the idea and clicked on the plus sign next to the experience points instead. System. Add points. Let me see what you're made of. Experience points, 105 100. Data detected, experience points are maxed out. Meets the requirements for advancing to the next tier. Proceed immediately? Yes. However, after clicking yes, a minute passed and Sun Wu felt no changes in his body. He checked the panel again, and it still showed not advanced. What's going on? Sun Wu looked at the panel in confusion. At that moment, the panel began to fade in and out, and a smaller panel appeared, faintly displaying a message. This advancement did not occur within the advancement trial space. Please enter the trial dimensional space. Insufficient conditions prevent advancement, sizzle. Sun Wu recognized it immediately. It was the 4-dimensional attribute panel that appeared after obtaining the Awakening Inheritance, as he had learned in class. Sun Wu had thought the original panel had been replaced by the system and was long gone, but it had reappeared unexpectedly. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that his system was attacking the inheritance panel. Battle. Let's go. Host meets advancement requirements. Begin advancement. Sun Wu felt a special energy flowing down from the top of his head, beginning to permeate every cell in his body from head to toe. Wherever the energy passed, every muscle fiber multipliedly, and the speed of cell division caused his body temperature to rise to an alarming level. His previously short, closely cropped hair began to grow wildly, and the hair all over his body seemed to thicken. A tingling sensation emanated from the tailbone, as if something was about to emerge. Circles of faint energy ripples appeared around his body, spreading outward in ripples. A shadowy figure of Sun Wukong appeared behind Sun Wu, gradually approaching and merging with him. Ultimately, the faint energy remained within his body, slowly fading into his limbs and bones. Rank up complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the rank up task. Reward, 1000 units of Saiyan S cells already distributed during the advancement process. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Chi Perception. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, Air Dance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, World Shaking Palm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Kamehameha. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Level Up Experience Points, 1000. Overall Combat Power, 1000. Saiyan S Cell Count, 1000. Saiyan Bloodline, enhances physical recovery, resistance to blows, and significantly boosts combat power upon near-death recovery. Current skills, Residual Image Fist, Sun Punch, Rock Paper Scissors, Key Perception, Sky Dance Technique, World Shocking Palm, Turtle School Key Blast, Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist. Next skill to unlock, Key Elemental Slash 6 Blades, Key Landmine, Prince's Battle Technique. Obtain stage-based reward tasks. Please break through to the third middle realm within 1 year and participate in the intermediate secret realm trial. Reward, 10,000 units of Saiyan S cells. When the number of Saiyan S cells reaches 10,000 units and the base combat power meets the requirements, unlock Super Saiyan Form 1. System notifications kept flashing on the screen, too fast to keep up with. Sun Wu glanced at the mirror on the wardrobe beside him. In the mirror, his body was muscular and well-defined, his black hair flowing freely without a breeze, and a smile curved on his handsome face. Feels a bit like Big Gohan? Sun Wu was very satisfied with his current appearance, which resembled that of a larger version of Trunks from the future. He secretly decided to get a sword and wear it on his back in the future. Being handsome is a lifelong commitment. The previous stage advancement had seemed impossible, but for some reason, it succeeded in the end. The next phase of the task was to break through to the third realm, which meant reaching at least 4th level martial arts, while also passing the 4th level breakthrough trial. Thinking about being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wu felt incredibly excited, eager to upgrade to martial arts level 4 immediately. However, one must take things one step at a time. He calmed himself down and looked at the skills he had just obtained. Chi Perception, gain the ability to sense, manipulate, and use Chi. Chi is the most fundamental energy within a living being. Positive Chi, negative Chi, courage, and vital energy are all forms of Chi. Chi is the latent life energy of all things, enabling the physical body to transcend its limits. Prerequisite skills for techniques like the Kamehameha Wave, Chi Slash, and Vital Energy Bomb. Instantly, Sun Wu perceived numerous large and small Chi points in his surroundings. At level 1, the range of Chi perception was astonishingly wide, spanning an entire kilometer, essentially equivalent to a full map radar. These were the residents living in the surrounding area, with some Chi clusters larger and others smaller, allowing one to directly discern their strength from the clusters. The colors of the energy clusters also varied, with occasional black ones emitting an evil aura. After sensing the energy for a moment, Sun Wu withdrew his energy and looked toward the next skill. Chapter 7, Lu Xiaowu's Inheritance Template. Sky Dance Technique, a unique flying technique of the Crane Immortal School, which can be learned after mastering the energy and being able to control it. By releasing Chi from the feet, one can fly when the Chi released from the body is sufficient to support oneself. Sun Wu instinctively tried the Sky Dance Technique. The hidden Chi within his body was activated, not just from his feet but radiating out from every limb and bone. Sun Wu's body slowly began to float within the room. The joy of flight made Sun Wu unable to resist flying a few circles around the room. It seemed he had directly mastered all the techniques of the Sky Dance Technique and could use them immediately. In the original story, when Gohan taught Bulma to fly for the first time, the air currents blew the grass around them wildly. However, his sky walking technique was completely silent, resembling the floating technique. Sun Wu played around inside for a while, then ended the Sky Dance Technique and checked the remaining skills. World Shaking Palm, charge up, gather Ki in both hands, and convert it into a powerful electric current to strike the enemy, causing them to stiffen and unable to move. Against opponents with higher combat power, the effect is reduced or negated. Prerequisite skill for Magic Sealing Wave. The 10,000 Nations Earth-Shattering Palm was used by the Turtle Hermit in the original story when he transformed into Master Roshi to fight against young Goku. Later, due to its long charging time, it became rarely seen. This skill might be quite useful in specific situations, and the follow-up skill, Magic Seal Wave, is a god-tier ability. Kamehameha Wave, the user gathers all their ki throughout their body, concentrates it in their hands, and releases it. This skill cannot be stacked with the Kaioken. The signature skill of the Sun family. How could someone surnamed Sun not have the Kamehameha Wave? I wonder how powerful it is. It's too late now, so I'll test it out tomorrow. Let's keep going. Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist condenses the user's entire body strength into a single punch, infusing it with the will of a giant ape from within the body to deal additional damage. Against all creatures unable to withstand the dormant giant ape spirit within the Saiyan bloodline, it inflicts crushing damage. High attack power, average speed, can directly target spiritual forms. Prerequisite skill, Dragon Fist. Sunwoo still remembers this skill. It's the move Goku used to defeat the Great Kai. Let's look at the skill description. Can this skill directly damage spiritual entities? I wonder if it can harm those who have chosen the natural fruit. The follow-up skill, Dragon Fist? Isn't that an original skill from Dragon Ball GT? I didn't expect this skill could be mastered. This move is pretty flashy. Whether it deals damage or not, it's definitely cool. After reviewing all his gains, Sunwoo went to the cabinet to change into a black outfit and stepped out the door. As for why, it was simply to be prepared for any eventuality. The sun had set not long ago, and the sky was growing dim. Sunwoo suppressed his aura, mastered the sky dance technique, and swiftly traversed the city skies, using his aura perception to avoid the powerful energy clusters that might detect him. He soon arrived above the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. His chi perception detected hundreds of chi formations within the martial arts hall, varying in size. Two of them stood out like bright lights. One was in the open-air training ground of the inner hall, while the other was hundreds of meters below the martial arts hall. Sunwoo tightened his energy even further, slowly floating toward the inner courtyard's training ground. Under the cover of night, he studied the two energy clusters, one large, one small, and their owners. The larger energy sphere was none other than Lu Hu, the martial arts instructor from earlier that day. Kneeling before him was a figure, none other than Lu Xiaohu. Humph. You little brat, what does my martial arts school lack? You dare to exploit those sparring partners? You've brought shame upon my old face. If the other martial arts schools find out about this, they'll laugh at me. Cut off all contact with those good-for-nothing friends of yours immediately. I've looked into those guys as well, and it's clear they're intentionally trying to get close to you. You're going to kneel here until the day the initiation trial begins. I'll have the manager bring you your meals. Remember that well. If you do it again, I'll break your legs. And for this initiation trial, you better come back with at least a top 10 ranking. Do you hear me? Lu Xiaohu knelt on the ground, dared not even lift his head to look at his father. Did you hear me? Answer me. I heard you. Humph. Lu Hu flung his sleeves and returned to a house within the courtyard, slamming the door shut. Only Lu Xiaohu remained alone, kneeling on the training ground in the courtyard. Did you do this? Suddenly, Lu Xiaohu began to speak to himself. Sunwoo, hiding in mid-air, startled, thinking Lu Xiaohu had discovered him speaking to him. After waiting a moment and realizing Lu Xiaohu was still talking to himself, he finally came to his senses. Is Lu Xiaohu talking to himself? Lu Xiaohu thought to himself, what bad luck. I was scolded by my father for no reason today. He roughly knew what had happened. Since he was a child, there had been another version of himself inside his body, but it only occasionally emerged. Since last year, when he had awakened the Rommel Sickle Weasel Cavendish template from the Pirate World inheritance. The other self had become extremely active, constantly using his body to do things without his knowledge. He had not yet participated in the rank-up trials, intending to advance his family's martial arts to the second level before joining the trials. By then, he would be invincible in the trials and could gain more benefits. However, the other version of himself inside his body had been up to something, causing him to remain stuck at the peak of level 1. At that moment, a figure quietly pushed open the doors of the training ground and crept inside. It was the same blonde-haired youth who had been scared unconscious by Lu Hu earlier that day. With each step he took, he glanced twice at the closed door of Lu Hu's room, fearing that Lu Hu might come out again. Approaching Lu Xiaohu, who was kneeling on the ground, he bent over and spoke in a fawning tone. Brother Tiger, you must avenge us. The supervisor is demanding over 10,000 in cleaning fees. It was just mopping the floor, how could that cost so much money? And there's more. That Sunwoo is so arrogant. He injured the boss before, and when I mentioned your name, he didn't even acknowledge me, bragging that he'd beat you up right in front of you. Look how much he doesn't respect you. You can't let him get away with this. Did he really say that? Lu Xiaohu lowered his head, and Huang Mao couldn't see his expression. Out of Huang Mao's sight, Lu Xiaohu's pupils suddenly turned from black to blue-yellow, and his entire demeanor changed abruptly. Of course, Huang Mao said, his voice trembling slightly, but he spoke firmly. Sun Wu, suspended in mid-air, heard this and his eyes narrowed. He thought to himself, I came here at the right time. This dog had framed him. If Lu Xiaohu sent someone to deal with him, it would indeed be a hassle. Lu Xiaohu, kneeling on the ground, slowly raised his head. His face showed no expression, but his lips curled into an odd smile. The veins on his arms bulged slowly. He turned to look at the yellow-haired man bowing before him. Come closer. The blonde-haired man was overjoyed, thinking that Tiger Brother was going to give him a task, and immediately took a step forward, eager to hear what Tiger Brother had to say. After all, Lu Jiaodo was inside the house, and if they spoke too loudly, it would be troublesome if he heard them. Just as Huang Mao bent down to listen closely, a sudden gust of wind swept past. Boom! Crack! Lu Xiaohu suddenly punched Huang Mao on the head as he leaned in. The punch was incredibly powerful, with a fierce tiger's shadow flickering on his fist. Huang Mao's combat skills were already lacking, and his body was fragile. How could he withstand such a well-aimed punch? In an instant, his head shattered like a smashed watermelon, with flesh and juice flying everywhere. Suddenly, Lu Xiaohu's expression changed, and his pupils turned black again. Coming to his senses, Lu Xiaohu looked at the blood on his hands and the scattered remains of Huang Mao on the ground, realizing that he had done it again. Lu Xiaohu shook the blood off his hands, operated the communication device on his arm, and called the manager over to clean up the scene. That Sun Wu, who had just awakened his inheritance and could defeat the Chen brothers with a single move, clearly demonstrated that his inheritance was not as weak as others had claimed. Such a situation where one's combat power is off the charts without even reaching a rank is typically only seen in the most elite lineages. Such individuals should either be dealt with decisively while they are still weak, or avoided altogether. This yellow-haired fool dared to provoke him. His death is for the best. Moreover, if my father doesn't act, I don't have the confidence to take down Sun Wu directly. He and Sun Wu aren't sworn enemies, so it's better to turn swords into plowshares. Go warn those Chen brothers not to cause trouble. Don't provoke Sun Wu anymore. If they disobey, let them join that yellow-haired fool. Also, send a gift to Sun Wu as compensation for what happened earlier. The commissions were taken by the subordinates without my knowledge. After giving his orders to the manager, Lu Xiaohu continued to kneel in place, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Inside Lu Hu's room, however, there was no sound, as if he were completely unaware of what was happening outside. Earlier, when he saw Lu Xiaohu act, Sun Wu's breath trembled slightly. This was the first time he had witnessed a murder, and he never expected Lu Xiaohu to be so ruthless. Moreover, this man gave Sun Wu an uneasy feeling. Though he didn't seem to be targeting Sun Wu still kept his guard up. Just as Sun Wu was about to leave to verify another matter, a chill ran down his spine, as if some danger was about to befall him. Ha! What's going on? He was alone under the night sky, having suppressed his aura. Within the range of his spiritual perception, aside from Lu Hu inside the house and Lu Xiaohu on the ground, he didn't sense anyone else. Suddenly, Sun Wu's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. There was a cluster of energy within his sensory range that had suddenly vanished. Chapter 8, Compensation. The gas cloud previously detected 100 meters below the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall had now vanished completely. Sun Wu's alarm bells rang loudly, and he activated his sky dance technique to dash outward with all his strength. He flew dozens of kilometers in a single breath until he could no longer sense that terrifying sensation, then finally relaxed. What the hell was that? So terrifying. Sun Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and thought to himself that he needed to be more cautious next time. Since arriving in this world, nothing had happened to alert him, and he had become too complacent. The death of the blonde-haired man and that terrifying aura had reminded him that this was a high martial arts world, where the strong preyed on the weak. That aura earlier must have come from a master at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. But how had he detected him? Just by sensing that slight disruption in the aura? At that moment, his desire to grow stronger grew even stronger. The feeling of being chased by danger was simply too unsettling. He was still too weak. If he had the combat power of Frisia, these people would have to kneel before him and sing conquest. Then he would say, "I don't eat beef." Daydreaming over, Sun Wu flew directly toward a location, preparing to carry out his original plan. About 10 minutes later, inside the rental house, Sun Wu sat cross-legged on the bed in the rental house. Before him were a cage of hamsters and several roosters. These were the ones he had spent a long time searching for earlier. In this world where ferocious beasts roamed freely, such ordinary animals were relatively rare. As for why he bought them, it was because he wanted to experiment with something. At that moment, one of the hamsters in his hands was already dead, and one of the roosters had been beaten nearly to death. Sun Wu looked at his system panel. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Experience points for level up, 1000. Battle points, 1. Upgrading to Martial Arts Level 2 increases experience points by tenfold. Although it only requires defeating 20 red-haired enemies to level up, the experience gain is genuinely 10 times greater. Currently at 1000, what about the next level? Will it become 10,000? How many red-haired enemies will I have to defeat? At that moment, he focused his attention on the battle log. Encountered a powerful enemy, Battle 1, gains 0.0001 combat points. Encountered a powerful enemy, Battle 1, obtains 0.00001 combat points. Combat points obtained are less than 1, displayed as 1 point. Really? This can also earn combat points? After several more hours of research, Sun Wu roughly understood the rules for calculating battle points. All creatures he defeated would grant him battle points. The number of battle points depends on the creature's combat strength. Additionally, only the first defeat of the same creature is counted. Sun Wu's plan to beat the red-haired monster 20 times was ruined. However, the good news was that there were plenty of fierce beasts outside the city's protective shield that could be defeated, each providing a large number of combat points. However, there is a chance of encountering ferocious beasts far beyond one's own strength, which could be dangerous. For now, it's best to stay put at school. It is said that in the rank-up trial space 5 days from now, there will be hordes of fierce beasts for them to practice on, which will be the perfect opportunity for him to grind experience points. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Sun Wu was awakened by a message on his communication device. Upon opening it, he saw that it was a message from the manager of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. It turned out that the compensation ordered by Lu Xiuhu yesterday had arrived. The message stated that he had been granted access to a high-grade martial arts training room and was also given a bottle of premium tiger bone tonic as compensation. However, since they didn't know where Sun Wu lived, they had sent it to the second martial arts high school in Magic City District, instructing him to collect it at the school. Even though Sun Wu knew that Lu Xiuhu would send someone to compensate him today, he couldn't help but marvel at Lu Xiuhu's generosity. The high-end martial arts training room is the signature building of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. It was equipped with state-of-the-art auxiliary devices such as combat strength testers, energy intensity testers, gravity training devices, and cellular activation fatigue recovery chambers. Additionally, there are 1-2 professional massage therapists on standby at all times, all of whom have awakened medical-related inheritances. In this advanced training room, one could train with complete peace of mind, fearing no injuries or illnesses. After training, any soreness or pain would be alleviated by the staff. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy has previously charged 400,000 yuan per day for this service. Now it's being offered directly? And the information doesn't mention any usage. Furthermore, the advanced health-enhancing liquid is also worth mentioning. Currently, the mainstream awakened lineage involves entering a dimensional realm to undergo a purification ritual and directly obtain a power template. This method of obtaining power is fast and diverse, so most people focus on developing and strengthening the template. However, this comes with the drawback that physical development cannot keep pace. In some special dimensional spaces, all abilities except physical ones are suppressed. In such cases, physical cultivation becomes particularly crucial. Ordinary people are content with awakening a top-tier inheritance. However, noble families are different. They also require their children to practice ancient martial arts simultaneously to strengthen their bodies. Body-nourishing elixir is a secret potion passed down through generations in traditional martial arts schools, with each school producing variations in its effects. The Tiger Bone Health Elixir from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School is the top choice for enhancing physical strength and increasing power. The ones circulating in the market are generally diluted versions of the basic tonic, diluted by 1,000 or more times, with each bottle costing over 10,000 to 20,000 star coins. Such high-grade tonic is virtually impossible for ordinary people to obtain, as it is monopolized by major families and powerful factions. If it were ever put up for sale, a single bottle could fetch 4 million coins. Although he had received such a generous gift, Sun Wu's guard against Lu Xiuhu grew even stronger. Recalling Lu Xiuhu's ruthless decisiveness from yesterday, Sun Wu thought to himself, if we don't become enemies, that's fine. But if we do, we must eliminate him completely. He stood up, took the chicken that had died during yesterday's experiment, and prepared a whole chicken feast. After eating a simple meal, he headed toward a secluded area, activated his flight technique, and flew to the vicinity of the school before landing and walking toward it. From a street away, he saw a large crowd of students gathered at the school gate. Among the crowd, 2 men dressed in silver-white training uniforms stood straight at the school gate, each holding a glass box the size of a basketball. The box on the left contained a golden card, while the box on the right held a uniquely shaped white jade bottle. Wow, those must be the bodyguards from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. I heard they're all third-level martial arts masters. Those outfits are so cool. What are they holding in their hands? That bottle looks like a health tonic. I saw my older brother drink something similar before, but this one is different. My brother's was in a white porcelain bottle, while this one is made of jade. Health tonic? That's something only rich kids can afford. A bottle must cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Which family is so generous to buy such a good thing for their child? Humph. A bunch of hicks. A mocking voice rang out. The students who had been discussing the matter turned to look at the person who had spoken, their expressions sour. Chapter 9, Lin Jingjing's car accident. Behind them, a group of 2 men and a woman were walking toward the crowd. The woman was someone Sun Wu recognized. It was Lin Jingjing, his ex-girlfriend from his previous life. Lin Jingjing was lifting her hand to tuck her long hair behind her ear. Her align-pleated skirt was tightly cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender waist, and below were a pair of smooth, long legs. As she raised her arms, her blouse rode up, revealing a sliver of her snow-white abs, drawing the gaze of many male students. Lin Jingjing, despite being a heartless woman, still had some beauty to her, otherwise the previous incarnation wouldn't have been so obsessed with her. What are you looking at? Keep looking? Do you think I'll cut you? Someone pushed through the crowd, kicking aside a student who hadn't moved in time. Several students recognized the person and immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and no longer daring to look around. The crowd automatically parted to make way for the group to enter. This person was the notorious playboy of the second martial arts school in Magic City District. His name was Tang Xiaojie, the third son of his family. His family, the Tang clan, was rumored to have connections with a high-ranking military official in the local military region, giving them influence and power. As a result, he had grown accustomed to bullying his classmates at school. Oh, come on, brother Jia, don't get angry. Why bother with these country bumpkins? They've never seen such fancy things before. You've seen so much in your life, tell us about it so we can broaden our horizons. Look, Miss Lin is waiting for you to explain it to her. At that moment, a boy following behind the two, acting like a sycophant, took the opportunity to flatter Tang Xiaojie. This man was named Li Jianren. No one knew how he had managed to climb his way into Tang Xiaojie's inner circle. At school, he acted like Tang Xiaojie's servant, always following him wherever he went. Tang Xiaojie was flattered by the praise. Seeing that Lin Jingjing was also looking at him, as if waiting for him to speak, he straightened his posture and said solemnly, "This isn't some cheap knockoff you find on the market for a few thousand yuan. This is the century-old signature product of my brother Lu Xiaowu's Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Tiger Bone Nourishing Elixir. It is made by the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy using bones from various tiger-like beasts from the dimensional realm, combined with secret herbs, and has the effects of regenerating muscles, strengthening bones, enhancing combat power, and improving the efficiency of energy transmission related to certain energy-based inheritances within the body. A single bottle is worth 4 million star coins, and it's a rare item that's hard to come by." When Lin Jingjing heard 4 million, her eyes lit up slightly. Wow, so Jia Ji's friends are also powerful. She took a step forward, standing beside Tang Xiaojie in front of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy escort. A faint scent of mint-scented hand cream mingled with her body heat enveloped Tang Xiaojie. The buttons on his white shirt were tightly buttoned, trembling slightly with her movements, as if they might pop open at any moment, leaving Tang Xiaojie staring in awe. Li Jianren suddenly squeezed between the two. When it comes to Lu Xiaohu, he's actually close to our brother Tang. Rangu, don't interrupt, Lin Jingjing gently nudged Tang Xiaojie's calf with her knee. We just want to hear what brother Jia has to say. Tang Xiaojie's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, then suddenly pulled open his collar to cool off. What's that? The one over there is the VIP gold card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, which grants direct access to their advanced training rooms. You should know that the daily startup fee for the advanced training room at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy is a whopping 400,000 star coins. Inside, there are state-of-the-art recovery pods and cell enhancement devices. You could sleep in there for a day and come out stronger. Wow, that's so envy-inducing. I wonder who's so generous, with the Tiger Bone Tonic and this VIP gold card for the advanced training room. Lin Jingjing leaned forward slightly, examining the gift box in the escort's hands, murmuring enviously, unlike me, I don't even know which direction the Martial Arts Academy's entrance faces. I'm a sworn brother with Xiaowu. If you want it, just give me a call. Tang Xiaojie immediately patted his chest and reached out to grab Lin Jingjing's hand. Really? Brother Jia, you're so kind. Lin Jingjing subtly curled her hand, not letting Tang Xiaojie succeed. Excuse me, please move aside. A voice came from behind the three of them. Tang Xiaojie was about to continue grabbing Lin Jingjing's delicate hand when he heard someone interrupting him, and his anger flared up. Who's the blind fool? The sycophant Li Jianren immediately stepped forward to block the person. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that brother Tang is flirting with a girl? Do whatever you want. Even if you're making babies here, I don't care. But you're blocking me from getting my package. Sun Wu glanced around and tried to push past the group to collect the package delivered by the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to go? Li Jianren sized him up from head to toe. Sun Wu was wearing a slightly outdated school uniform, and his communication device was an old model. Li Jianren immediately got the picture. Kid, you've upset Mr. Jia. I'll give you a chance. Beg Mr. Jia to be magnanimous and let you go. He's in a good mood now, maybe he won't hold it against you. This is bad. There's actually someone daring enough to provoke Tang Xiaojie? Last time, that high school teacher scolded Tang Xiaojie for bullying a classmate, and I heard he was beaten so badly his legs were broken, and he lost his teaching position. This is bad. Who is this guy? He doesn't look like a freshman. How could he not know Tang Xiaojie? Those around who saw someone daring to interrupt Tang Xiaojie's business began to gossip. Then someone recognized Sun Wu. He looks familiar. I think I remember him. Isn't he the one who didn't get the top-tier inheritance yesterday and ended up with the worthless one? Is this guy mentally unstable? Why would he choose a non-top-tier inheritance and still dare to cause trouble for Tang Xiaojie? Sun Wu? I know him. It's because of Lin Jingjing, the incredibly beautiful girl behind Tang Xiaojie. I remember Sun Wu always claimed to be Lin Jingjing's boyfriend. Oh, so that's how it is. He's fighting for a woman. What a pity. You should see if he can even get angry. He's done for now. The onlookers, hearing the insider reveal the reason, all felt sorry for Sun Wu. After all, Tang Xiaojie was known for holding grudges and being ruthless when he acted. Li Jianrun, hearing the discussions, looked at Lin Jingjing. Is he your boyfriend? He knew Tang Xiaojie's preferences. You have a boyfriend? You've been dating for 3 years? Tang Xiaojie's expression darkened, and his tone was unfriendly. He loved to toy with these self-proclaimed pure virgins, discarding them once he grew bored. He had set his sights on Lin Jingjing because she seemed pure and innocent, a virgin, and he had planned to have some fun with her. But he never expected to be deceived. 3 years? That makes her a used woman. He never bothered with women who had been with other men before. He always forced himself on them. He didn't have time to play around with her. Lin Jingjing's face turned pale, not expecting Tang Xiaojie to react so strongly. Brother Tang, let me explain. Nothing happened between us. He is just a sycophant. Explain your ass. Tang Xiaojie raised his hand and slapped Lin Jingjing across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap made the surrounding students watching the spectacle fall silent for a moment. Lin Jingjing covered her face, her fair cheeks instantly marked by a bright red handprint. She stared at Tang Xiaojie in disbelief. You hit me? Hit you? I'm going to you. Tang Xiaojie grabbed Lin Jingjing by the hair and pulled her into his arms. Jianrun. Hold this down. I'm going to take her right here today. Li Jianrun froze for a moment before breaking into a savage grin. He had always disliked Lin Jingjing, who, despite her looks, dared to act so high and mighty in front of him. Now she was about to be played by Tang Xiaojie. Maybe he'd even get a taste of the leftover soup afterward. Got it, Jiagu. Li Jianrun rubbed his hands together eagerly, ready to pounce on Sun Wu. Chapter 10, Intimidation. Kid, stay put and watch Jie Xiao play with your woman. Let Jie Xiao have his fun, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, you'll learn today what happens when you mess with Jie Xiao. Li Jianrun grinned savagely, lunging towards Sun Wu with a swift step, raising his fist to strike first and show Sun Wu what he was made of. His awakened inheritance was the dog fruit. He had already graduated and should have gone to the martial arts university. However, he had abandoned that opportunity to climb the ranks by aligning himself with Tang Xiaojie. The drugs bestowed by Tang Xiaojie, combined with traditional martial arts techniques, had boosted his combat power to over 150 points, nearly reaching the peak of martial arts level 1. Dealing with a rookie student who had just awakened a worthless inheritance and hadn't even reached the first rank yet was a piece of cake. Battle detected. Current opponent's combat power is 150 points. Victory will grant 150 combat points. This guy is slightly stronger than Chun Yi from the martial arts dojo. However, with 1,000 combat points at his disposal, he could crush him with ease. But this is the school gate. Killing someone in public isn't very safe. This world does have a law and order system, even if it's meaningless to the major clans. Li Jianrun's fist whistled through the air, heading straight for Sun Wu's face. Sun Wu merely lifted his foot slightly. Before Li Jianrun's fist even touched Sun Wu, his entire body flew backward like a, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! Li Jianrun let out an agonizing scream, clutching his stomach as he rolled on the ground, his face deathly pale, and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place, and blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Li Jianrun struggled to get up, attempting to use the inherited template to transform into the dog fruit husky form, but found himself completely powerless, unable even to move a finger. The students around him were all stunned, their mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg inside. Is this really the same worthless Sun Wu? He kicked Li Jianrun flying with a single kick? That strength is terrifying. I thought Li Jianrun was a level 1 martial artist? He awakened a trash inheritance, right? He was just an ordinary person with no place to train martial arts before. How could he be this strong? Tang Xiaojie was also stunned. He never expected that this frail-looking Sun Wu could be so powerful. Li Jianrun had been with him for so long his combat strength was well known. Although he couldn't rank in his older brother Tang Xiaolong's Magic City District First Martial Arts High School, he could still hold his own at the second martial arts high school filled with commoners. You dare to hit my men? Tang Xiaojie said, his voice trembling with fear. Go get your head checked. I'm standing here letting you hit me? I won't just beat your men, I'll beat you too. Sun Wu stepped forward menacingly, ready to strike. I'm telling you, I'm from the Tang family. My older brother is Tang Xiaolong. If you dare touch me, my older brother won't let you off. Tang Xiaojia brought up his connections, hoping to intimidate Sun Wu. Although he had awakened a top-tier inheritance card and obtained a powerful natural-type fruit inheritance, he had no combat strength before reaching a certain rank, and he was used to a life of luxury. He couldn't endure the hardships of traditional martial arts, and at this moment, his combat strength was no match for Li Jianrun. Tang Xiaolong? Never heard of him. Your older brother can wait until I'm done with this. Sun Wu sneered, as he had no recollection of such a person. Before Tang Xiaojia could figure out who Hua Long was. Smack! He slapped Tang Xiaojia across the face. Tang Xiaojia was knocked spinning in place 3 times, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. My father is Tang. Tang Xiaojia covered his face, his eyes filled with anger. Smack! Another slap. My father is the school board chairman. Smack! The third slap. Tang Xiaojia was beaten until his face was swollen and bruised, too scared to speak, fearing that opening his mouth would invite another slap. Get out! Sun Wu kicked Tang Xiaojia in the butt, sending him flying. He walked straight past Lin Jingjing, who was crying so hard her tears were streaming down her face. This woman was still cunning. When Tang Xiaojia suddenly attacked, she had been a bit flustered, but when Sun Wu unleashed his full power, she instantly put on a pitiful act, hoping to catch Sun Wu's attention. In her eyes, Sun Wu was still the same man who was trying to win her back. But she never expected Sun Wu to even glance at her. He walked straight up to the escort at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. In Lin Jingjing's disbelieving gaze, he revealed his ID card. I'm Sun Wu, here to collect something. You? Hello, Mr. Sunday. The escort was also startled by Sun Wu and hurriedly handed over the gift box. He never expected that the Tiger young master had ordered such an expensive item for a student, and that the student's behavior was so reckless. If he hadn't mistaken, the one earlier was the third young master of the Tang family. Although everyone in the major families knew that this was the Tang family's illegitimate son and wasn't well regarded, he was still a member of the Tang family. If the Tang family were to take this out on him, this young student would have a tough time ahead. After all, he's still young and headstrong. But are students these days really this capable? Sun Wu took the gift box, checked the VIP gold card and Tiger Bone tonic, then left with it. The onlookers automatically made way for him. Everyone watched him with a mix of awe and respect. But once Sun Wu had left, everyone began to discuss it. Wow! Is that the VIP gold card and premium health tonic from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy belonging to Sun Wu? Is that for real? I heard that the tonic alone costs 4 million. How could he afford it? I remember Sun Wu was borrowing money from his classmates last month. Could it be for this? Tang Xiaojie, with a bruised face, got up from the ground. Seeing Sun Wu take the gift box, he was completely dumbfounded, forgetting the pain on his face. So the VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy and the Tiger Bone Health Tonic are for him? How is that possible? Tang Xiaojie's mind was in turmoil. He heard the comments around him, but he knew it couldn't be true. As a member of the Tang family, he had only ever used intermediate-grade nourishing elixir. While he could afford the money for the advanced version, the crucial point was that such items were not available on the market. More importantly, even if an ordinary person could borrow money to buy the high-grade health tonic, the VIP card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy's high-grade training room wasn't something just anyone could obtain. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall appeared to be just an ordinary martial arts school, similar to the countless others in the Magic City district. However, in reality, it should be called the Flying Tiger Gate. Before the widespread adoption of the awakening inheritance of foreign martial art, the Flying Tiger Gate had already reached the level of being able to withstand 7th-tier ferocious beasts using only their mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, making it a genuine top-tier martial art. Obtaining a VIP gold card in their advanced training room offers benefits far beyond access to the facility alone. The Tang family only has one VIP gold card, held by the eldest brother, Tang Xiaolong. He suddenly realized he might have gotten himself into trouble. Judging by Sun Wu's confident demeanor after hearing about his background, he must have some powerful connections. No, I need to go back and ask my older brother. Tang Xiaojie didn't bother with Lin Jingjing and turned to run, leaving Li Jianrun lying on the ground, weakly moaning in pain. Chapter 11, Even a Sycophant Has Rivals. On the other side, Sun Wu entered his classroom, carefully keeping his VIP gold card close to him. The gift box of Tiger Bone Tonic was too large to carry, so he had to hold it in his arms. Sun Wu's seat was in the back row by the window, the classic spot of the king. Sun Wu, you're here. Hey, what are you holding there? Before Sun Wu could even settle into his seat, a burly figure, overly muscular and slightly rounded, straddled a chair and rode over like a horse. The man was Li Yi, the former's best friend and also his creditor. The previous owner had borrowed 5 million in high-interest loans, and most of the remaining money came from this seemingly honest-looking burly fat man in front of him. This fat man was the son of the owner of a weapons store in the Magic City district. Though not from a wealthy family, he was still considered well off in the second-ranked high school of the Magic City district. As for why he had become friends with the protagonist, it was because this fat man was also a sycophant. Li Yi and the previous owner had a lot in common, and the two of them clicked instantly at school, sharing a similar background. The difference was that the previous incarnation had once been in a relationship with Lin Jingjing. Li Yi was a one-sided admirer, and the girl had never even given him a second glance. However, the fat guy is a decent person. If you asked a normal person to lend a few million star coins to a classmate, they probably wouldn't agree. Moreover, the previous incarnation had explicitly told him he wanted to buy the top-tier inheritance qualification for Lin Jingjing, and he still lent it without hesitation. Wait, this bottle looks familiar. Before Sun Wu could respond, Li Yi jumped up from his chair. What the hell? This is the premium health tonic from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Are you selling yourself to pay for this? Where did you get this? Are you going to give it to that Lin Jingjing again? Relax, someone gave it to me. Sun Wu saw his exaggerated expression but sensed the underlying concern, and a smile crept onto his face. His previous self was good for nothing, but at least he had some decent friends. Ha! Who's so generous? Why didn't anyone give me any? I'm still using that intermediate grade health tonic, and I only get 1 or 2 bottles a month. My dad wouldn't dare buy me the premium stuff. Li Yi looked astonished. Sun Wu knew most of the people he knew, and he couldn't think of anyone who would give Sun Wu such an expensive gift. Take it then. It's a gift. Consider it paying back your debt. Sun Wu was actually happy to settle the debt from his previous life. Li Yi seemed like a decent person worth getting to know better. No, I can't accept it. This is so expensive. You're getting a great deal off my debt. Keep it for yourself. I don't need it. Li Yi refused Sun Wu's offer and, to prevent him from bringing it up again, deliberately changed the subject. Let us not talk about that. What happened yesterday when you awoke? You had 2 top-tier inheritances to choose from, but you picked one that has been proven to be from a worthless world? Even if you're giving up on yourself, you can't do this. What about your military service later? Also, I'll tell you this, Luo Chang, that guy, awakened the inheritance of a Konoha ninja village Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki behind you yesterday. When he emerged from the altar, he was accompanied by the terrifying shadow of the nine-tailed fox, clearly obtaining significant combat power without even reaching your rank. It's the legendary ultimate inheritance. He even said he wants to duel you. The winner gets to continue pursuing Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu was stunned upon hearing this. Naruto Uzumaki? The prince's inheritance? And according to Li Yi, this inheritance also comes with the nine-tailed fox? Sun Wu grew increasingly curious about how this awakened inheritance was achieved. As for this guy named Luo Chang, Sun Wu also recalled him. In his previous life, he was also a persistent suitor of Lin Jingjing, and at the time, Lin Jingjing had many suitors, with Luo Chang being one of them. In the end, Lin Jingjing was so annoyed that she picked the most handsome one from the group of sycophants to use as a shield. From then on, Luo Chang harbored a deep hatred for the previous incarnation, competing with him in everything. Sigh, why do dog-like people have to make life difficult for other dog-like people? If Luo Chang hadn't provoked him, it would have been fine. But now that he's here, let him try his spiral orb against my Kamehameha wave. Before the two could continue their conversation, class began. A tall, muscular middle-aged man walked up to the podium. He was the class teacher and principal, Zhuo Yuanlong. Everyone, please quiet down. Today is the last class of high school. I will explain the precautions for the upcoming rank-up trial in 4 days. The rank-up trial is a semi-reward trial given to all newly awakened students before the college entrance exam. On the day of the trial, all of you will enter through the trial instance portals of your respective schools and be teleported into the dimensional rift. Each trial is fundamentally different, with very few instances of worlds that have appeared in previous trials. Why is it called a semi-reward trial? Because as soon as you enter the trial dungeon, you will immediately advance in rank. This means you will be a level 1 martial artist upon entry. You can then begin to defeat the ferocious beasts within the trial space. Following the rules of previous rank-up trials. Killing unranked beasts counts as 1 point, killing level 1 beasts counts as 10 points, and killing level 2 beasts counts as 1,000 points. At the end of the trial, those with the highest scores will receive greater rewards. All dungeons have unique celestial laws. If you rank among the top few, the celestial laws will directly grant you experience, allowing you to advance rapidly. This is why the inherited martial arts path advances faster than traditional ancient martial arts and is gradually becoming the mainstream. In the past, there was a genius student who broke through to the second level of martial arts directly after winning first place in the rank-up trial. Teachers hope you will also strive for excellence. Additionally, the Star Martial Arts Federation has allocated a significant amount of resources to schools participating in the rank-up trials. Rankings directly impact resource allocation among universities. The top 10 rankings grant their respective universities a portion of the Federation's resources. The top 3 receive even more, with the first place winner alone receiving 50% of the total resources. Therefore, the teachers hope you will strive to climb the rankings as high as possible. If any students can secure a spot in the top 10, the school will provide special additional rewards. However, all of this is contingent upon survival. I advise everyone to run as far as possible upon encountering a level 2. Survival is your top priority. As long as you survive the initiation trial, you will automatically advance to the first level of martial arts, giving you a better chance in the college entrance exams and a brighter future ahead. The last sentence was added by Zui Yuanlong himself. The second high school in Magic City is mostly composed of children from ordinary families. Before awakening their inheritances, these students had no access to traditional martial arts training, meaning they had no combat experience before entering the trial. Asking them to start killing beasts right away is simply too much to ask. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Class dismissed. Everyone can go home and rest up for the upcoming entry-level trial. As the homeroom teacher gave the order, the classroom once again buzzed with activity, everyone discussing the upcoming rank-up dungeon in a few days. Are you going to eat, Awu? I'll treat you to dinner at Donga. Li Yi ran over excitedly. The East Pavilion he mentioned was the restaurant owned by his dream girl, Lu Balian. Li Yi frequently visited there and had become a VIP customer. He had already treated all his friends to meals there on multiple occasions. No, I'm going to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Sun Wu picked up the Tiger Bone Tonic and planned to check out the advanced training room at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall and use the tonic while he was there. He had heard that the advanced training room had some kind of machine that worked wonders when used with the tonic. What? Going to be a punching bag again? Why don't you just quit your job? You get beaten up every day, and you don't have any magical potions like me to heal your wounds. You could always come work at my place. Don't be too proud to ask. Li Yi thought he was going back to the martial arts school for a part-time job and tried to talk him out of it. No, I'm going to use this. Sun Wu pulled out the VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Studio from his pocket. And the golden glow emanating from it stunned Li Yi's eyes. What the hell? This, where did you get this? Li Yi's eyes widened in shock. He snatched the card from Sun Wu's hand, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was real. He looked up at Sun Wu in disbelief, then back down at the card. My dad has been obsessed with this gold card and hasn't been able to bring himself to spend the money on one. Is this thing also a gift from someone else? Yeah. My goodness, you just say him without any emotion? This is the VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Li Yi looked utterly disbelieving. Could it be that there was something wrong with him? After a moment's thought, Li Yi decided to verify it. He opened his communication device and made a video call. A large head with thick eyebrows, hair, and a beard so dense they seemed to blend together, resembling a fur ball, appeared on Li Yi's communication device. Dad, a friend gave me this a VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Li Yi held the gold card up to the communication device for his father to see. The eyes peeking out from beneath the thick hair on the other side flashed with disbelief. What the hell? Who's so generous? Which noble's son is this? Should I send a thank you gift? Oh, right, can I borrow the card to play with for a couple of days? You don't know, the old man from the Anyo family next door got a silver card and has been showing it off in front of me every day. I'm going crazy. Good son, let your dad use it. You can go be a sycophant if you want, your dad won't stop you. I'll fully support you. You can even be the king of sycophants. No, Dad, I'm just kidding. This is someone else's card. I'm just using it to show off. Bye. Old man? Li Yi turned off the communication device, but it kept beeping non-stop, indicating that his dad's mood on the other end wasn't exactly great. Chapter 12, Super Saiyan Form 1. Ignoring the constant beeping and vibrations from the communication device, Li Yi looked at Sun Wu. I've decided. I'll go with you to see what it's like. I actually gave up my goddess for such vanity. I'm no longer pure. At the entrance of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Stepping back into the dojo, Sun Wu saw two familiar figures on the floor doing masonry work, holding several marble tiles and carefully aligning them one by one. Wu Gu, you're here. Ah Wu, you're here so early today? Have you finished school already? Several familiar sparring partners greeted Sun Wu as well. The favor he had done for them earlier had benefited everyone, and they all remembered it. However, they all subconsciously assumed Sun Wu was there to work as a part-time sparring partner. It wasn't he until everyone saw him heading toward the inner hall's entrance that they realized his true purpose. Wu, where are you going? We can't go into the inner hall. It's for the VIP clients of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. We outer hall sparring partners aren't allowed in there. Someone reminded him. Sun Wu turned around and smiled at him, then took out his VIP gold card and swiped it on a monitor at the entrance to the inner hall. Advanced training room, remaining usage time permanent. The electronic voice rang out, and those familiar with Sun Wu exchanged glances. Permanent? Did I hear that correctly? Does the VIP Gold card even have a permanent option? I thought the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy didn't sell permanent access to the advanced training room to the public? There was a rich kid whose family was connected to the federal military zone who wanted to buy a permanent one, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he only managed to buy a one-year membership. A few sparring partners watched Sun Wu's back as he entered the inner hall, chatting among themselves. Permanent VIP? Wow. Chen brothers, who were repairing the floor, heard the surrounding discussions and sucked in a breath of cold air. The two exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Chen Ming cautiously leaned toward Chen Ye's ear. Brother, did we offend some big shot? Shut up. Get back to work. Chen Yi snapped harshly. He was panicking inside, but as the older brother, he had to stay calm. Who the hell is this Sun Wu? Chen Yi sighed inwardly. Sun Wu had been working as a sparring partner with them for 2 or 3 years. Besides glancing at his girlfriend once who was indeed stunningly beautiful, he was no different from the rest of them, just another commoner. With such a background, why come here to be a sparring partner? If he had known, he would have never dared to provoke him, even if it meant getting beaten to death. Now he has not only been beaten up, but he also has to compensate the martial arts school for the damages. If Sun Wu takes a liking to him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and his movements slowed down. Hurry up! Stop dawdling. Do you want to be sold to the Dimensional Exploration Team? The overseer's voice echoed from behind, startling Chen Yi, who immediately sped up. At the same time, Sun Wu entered the inner hall through the connecting passage. The interior of the inner hall was more luxurious than the outer hall by several grades. The walls on both sides of the corridor were adorned with various paintings by famous artists, the floor was covered with soft carpets, and the air was filled with the faint scent of incense. A row of beautiful women dressed in cheongsam stood at the entrance, ready to greet guests. Upon seeing Sun Wu, one of the women approached him. Good evening, sir. May I assist you? I'm here to use the premium martial arts training room. Sun Wu presented his VIP gold card. Certainly, please follow me. The woman led Sun Wu to a special room. The exterior of the room still exuded an antique charm. Inside, however, it was equipped with state-of-the-art high-tech devices. Combat strength meters, energy intensity testers, gravity training devices, cell activation and fatigue recovery chambers. Sun Wu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never seen such things before, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. You may use any of these devices at your discretion. The operating instructions are provided via intelligent guidance. If you need any assistance, please feel free to call me at any time. The beautiful woman finished speaking, bowed slightly, and stepped back out. After the woman closed the door, Sun Wu walked over to the combat strength tester and decided to test his current strength first. He took a deep breath and punched forward with all his might. Boom! The force gauge displayed a number that fluctuated before settling at energy intensity 998. The system had assigned him a combat power of 1000 points, which was the energy intensity measured in this world. In this world, everyone else's combat power had to be calculated by combining 4 dimensions and estimating it using the strength gauge. Sun Wu was not surprised by this result. If the system had directly provided him with a specific value, he was certain that the 2-point error must be due to the machine. He walked over to the energy intensity tester nearby, a device specifically designed to measure the strength of energy waves and elemental attacks. Turtle. Style. She. Gong. Standing firmly in the testing area, Sun Wu clasped his hands together and placed them behind his back, gathering energy into his palms. A ball of energy began to form between his fingers, and energy slowly gathered throughout his body, nurturing a surge of power within. Boom! A blue-white light wave shot forward, colliding with the energy tester in front of him. The numbers on the energy tester fluctuated wildly before settling at 1996. A 2-fold increase in combat power? Sun Wu was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Kamehameha wave to be so powerful. According to the original settings, the power of the Kamehameha wave depends on the user's key strength, and there doesn't seem to be a fixed multiplier for the increase. It seems that the Kamehameha wave in this world has been optimized by the system, making it even more powerful. He then tested other skills like the world shaking palm one by one, but none of them could match the intensity of the Kamehameha wave. Next, he experienced the gravity training device and the cell activation fatigue recovery chamber. The gravity training device can adjust the gravity multiplier. Sun Wu tried 10x gravity and felt like he was carrying a small mountain on his back, making his movement sluggish. This thing is pretty good for physical training. In the original story, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also frequently used gravity chambers for training, but he recalled that Sun Wukong had already achieved the terrifying figure of 100 times gravity on his way to Namek. Of course, the gravity device in this training room can only reach up to 30 times gravity, which can't compare to the technology in Dragon Ball. The cell activation and fatigue recovery chamber, on the other hand, could accelerate physical recovery, eliminate fatigue, and repair minor injuries while speeding up wound healing. Sun Wu lay inside to experience it, feeling warm all over and incredibly comfortable. However, since he wasn't injured, he didn't notice much of a difference, feeling a bit like a wild boar eating fine grains. They say the most valuable thing in here is this gadget? After trying all the equipment, Sun Woo took out the tiger bone nourishing elixir. This was the highlight of the day. Opening the bottle, a peculiar scent wafted toward him. It gave Sun Woo the feeling of facing a fierce beast, as if a tiger were emanating its scent right before him. Then came the strange medicinal fragrance. Sun Woo tilted his head back and drank the tonic in one gulp. A surge of heat rose from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Sun Woo felt his entire body grow hot, his skin turning bright red, as if it were about to catch fire. The sensation of every cell in his body tearing and growing, akin to the feeling of advancing to a higher level, returned once more. Sun Woo felt his muscles throughout his body rejoicing, absorbing the medicinal power. However, what followed was a terrifying tiger-shaped illusion flashing through his mind, relentlessly assaulting his mental defenses. What's going on? No one mentioned that drinking this potion would cause this. Sun Woo was puzzled. Perhaps his lack of experience was to blame. This tiger bone tonic must have some precautions he was unaware of, as he was a complete novice in such matters. Lu Xiaohu was really thoughtless. He didn't even provide an instruction manual, leaving him to suffer like this first. Sun Woo wasn't too worried, though. The tiger-shaped spiritual shadow was indeed affecting him, but it hadn't caused any actual harm, just a slight discomfort. However, his mind and body seemed to be growing stronger under this impact. Detected external energy, synchronization successful. Experience points plus 300. Name, Sun Woo. Realm, Martial Arts Level 1. Upgrade experience points 305-1000. Overall combat power 1000. Saiyan S cell count 1000. Battle points 180. What is going on here? The system suddenly appeared, converting the potion's effects directly into experience points. At the same time, the discomfort on Sun Woo's body vanished. The system really cares about me, huh? I didn't expect this tiger bone nourishing elixir to be so potent. It just added 300 experience points? If I drink a few more bottles, won't I directly reach the second level of martial arts? Your spirit participated in a thrilling battle. Reward obtained, Super Saiyan Form 1 experience 1 time. Chapter 13, Wu Ifeng. Sun Woo was stunned. He never expected that simply drinking a potion would grant him a Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card, thinking it would only boost his experience by a few hundred points and save him a battle. The battle thrill system, so that's what it meant. Does that mean fighting with the ladies counts too? After all, it's still a battle, and it's fun. Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he immediately opened the system to check. Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card. Obtain the Super Saiyan Form 1 transformation, boosting overall combat power by 50 times. Consumes 100 units of Saiyan S cells per minute. Automatically deactivates when Saiyan S cells are depleted. Once activated, cannot be paused. Transformation can be ended manually. Upon seeing this description, Sun Woo couldn't wait to use the trial card. But he ultimately resisted the urge. With this Super Saiyan trial card in hand, the upcoming rank up trials would be a piece of cake, right? With a 50x boost, his current base combat power is 1000, and using this Super Saiyan trial card would instantly boost it to 50,000 combat power. 50,000 combat power. For ordinary inherited martial artists, a combat power of 150 at the first level of martial arts is already considered top tier. Li Jianrun, whom he had easily defeated earlier, was at this level. After breaking through a martial arts rank, those with good talent can see a 5 to 10 times increase in combat power compared to the previous rank. Even so, the combat power of a second-level martial artist tops out at around 1,500. With 50,000 combat power, he is on par with the top-tier third-level martial artists and can even go up against some weaker fourth-level martial artists. It all depends on who dares to provoke him. Of course, it's best to conserve resources whenever possible, as each minute consumes 100 S cells. His current S cell reserves can only sustain him for 10 minutes, and once depleted, his long-held hope of permanently transforming into a Super Saiyan would be postponed again. It's like draining the pond to catch fish. There's a difference between enjoying it once and enjoying it every time. Having obtained a huge trump card, Sun Woo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a massive explosion echoed from outside the door. Sun Woo immediately stepped out of the room to investigate. He saw that the once traditional courtyard was now filled with groups of people facing off, bows and crossbows drawn. A person lay motionless on a shattered rockery, which had been blown up moments earlier. When Sun Woo recognized the person, his expression turned cold. The man lying on the rockery was none other than Li Yi. At that moment, Li Yi was covered in burn wounds, his clothes charred black, exposing large patches of raw flesh. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he propped himself up with one hand on the rockery, struggling to move his body. Across from Li Yi stood 3 men. The leader wore a white suit, an electronic cigarette dangling from his lips, and he smirked at Li Yi with disdain. He had his arm around a woman who looked very familiar. Sun Wu thought for a moment before realizing who she was. Wasn't this the goddess Li Yi had been secretly infatuated with, the daughter of the owner of the Donga restaurant, Lu Balian? At that moment, Lu Balian was tightly bound by a high-tech metal rope, her mouth covered by an electronic mask, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Spit! The man holding Lu Balian spat at Li Yi. Who do you think you are? Trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you even deserve it? He reached out and touched Lu Balian's fair cheek. This little beauty is quite nice, fair and tender. She's much prettier than the one from the Cherry Blossom District University I played with last time. No wonder someone would dare to get involved with me for you. Li, seeing this, his eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, shouted, "Stop it." He struggled to get up and fight back, but saw the two henchmen on either side step forward, one on the left and one on the right, easily subduing Li, whose eyes were bloodshot, and pinning him down. Ha ha! So this little beauty is your mistress? But she looks like a rookie to me. Oh, I see. You're a lapdog, aren't you? Well, how about this? Let me have my fun first, and then I'll let you have your turn. Wu Weifeng laughed, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Forget it. How could I give you something I used? Just dispose of him. He raised his foot, aiming to kick Li Yi in the groin while he was unable to move. Boom! At that moment, a hand appeared between the group, blocking the fatal kick. With two swift punches, he sent the two men holding Li Yi flying. Humph! Wu Weifeng stepped back, sizing up the suddenly appeared Sun Wu. Another fool coming to die? Ah! Wu Li Yi struggled to stand up but collapsed back down, too weak to rise. Rest first. Sun Wu patted Li Yi on the shoulder, channeling a burst of energy into his body to stabilize his injuries. Wu Weifeng wore a mocking smile on his face, as if he had seen something amusing. What? You want to play too? He grabbed Lu Balian's hand and lifted her into the air with one arm. Kid, I see you're from the VIP section. Let me give you some advice. I'm Wu Weifeng. Don't cause trouble for your family. Wu Weifeng? Never heard of him. Sun Wu didn't take it seriously and was about to move in to take him down, but was held back by Li Yi, who was sitting down. Oh Wu, don't. Li Yi had heard that name earlier, and his pupils contracted in despair. This Wu Weifeng was a graduate of the first class of the Magic City's top martial arts academy and had already enrolled in the Star Martial Arts Federation University. His uncle, Wu Shan, was a war general of the military division in Magic City, with a martial arts rank of level 6, and possessed a terrifying inherited ability. Wu Shan's inherited ability template was named the third captain of the world's strongest pirate crew, Diamond Jozu, the user of the Shining Fruit ability. This inherited ability grants unimaginable defensive power, allowing Wu Shan to hold the rank of general despite being only at the third realm of martial arts level 6. It is important to note that generals in the Magic City Military District are required to have at least 7th level martial arts prowess and be in the upper 3 realms to qualify for the position. Under Wu Shan's influence, the Wu family, which had been deeply rooted in the Magic Capital District for over a century, flourished even more. Officials, military officers, and key figures from all walks of life in the district had connections to the Wu family, making them one of the de facto rulers of the Magic Capital District. Earlier, when Li Yi saw Lu Balian being dragged into a room, he didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Now that he knew the identity of the person, he realized that he was none other than Wu Weifeng of the Wu family. He felt immense pain in his heart. The woman he loved was about to be dishonored, yet he was powerless to stop it, and even dared not continue resisting. He knew that resisting the other party's power would be futile and might even endanger his family and parents. Though filled with resentment, he could only hold back his brother to stop him from doing something foolish. Ah Wu, don't go. He is from the Wu family. His father is a 6th level martial artist, and the Wu family is extremely powerful. We can't afford to provoke them. Li Yi bit his lip until it bled, turned away from the woman being held aloft, and forced himself to speak, clutching Sun Wu's arm tightly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Sun Wu smiled faintly, took Li Yi's hand, and continued to face Wu Weifeng. Chapter 14, Lu Hu steps in. The Wu family? Is a 6th rank martial artist really that powerful? If you piss him off, just go out and fight him. Now he has an experience card for Super Saiyan Form 1. He'll risk his life and go out to fight all the students at the martial arts school. At least he'll get thousands or even tens of thousands of combat points, enough to level up to martial arts level 3 or 4. Then he could use the Super Saiyan experience card, combined with the Kamehameha technique to boost his current attack power by 200%, and no matter what level they are, he'll wipe them all out. Besides, the one in front of him isn't even Wu Shan himself, it's just his nephew. Why think so much? Seeing Sun Wu determined to stand up for Li Yi, Wu Weifeng was also slightly taken aback. Even after he revealed his family background, Hugh dared to confront the Wu family in the Magic City District. Seeing that Sun Wu had just come out of the VIP advanced training room, I wonder which family he belongs to. However, regardless of which family he belongs to, in the Magic City District, aside from a few elderly martial arts masters at the 7th rank, this place is under the Wu family's control. If anyone dared to provoke him, a lesson would teach them a lesson. Wu Weifeng signaled his 2 disheveled henchmen to carry Lu Balian. He cracked his neck, stretched his limbs, and took a step forward. Suddenly, countless blood vessels burst around his eyes, and his eyes turned pure white. Kid, which family are you from? I've never seen you before. Are you really willing to antagonize the Wu family over this girl? Sun Wu recognized him immediately. This Wu Weifeng was using the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan in Naruto, though he didn't know whose template it was. Encountering a powerful enemy, victory grants 1,500 combat points. Sun Wu's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected this spoiled brat to be so powerful. Clearly, he was a combatant of at least upper mid-tier level 2 in martial arts. However, he had the residual image fist to maneuver and the Kamehameha wave with doubled attack power, so he wasn't without a chance. If all else fails, I'll just use the Super Saiyan experience card and go all out. Stop. Just then, a loud shout interrupted the tense standoff between the two. Lu Hu, dressed in a red training uniform, appeared between the two. Master Lu? Wu Weifeng, seeing Lu Hu, reined in his arrogant demeanor and put on a smile. What brings you here? Lu Hu ignored Wu Weifeng and turned to Sun Wu, his eyes gleaming with a hint of urgency. Young man, were you the one in that advanced training room just now? Yes, what's the matter? Sun Wu asked innocently. Nothing. We'll discuss this later. Are you okay? I'm fine. Sun Wu waved his hand dismissively. He could tell this fight wasn't going to happen. This Lu Hu must have come to mediate. Wu Weifeng saw that Lu Hu was speaking so politely to Sun Wu and was taken aback. Is there such a person in the Magic City district? Who is this kid? How did he manage to get Lu Hu to be so polite? Though he was arrogant, he knew when to hold back. Earlier, when Sun Wu came out, he had observed him as well. Although he was from a high-level martial arts dojo, there was nothing remarkable about his attire. There was no information about this person in his memory, so out of caution, he reminded the other party of his own identity. However, this person had no idea about the Wu family, which was highly unlikely. How many people come to the Magic City district without knowing the local powerhouses? But Lu Hu was being so polite to him, which truly puzzled him. Although the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall had fallen into decline, the Flying Tiger sect had once been incredibly prosperous. Even now, with only a martial arts hall remaining, the head of the Flying Tiger sect, Lu Zhinshan, who is also the hallmaster, is still a 7th-level martial arts master in the upper 3rd realm. Although the Wu family is powerful, they dare not easily offend the Flying Tiger sect. This was also why Wu Weifeng was spending time at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall, hoping to use this opportunity to get closer to and win over Lu Zhinshan, the master of the Flying Tiger sect. Lu Hu turned to Wu Weifeng with a cold tone. Wu Weifeng, this is the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. I don't care what you do outside, but you can't do this here. Master Lu, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, Wu Weifeng hurriedly explained. I was just planning to spar with this brother, there's no other intention, haha. Practice? Lu Hu sneered. Do you think I'm blind? Practice requires tying someone up? He pointed at Lu Balian, who was being held by Wu Weifeng's 2 servants. Wu Weifeng's face froze. He hadn't expected Lu Hu to be so disrespectful. Master Lu, my uncle is Wu Shan. Please consider. Wu Shan. Lu Hu frowned. Even if Wu Shan comes, he must follow the rules of my Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Wu Weifeng's face turned ashen with anger, but he dared not act on it. He knew that if things escalated, his uncle wouldn't risk straining relations with the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall for him. Wu Weifeng clenched his teeth and signaled his men to release Lu Balian. As the ropes were untied, Lu Balian rushed over to help Li Yi to his feet. Li Yi, are you okay? Lu Balian looked at the injuries on Li Yi's body, feeling a pang of sympathy for some reason. I'm fine, Li Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with relief. Who would have thought that things would take such a sudden turn for the better? Wu Weifeng glanced at the others, a flash of hatred flickering in his eyes. However, with Lu Hu present, he suppressed the emotion deeply. Wu Weifeng flung his sleeves aside and left the martial arts hall with his 2 servants, looking dejected. Sun Wu noticed the look in Wu Yifan's eyes as he left and knew that he was up to no good. He could only keep an eye on him and wait until he emerged from the rank-up trial to settle the score. I have some matters to attend to. Could you please take Li Yi to the hospital? Sun Wu gave his good brother a helping hand, and as Li Yi thanked him, he limped toward the hospital, half his body leaning on Lu Balian. Sun Xiaoxiong, let's talk somewhere else. Lu Hu instructed the attendant to repair the damaged rockery and clean up, then led Sun Wu to a quiet courtyard within the inner courtyard. Please sit down, Sun Xiao. Lu Hu didn't hesitate, sitting down on a stool next to a stone table in the courtyard. Lu Hu looked at Sun Wu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sun Xiaoxiong, did you test your energy strength in the advanced martial arts room earlier? Yes, Sun Wu admitted. Was that 1996 figure you achieved? Lu Hu asked. Yes. You haven't participated in the rank-up trial yet, have you? No, I still have 4 days before I participate in this round of the rank advancement trials. Sun Wu nodded. Lu Hu heard this, though he had already known it earlier, but hearing Sun Wu say it himself still left him slightly stunned. An attack with an energy intensity as high as 1996 without having advanced to the next rank? In the past, he would have dismissed it as impossible. But now he had just seen the data himself, and his strength gauge couldn't be tampered with. After all, even the top prodigies at the second rank of martial arts were estimated to have only this level of energy intensity. The gap between each level in martial arts is like an insurmountable chasm, with a 5 to 10-fold difference between each level, a gap that is not easily bridged. He had never heard of such a thing before. Young man, could you show me? Chapter 15, he gave way too much. Lu Hu led Sun Wu back to the advanced training room they had been in earlier. Sun Wu once again stood before the energy testing device. The energy throughout his body began to converge toward his palms as he assumed the starting posture of the Kamehameha wave. A ball of energy began to form in Sun Wu's hands. This could be Xie. Lu Hu was secretly startled, but then his heart filled with joy. The Flying Tiger Gate had always focused on traditional ancient martial arts. However, with the arrival of the dimensional rift, the practice of martial arts began to flourish, leading to the inevitable decline of traditional martial arts. Traditional ancient martial arts, due to the physical limitations of the human body, reached their peak at the 7th level of martial arts cultivation. In contrast, the inherited martial arts, under the mysterious rules of various dimensional spaces, made breaking through realms particularly easy. Traditional martial arts took centuries to reach the 7th level. In contrast, the inherited martial arts may achieve the 7th level after experiencing a dozen or more dimensional instances, with the time required being only 1/10 of that of traditional martial arts. His father, Lu Zhinshan, was once the most talented disciple of the Flying Tiger Gate, yet it took him nearly 70 years to reach the 7th level of martial arts. However, that was the limit of his abilities. The strength of the physical body ultimately has its limits. Although his father later entered the dimensional realm and obtained the inheritance of a pirate rubber man, due to his age and inability to adapt to the advanced training methods of the inherited martial arts, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 6th level of martial arts. Moreover, the rubber man inheritance could only be used as an auxiliary or surprise tactic and could not sway the outcome of a battle. As a result, the Flying Tiger Gate and various traditional martial arts schools have been searching for a way to break through the limits of ancient martial arts. Decades ago, a genius heir from an ancient martial arts sect revealed that based on the unique energy patterns he discovered within the dimensional martial arts inheritance, ancient martial arts should still have room for improvement. An energy known as Qi was proposed, which is a form of energy deeply embedded within the body and present everywhere. However, while its existence was known, no one had been able to systematically uncover its methods of utilization. Originally, Lu Hu had thought Sun Wu was just a genius and was considering taking him as a disciple, but today he directly witnessed a mature method of Qi circulation. Boom! As Lu Hu pondered, a blue-white energy wave erupted from Sun Wu's palm, striking the energy testing device. Energy intensity, 2000. The numbers froze on the display, exactly twice Sun Wu's combat power, with no deviation like last time. Even with prior preparation, Lu Hu was still astonished by the figure. He never imagined that Sun Wu could achieve such a level with such an effortless strike. Sun Xiaoxiong, did you use Qi in that move just now? How did you acquire that ability? Lu Hu couldn't help but ask. Ha? You know about Qi? It's part of my inheritance template, Sun Wu replied unexpectedly. This world isn't supposed to look down on the Dragon Ball world? How could someone know about Qi? There was no such knowledge in his previous memories. Inheritance? Lu Hu was taken aback. He had heard of the 120th dimension, but wasn't it said that the inheritances produced there were weak? Judging from Sun Wu's previous afterimage, his current Kamehameha wave, and the terrifying combat strength he achieved without even reaching a rank, this was definitely a top-tier inheritance. The most extraordinary inheritance before was supposedly the god of the ninja world Senju Hashirama. The one who inherited the template demonstrated unparalleled strength without even ranking, and it was said his recovery speed far surpassed ordinary people, allowing him to match a martial arts expert of the first rank upon ranking. But it still pales in comparison to Sun Wu's absurd combat strength. Young Sun, would you be interested in joining our Flying Tiger Gate? Flying Tiger Gate? Isn't that the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall? Lu Hu, noticing Sun Wu's confusion, proceeded to explain the history of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall, as well as the current state of traditional martial arts and their awkward predicament. Sun Wu was taken aback. The relationship between a martial arts sect and a martial arts school was something he, as a newcomer, was not privy to. Young brother, if you join our Flying Tiger Gate, we will provide you with a bottle of tiger bone tonic every month. And if you're willing, please teach us how to use Qi. In exchange, the Flying Tiger Gate is willing to share our clan's secret technique, the Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist technique, along with 2 million star coins. Seeing that Sun Wu didn't respond, Lu Hu hurriedly added. How much? Sun Wu was still processing the information about the ancient martial arts sect he had just heard, but Lu Hu was already rushing to make his offer. 20 million star coins? One bottle of Tiger Bone Health Elixir costing 4 million per month? How could he refuse? As for joining the Flying Tiger Gate, he didn't really care. Judging by how cautious Wu Weifeng had been earlier, the Flying Tiger sect wasn't an ordinary organization either. With Wu Weifeng having a 6th-level martial arts master as his backer and such a large family, they dared not act too recklessly. Clearly, the Flying Tiger sect was currently a powerful ally for him. Though he wasn't afraid of those people, aligning himself with them now could spare him a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for teaching him how to use the chi, that's no big deal. It's a risk-free deal, all profit. Young man, exchanging such a precious chi cultivation technique for our secret techniques is indeed a loss for our school. Here's the deal, we'll cover all your resources from now until you graduate from the martial arts university, and every time you participate in a trial dungeon raid, the Flying Tiger sect will provide you with a return stone. What do you think? Seeing that Sun Wu didn't respond, Lu Hu poured out a string of benefits like beans from a bamboo tube. Sun Wu was truly stunned. The resources from the martial arts university over the years were nothing to write home about, especially compared to the previous 2 million star coins. However, the return stones were a different matter. The return stone was a rare item from a mysterious dimensional realm. In the trial space, if you encountered danger, simply shattering it would grant temporary invincibility and allow you to escape directly from the dimensional realm. The cost was that all rewards obtained within the trial realm would be left behind. Though the benefits are lost, it is a life-saving item. Additionally, it is extremely rare, and whenever it appears, it is immediately snapped up by major factions, leaving little to no chance for smaller families or commoners. It's extremely rare on the market, and even spending millions might not guarantee you one. Deal. Sun Wu no longer hesitated, he had already offered far too much. Looking at Lu Hu's expression, it seemed like if he didn't agree now, Lu Hu would give up. He must have reached his limit. However, the fact that he had gained so many valuable items in just a moment of hesitation was still quite satisfying. Seeing Sun Wu agree, Lu Hu also sighed in relief. The Flying Tiger Gate still looked presentable on the surface, though his father, Lu Jinshan, with his 7th-level martial arts prowess, could still suppress some minor troublemakers. However, the major families in the Magic City district had long coveted the secret elixir passed down through the Fei Humen lineage. The formula and production method for the Tiger Bone Nourishing Elixir were like a golden goose that laid eggs. Wu Shan of the Wu family had already reached the peak of the 6th-level martial arts realm, and with the ability of those peculiar glowing fruits, he could fight against a 7th-level martial artist without losing. Recently, it was heard that he had also mastered the unique armed color aura within the lineage, further enhancing his strength. He is likely not far from reaching the 7th rank of martial arts. If Wu Shan breaks through, given the Wu family's nature, Wu Weifeng won't just come to flatter him. Currently, his father is not proficient in the inherited martial arts, so he can only hope that ancient martial arts will advance further. Now that he has a method to cultivate chi, he has finally resolved his greatest concern. As for some resources and money, there will be more to earn in the future, and investing in such a talented prodigy will not be a loss. Sun Wu and Lu Hu agreed to discuss the details of teaching chi later, and both parties were delighted. They then returned to their rented rooms. You have received a transfer of 20 million star coins. Current balance, 20,130,200. Chapter 16, High Interest Loan Collectors Come Calling. Looking at the account balance displayed on the communication device, Sun Wu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Lu Hu had already transferred 2 million star coins directly to him. The entire Flying Tiger Gate was so generous. He still couldn't figure out why that Lu Xiuhu had given him a VIP gold card and a bottle of Tiger Bone Tonic. After all, it was just a minor misunderstanding, and the Flying Tiger clan was such a powerful organization, why would they care about the feelings of a lowly unranked student like him? He decided not to dwell on these unanswerable questions. Now that he had joined the Flying Tiger Gate, he would have plenty of opportunities to ask Lu Xiuhu later. Now that he has money, Sun Wu is thinking about whether to pay back the high-interest loan from his previous life. Before, when he was broke, he had planned to just default on it. Now that he has so much money so easily, he might as well pay it off and be done with it. Better safe than sorry. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted Sun Wu's thoughts. Sun Wu froze. This place was mostly deserted, and no one usually came knocking. In his previous life, only Li Yi and Lin Jingjing knew where he lived. At this hour, Li Yi was probably still at the hospital. Could it be Lin Jingjing? What was she doing here? Had she discovered that her ex-boyfriend was now a wealthy bachelor and wanted to come back? Sun Wu walked over to open the door, but the scene outside left him momentarily speechless. Standing outside was indeed Lin Jingjing, but she was surrounded by 5 burly men covered in tattoos. Sun Wu couldn't make sense of the situation at first. You're Sun Wu, right? The bald-headed leader spoke up, not waiting for Sun Wu to respond before continuing. The 120th dimension you chose upon awakening is a trash inheritance. The company has activated its risk control measures and believes you are unable to repay this 5 million debt. To prevent you from dying in the trial space, we need to recover the loan in advance. Including the interest for the past 2 weeks, we'll charge you 6 million star coins. Hand over the money. Sun Woo hadn't expected that just as he was thinking about resolving the loan issue, these people would show up. But something felt off. Why was Lin Jingjing with them? Oh. Alright, can I transfer the money? Sun Woo asked. Do you not have the money? If not, we'll activate the emergency plan. The bald-headed man, who hadn't expected Sun Woo to offer to repay the debt, only realized what Sun Woo had said halfway through his sentence. You have money to repay the debt? The bald man looked completely confused. Yes, what is the problem? What is the transfer account number? No, do you have money to repay the debt? That's not right. The bald-headed man was completely confused. They were from a loan company in Shanghai, and according to their superiors, Sun Woo wasn't supposed to be a poor guy, was he? Where did he get the money to pay back the debt? When the general manager saw Sun Woo coming to take out a loan, he was accompanied by a delicate-looking Lin Jingjing. They thought they could lend him the money, and if he couldn't repay it, they could just take Lin Jingjing as collateral, have the boss enjoy her, and then send her to the subordinates' pleasure club as the top performer. The money earned afterward would definitely be more than 5 million. If it weren't for Lin Jingjing being there, Sun Woo, being a penniless loser, wouldn't have been able to secure a loan of 5 million star coins. Today, they first went to capture Lin Jingjing and planned to go to Sun Woo's place as a formality. Why isn't Sun Woo playing by the rules? Wait a minute, are you sure you want to repay the debt? What about the 6 million? The bald-headed thug asked again, confused. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. The boss had explicitly ordered that Lin Jingjing was to accompany him tonight. Of course. Isn't repaying a debt the natural thing to do? Sun Woo was puzzled. This debt collector was so easy to deal with? How was this different from his previous memories? It seemed like he didn't want to repay the debt himself. When his previous self had borrowed the money, the company had been full of thugs who looked like they wanted to eat him alive. No. How can you pay back the money? Where did you get the money? The bald man grew anxious. The manager had already guaranteed everything to the boss, and they had all heard the manager's phone call. If they couldn't resolve this now, they'd be torn to pieces by the manager when they returned. I don't care where you got the money. Just give me the account number, and I'll transfer 6 million to you. Sun Woo furrowed his brows. No way. The price has gone up. The interest is now 10 million. The bald man, seeing that he couldn't complete the manager's task, demanded an exorbitant amount. Sun Woo's brows furrowed even more. He did have the money earlier. When they said 1 million in interest, he had agreed, since it was a loan from his predecessor, and he considered it his own. An extra million was just an extra million. But this sudden, unreasonable price hike was unacceptable. Did they think his money grew on trees? 10 million? Are you robbing me? I absolutely refuse to pay that. 6 million, take it or leave it. Sun Woo looked at the bald man, feeling frustrated. He had originally wanted to resolve the issue amicably, but instead they were extorting him. I never thought I'd end up being the bad guy. Sigh. Anger gathered in his hands, ready to act if the bald man made a move. But to his surprise, the bald man seemed to have heard some good news. Alright, you don't have to pay it back. We're taking Lin Jingjing with us. The bald man turned around with a delighted expression, signaling to several thugs to carry Lin Jingjing away. Sun Woo. Save me! Lin Jingjing struggled free from the man and threw herself at Sun Woo's feet. She clung to Sun Woo's leg and hid behind him. I'm sorry, Sun Woo, please save me. I'll be good to you. I'll never get angry with you again. Please help me. I don't want to be sold to the Extreme Pleasure Club. Lin Jingjing cried, tears streaming down her face, no longer the sharp-witted girl she once was, as if she had been utterly terrified. Lin Jingjing was now filled with terror. After dumping Sun Woo, she had used her best friend to connect with Tang Xiaojie. She had planned to use Tang Xiaojie as a sugar daddy, hoping to use him as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. But Tang Xiaojie turned out to be a monster. After encountering Sun Woo at the school gate, he stopped pretending. He had previously acted like other suitors, but now he was openly leading his henchmen around the school to establish his territory and even threatened to have her beaten up by his men. With no other option, she had to hide in a house outside the school, only to be tracked down by loan company enforcers. On the way to Sun Woo's place, she overheard their conversation. They had set their sights on her from the start and planned to sell her to the Extreme Pleasure Club. The Extreme Pleasure Club is a notorious red light district in the Magic City area, a favorite spot for wealthy families to seek pleasure. Due to their powerful connections, all sorts of perverted individuals frequent the club to torture women. If she were to end up there, she might not survive until next month. At that moment, Lin Jingjing had completely lost her former resolve and was utterly despairing. She never expected Sun Woo to be able to come up with the money to pay off the debt. Instantly, Lin Jingjing clung to Sun Woo's leg as if he were her lifeline. Sun Woo looked down at Lin Jingjing clinging to his leg, feeling no emotion whatsoever. This woman sure changes her face quickly. Earlier, in front of her former self, she had acted as if to say, "Don't bother me," but now she knew to cry? Why didn't she do this earlier? But her figure is quite nice. At that moment, Lin Jingjing clung tightly to his thigh, her two soft breasts flattened against him, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin from the collar. Maybe taking her as a mistress wouldn't be so bad? Sun Wu recalled that his predecessor had never touched this woman before, had he? Chapter 17, Take Off Your Clothes. This woman must have been trying to keep herself pure to catch a better man, staying chaste all this time, maybe just holding hands with her previous incarnation. But what was that strange collar around her neck? From a distance, she had thought it was a necklace Lin Jingjing was wearing, but now that she was closer, it looked more like a metal collar. Kid, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Don't push your luck. The bald-headed thug's expression darkened. This woman, we're taking her today. If you dare to stop us, do you think we'll spare you? Our Extreme Pleasure Club also takes men, and you look pretty handsome. There might be some wealthy men who'd like your butt. Before Sun Wu could respond, the bald-headed man grew impatient. Sun Wu hadn't decided yet whether to save Lin Jingjing, but upon hearing the man's words, his expression turned cold. What the hell? Can I just let this slide? They're eyeing my butt? This man has already chosen his own death. Oh? Sun Wu curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. How do you plan to deal with me? Attack him. The bald-headed man roared, waving his hand to signal his henchmen. Take this kid back and sell him to Wang Po to be made into a rabbit god. Several burly men grinned savagely and charged towards Sun Wu. Battle detected. Current opponent's combat power is 30 points. Victory will grant 30 combat points. Battle detected. Current opponent's combat power is 28 points. Victory will grant 28 combat points. The system alerts sounded one after another. Sun Wu sneered inwardly. Is that all? A bunch of weaklings dare to act so brazenly in front of me? Combined, they couldn't even reach 100 combat power. He didn't even bother to move a muscle, simply swinging his fist forward. Boom! 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 Several dull thuds echoed as the burly men flew backward like sandbags, crashing into the wall and sliding to the ground. Each of them clutched their stomachs, curling up into shrimp-like shapes, wailing in pain. What? The bald-headed man was stunned. He never expected Sun Wu to be this powerful. His men, though not experts, had at least undergone some training. How could they be so easily defeated by this student, as if they were made of paper? Now it's your turn. Sun Wu slowly advanced toward the bald-headed man. The bald-headed man felt a chill run down his spine. He spoke with a trembling voice, "Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, the Extreme Joy Club is owned by the Jean family. If you dare touch me, our boss won't let you off." The Jean family? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow. Never heard of them. As a former nobody, he didn't even know the Wu family, let alone the Jean family. However, given the Wu family's previous influence, if they had already offended the Wu family, the biggest local powerhouse, they wouldn't hesitate to take on the Jean family either. You. The bald-headed man was so angry he was trembling all over. This kid, is he really that stupid, or is he just pretending? In the Magic City district, there is actually someone who doesn't know the Jean family? Apart from the Wu family, his Jean family was the largest power in the area, and the black market in the entire Magic City district was largely controlled by his Jean family. Slap! Before the big man could react, Sun Wu pushed aside Lin Jingjing, stood up, and slapped the bald man across the face. The bald man was knocked spinning in place 3 times, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. A strange object flew out of his hand as he spun. Your mouth is too foul. You dared to covet my butt. This slap will teach you a lesson. Smack! Another even harder slap followed, sending 2 or 3 more teeth flying. The big man was knocked several meters away. This slap is for breaking your promise. I already paid you back, yet you dare to extort me? Am I supposed to be bullied just because I'm a law-abiding citizen? Smack! Another slap sent the bald man, who had been knocked to the ground, flying back up to his feet. This slap is for you for kidnapping a woman. You're no good. I'll teach you a lesson for your mother. Slap! Another slap sent the bald man flying, his mouth now empty of teeth. I can't think of a reason for this one. Go home and figure it out yourself. After a few more slaps, the bald man was gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. Sun Wu was starting to enjoy the feeling of hitting people and specifically targeting their faces. Previously, when he had slapped Tang Xiaojie, it had felt like a casual act, but now, hitting the bald man felt like spinning a top, quite thrilling. The others, seeing the bald man beaten to the brink of death, were terrified and about to flee. What have you come here? Take this bald man with you. Here's 5 million. Transfer it to your account and get out of here. The burly men scrambled to their feet, helping the bald man up, and fled as quickly as they could. What is this thing? After the others left, Sun Wu picked up the object the bald man had thrown earlier and examined it closely. The object had a small screen with several buttons, but no text explanations. Sun Wu pressed one of the buttons out of curiosity, but nothing happened. He pressed another button. At that moment, a soft moan came from behind him. Sun Wu turned around and saw Lin Jingjing collapsed weakly by the door, her face flushed and breathing heavily. Her lips were slightly parted, and saliva was trickling out of the corner of her mouth. Sun Wu blinked and looked at the object in his hand. This? Could it be the legendary remote control? Did this woman bring her own toy? And the remote control was stolen? Is she playing around like this? Sun Wu, don't press it. That's the remote control for the electric collar they put on me. Lin Jingjing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, trembling slightly. Oh, it's for the electric shock. I thought it was something else. Sun Wu quickly let go of the button. He thought for a moment and pressed it again. Lin Jingjing, who had just stood up, was jolted by the electricity again, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She glared at Sun Wu with a look of resentment. Sorry, it accidentally got pressed in my pocket. He. Sun Wu looked innocent. This trashy woman had been so badly deceived by her previous self she had to collect some interest, after all. Just a couple of shocks. He put the remote control back in his pocket without mentioning a word about giving it to Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu, please don't make me leave. Lin Jingjing looked at Sun Wu with a pitiful expression. Tang Xiaojie is sending people everywhere to find me. I really have nowhere else to go. Sun Wu looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His former self had given her his heart and soul, yet she had treated him like trash. Now she wanted to come back to him? But he wasn't his predecessor, he had no intention of being a sycophant. Still, this woman had a great figure, curvy in all the right places, with a slim waist and full hips. Keeping her around might not be a bad idea. His former self was such a waste, keeping such a beauty by his side and not even touching her a few times. What's in it for me if you stay here? Sun Wu asked with a mocking smile. Lin Jingjing bit her lip, a flash of humiliation crossing her eyes, but she lowered her head. I can do anything. Oh? Anything? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lin Jingjing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then take off your clothes first. What? Lin Jingjing jerked her head up, her face filled with shock. What? Unwilling? Sun Wu sneered. If you're unwilling, get out. Lin Jingjing's face turned deathly pale, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had no room to bargain now. She had misjudged Tang Xiaojie's behavior as that of a spoiled, vicious young master. If she fell into Tang Xiaojie's hands, her fate would be worse than death. And now, Sun Wu was her only lifeline. Though she didn't know what had happened to Sun Wu, he was indeed completely different from the Sun Wu she had known before. Sun Wu now had both money and power. The former sycophant has changed. If it were the past, Sun Wu would never have acted the way he did earlier. If Sun Wu had truly possessed that kind of resolve and courage back then, she wouldn't have simply let him serve as a shield for so long. Now she only hopes he won't end up like Tang Xiaojie, pushing himself to the brink of death. I'll take it off, Lin Jingjing said tremblingly, slowly unbuttoning her shirt. 1, 2, 3. Her fair skin gradually exposed to the air, her full breasts almost spilling out. Sun Wu watched with interest, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lin Jingjing clenched her teeth, tears of humiliation welling up in her eyes. Continue, Sun Wu said without a hint of sympathy. If it weren't for her having traveled back in time, the original body's future would have been nothing but high-interest loans she couldn't repay, forced into slavery, and possibly even sold for organ trafficking, a fate that would have been utterly tragic. The only variable was that Lin Jingjing didn't know the other party had lent money to her previous self because they had set their sights on her. Hearing Sun Wu's words, Lin Jingjing closed her eyes and violently tore off her shirt. Sun Wu, I beg you. Chapter 18, Wu Yifeng's Revenge. Sun Wu ignored her and continued to admire the beautiful scenery before him. It must be said, this woman's figure was truly exquisite. Her skin was as white and smooth as jade, her curves were delicate and well-proportioned, with everything in the right place. Sun Wu. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled with tears. Stop. Sun Wu finally spoke. Put your clothes back on. Lin Jingjing felt as though she had been granted a pardon, quickly picking up the clothes from the ground and hurriedly putting them on. You may stay now, Sun Wu said indifferently. However, remember that this is my territory, and you must obey my every command. Yes. Lin Jingjing lowered her head, looked Sun Wu in the eyes. Go tidy up the room, Sun Wu gestured toward the messy bed, and prepare dinner. Yes. Lin Jingjing hurriedly agreed and began cleaning the room. Sun Wu watched Lin Jingjing's busy figure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This woman is truly a lowly creature. However, since she had come to him willingly, he wouldn't blame her for being rude. Anyway, he had no feelings for this kind of woman. Keeping her around for some fun wasn't out of the question. He wasn't a saint, nor was he a good person. As for now, there was one more matter to attend to. A flash of murderous intent crossed Sun Wu's eyes. Stay home and don't go out. I'll be back soon. After giving instructions to Lin Jingjing, Sun Wu stepped out and went to a secluded corner. His cheap perception spread out, quickly locating the energy clusters of the people from earlier. Soon, he locked onto his target. He immediately activated his aerial maneuver, his body slowly rising into the sky like a ghost, darting through the night. You can't cut the grass without uprooting the roots, he knew this principle well. Earlier, in front of Lin Jingjing, he couldn't just kill them outright. Moreover, he needed to wait until this group left the residential area and entered a monitored area to prove that they hadn't died at his hands. As night fell, the city was ablaze with lights. In the Magic City district, a secluded alley. Several burly men were supporting a bald man, stumbling along. "Boss, how are you?" "Damn it, this hurts like hell." The bald man clutched his face, his words slurred and barely audible as he cursed. "That kid, he really hit me hard." "Boss, are we just going to run away like this?" "What about Lin Jingjing?" one of the men couldn't help but ask. "What else can we do?" "Go back and tell the manager. Find some of the big shots from the Jean family to take care of that bastard." The bald man roared, "I'll make him pay for this." The others dared not speak and continued walking forward. Just then, a blue-white light descended from the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the bald-headed man and his men were instantly engulfed by the light. Sun Wu's figure appeared in the sky above the alley, his eyes cold and ruthless. He casually unleashed several energy waves, obliterating all remaining traces in the area. These men had left the area where he rented his place, and he had transferred 5 million yuan to settle his debt. For now, they shouldn't be able to track him down. Besides, he'd already crossed the Wu family. One more enemy from the Jean family wouldn't make a difference. Killing this bald man was only because he had a big mouth. He deserved it. Done. Sun Wu clapped his hands and flew away. At the same time, in a luxurious private room of the Extreme Pleasure Club in the Magic City district, Wu Weifeng was sitting on the sofa, puffing on an e-cigarette. Standing before him was a man in black. "Have you found out anything?" Wu Weifeng asked casually. "It's been confirmed," the man in black replied respectfully. "That Sun Wu is a student at the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Magic City district. He's an orphan, and we couldn't find any background information on him. He recently awakened a dimensional inheritance from Dimension 120, known as the lower-ranked warrior Sun Wukong." "No background? An orphan? Dimension 120? Isn't that a weak dimension world? How did he end up in the VIP room of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy? And that Lu who doesn't even give me the time of day, yet he's so nice to that Sun Wu? I don't know." The black-clad man bowed his head. "According to our investigation, Sun Wu was a penniless beggar until half a month ago, when he took out a high-interest loan of 5 million star coins from Jean Dia of the Extreme Pleasure Club. Recently, for some reason, he suddenly obtained a VIP gold card for the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy's advanced training room. Can we find out where he got the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy's VIP gold card?" I'm still investigating." "Useless!" Wu Weifeng shouted angrily. "You can't even figure out something this trivial? What good are you?" The black-clad man lowered his head, dared not speak. After a moment, seeing that Wu Weifeng seemed to have calmed down, he cautiously said, "Master Feng, during our investigation, we discovered that Tang Xiaojie, the third young master of the Tang family, is also investigating Sun Wu." "Tang Xiaojie?" Wu Weifeng frowned. "What is that good-for-nothing investigating Sun Wu for?" I don't know." "Go, bring Tang Xiaojie here immediately," Wu Weifeng ordered. "Yes." Moments later, Tang Xiaojie was brought before Wu Weifeng. "Brother Feng, you called for me?" Tang Xiaojie said with a fawning expression. He was furious because he couldn't find Lin Jingjing today, so he came to the Extreme Pleasure Club to find a new girl to have some fun and cool off. Just as he had taken off his pants, Wu Weifeng's men kicked open the door and dragged him in, nearly scaring him senseless. "Tang Xiaojie, I'm asking you, why did you investigate Sun Wu?" Wu Weifeng cut straight to the chase. No, Feng Xiao, I." Tang Xiaojie was so scared he immediately knelt down. "I didn't know he was your man. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't have dared to investigate him." Tang Xiaojie remembered the VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy that had been given to him as a gift, and assumed that Wu Weifeng was Sun Wu's backer. "My man?" Wu Weifeng paused, then realized, "You've misunderstood. I have no connection to him." "No connection?" Tang Xiaojie was even more confused. "Than you. I'm asking you, why did you investigate Sun Wu?" "We have some past issues." "Feud?" Wu Weifeng raised an eyebrow. "What kind of feud?" Sun Wu, in broad daylight at the school gate, slapped me 3 times. Tang Xiaojie clenched his teeth in anger. Tang Xiaojie had always valued his reputation. Sun Wu had slapped him 3 times in front of so many students, leaving him feeling like everyone was pointing and whispering behind his back whenever he walked around school. Then Sun Wu obtained a VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and Tang Xiaojie couldn't be sure if Sun Wu had any connections, so he sent someone to investigate Sun Wu's background. Wu Weifeng interrupted Tang Xiaojie's thoughts. "I'm asking you, do you want to take revenge?" "Yes. Of course I do." Tang Xiaojie nodded eagerly. He was so angry he wanted to kill Sun Wu. However, since he had no one under him as skilled as Li Jianren, he couldn't defeat Sun Wu either, and since he didn't know Sun Wu's background, he dared not ask his older brother for help. Good. Wu Weifeng's lips curled into a cruel smile. In a few days, it will be the rank-up trial. At that time, you find me an opportunity to take him out. What? Tang Xiaojie was taken aback. But Feng Xiao, I can't beat him. I know you can't beat him, so I found you some helpers. Wu Weifeng handed Tang Xiaojie a watch and said, on the day of the rank-up trial, enter the trial space and activate this signal device. They'll find you. They're all students from the top martial arts high school in Magic City. Take them with you and kill that Sun Wu for me. This. Tang Xiaojie hesitated. He did want revenge, but Sun Wu had a VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and he wasn't sure what to do, afraid of causing trouble for his family. Though he was arrogant, he knew his limits. That arrogance was confined to the second-ranked martial arts high school in the Magic City district, where he was the king among commoners. But now he was being told to kill Sun Wu, who might have unknown connections, and he was indeed hesitant. What? You don't want to? Wu Weifeng's eyes turned cold. No, I'm willing, Tang Xiaojie hurriedly said. Good. Wu Weifeng nodded in satisfaction. Remember not to tell anyone about this. Yes, young Master Feng. Go. Wu Weifeng waved his hand. Tang Xiaojie felt as though he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly stood up and left. Wu Weifeng watched Tang Xiaojie's departing figure, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Go ask Jin Dia again. Find out exactly what happened with that Sun Wu and his loan. Wu Weifeng instructed the black-clad man once more. Sun Wu, Chapter 19, Sleeping in the Same Bed. The next morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the disheveled bed. Sun Wu slowly opened his eyes, feeling a weight on his waist. He looked down to see a head of black hair scattered across the pillow, and Lin Jingjing was wrapped around him like an octopus. Her two white breasts pressed against his erect penis. Lin Jingjing seemed to feel something pressing against her chest, emitting a lazy nasal sound as she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Lin Jingjing's expression shifted from confusion to shock, finally settling on sheer terror. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the morning's tranquility. Lin Jingjing sat up abruptly, clutching the blanket tightly over her chest, her face filled with panic as she stared at Sun Wu. You? How did you get here? How did we end up sleeping together? Sun Wu rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and looked at Lin Jingjing with an innocent expression. This is my home, my bed. Of course I came back to sleep. You. Lin Jingjing was so angry her chest rose and fell violently, but she dared not explode, only gritting her teeth and asking, why am I here? You fell asleep last night, didn't you? You were the one who slept on my bed. Sun Wu looked completely unconcerned. Lin Jingjing struggled to recall the events of the previous night, remembering the intimidating men who had appeared, and her face paled. After spending the day and being terrified by those bald men at night, she was physically and mentally exhausted. After cooking dinner, she collapsed onto Sun Wu's bed and fell asleep. Maybe you were just too tired, Sun Wu shrugged. After all, he wasn't the one at a disadvantage, and it wasn't his problem. He had already dealt with those debt collectors yesterday and returned home to find Lin Jingjing sleeping like a pig. Sun Wu wasn't one to pass up a good opportunity. He wasn't exactly a saint. Moreover, Lin Jingjing's figure and face were both top-notch. How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity? So, he naturally climbed into bed, wrapped his arms around Lin Jingjing, and slept with her all night. Of course, he didn't do anything inappropriate. He simply held her and slept. What did you do to me? Lin Jingjing's voice trembled slightly. What could I have done to you? Sun Wu rolled his eyes. You know very well that I've always been devoted to you. As a man of integrity, how could I take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? I'm truly a gentleman. A beauty in my arms, and I remain unmoved. Ha ha. After saying that, Sun Wu even believed himself. Lin Jingjing fell silent. She knew how good Sun Wu had been to her before, but enough, don't think about it anymore. Sun Wu sat up on the bed, stretched, and looked at Lin Jingjing, who was clearly being manipulated. I'm going to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy for training. Want to come with me? Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy? Lin Jingjing froze. What are you doing there? In Lin Jingjing's memory, Sun Wu had always been a sparring partner at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, earning only around 10,000 star coins a month. Last night, he had casually pulled out 5 or 6 million star coins, clearly indicating he was now quite wealthy. Why would he still want to work as a sparring partner? I'm now a VIP member at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Sun Wu smiled smugly. VIP member? Lin Jingjing's eyes widened even more, finally recalling that the VIP gold card from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy had been taken by Sun Wu earlier at the school gate. There was also a bottle of tiger bone tonic, which cost 4 million. Yeah, want to go check it out together? Sun Wu asked again. Sun Wu decided to show off in front of this little green tea. Since she was materialistic, this would be easy. Money is for women to see. Since you couldn't finish the job, I'll take care of it for you. Lin Jingjing hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. She dared not stay home alone now, fearing that Tang Xiaojie might come looking for her, or that the loan company might come after her again. Following Sun Wu might be the safest option for now. After finishing their morning routine, the two of them left together. Sun Wu led Lin Jingjing to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. They entered the gate with ease, and Sun Wu immediately spotted the two Chin brothers dressed in red and green. They weren't repairing the floor tiles today, instead, they were nailing wooden dummies to the ground. Upon seeing Sun Wu enter, the two ducked their heads like quails, dared not look up. Sun Wu didn't bother with such minor figures. A few familiar training partners greeted Sun Wu, who responded to each of them before leading Lin Jingjing into the inner courtyard. It was still the same ancient-style courtyard. The fake mountain that Wu Weifeng had destroyed earlier had been fully repaired. The same elegantly dressed woman in a cheongsam greeted them. Just as Sun Wu was about to pull out his VIP gold card, the woman spoke. "Mr. Sun, the master has spoken. From now on, you may enter directly without the gold card. The master also said to bring you to see him." The master? Sun Wu was puzzled, then remembered that the master was Lu Hu's father, Lu Jinshan, the 7th-rank martial artist. At that moment, he noticed that within the range of his chi perception, there was a familiar chi in a private room within the inner hall. It was the same energy he had sensed that night in the basement of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. He was startled that it had detected his concealed energy, causing him to flee far away. "Young son, it's really you. My father sent me out, and I was wondering where you were. Come with me, I'll take you to see him." Before the elegantly dressed hostess could escort Sun Wu inside, Lu Hu had already emerged from the inner hall to greet him. Lu Hu was still puzzled. His father had suddenly said that Sun Wu had arrived, and to his surprise, it was indeed Sun Wu when he stepped outside. Lin Jingjing, upon seeing Lu Hu, dared not breathe a word. As a 5th-level martial arts expert, Lu Hu's aura was overwhelming to ordinary people. Why was this man being so polite to Sun Wu? Lin Jingjing was secretly startled. The three of them then walked to the entrance of a private room. Before they even entered, they heard the sound of chewing coming from inside. Upon entering, Sun Wu immediately spotted an odd-looking old man devouring a piece of meat bone with relish. The old man was muscular yet gaunt, an odd contrast, wearing a tattered white martial arts uniform that seemed unwashed for ages, with white hair standing on end like a ball of fluff. This image bore no resemblance to the martial arts master and head of the school that Sun Wu had imagined. In Sun Wu's imagination, the master of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall and the head of the Flying Tiger sect should at least have the dignified demeanor of Lu Hu, if not the ethereal aura of a sage. How could the result be this disheveled old man? "Father. He is the young man named Sun Wu I mentioned yesterday, the one who can manipulate chi." Lu Hu didn't seem to notice his father's appearance, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. "Young man, hurry up, teach me how to use that so-called chi. Oh my, you're driving me crazy. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you try some?" Upon hearing Lu Hu's words, the old man lifted his head from the bone he was holding, his mouth still dripping with grease. He grabbed the bone and rushed over to Sun Wu. The old man was only about 1.56 meters tall, and just standing there gave off a particularly amusing vibe. He didn't look anything like a 7th-level martial arts master leading a powerful faction. Looking at the bone held in front of him, with teeth marks still visible, Sun Wu's expression grew strange. Chapter 20, Lu Jinshan. Lu Hu noticed Sun Wu's embarrassment and quickly interjected, My father is a bit, well, not very particular about such things. Don't take it to heart, Sun Wu." Lu Hu didn't know how to introduce his father to outsiders. His father was a prodigious talent in martial arts, and in the traditional martial arts, few could reach the 7th level of the Force Combat Inheritance martial arts. The three realms lower, middle, and upper each present a significant obstacle to overcome. Those who reach the upper realm are all geniuses among geniuses. The Wu family's Wu Shan was also considered a genius, but he had been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of martial arts for years, unable to make any progress. However, compared to his father's martial arts talent, his father's emotional intelligence was quite peculiar. Even at over 80 years old, he acted like a child. People call him an old prankster, but behind his back, his opponents mock him as an idiot. I wonder how his father managed to win over his mother back then. "Hey, young man, aren't you going to eat? It's delicious. This is the meat of a 6th-level ferocious beast, the flaming tiger. It's so tasty. It's spicy and fiery." Seeing that Sun Wu didn't move, the old man sighed and stuffed the bone back into his mouth, chewing on it. Sun Wu didn't think much of it, as he didn't know its value. Meanwhile, Lin Jingjing's eyes widened in shock. Beast meat in the market was extremely expensive, and each type had its own value. Most of it could enhance physical attributes, and some were said to grant special abilities. She had specifically inquired about all the valuable items available in the market to avoid missing out on high-quality goods owned by wealthy young masters. Among them was fierce beast meat. Normal first and second tier fierce beast meat was priced similarly to basic health tonics, with 10 pounds costing around 10,000 yuan, and the effects were roughly the same, both slightly enhancing one's physical constitution. However, third level and above beasts are much harder to find, with prices often increasing by tenfold or more. Sixth level beasts, for instance, are virtually priceless. How many people in the entire Magic City district could even hunt down a 6th level beast? Facing a level 6 ferocious beast, surviving is already a feat, let alone hunting it down. Additionally, if she remembers correctly, this Yenhu is a special type of fierce beast whose meat has the potential to awaken fire-based abilities upon consumption. Such beast meat, even from a level 1 or 2 beast, commands a price of millions of star coins. After all, it grants a special ability. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Yet here, in this old man's hands, it's no different from ordinary meat bones, and he's just giving it away for Sun Wu to eat? Lin Jingjing was completely speechless. She wished the old man would ask her instead. She wouldn't mind. Mr. Liu, I'll pass on eating it. Why don't you teach me that breathing technique instead, and then give me that tiger fist technique? Sun Wu politely declined the bone, which seemed to still have saliva on it, and forced the topic elsewhere. Oh, I see. You probably don't like meat. Here, take this instead. You taught me something, so I need to pay you. And I taught me that. Seeing that Sun Wu hadn't eaten, the old man reached out and handed him a red glass-like bead. Sun Wu took it and found it crystal clear, resembling a ruby, with a warm, smooth feel to the touch. Moreover, inside the bead, there was a faint image of a tiger covered in flames, roaring toward the sky. It seemed to have spotted Sun Wu and was baring its teeth at him. What is this? Sun Wu examined the bead for a while but couldn't make out what it was. He turned to Lu Hu, hoping for an explanation. However, Lu Hu's expression had turned blank, and a look of heartbreak spread across his face. He muttered, mine. This is a demon beast crystal core? Before Lu Hu could respond, Lin Jingjing's shocked voice rang out from beside him. This is the crystal core of a special that can only be produced by a powerful of the upper 3 realms. The meat of such beasts has a chance to awaken special abilities, while this crystal core, once consumed and refined, guarantees a 100% chance to awaken the special abilities associated with the beast, effectively granting an additional inheritance of abilities. Lin Jingjing grew increasingly excited, her eyes fixated on the beast crystal core. This is the crystal core of the level 6 peak flame tiger that my father killed while attacking the protective barrier of the magic capital district. At that moment, Lu Hu's voice finally reached them, tinged with a hint of pain. He had coveted this crystal core for a long time, and he had thought his father would give it to him. Why did he give it away? His awakened inheritance was the ability of a burn fruit user Sabu, and this crystal core was the perfect match. If he obtained the crystal core and gained the flame tiger's ferocious flame ability, it would be the icing on the cake, doubling his combat power. He might even be able to cosplay as a genius and break through to level 6 in martial arts before the age of 60. Now all of that was gone. Seeing Lin Jingjing and Lu Hu's reactions, Sun Wu immediately realized this was a valuable item and promptly stuffed it into his pocket. Why not take it? Look at how Lu Hu and Lin Jingjing's eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. Originally, he had come today to teach the method of cultivating qi, but this was a completely unexpected bonus. Ignoring Lu Hu's odd expression, Sun Wudong began discussing the methods of qi circulation with the old man, and also taught him the art of flying. The old man then began to practice. This old man was truly a genius. While chewing on a piece of meat bone, he managed to sense the energy after just one explanation. Soon, waves of special energy began to emanate from his body and spread out in all directions. The wind was so strong that everyone in the room struggled to stay upright. The decorations in the room were knocked askew, and the tables and chairs were blown into a corner. The sound of clanging and clattering filled the air. The old man slowly began to float into the air, achieving success on his first attempt. He had mastered the concept of qi and learned the art of flying. Ha ha ha! I can fly! I don't need to break through to the 8th level to fly. In this world's traditional martial arts, one typically reaches the 8th level of martial arts cultivation to condense inner energy and walk on air. After the dimensional inheritance emerged, many inheritances came with innate flight abilities, so gradually learning to fly wasn't particularly rare anymore. However, Lu Jinshan's awakened inheritance made him a rubber man, so flying wasn't really his thing. At that moment, the old man was overjoyed, as if he had found a new toy, flying around the room wildly. The various objects in the room were blown around by the air he released, and the windows were blown open. Lu Jinshan! Just as the old man was engrossed in his aerial experiments, a loud shout came from outside the door. A woman around 5 feet 7 inches in height then entered the room. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, she looked very androgynous, and every movement exuded the aura of a master, as if she were the headmaster of the Flying Tiger martial arts school. Lu Jinshan, what are you doing? The little old man, who had been freely soaring through the air, heard the voice and jolted awake, plummeting from mid-air and crashing into the furniture he had been flying around earlier. Ouch, Niri. I didn't do anything. The old man, who had previously looked disheveled, now looked like a scolded child. He walked over to the woman, who stood at 1.7 meters tall, in a proper manner. "What have you done to my room? If you're practicing, just practice. Fix everything, or you'll sleep on the floor tonight." The woman finished scolding him, ignoring Lu Jinshan's expression of grief, and turned to Sun Wu and the others. "Lu Dahu. Your father is acting like this, and you don't even try to stop him? Just let him do as he pleases?" Lu Hu was at a loss for words. He had been consumed by the pain of losing the crystal core and hadn't had the heart to deal with this. This woman was his mother, Lu Yani. She was the one who handled all the affairs of the martial arts school and dealt with social matters. His father, Lu Jinshan, though called the master of the martial arts school, was little more than the top enforcer. After learning about Sun Wu's situation and understanding the full story, Lu Yani didn't scold the old man too harshly. She told Lu Hu to have the house repaired and then went to make arrangements to invite Sun Wu and the others to dinner. After Lu Yani left, Lu Hu suddenly remembered something. "Young brother Sun, I'm sorry for the trouble. Go to the training room, I'll teach you our school's mighty tiger phantom beast fist technique." Lin Jingjing, standing nearby, was already numb. The things she had seen today were simply too overwhelming for her. She had actually heard of the mighty tiger phantom beast fist before. It was the signature technique of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. Even without awakening the inheritance, this set of techniques could be cultivated to the top-tier 7th level of martial arts. Earlier, when he had mentioned the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall at the school gate, he had pretended not to know about it, just to give Tang Xiaojie some room to show off. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy was courted and favored by major clans. Besides the Tiger Bone Tonic, the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist was another key element of their influence. She never expected Sun Wu to change so drastically. These things that were once out of her reach are now being thrown at him one after another. Lin Jingjing suddenly thought, if only I hadn't dumped Sun Wu a few days ago. Then all of this would be hers. Chapter 21, The Fierce Tiger Illusion Beast Fist. Several people helped the old man, who was in a pitiful state, put back the items that had been blown away by the aura of his empty space technique. "Big Tiger, teach the young brothers our sex secret techniques. I have to step out for a moment." Just as everyone had finished their work, the old man tossed a quick order to Lu Hu, instructing him to teach Sun with a mighty tiger phantom beast fist. Then he couldn't wait any longer and took off again. Like a child eager to show off his new toy, he shot straight into the sky, leaving behind a trail of broken clouds above the martial arts hall. "Young son, I'm afraid you've seen something embarrassing." Lu Hu looked at Lu Jinshan, who had vanished in an instant, and said to Sun Wu with a helpless smile, "Let's go to the training room." He led Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing deeper into the inner part of the martial arts hall. After winding through several corridors, the three arrived at a spacious martial arts training room. The walls of the training room were adorned with various weapons, the floor was covered with the hides of unknown fierce beasts, and in the center stood a massive strength testing device. Several ally-made wooden dummies stood beside it, their surfaces covered with fist marks and palm prints. If the wooden dummies in the main hall were made of this alloy, the Chin brothers probably wouldn't have to work to pay off their debts. Sun Wu didn't know why his thoughts had wandered, but he smiled wryly. "This is the training room used exclusively by our Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. The disciples train here daily," Lu Hu explained with a smile. Sun Wu looked around, his gaze settling on the force gauge. It was identical to the one in the previous high-end training hall, though this one was more advanced, combining physical and energy measurement functions. Lu Hu explained that it was custom-made for the school's signature techniques. The other facilities, however, were not as comprehensive as those in the high-end training hall. The Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist is our Flying Tiger School's signature technique, consisting of 9 forms, each corresponding to the form of a fierce tiger, with immense power. Lu Hu walked to the center of the training area, assuming a stance. "Watch closely." A illusory tiger's shadow appeared around Lu Hu. The tiger shadow approached Sun Wu, its tail touching Sun Wu's forehead, leaving a tiger head mark. This was the preliminary move of the fist technique, known as Awaken the Spirit. The mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist emphasizes the word phantom. It focuses on elusive footwork, where the fists move with intent, and the intent reaches the fists. When the fists strike, they are like a mighty tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. The Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist may be named a fist technique, but it actually encompasses the foundational, combat techniques, and skills of cultivation. Lu Hu explained while demonstrating a set of chi circulation techniques and performing the fist techniques, paying no attention to Lin Jingjing standing nearby. Without the tiger's soul awakening, others could not comprehend the profound secrets of the Flying Tiger's fist techniques. His movements were as agile as a cheetah, sometimes as fierce as a tiger, and at other times as graceful as a cat. As the techniques unfolded, they were truly illusory yet real, dazzling the eyes. It seemed as though a fierce tiger was lurking in the center of the room, its tiger-like might emanating from within. Sun Wu watched intently, memorizing every one of Lu Hu's movements. After completing the demonstration, Lu Hu came to a stop and looked at Sun Wu. "How much did you understand?" Sun Wu reflected on the techniques he had just seen, and a prompt appeared on the system panel in his mind. I understand a little more, Sun Wu nodded, recalling Lu Hu's movements in his mind and attempting to replicate the starting stance. His body sank slightly, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes grew sharp, like a tiger locking onto its prey. Detecting host learning Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. Mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist learned successfully. LV1 Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist mastered. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Sun Wu was taken aback. This system is so buggy? Skills can be learned directly? He had thought it would take much longer to master. As he mastered the Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, Sun Wu's mind suddenly flooded with vast amounts of experience and memories, as if he had been practicing this fist technique for years. Some were experiences of standing in the three talents position, drawing Earth's vital energy to temper the bones, as in the tiger stance. Or the experience of condensing his chi into a tiger's form, aligning with the innate Bagwai Tiger Disc Guardian technique. Or the experience of how to use fists and feet against an opponent and how to unleash techniques. Sun Wu had originally thought that he had merely acquired a new skill, and even if it improved, it would only be an additional skill. He estimated it wouldn't even compare to skills like the Turtle School's Kamehameha Wave. But he never imagined that the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist was so profound. Before, when facing enemies, he relied solely on his own combat prowess, using brute force to overpower opponents, swinging wild punches until he was beaten to a pulp. Even with various skills like the Phantom Fist, he could only activate them once. Like a child holding a toy gun, he knew how to use it but didn't understand the technique. Now, after learning the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, he has gained countless combat experiences and even mastered the cultivation methods. In future battles, he would find it much easier, like someone who not only possesses a gun but also masters the art of precise shooting. He immediately followed the system's prompts, channeled the chi within his body, and attempted to perform the Tiger Phantom Beast Fist techniques. At first, his movements were awkward and stiff, but as the chi flowed through his body, Sun Wu quickly found his rhythm. His movements became increasingly fluid, and his fist techniques began to carry the fierce momentum of a tiger descending the mountain. A golden-haired tiger's silhouette flickered faintly around him. Boom! Sun Wu struck the force gauge with a punch, the wind from his fist roaring like a tiger's growl, as if tearing the air apart. The force gauge beside him rang out, and the numbers on the screen flashed rapidly before settling on the astonishing figures of physical attack 1582, energy intensity 1600. Lu Hu stared at the numbers on the force gauge, his eyes wide with disbelief. You learned that so quickly? Lu Hu's voice trembled slightly, tinged with disbelief. Even Lu Hu, who had mentally prepared himself, was deeply shaken. When he was a child, learning the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, it took him nearly a month just to get the basics down. Even his father, Lu Zhenshan, who was renowned as a genius, had reportedly taken a week to master the basics. Yet Sun Wu had only watched him explain it once and had already mastered it? And the force behind it. Lu Hu looked at the numbers on the force gauge. Physical attack 1582, energy intensity 1600. The former represents physical attack strength, while the latter denotes energy attack strength. The energy attack of the mighty Tiger Illusion Beast Fist technique benefits from the user's mental power, making it a technique capable of countering intangible spiritual entities. Thanks to this fist technique, the Flying Tiger sect has been able to dominate the magic capital district even in the current era of thriving martial arts traditions, despite the presence of natural fruit ability users and elemental transformation enemies lurking in the shadows. Is Sun Wu's mental energy truly this powerful? To reach this level just after entering the door? How terrifying! Sun Wu withdrew his fist and stood there, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Chapter 22, Lin Jingjing's Thoughts. This mighty Tiger Illusion Beast Fist had truly surprised him. He had originally intended to teach the old man the use of the flying technique and the gentle energy, but he never expected such a great return. I must thank Master Lu for his excellent instruction, Sun Wu said modestly. Lin Jingjing, standing nearby, was utterly speechless at the scene before her. She had only known that Sun Wu had awakened his inheritance and greatly increased his strength, but she had no clear idea of just how powerful he had become. Yesterday at the school gate, Sun Wu had easily defeated Li Jianrun, the henchman of Tang Xiaojie, and she had assumed that Sun Wu was at most barely at the first level of martial arts. After all, Li Jianrun wasn't even considered top tier among first-level martial artists. However, now Sun Wu had casually unleashed a punch with an energy intensity of 1600, far surpassing the capabilities of a level 1 martial artist. This was undeniably the combat power of a level 2 martial artist. It's important to note that in the entire Magic City district, level 1 martial artists are extremely rare. Most people only reach the first-level martial arts rank after passing the initiation trials. Even at the first-tier martial arts school in the Magic City district, a prestigious institution, there might not even be a single second-tier martial artist. And Sun Wu, who was previously just a struggling low-tier training partner, had transformed into a powerhouse on par with a second-tier martial artist in just a few days? Lin Jingjing was shocked beyond words, but also felt a mix of relief and regret. She was relieved that she had stayed by Sun Wu's side and hadn't completely broken ties with him. Regret because she had been so short-sighted earlier, nearly letting go of such a promising golden groom for a mere 5 million star coins. Why not cling to a wealthy man? Someone like Tang Xiaojie, a spoiled brat, could easily lead her to a tragic end if she made a wrong move. Sun Wu, at least, was someone she knew well, with immense power and genuine feelings for her. Plus, he seemed to have endless potential and a promising future. Thinking of this, Lin Jingjing's gaze towards Sun Wu grew complicated. Little did Lin Jingjing know that this wasn't even Sun Wu's limit. If he were to use the Kamehameha wave technique, he could instantly reach an energy intensity of 2,000 points. Lu Hu took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock within him. He quickly walked up to Sun Wu, his eyes brimming with excitement. Sun Xiaotong, you are truly a martial arts prodigy. I've taught many students, but someone with your natural talent is a first for me. Lu Hu praised sincerely. Sun Wu was undoubtedly a martial arts genius who came along once in a century. This fierce tiger phantom beast fist is a secret technique passed down for 100 years in our flying tiger gate. According to our research, when performed in this world, this fist technique carries a hint of a world will enhancement. This willpower enhancement not only makes this fist technique incredibly powerful but also allows it to damage elemental enemies and even some spiritual entities. This is why, even in today's world where martial arts are thriving, ancient martial arts still hold a place. Lu Hu paused for a moment before continuing. This fist technique took my father several days to master just to get the basics down. Yet you, after just one glance, have mastered it and can unleash such immense power. It's truly astonishing. Lu Hu was filled with emotion, and his gaze towards Sun Wu grew even more intense. Master Lu is too kind. I was just lucky, Sun Wu replied modestly, though he knew deep down that this wasn't due to his natural talent, it was because he had cheated. The system had simply beeped and instantly granted him mastery. However, the fierce tiger phantom beast fist was indeed a remarkable technique, helping him organize the various skills the system had given him before, so he no longer felt like a child wielding a gun in the market. Son, with your current strength, you'll definitely perform well in the upcoming rank-up trials. Those trials are only at the first-tier martial artist level at most. I believe you have a very good chance of winning the championship this time. Lu Hu patted Sun Wu on the shoulder, speaking with great anticipation. If you happen to encounter my son, Xiao Wu, please look out for him. He caused some trouble for you earlier, so please don't hold it against him. Upon hearing Lu Hu's words, Sun Wu's heart stirred slightly. Lu Hu didn't know that Lu Xiaohu had given him a tiger bone tonic worth 4 million and a VIP gold card for an advanced martial arts training room? Their relationship with Lu Xiaohu was merely a minor friction, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. Such compensation should normally not cause any concerns. Did Lu Hu not know about these things? Of course. Now that we are fellow disciples, if Lu Xiaohu is in danger, I wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Sun Wu responded calmly, deciding to ask Lu Xiaohu in detail when he next encountered him. After discussing some experiences with the mighty tiger illusion beast fist with Lu Hu, it was already late afternoon. After bidding farewell to Lu Hu, Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing walked home together, keeping a distance between them, the atmosphere between them feeling somewhat peculiar. Lin Jingjing glanced at Sun Wu beside her, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The events of the past 2 days felt like a dream to her. The once poor young man who had once been completely devoted to her had transformed into an honored guest at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, powerful and with a bright future ahead of him. Sun Wu. Finally, in front of Sun Wu's rented house, Lin Jingjing gathered her courage and broke the silence. Thank you for yesterday. Sun Wu shot her a sideways glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Could he finally not resist? He had brought Lin Jingjing to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy today, hadn't he? Thank me? Thank me for what? For helping you drive away the people from the Extreme Joy Club? Or for letting you, a naive little girl who didn't even know which way the martial arts school's front door faced, see what the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School is all about? Lin Jingjing was speechless, her face flushing with embarrassment. She knew that Sun Wu was deliberately mocking her. Yesterday, when she had pretended to be ignorant in front of Tang Xiaojie, Sun Wu had clearly noticed it. I know. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have. Lin Jingjing's voice grew softer and softer, barely audible. What shouldn't you have done? Sun Wu pressed forward relentlessly, taking advantage of his advantage, leaning in close to Lin Jingjing's face and staring into her eyes. Shouldn't you have abandoned me for money? Shouldn't you have deceived me about the awakening inheritance card? Or shouldn't you have treated me as a backup option? Lin Jingjing lowered her head even further, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that Sun Wu was telling the truth. She had no strength to argue, nor the face to do so. She truly regretted her actions now. Sun Wu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled with tears. I'll never do that again. Please forgive me. Can we go back to the way we were? Sun Wu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked down at Lin Jingjing from above. What nonsense are you talking about? Forgive you? Sun Wu sneered. Do you really think that is possible? Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, her eyes filled with tears, and looked at Sun Woo. Have you forgotten all the beautiful memories we shared over the past 3 years? Oh? Sun Woo raised an eyebrow and scoffed. You said I have a good memory, didn't you? What, your memory isn't so good now? Lin Jingjing was speechless. The conversation Sun Woo had with her on the playground flashed through her mind. Chapter 23, The Vile Woman Begs for Mercy. For a moment, she wished she could slap herself senseless for being so ruthless, leaving no room for reconciliation. Lin Jingjing clenched her lips tightly, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly knelt before Sun Woo. Sun Woo, I beg you, give me one chance? I'll do whatever you say from now on, okay? I've also awakened the top-tier inheritance. I'll definitely be useful from now on. Sun Woo looked at Lin Jingjing kneeling before him, his heart unmoved. He wasn't a saint, nor was he a good person. For such a materialistic and opportunistic woman, he felt no sympathy. He also guessed that the previous Tang Xiaojia probably wouldn't let this Lin Jingjing off the hook. The Extreme Pleasure Club would likely target her again tomorrow. Seeing him treated like a VIP at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy today, she probably saw him as her lifeline. Plus, with her gold-digging nature, she was probably trying to sell herself for a good price again. When she says give me another chance, isn't she just trying to climb aboard his ship to success? But she is definitely not girlfriend material. Though she does have a nice figure, keeping her around as a bed partner might not be so bad. Anyway, he's got money now, keeping a pretty woman isn't that hard. After all, he hadn't had any action in a while. Thinking of this, Sun Woo's face took on a meaningful expression. Want a chance? Sun Woo's voice was low and seductive. It's not impossible, but it all depends on your sincerity. What sincerity? Lin Jingjing's voice trembled. What else do you have? Sun Woo smiled, his smile tinged with malice. What do you think you can still do? What do you have that I need? Lin Jingjing's face turned pale instantly. She knew exactly what Sun Woo meant. She had always played both sides, relying on her body and her good looks. She bit her lips tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, as various emotions surged within her. Though she had anticipated this moment, facing it head-on left her overwhelmed with mixed emotions. But she had no choice. Offending Tang Xiaojia meant she was no longer safe at school. If she were caught, it wouldn't be Sun Woo who would deal with her, he wouldn't be so lenient. More likely, she'd be marked by Tang Xiaojia and handed over to his henchmen to be abused, and who knows where she'd end up, maybe even sold to some underground brothel. Outside the school, the people from the Extreme Pleasure Club were lurking, ready to pounce. If she was caught, she'd be sent straight to the club. The electric collar around her neck hadn't been removed yet, and the cold metal sensation was a constant reminder. She has no other options left. I understand, Lin Jingjing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'll do whatever you say. Sun Woo nodded satisfactorily, walked into the rental house, brought Lin Jingjing inside, and closed the door. Good, Sun Woo's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Remember what you said. From now on, you must obey me in everything. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she nodded slowly. Standing inside the room, she felt uneasy. She hadn't expected Sun Woo to change so much. He had never spoken to her like this before. What are you standing there for? Sun Woo sat on the bed, looking at Lin Jingjing. Come here. Lin Jingjing bit her lip and slowly walked over. Untie it, Sun Woo pointed to his belt and ordered. Lin Jingjing obediently untied Sun Woo's belt. Kneel down. Sun Woo's voice rang out again. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and slowly knelt before Sun Woo. Hold on to me, Sun Woo gestured toward himself. Lin Jingjing's face alternated between red and white. She hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out her hand. Sun Woo lowered his head, gazing at Lin Jingjing's delicate yet humiliated face, a strange sense of pleasure rising within him. Mentally, it felt as though he had suddenly broken free from some kind of shackle, his mind suddenly clearing. Who would have thought there'd be such a pleasant surprise? Sun Woo thought in astonishment. The unknown obsession from his past had finally dissipated completely because of Lin Jingjing's submission. Do you know what to do now? I'm really angry. Sun Woo, having regained his composure, looked at Lin Jingjing's flushed face, his voice low and hoarse. Lin Jingjing's body trembled slightly as she gathered her long hair behind her head and slowly lowered her gaze. 3,000 words omitted here. If anyone really wants it, I'll set up a group later. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the messy bed. Sun Woo slowly opened his eyes, removed the baby blanket covering his face, and felt a sense of relief throughout his body. He turned his head to look at Lin Jingjing lying beside him, a playful smile curving his lips. Last night had been a rare moment of recklessness since he had traveled back in time. Lin Jingjing, that woman, was so opportunistic, she deserved a good lesson. He reached out and rubbed her two prominent breasts, waking Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing opened her eyes, feeling the warm hand on her body. Seeing Sun Woo looking at her, she recalled last night's madness and blushed. She never expected Sun Woo to be so powerful in battle. Her legs were still trembling. Though she was inexperienced, she had already researched the ins and outs of such matters in advance. Just in case she encountered a wealthy man with hidden ailments in the future, she could at least pretend to be more experienced. Sun Wu's combat prowess was clearly beyond that of ordinary people, even more terrifying than what she had heard. Awake? Sun Wu's voice sounded lazy. Lin Jingjing lowered her head, meet Sun Wu's gaze, fearing he might become aroused. Having just lost her virginity, she couldn't endure another round. How do you feel? Sun Wu asked. Lin Jingjing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm okay. Alright? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow, moving his hand slightly. It seems you enjoyed it quite a bit. Lin Jingjing's face flushed bright red. She quickly lowered her head, unable to speak. Sun Wu smiled and said nothing more. He sat up on the bed, stretched, and began getting dressed. Lin Jingjing also hurriedly stood up, began tidying the room, and started preparing dinner using the ingredients from Sun Wu's refrigerator. Sun Wu watched the busy Lin Jingjing, lost in thought. This woman is quite enjoyable, and she's still a virgin. It's been so long since his previous incarnation couldn't take her, so she's fallen into his lap. Now that she was so obedient, keeping her as a bed warmer or a pretty maid wouldn't be a bad idea. However, he wouldn't let himself develop any feelings for her. To him, Lin Jingjing was nothing more than a plaything. Once he is tired of her, he can discard her at any time. Warning! 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 An unknown dimensional fissure has appeared within the Urban Energy Defense Shield of Magic City District. All citizens are ordered to proceed to underground shelters. Do not leave the shelters until further notice. Just as Lin Jingjing had finished everything and was having breakfast with Sun Wu, a series of city alarm sounds rang out. The communication devices in their hands began to emit continuous warnings. What's this? Sun Wu exclaimed, a dimensional invasion alert? Chapter 24, Ghost Brainworms. Sun Wu recalled the memories of his previous incarnation. Apart from the large-scale dimensional rift that occurred 100 years ago, dimensional rifts are now extremely rare. Scholars from the Federation have proposed the hypothesis that this might be due to the space becoming more stable, resulting in fewer dimensional rift incidents. Generally, such dimensional rifts appear randomly, and the likelihood of them appearing directly in human settlements is even lower. The last time a dimensional rift appeared in the Magic City District was 30 years ago. A dimensional invasion refers to the emergence of a new dimensional rift, which appears within the protective shield of a densely populated city. Dimension rifts typically contain various monstrous creatures with dimensional characteristics. It remains unknown what kind of creatures will emerge from this dimension rift. The outcomes of previous dimensional invasions in cities have never been favorable. Monsters continuously pour out of the dimensional rift, resembling a disaster movie. After the disaster ends, it is unknown how many people will perish. Recalling the horrific scenes from his previous life where dimension invasions had ravaged cities, Sun Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately took Lin Jingjing and rushed toward the nearest underground shelter. He lived in a residential area, and the nearest underground shelter was still some distance away. While rushing there, he checked the system panel and realized that he had triggered a system reward the previous night. You engaged in a satisfying battle. At that moment, in the command center of the Magic City military headquarters. What's going on? The dimensional rift hasn't opened in decades. Why did it suddenly appear in the Magic Capital District? Moreover, doesn't our district have an energy shield to suppress the formation of dimensional rifts? A middle-aged man in white military attire, with a sturdy build, sat at his desk. His brows were furrowed, and his voice was cold and calm as he asked his aide beside him. This man was none other than Wu Shan of the Wu family, the war commander of the Magic Capital Military District branch. At that moment, his diamond-hard knuckles tapped the desk incessantly, revealing the turmoil within his mind. The Detection Bureau has reported that there was an error in the spatial connection during the recent rank-up trial, causing a collision with the real world. Coincidentally, the Level 6 attacked the city's defensive shield a few days ago, causing a breach in the regional energy shield and preventing the dimensional fissure from being contained. This is why the spatial fissure appeared directly above the civilian district. A military officer standing nearby was frantically pointing at his handheld communication device, apparently searching for information. Has the spatial allocation for the rank advancement trial been randomly determined yet? Rank advancement trial space? The level shouldn't be too high, right? What kind of beasts are leaking out of the fissure? Upon hearing that the fissures were caused by the rank-up trial space, Wu Shan relaxed. Ranking trials typically involve first or second-tier beasts, which can be easily eliminated by anyone. As long as one can hold out until the city's energy shield is restored, the influence can be completely isolated. According to intelligence from the Detection Institute, it should be the dark alternate timeline advanced trial space that appeared once 50 years ago. The fissures are currently filled with ghost-type beasts. The energy intensity is mostly concentrated between levels 1 and 2. Upon hearing the deputy's response, Wu Shan's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. He still remembered the dark anomalous dimension initiation trial. This dimensional space was pitch black, never seeing daylight, and teeming with various dark-type, ghost-type, and shadow-type beasts and monsters. Although it was an entry-level trial space, the energy intensity was not high, with the strongest beasts only reaching around level 3. However, most of these beasts and monsters lacked physical forms, existing primarily as energy entities, making them exceptionally difficult to eliminate. Traditional martial arts and ancient martial arts require one to reach the 6th level of martial arts cultivation and martial arts willpower to have the means to attack energy forms, such as ghost-type beasts and monsters. Even among those who inherited martial arts techniques, only a handful possessed the ability to attack ghost-type and shadow-type beasts. 50 years ago, during that entry-level trial, nearly all the students from that batch were wiped out, with only a handful of students with elemental transformation abilities surviving. His inherited ability is the Shining Fruit, which specializes in defense. Had he not recently awakened the Berserk ability unique to the pirate world, he would lack the effective means to kill such beasts. He has reached the peak of 6th rank in his inherited martial arts, but his traditional martial arts and ancient martial arts have not yet reached this level, and he has not yet condensed his martial arts will. What kind of ferocious beasts are invading? They're ghost-type beasts, shadow bugs. Judging by their movement patterns, there are definitely brain-eating parasites present. Upon hearing this, Wu Shan's brows furrowed even deeper. Shadowbugs were rare gregarious beasts with little intelligence, acting purely on instinct. To evolve into ghost brainworms, shadow insects would prioritize cannibalism among their own kind, causing minimal harm to human cities. However, once a single ghost brainworm emerges through cannibalism and mutation within the group, everything changes completely. Ghost brainworms follow an intelligence-based evolutionary path, ranking higher than all shadowworms in terms of grade. However, their combat strength is extremely weak. The only issue is that they are of the ghost type, meaning normal physical attacks cannot harm them. All shadowworms will obey the brainworm's commands, forming a shadow worm swarm that devours all flesh and blood creatures in its path. Although they are only level 1 to 3 beasts, if the brainworm is not killed, these shadow bugs will continuously absorb free energy from the air, reproducing endlessly, making them virtually impossible to eliminate. Of course, even for the ghost brainworm, it is no match for him, a 6th level martial arts master who has mastered the domineering aura. However, the problem is that the swarm reproduces at an extremely rapid rate, and finding the ghost brainworm amidst the densely packed swarm is no easy task. Moreover, a ruthless expression flashed across Wu Shan's face. Compress the energy shields around the Magic City district by half, covering only the wealthy area. Let the commoners in the other areas fend for themselves. Prioritize protecting my Wu family's assets. Sir, isn't that against protocol? Issue a statement to the public. The energy shields in the Magic City district have been damaged, and the energy intensity covering the entire city is insufficient to withstand the beastly insect swarm. Reducing the protected area will allow us to increase the intensity, prevent the swarm from rampaging, and let the people in the civilian district evacuate to the wealthy district on their own. They must hold out until the energy shields are repaired. He only needed to protect the assets of a few major families in the Magic City district. When it came time for re-election as a general or promotion to a high-ranking position at headquarters, he would have supporters to back him. As for the civilians, let them be sacrificed for the development of the Federation. Moreover, the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy is located outside the wealthy district. That old fool loves to show off, let him go ahead and do so. Daring to snatch my beast in front of so many people? Humph. Recalling the level 6 flame tiger that had attacked the Magic City district's protective shield and been snatched away by Lu Jinshan with a single strike, Wu Shan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 25, Obtaining the Battle Reward, Battle Continuation. Battle Target Appearance, 96-100, Physique, 92-100, meets Battle Thrills criteria. You have engaged in a satisfying battle. Reward obtained, Battle Continuation Fake. Battle Continuation Fake, a passive skill that grants additional stamina to continue actions for a certain period after exhaustion, allowing you to survive one death and resurrect to fight again. Items rewarded from Battle Thrills cannot be upgraded. Sun Wu looked at the battle records in the system, feeling incredibly satisfied. Who knew fighting could yield such rewards? Battle Continuation? This skill feels so familiar. In the Fate world, it seems like many spirits have this skill? But why is there a fake label next to it, and it can't be upgraded yet? What a pity. This skill is like having an extra life. It adds another layer of security for future battles. Moreover, this skill seems perfectly suited to my Saiyan heritage. Saiyan bloodline enhances physical recovery ability, resistance to damage, and significantly boosts combat power upon near-death recovery. The ability to revive once from the brink of death, combined with the Saiyan bloodline's significant combat power boost when near death, is incredibly powerful. Thinking about the future where enemies fight with all their strength to defeat me, only to find me standing again, even stronger, is a bit thrilling. However, this physique is only rated 92 points? What must 100 points look like? Sun Wu stroked Lin Jingjing, who was in his arms, feeling the firm, elastic curves in his hands. Earlier, fearing he wouldn't have time to escape, he had picked up Lin Jingjing and used the sky dance technique to head toward the nearest underground shelter. At that moment, he was holding Lin Jingjing from behind and flying through the sky at high speed. Lin Jingjing was still in awe of Sun Wu's ability to fly. After all, in traditional martial arts, being able to briefly defy gravity was a sign of a 7th-level martial artist, while flying required an 8th-level martial artist. Even with an awakened martial arts inheritance, flight was a rare and powerful ability. Could it be that the weak inheritance Sun Wu had awakened actually had flight capabilities? Was it really a trash inheritance? Her awakened inheritance, thanks to the top-tier inheritance card Sun Wu had purchased earlier, was the Ice Fruit ability of the Admiral of the Pirate World Akiji. Once she advances in rank, she should also be able to elementalize. I wonder if she can fly. Suddenly, Sun Wu attacked her unexpectedly, pinching her, causing her to let out a soft moan. Lin Jingjing's face turned bright red, unsure of what Sun Wu was up to. At that moment, they were flying high in the sky. Could he be planning to do something up there? That's impossible. Thinking this, Lin Jingjing immediately clenched her legs tightly, her face flushing red, and twisted her body. Sun Wu glanced down at Lin Jingjing, who had made the sound, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little girl just a touch and such a reaction? Stop fidgeting. If you keep rubbing, he'll wake up, and you'll be responsible. Lin Jingjing stiffened all over and dared not move anymore. Just as the two were about to reach their destination, a semi-transparent blue energy shield in the sky began to stir. A buzzing sound echoed. Sun Wufei, suspended in mid-air, could see clearly. The light barrier in the distance was rapidly contracting, moving closer and closer. The light curtain swept past the area where the two were located and finally came to a halt at the boundary between the wealthy district and the outer walls of the slum area. What is this? Sun Wufei's expression grew serious. Has the energy shield protecting the Magic City district reduced its range? Could it be? Sun Wufei turned to look back at the residential area they had come from, where the protective shield had already vanished. Dense swarms of black insects, resembling maggots, poured out from a shattered crack in the suspended sky. Their numbers were so vast that they instantly engulfed the street where his rental house was located. What is that thing? Lin Jingjing pointed fearfully at the swarm of black insects surging forward like a tidal wave. Sun Wu couldn't help but grow serious. These insects were entirely black, resembling maggots in shape. Their heads had two blood-red eyes, and their circular mouthparts were open, lined with sharp teeth that did not resemble those of maggots. A thin layer of black mist swirled around their bodies, and they moved across the ground at an extremely fast pace. It seems to be shadow beetles? Sun Wu said in a low voice. The original memories of this dimension contained little information about these ferocious beasts. All his knowledge came from textbooks, and his homeroom teacher had specifically mentioned the shadow bug during class. Shadow beetles were one of the few low-tier semi-ghost-type beasts. They belong to the half-ghost, half-darkness category and originate from a dimensional world known as the Darkness Alternate Dimension. Although these beasts are of low rank, mostly between levels 1 and 2, their reproduction rate is extremely fast, and their numbers are vast. What's more troublesome is that these beasts, being related to the ghost type, have their physical attacks greatly reduced in effectiveness. In just a short while, the swarm of insects had already covered the street below Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing. Had Sun Wu not been flying in the sky at that moment, he would have already been engulfed by the swarm. However, the residents of the civilian districts were not so fortunate. Although the shadow beetles move by writhing, with the aid of the black mist, they glide like black smoke, moving at incredible speeds. Within Sun Wu's line of sight, he could already see several slower individuals being swallowed by the swarm. Ah! Help! Don't eat me! Screams echoed through the empty streets, sending chills down the spine. Those who were caught by the shadow insects were instantly engulfed by the black tide of insects, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. This is terrifying. Lin Jingjing clung tightly to Sun Wu's embrace, her face pale as she witnessed the horrifying scene, her body trembling slightly. Sun Wu also felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was a powerful fighter, dealing with these mostly level 1 shadow bugs was no easy task. However, his stamina had its limits. Facing such a massive number of ferocious beasts, if he were to be surrounded by the swarm in an instant, he might not fare well. Just then, Sun Wu's energy perception detected a sudden surge of energy fluctuations, along with several familiar auras. Someone is fighting over there. Is it Li Yi? Sun Wu's heart raced, and he quickly changed direction, flying toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Magic City District, residential area, a corner of a street. Li Yi and Lu Balian were desperately fending off the attacks of the surrounding shadow insects. Li Yi's weapon was an iron hammer, which didn't seem to be his specialty. It looked like a blacksmith's tool. With each swing of the iron hammer, he managed to knock several shadow insects into the air. However, the knocked-back insects seemed unaffected, landing back into the swarm and charging forward once more. Shadow insects are inherently highly resistant to physical damage, and since Li Yi hasn't advanced in rank, his combat power is only around 20 or 30 points, barely enough to knock back the charging insects. As the shadow insects surged forward like a tidal wave, the iron hammer in his hands grew heavier and heavier. Lu Balian, who was also unranked, could only help by knocking away a few stragglers. However, her face was pale, clearly in poor condition, far worse than Li Yi's. Chapter 26, The First Battle of the Fierce Tiger Illusion Beast Fist. Behind them were Li Yi's parents and dozens of civilians from the civilian district. Li Yi's father, Li Taizhan, was covered in the bodily fluids of various insects. His weapon was a massive iron hammer, and with each swing, he could crush a swarm of shadow insects into a pulp. Li Yi's mother, Wang Shuhua, was a petite middle-aged woman wielding a peculiar short knife. The blade shimmered with a blue aura, and with each swing, it sliced several shadow insects in half. Both of them were masters of a single martial art, each possessing third-tier martial arts prowess. However, even they felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of shadow insects. Even when they unleashed their most powerful skills, they could only kill a few level 1 or level 2 shadow insects. These semi-ghostly beasts were simply too much for them, who relied solely on physical attacks. Among the dozens of civilians fleeing together, there were also several practitioners of the martial arts at the second level of the martial arts lineage. By now, after retreating all the way to this point, they were all exhausted both physically and mentally. By Lian, take everyone and leave first. Li Taizhan roared, as a dense crimson glow appeared on his iron hammer. He swung it, sending a swarm of shadow insects flying. Dad, I won't leave. Li Yi clenched his teeth. If we're going together. Nonsense. Li Taizhan roared angrily. You're still young, you have a future ahead of you. You can't die here. Staying here will only slow us down. If you leave, your mother and I can escape freely. While the walls on both sides of the street can still hold, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the walls will collapse under the pressure of the insects, and will be surrounded on all sides and unable to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the walls on both sides of the alley collapsed in an instant. A swarm of dark shadow insects surged toward the group from all directions. Li Yi was filled with terror, instinctively hugging Lu Balian and shielding her behind him. He wildly swung his iron hammer, hoping to block the insect swarm's attack. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua also saw the wall behind them collapse, their eyes turning red with fury. Just as the two were about to fight desperately, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Yi. Boom! 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 The figure, accompanied by a tiger-shaped illusory form, moved as fast as lightning, sweeping back and forth through the swarm of insects in front of Li Yi, instantly knocking away dozens of shadow insects. The black mist on the struck shadow insects dissipated completely, and they fell to the ground, losing their breath and stiffening in place. A single strike had been enough to kill them. Sun Wu! Li Yi and Lu Balian exclaimed in unison. The arrival was indeed Sun Wu. After clearing the swarm of shadow insects surging toward Li Yi, he extended both hands and caught Lin Jingjing as she fell, still screaming. Earlier, with time critical, he had thrown Lin Jingjing into the air, dealt with the insects, and caught her in one fluid motion. Follow them and head toward the protective shield. There was no time to catch up with the two of them. While lowering Lin Jingjing to the ground, he instructed the others to flee toward the protective shield area in the wealthy district. Sun Wu once again performed the mighty tiger illusion beast fist to assist Li Yi's parents in holding off the rear. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua were also surprised to see Sun Wu. They naturally recognized Sun Wu, as their children had always played best with him. However, they never expected Sun Wu to be able to kill the shadow beetles. Both of them were third-tier martial artists, and it took them immense effort to barely kill the shadow bugs, but each kill required an extra burst of strength. Li Taizhan looked at the tiger-shaped illusory shadow surrounding Sun Wu and was astonished. It seemed that the tiger-shaped illusory shadow enveloping his body had a special effect against the black mist of the shadow bugs. Wherever Sun Wu's fist struck, the tiger-shaped illusory shadow moved like a living creature, dispersing the black mist on the shadow bug with each strike. Could this be the secret technique of those martial arts schools? The dozens of people present were all astonished, but they did not stop fighting, quickly coordinating with Sun Wu to clear a safe distance. They then all rushed toward the direction where Li Yi and the others were retreating. Thank you for your help, young man. Thank you, young man. I don't know which school you're from, but once the insect plague is over, I'll definitely send a banner to your school. Along the way, the people kept thanking Sun Wu. Xiao Wu, which martial arts school did you join? This technique can actually injure the dark insects. It must not be an ordinary technique. Li Taizhan, carrying an iron hammer, hurried forward while asking Sun Wu. Yes, Uncle Taizhan. I'm now a member of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. The technique I just used was the school's signature move, the Fierce Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. Sun Wu answered while glancing at his system interface. At that moment, Sun Wu noticed a problem. Despite having killed at least hundreds of level 1 shadow beetles, he hadn't gained any combat points. Li Taizhan and Wang Shuhua exchanged glances, both surprised. They knew about the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, the only martial arts academy established in the civilian district. It wasn't that the school was weak. The Flying Tiger Lu family had a formidable reputation in the Magic City district. The martial arts school's master, Lu Shan, was known as the strongest fighter in the Magic City district. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts School was reportedly established to protect the safety of all residents in the Magic City district. They voluntarily placed the school in the civilian district, near the outer protective barrier, serving as the first line of defense against the ferocious beasts. If it weren't for the fact that their homes were too far away, everyone would be evacuating to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy right now. Who would have thought that Sun Wu had such good fortune, managing to connect with such a powerful faction? Sun Wu and his own son, Yi, were close friends, and he had always been an honest and hard-working child. Now that he had the opportunity to rise to prominence, both of them were deeply gratified. The group advanced steadily but soon spotted Li Yi and the others who had stopped ahead. Why aren't you running? What are you stopping for? Li Taizhan couldn't help but ask, but suddenly looked up and stared at the direction Li Yi and the others were facing. That was the street where the wealthy district and the working-class district of Magic City intersected. Before them, a crowd of over 100 people had gathered on the street, blocked by a blue energy barrier stretching from the sky to the ground, unable to move forward. Those bastards! They've actually closed off access to the energy shield. Li Tiashan's face turned ashen as he saw the blue light barrier and cursed. The regional energy shield was designed to withstand the ferocious beasts emerging from dimensional rifts. Earlier, there had been a notice stating that the protection range of the energy shield had been reduced. Little did they expect that these incompetent officials would simply shut down access permissions. Now, there were far more than just the few hundred people in front of them outside the shield. There must be even more people in other directions who hadn't yet entered the shelter. Some people in the crowd who knew the situation began explaining it to those around them. As the insect swarm grew closer in the distance, the situation quickly spiraled out of control, and chaos erupted among the crowd. These damned traitors, what are we going to do? Are we going to die here? No, I don't want to die. Most people's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Sun Wu walked up to the light screen, reached out to touch it, and was indeed blocked by an invisible force. This is trouble, Sun Wu frowned. Although he could utilize the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist technique to attack spiritual entities, combined with his 1000 combat points, he could almost instantly eliminate the shadow insects. However, after just killing hundreds of shadow beetles, his mental energy was already exhausted. It was clear he couldn't keep up with the demands of this martial art anymore. If he couldn't enter the protective barrier, he wouldn't die. He could always use his flying in the void technique to escape. But the people in front of him were all doomed. He could at most fly back and forth a few times to save a few familiar faces, but there wouldn't be enough time for more. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire street. Chapter 27, Rubber Fruit Lu Shan. In the distant sky, two figures approached the crowd rapidly, one in front and one behind. Li Yi recognized one of them from the energy field as Lu Shan of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The other energy sphere was unfamiliar to Li Yi, but it was surprisingly no weaker than Lu Shan's. Lu Shan flew up above the crowd and came to a sudden halt. With a flick of his wrist, his once gaunt arms suddenly stretched out in the wind, like rubber slingshots, elongating to an incredible length. In an instant, they stretched out for thousands of meters, extending beyond the limits of the group's vision. On the surface of this dragon-like limb, a shadowy form of a tiger began to take shape. Next, the long arm swept across the ground horizontally, like a windshield wiper gliding over glass. The swirling waves of insects in the distance were instantly swept away by the sweeping motion of the arm. Everywhere the crowd could see, all the swarming insects were reduced to ash in a single strike. What is this? Luffy's rubber fruit? Sun Wu stared at the old man whose arm resembled a rubber slingshot, filled with astonishment. He never expected this old man to have awakened the rubber fruit. However, considering the old man's playful nature, Sun Wu wondered if this world also had the Nika fruit. I wonder if it was the power that chose him or if he chose the power. However, in the original story, Luffy couldn't stretch his rubber that much before his 5th gear, could he? The length of that extended arm was estimated to be nearly several kilometers long. What a pity, we still didn't kill that brainworm. Lu Lao, I think we should give up and head straight to the inner circle. Once the protective shield is fully charged, these first and second tier insect swarms will naturally be repelled and collapse on their own. Why bother flying around aimlessly? The person following Lu Shan also flew over and spoke to him. This man was an old man, though his eyebrows and beard were white, his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes still hinted at his former handsomeness. At that moment, he was wearing a white training robe adorned with gold thread, looking extremely luxurious and flashy. His hands had transformed into a pair of bird-like wings, flapping continuously to maintain his flight in mid-air. This man was named Wang Zhengdao, a close friend of Lu Shan and the master of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City district. His awakened ability is derived from the bird fruit from the One Piece world, granting him the power of flight. He had been showing off this ability to Lu Shan for quite some time. After Lu Jinshan learned the sky dance technique from Sun Wu, he couldn't wait to go show off to him. Shortly after, the shadow insect beast attack occurred. This was already Lu Jinshan's 5th attempt. Each time, he had annihilated all the shadow beasts within a radius of several kilometers, but he had yet to kill the mutated ghost brainworm. I don't believe it. I can eliminate tens of thousands of them at once. I'll eliminate them one by one until I find that brainworm. The old man Lu Jinshan retracted his long arms, returning to his original form, his lips curled in annoyance. Just as he was about to fly off to the next location, he suddenly sensed something and looked down at the crowd below. Seeing that it was Sun Wu there, he immediately flew down. Son, young brother, what are you doing here? Do you want me to take you to the martial arts hall to hide? Sun Wu was startled to see the old man had sensed him directly. He hadn't taught this old man how to sense energy, had he? How had he sensed him? Earlier, when he was above the Flying Tiger martial arts hall, he had clearly suppressed his chi, yet he was still detected. No need. You already cleared the shadow insect swarm around us earlier. There doesn't seem to be any need to hide anymore. Li Yi snapped out of his daze from the old man's earlier attack, which seemed like the work of a divine being, and leaned over to Sun Wu. You don't know when to give up. Wang Zhengdao transformed his wings back into human form and landed beside Lu Jinshan, snorting derisively as he interrupted Li Yi. Old Lu just cleared the insects within a few kilometers. The mutated shadow insects, the ghost brainworms, are still alive. The remaining insects will reproduce rapidly and fill this area again in less than half a day. Now old Lu can only kill insects everywhere, hoping to accidentally hit the brain insect. What? Li Yi was taken aback. He had thought the crisis was over. Young man, don't listen to him. I'll go find that brainworm and kill it right now. Lu Jinshan glared at Wang Zhengdao in defiance and made to take off again. Sun Wu hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Lu, please don't rush. I think I can sense the brainworm's location. You? Wang Zhengdao looked at Sun Wu, disbelieving. Little guy, do you even know what a ghost brainworm is? That thing hides among the swarm, invisible and intangible. How can you sense it? The Pirate Legacy template mentions the perception of sound and color, but it only covers a range of 100 meters at most. Don't mock us. You can sense it? Then tell me quickly. The old man ignored Wang Zhengdao's words, stopped what he was doing, and looked at Sun Wu with eager anticipation. He didn't doubt Sun Wu's words at all. Sun Wu ignored Wang Zhengdao's skepticism. He closed his eyes and spread his chi perception to its fullest extent. In the distant swarm of insects, each shadow insect was connected by a thread of energy. The entire swarm acted as a single entity. No wonder killing the insects didn't grant any rewards. It turns out the entire swarm is considered a single entity? The insects we killed earlier were just their constantly regenerating limbs. Sun Wu opened his eyes and pointed in a direction, over there, about 5 kilometers away. They were probably scared by your attack earlier and are now moving quickly. Your attack almost killed him. 5 kilometers? Lu Jinshan's eyes lit up. You're something else, you can actually sense that? Let's go, take me there. He grabbed Sun Wu's arm, activated his flight technique, and his body shot upward, carrying Sun Wu straight into the sky. The gusts of wind blew Li Yi and the others off their feet. Wait for me. Wang Zhengdao saw this and hurriedly spread his hands into wings, following after them. Master Lu, be careful when you act. Don't kill that brainworm. Leave it alive for me. Sun Wu reminded him as he was being carried through the air by the old man. Leave it alive? Lu Jinshan was taken aback. What do you want with that thing? That bug doesn't have much meat. I ate one earlier, and it wasn't tasty either. If you want to eat it, I can go to the beast rampage zone and kill a few tasty ones for you when I have time. Of course not for eating. I have a use for it. Sun Wu blushed, wondering how the old man had thought of eating. He didn't want others to finish it off, or he'd get nothing. With such a large swarm of insects, the combat points as rewards should be substantial. Maybe there would even be extra rewards? The old man didn't understand Sun Wu's intentions, but he nodded anyway. Alright, I'll listen to you. But if you want to eat them, make sure to tell me. The two moved at incredible speed, reaching the spot Sun Wu had indicated in the blink of an eye. Below, a dense swarm of shadow insects surged like a black tide, never ceasing. Where is it? Where is it? Lu Jinshan impatiently looked around frantically. It's down there, at that spot. Sun Wu pointed to a protrusion in the sea of insects below. Lu Jinshan looked closely and indeed saw that at the center of the swarm, there was a cloud of black mist, denser than the surrounding mist, with the insects piling up several meters high above it. Chapter 28, Sun Wu wins by default. Lu Jinshan takes the MVP. Wow, you really knew how to hide. Finally found you. Lu Jinshan muttered excitedly. He extended his arm once more, and his palm suddenly expanded like a balloon, instantly forming a massive hand that blocked out the sky. With a single strike, it crashed into the swarm of insects. Crack! A deafening sound echoed, flattening everything within hundreds of meters. As the palm rose, all the insects below turned into a pile of meat paste. In the soup of insect fluids, a transparent insect resembling amber was writhing, trying to escape. This insect was completely transparent, with a massive head that took up half its body, covered in countless compound eyes, giving it an eerie appearance. Is this the ghost brainworm? Sunwoo looked at the writhing, disgusting insect, furrowing his brows. The textbook only mentioned the existence of this brainworm, but there were no illustrations. That's it, Lu Jinshan nodded slightly. I only used my physical strength to strike it earlier, without adding the intent of the Phantom Beast Fist or my own martial arts will. You wanted it to be left alive, so here you go. Lu Jinshan set Sunwoo down, and Sunwoo flew up to hover above the brainworm. Sunwoo activated the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, a fierce tiger's illusory form enveloping him, and struck the slowly writhing ghost brainworm on the ground with a single punch. Battle detected. Current combat power of the target is 0. Victory will not grant combat points. What the hell? How can combat power be 0? Sunwoo felt disappointed, as his plan to let someone else weaken it before finishing it off had failed. But since things had come to this, he might as well finish it off. A punch landed on the ghost brainworm, but it only made a light, hollow sound. The tiger-shaped illusory form on his body held on for a moment when it came into contact with the brainworm before flickering and disappearing. Suddenly, Sunwoo felt a splitting headache, as if he were reliving the agony of staying up all night for over 10 days in his previous life, on the brink of death. He could no longer control his aerial combat technique and was about to fall into the pool of insect carcasses below. Haha, young man, what are you trying to prove? Just then, Wang Zhangdao, who had just flown over, flapped his wings and quickly moved forward, catching Sunwoo just in time. So you're Lu Laotu's disciple? Your Tiger Illusion Fist technique is still at the beginner's level, and your mental power is on par with yours. I don't think you've even reached the next rank yet, do you? These ghost brainworms, though only third-tier beasts, are mutated forms with evolved brains. Their attack power might not even match that of ordinary shadow worms. It possesses a pure ghostly body with physical immunity, coupled with high mental power from its high intelligence evolution, making it extremely resistant to energy and mental attacks. Unless it's with a higher spiritual rank, defeating it will be quite challenging. Though I don't know why you're meddling, relying on your entry-level Tiger Phantom Fist technique to handle it is too much of a stretch. Let old Lu handle it instead. Thanks to the Saiyan bloodline's powerful regenerative abilities, Sunwoo quickly regained his clarity, and his head didn't hurt much anymore. I almost got caught off guard there. Upon hearing Wang Zhangdao mention the spiritual power rank, Sunwoo's heart stirred. He seemed to have a skill rank that was pretty high, didn't he? Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist, gather all your strength into a single punch, infusing it with the will of a giant ape within your body to deal additional damage. Against any creature unable to withstand the dormant giant ape spirit within Saiyan blood, it inflicts crushing damage. It has powerful attack power but average speed and can directly target spiritual forms. Prerequisite skill, Dragon Fist. It seemed worth trying the Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist. Besides, he rarely had the chance to experiment with these skills. With Lu the Hall Master present, he could test them boldly without hesitation, saving himself the trouble of being rusty when facing enemies in the future. Wait a moment, Master Lu. Let me try again. Sunwoo spoke up to stop the old man who was about to finish off the brainworm. Wang Zhangdao looked at Sunwoo and furrowed his brows slightly. Old Lu, your disciple is more stubborn than you? I'll watch and see if he tries again. He won't overuse his mental energy and turn into an idiot, will he? Sun Xiaoxian, are you sure you want to try again? The old man Lu Jinshan, though usually unconventional, knew the limits of what was appropriate. Sunwoo's previous display made him worry that another attempt might lead to trouble. It's fine, I can handle it. Seeing Sunwoo's determination, the two said nothing more, but positioned themselves beside him, ready to assist at any moment. Wang Zhangdao sighed inwardly. Sigh, this old man's disciple is also a stubborn one. Well, let's just consider it a greeting gift. This old man hasn't taken on a disciple in ages, he must cherish him dearly. He took out a medicine bottle, which was the secret elixir of his White Crane Martial Arts Hall, the Tianyuan powder, specifically effective for mental energy damage, preparing to administer it to Sunwoo at any moment. Sunwoo used the Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist technique, but suddenly felt a terrifying sense of brutality surge within him. A malevolent aura surged within him, instantly turning his eyes blood red, as if he wanted to destroy everything in sight. A colossal, ferocious ancient Saiyan ape appeared behind him, roaring toward the heavens. Roar! Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist. Sunwoo's entire body erupted with explosive force. His body moved with the fist, piercing directly through the brainworm's body. In an instant, the brainworm's body seemed to be crushed by some colossal force, shattering like foam and dissipating into the void. Defeated a powerful enemy. Current biological combat power, 0, no combat points awarded. Stopping his forward momentum, Sunwoo looked at the system prompt that popped up, feeling slightly disappointed. His plan to exploit an opening for a finishing blow and claim the kill had failed. If that had worked, he planned to ask the old man for help, hunting crippled level 5 or 6 beasts to farm combat points for him. What a pity. You won an easy victory in a one-sided battle. Easy win, one of the most satisfying battle styles. Meets the criteria for an exhilarating battle. Reward obtained. Reward obtained, lazy winner dog. Easy win dog single-use card. After using this skill, you can comfortably win while lying down when there's a powerful ally on your side, storing one attack equal to the ally's combat power. Current selectable targets, Lu Jinshan, Wang Zhengdao. Do you want to store it? Battle Thrills rewards cannot be upgraded. Ha! Is there an unexpected bonus? I thought I was just testing the power of the heaven and earth piercing fist. Earlier, I detected that the brainworm's combat power was already at 0, so I thought there wouldn't be any loot left. But what do you mean, easy win? It's not like I did any work, they found the brainworms themselves, right? How does the system rate this? It's distorting all my efforts. But anyway, I'll still use the storage. I immediately targeted Lu Jinshan and stored an attack. The old man is clearly stronger, no need to think about that. With this strike in hand, I have another life-saving ace up my sleeve. Shifting my attention away from the system panel, I realized that the all-out attack had left me exhausted. The heaven and earth piercing fist seemed like something I should use sparingly in the future. It was too mentally and physically draining. This can't be possible. Wang Zhengdao rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. A mere novice who hadn't even reached the first rank had managed to take down a third-tier ghost brainworm? This thing would have taken him quite some effort to deal with. Could it be martial arts willpower? Though he had heard legends about cultivating martial arts will before reaching the 6th rank, witnessing it in reality left him utterly astonished. Sun Wu's punch, even if it wasn't martial arts will, had at least taken shape. Ha, old one, what do you think? My disciple isn't bad, is he? Lu Jinshan laughed triumphantly, patting Sun Wu on the shoulder. I told you, this kid has potential. Sun Wu smiled modestly, but he was still puzzled inside. Wait, didn't I join the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy? When did I become your disciple? However, seeing Lu Jinshan's hand behind his back frantically waving at him, he couldn't help but chuckle. This old man is just putting on airs, so he went along with it and replied, it's all thanks to your teachings. Instantly, the old man's face lit up with an even broader smile. Chapter 29, Crisis Averted. Wang Zhengdao snapped back to reality and looked at Sun Wu with a complex expression. Shock, admiration, and a hint of eagerness. Having lived so long, he had seen it all, but Sun Wu's talent was truly top tier. Though he didn't know the quality of Sun Wu's awakened inheritance, the mastery of that unknown fist technique that had shattered the ghost brainworms alone guaranteed that Sun Wu's future achievements in the ancient martial arts would never fall short of his own. Such a talent if he could be recruited into his family. Wang Zhengdao's mind began to race. He was already old and had little time left. Once he died, the relationship between the Wang family and the White Crane Martial Arts Hall and the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall would be severed. His sons were all useless, with the eldest being only a 5th-level martial artist, and the others languishing at 3rd level, barely scraping by. It seems I must send that girl Yuer into action. Young people should be nurtured and cultivated. Wang Zhengdao had made up his mind. His granddaughter, Wang Yu, not only possesses remarkable beauty but also exceptional talent, making her a top student at the premier martial arts high school in the Magic City district. The heirs of other families had gone to great lengths to pursue his granddaughter. If she could establish a good relationship with Sun Wu, then after he passed away, the Wang family's future for the next few decades would be secure. This would also allow him to maintain ties with the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, a win-win situation. Sun Wu was unaware of the old man's true intentions, but if he had known, he would have gladly accepted them. He never turns down beautiful women, and as for the responsibilities that come with it, well, that depends on how well you serve him. Young son, you really saved us this time. Otherwise, those shadow beetles would have caused a huge mess. The old man Wang Zhengdao immediately decided to build a closer relationship and smiled broadly, saying, Young brother, I see you're also in the civilian districts group. Is your residence also trapped in this sea of insects? Why not stay at my White Crane Martial Arts Academy? If you need anything, just let me know. Right, Sun Xiaoxiong, my disciple seems to be living outside the outer city of the civilian district, but my disciple definitely lives at my Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. What are you doing here? Are you trying to steal my disciple? The old man Lu Jinshan nodded repeatedly at first, but then suddenly looked at Wang Zhengdao with suspicion. Why would I steal your disciple? I need him to strengthen the relationship between our two families. Wang Zhengdao didn't bother arguing with this fool and instead looked at Sun Wu. Sun Wu thought for a moment and decided to agree with Lu Jinshan, agreeing to stay temporarily at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He did indeed need a place to stay. At this time, most of the outer city was covered by a swarm of insects, and his rented house had long since been destroyed. He just didn't know how the landlord would collect the rent. Of course, assuming the landlord hadn't passed away. After arranging accommodation for Sun Wu, Lu Jinshan and Wang Zhengdao discussed the aftermath. Although the ghost brain bugs were dead, the remaining shadow bugs were still numerous. Without the brainworms to control them, the insects began to fight among themselves, posing little threat to ordinary people. However, if they were to devour each other and evolve into a new brainworm, that would be a major problem. The two decided to split up and eliminate as many of the remaining shadow bugs as possible. Old Wang, you take the east, I'll handle the west. Let's make sure we clean up all these bugs. Lu Jinshan said. Alright, let's do it. Wang Zhangdao replied, and the two flew off in different directions. Sun Wu flew back to where Li Yi and the others were. Sun Wu, are you okay? Li Yi rushed over to give Sun Wu a bear hug. Stop it, I only accept hugs from beautiful women. Get out of the way. Sun Wu stopped him with one hand. Li Yi, having been stopped by Sun Wu, naturally turned around and took Lu Bailian's hand. After the life-threatening ordeal, their relationship seemed to have grown closer, their hands tightly intertwined. Sun Wu smiled and patted Li Yi on the shoulder. I'm fine. But you two, holding on so tightly? Is this it? Li Yi's face turned red, and he scratched his head. Hee, I guess so. Lu Bailian blushed and lowered her head shyly. That day, Lu Bailian had been rescued by Sun Wu and Li Yi from Wu Yifeng's clutches, and they had taken Li Yi to the hospital. The two had spent a lot of time together, and finally, Lu Bailian had accepted Li Yi, who had been pursuing her for years. Earlier, the two had survived together in the swarm of insects, further deepening their bond. Alright, you little rascal, you moved fast. Sun Wu teased, congratulations. Treat me to a drink later. Definitely. Li Yi nodded repeatedly. Since the insect swarm no longer actively attacked targets other than the shadow insects, everyone set off along the path they had come, rescuing those trapped in the ruins. By the time the sun was about to set, Sun Wu and the others who had been rescued explained the current situation in the swarm to the survivors. The remaining large swarm was being handled by Lu Guanzhu and other experts, and the danger had been neutralized. Everyone then dispersed. Sun Wu led Lin Jingjing back to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. The martial arts hall was crowded with people, including martial arts students and nearby civilians. The outer hall was packed to capacity. Due to the crowd, Sun Wu had no choice but to use his aerial combat technique to fly over the crowd, causing those below to gasp in astonishment. In the corner, the Chin brothers saw Sun Wu flying above the crowd and were so frightened they dared not breathe. Sun Wu had become even stronger. The two were now terrified of drawing Sun Wu's attention and facing retribution later, wishing they could leave the martial arts hall as soon as possible. However, unfortunately, they still had debts to repay, and the martial arts hall wouldn't let them escape. Upon entering the inner hall, Sun Wu pulled out a card similar to a room key that Lu Jinshan had given him and handed it to the Cheongsam-clad receptionist. Following the receptionist, they entered a luxurious room. Lin Jingjing looked at the luxurious room before her and felt a mix of emotions. The place where Sun Wu had been staying earlier had been destroyed beyond recognition by the shadow insects and was uninhabitable. She herself had been renting a house in the outer city, which was likely now submerged in a sea of insects. She never imagined that one day she would be able to stay at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. The VIP guest rooms at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall were specially built for those who came to train there, equivalent to a top-tier hotel. To curry favor with the various families affiliated with the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, they took turns staying there to boost its performance metrics, with each room costing at least 10,000 star coins per day. Her ultimate goal had always been to marry into a wealthy family like Tang Xiaojie, live a carefree life, and if the family had influence, be exempted from military service. For commoners, military service is mandatory, but for major families, it can be easily waived. Now, Sun Wu's treatment and experiences far surpassed those of Tang Xiaojie by countless times. And he's already this powerful now, his future is truly limitless. Recalling how Sun Wu had maneuvered through the swarm of insects today as if no one was there, Lin Jingjing felt a strange emotion welling up in her heart. If only I hadn't broken up with Sun Wu back then, things would be so different now. Lin Jingjing couldn't help but feel regret, her thoughts growing bitter. She realized that her feelings for Sun Wu had undergone a subtle transformation. From initial exploitation, to later submission, and now. There was a hint of dependence and admiration? Lin Jingjing was startled by her own thoughts. She shook her head vigorously, trying to banish those thoughts from her mind. What's wrong? Sun Wu noticed Lin Jingjing's unusual behavior and asked. Nothing, Lin Jingjing replied nervously. Oh, if it's nothing, then it's late. Let's wash up and go to bed. Sun Wu gave Lin Jingjing a mischievous smile, then stripped off his clothes and walked naked past her into the bathroom. Lin Jingjing listened to the sound of running water from the bathroom, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Finally, she bit her lip, took off her clothes, and pushed the door open to follow him into the bathroom. Chapter 30, The Strange Crystal, the rank-up trial begins. The next day, Sun Wu was awakened by the vibration of his communication device. Before his eyelids had fully opened, he felt a weight on his body, as if something was wrapped around him like an octopus. He looked down and smiled. Lin Jingjing was hanging onto him, and the sight was so beautiful it was almost blinding. He gently moved Lin away. Sun Wu seemed to hear a strange sound. It must have been a hallucination. Guys, I revised this over 30 times before finally getting it right. Last night, this girl must have eaten something strange. She was unusually proactive and full of tricks, nearly making this Saiyan want to surrender. The rank-up trial has been activated early due to a dimensional rift invasion. Please gather at the school playground today. A message popped up on the communicator. Sun Wu froze. The rank-up trial had started early? Today? He hurriedly patted Lin Jingjing, who was sleeping in his arms, preparing to wake her up. Sun Wu. No. Don't. Lin Jingjing rolled over, mumbling incoherently in her sleep, seemingly lost in a dream. Suddenly, she jolted awake as if electrocuted, saw Sun Wu clearly before her, and her face flushed red all the way to her neck. She darted under the blanket beside her, wrapping herself up like a silkworm pupa. You heard everything? Lin Jingjing's muffled voice came from under the blanket, trembling slightly. Hear what? You were talking in your sleep? I didn't hear anything big or anything like that. Sun Wu teased her deliberately. You. Lin Jingjing felt even more embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Get ready for the advancement trial. It's been moved up. Check your communicator to see if you have any messages. Sun Wu thought to himself that this woman was pretty cute right now, but he wouldn't forget how ruthless she had been earlier. Lin Jingjing, upon hearing this, forgot all about her shyness and hurriedly checked her messages. Sure enough, it was true, and she immediately grew tense. Wasn't it supposed to start in 4 or 5 days? Why was it suddenly moved up? To be honest, she hadn't even decided to participate in the rank-up trial so soon. Although she had awakened the ice fruit ability, she hadn't used it yet. As a commoner, she had no guidance or prior notice on how to use her abilities, and had no idea what precautions to take. Knowing that the rank-up trial was about to begin, she was still very nervous. Sun Wu, on the other hand, was eager to try. After slaughtering countless enemies in the insect sea, he was craving combat and saw this trial as a perfect opportunity to practice. Anyway, they're all unranked newbies. Even if they enter, they're only at the first level of martial arts. What threat could they possibly pose? Maybe he could even trigger a few combat rewards, which would be the real treat. After a quick wash, Sun Wu once again took Lin Jingjing and flew toward the school. This time, Lin Jingjing was noticeably more relaxed, even wrapping her arms tightly around Sun Wu's waist. She blushed but didn't resist his occasional playful touches. As soon as they entered the school gates, they saw a sea of people on the playground, all students participating in the trial. They gathered in small groups, discussing the rank-up trials, creating a lively atmosphere. Wu! Over here! Li spotted Sun Wu from a distance and waved enthusiastically. Sun Wu walked over with Lin Jingjing and noticed that Li Yi and Lu Balian were chatting animatedly with a few classmates. Hey, what's going on here? Did you two get back together? Li Yi asked with a gossipy expression. Actually, he had wanted to ask since he saw Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing flying down from the sky yesterday. He remembered that the two of them had broken up long ago. How did they end up together again? What's the matter? You can show off your love, but I can't bloom again in my old age? Sun Wu laughed and playfully punched Li Yi on the shoulder. Lu Balian was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red, and she almost buried her head in her chest. Li Yi, seeing this, gave a sheepish smile. Hee, it's just that you have a partner now, as a brother. I'm happy for you. Hee. Please gather at the playground and stand in front of your homeroom teacher. The ranking trial is about to begin. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. Sun Wu and the others found Zui Yuanlong and stood at the front of the line. Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian were from the neighboring class and had to temporarily separate. There have been some unexpected developments in this initiation trial, and the rules have been modified. Please listen carefully to the changes. Zui Yuanlong activated his communicator, projecting an image of a rotating prismatic crystal. Killing an unranked ferocious beast is worth 1 point, killing a level 1 ferocious beast is worth 10 points, and killing a level 2 ferocious beast is worth 1000 points. The scoring system remains unchanged, and the rewards for the top 10 on the rankings remain the same. However, an additional rule has been added. If anyone discovers this crystal in the image during this advancement trial and brings it back to the school will reward them with 50 million star coins and a guaranteed spot at the Martial Arts University in Magic City. In an instant, the students below began to buzz with excitement. Holy crap! 50 million star coins? That's a fortune. Wow! If you don't use the 50 million star coins to buy martial arts resources, you'll be set for life. A few classmates from the same working class district began to daydream. Look at you, with your petty ambitions. The guaranteed admission spot to the Martial Arts University in Magic City is the most valuable thing here. Although the Magic City Martial Arts University is only ranked 7th in the Federation, which of the top 10 universities in the Federation is easy to get into? The regular college entrance exam is a life or death ordeal. How many can secure a good ranking to get into the Magic City Martial Arts University? If we can get this crystal this time, it's like using the advancement trial to replace the college entrance exam. We'd be set for life. A classmate with a slightly more affluent background, like Li Yi, was fixated on the direct admission spot at the Magic City Martial Arts University. The Magic City Martial Arts University is the 7th-ranked university in the entire federation. The college entrance exam requirements demand a ranking within the top 500 in the federation to even be considered for admission, and it is rumored that the university also has its own separate trial exams. The university boasts a strong faculty and 12 self-activated trial realms within its premises, providing students with opportunities for trial and cultivation to advance their skills. Having just one secret realm is already a mark of excellence for a university in the region. What on earth is this? The rewards are so generous. I think we should just forget about it. This is definitely something the top students from Magic City's first martial arts high school have already secured. We should just focus on passing the initial trial. Exactly, it has nothing to do with us. Those guys were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Even before they passed the trial, they were already soaking in various tonics and elixirs. They're probably all at least first-tier martial artists. The crowd initially grew excited and lively, but soon it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over them, and they fell silent once more. Before long, the students began studying the details of the trial space. Sunwoo looked at the patterns projected on the screen, memorizing them. He thought he might take a look at them someday. 5 million star coins weren't a small sum, and as for the guaranteed admission spot, even if he probably wouldn't use it, selling it could fetch a decent sum. This was definitely worth it. Chapter 31, Entering the Dark Alternate Dimension. Silence. Zui Yuanlong's voice suddenly rose. Like a thunderclap, it echoed across the playground, instantly silencing the buzzing crowd. Everyone was startled by the sudden outburst. Zui Yuanlong surveyed the area, his gaze sharp as a knife. The trial space this time has been confirmed to be the dark dimension that appeared once 50 years ago, due to the aftermath of the previous beast disaster. Dark dimension? What kind of place is that? Zui Yuanlong paused, seemingly giving everyone time to process the information, before continuing. The Dark Dimension, as the name suggests, is a haven for ghost-type and dark-type beasts. It is shrouded in complete darkness, and nothing can be seen. Only around the scattered glowstones can one barely make out a few things. Holy crap, that's like being blind. How are we supposed to fight there? Zui Yuanlong continued. Before this, most of you have probably only seen beasts online. Without yesterday's beast invasion, you might never have faced them in real life. The most common beasts in this trial space are the shadow insects from yesterday. However, don't worry too much. These shadow bugs are monitored by ghost brain bugs in the trial space and generally stay put in their own territories. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't bother you. Of course, if you're unlucky enough to fall into a swarm of them, you'll have to fend for yourself. Besides the shadow bugs, the most dangerous creatures you need to watch out for are the dark magic bats. These creatures have poor vision and rely entirely on sound to navigate, just like the shadow bugs. They also travel in large groups. Though individually not very strong, their numbers are overwhelming. Once they latch onto you, you're in for trouble. Dark magic bats will swarm toward any sound and fight to the death. Therefore, I recommend teaming up with classmates who have area of effect skills. This will make killing them more efficient and safer. Remember, while dark magic bats are the best choice for grinding experience, they're also the most dangerous beasts that can wipe out your entire group. As for other beasts, either they are few in number or do not live in groups, so they pose a relatively smaller threat. However, if you encounter one stronger than yourself, don't hesitate, run as far as you can. As soon as Zui Yuanlong finished speaking, the students erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Isn't this the trial space with the lowest survival rate in the book? This is so unlucky. I awakened the eagle eye ability, but once I'm in there, I'll be blind as a bat. What's the point of even trying? Thank goodness, my awakened inheritance has perception skills. I should be able to survive until the end. Shadow bugs, just thinking about them is terrifying. I just escaped from the outer city yesterday. The scene was like a nightmare. Anyone looking to team up to farm dark magic bats? I awakened the Ninja World's inheritance, and after advancing in rank, I'll have area of effect skills that'll be a game changer. Various discussions, complaints, and requests for teams echoed through the air, turning the entire playground into complete chaos. Sunwoo glanced at the eagle eye in surprise. He didn't expect anyone else to have awakened the legacy of the world's greatest swordsman. Once everyone had finished discussing, Zui Yuanlong spoke again. Once you enter the trial space, you will first undergo a rank-up process, directly obtaining the level 1 martial arts template inheritance and gaining the abilities of your awakened inheritance. Then, you will be randomly teleported to various corners of the trial space. Remember, try to gather with classmates you know and stick together for support. Within the trial space, there are no laws or rules to bind you. Be cautious and watch out for others who might try to take advantage of you. At that moment, a hoarse voice came over the intercom. It was the principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Demon City District. Students, the moment of your trial has arrived. This is the first practical test of your 3 years of martial arts training. Most of our students come from the working class districts. This is a precious opportunity to change your fate, seize it with both hands. Of course, returning alive is the most important thing. Now, the joint rank-up trial begins. As the principal's words echoed, a massive teleportation gate slowly appeared on the playground. Inside the portal, chaos reigned, and nothing could be seen. An ancient and mysterious aura swept over everyone, instilling a sense of awe. Form a line and go in one at a time. Remember, surviving is the only way out. Zui Yuanlong stood at the back of the line, shouting loudly. Wu, are you nervous? Li Yi leaned over, gently nudging Sun Wu's arm with his elbow, his voice low and trembling slightly. Sun Wu glanced at him and curved his lips into a smile. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? We survived the swarm of insects yesterday. This initiation trial can't be worse than that, can it? Damn it, Wu, you could fly yesterday, the bugs couldn't touch you. I almost got eaten alive. Make sure to find me when you go in. If I end up falling into that shadow bug pile again, I'm done for. Don't worry, Sun Wu patted his shoulder. Zui Yuanlong watched the students file in one after another, his face appearing calm on the surface, but his hands were already clenched into fists unconsciously. At the same time, at Queen S First Martial Arts High School, the teleportation gate slowly opened, emitting a faint glow. Hey, aren't these the so-called elites from the bottom-ranked second high school? A slick-haired teenager, dressed in the elaborate uniform of First Martial Arts High School, stood beside the teleportation gate, his nose in the air, looking down on them with disdain. What, you're here to be the underdogs again this year? The dark dimension, this time, is deadly. You lowly peasants better not wet your pants in fear. Behind him, a group of similarly well-dressed students from the First Martial Arts High School burst into laughter, gazing at the Second Martial Arts High School team with eyes that seemed to see them as lambs led to slaughter. Pfft, a bunch of good-for-nothings who only rely on their family's resources. What's there to be proud of? Someone muttered under their breath from within the Second Martial Arts High School team. Who said that? Come out and face me. The greasy-haired teenager's face darkened, his eyes widening like copper bells as he glared at the Second Martial Arts High School crowd, looking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What's the matter? Can't take a loss? You rich brats get to show off, but we poor bastards can't even speak? A slender figure slowly emerged from the crowd of the Second Martial Arts High School, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. You! The greasy-haired youth trembled with anger, pointing at the man but dared not continue his taunt. It was said that this slender figure had awakened the same ability as the legendary Iron Fist Kapu from the Federal Star, a ability once possessed by General Duanmu. The military had already placed a reservation for this student, so he dared not act against him directly just yet. Enough! Everyone calm down. A tall, beautiful female teacher stepped forward promptly, interrupting the tense standoff. The rank-up trial is more important. Don't waste time here. The greasy-haired youth glared at the slender figure with hatred, snorted coldly, and followed his group arrogantly into the teleportation gate. Let's go too. The leader of the Second Martial Arts High School's team, with a grim expression, waved his hand, signaling his students to follow closely behind. Spit! A bunch of bullies, someone muttered from within the Second Martial Arts High School group. Enough, keep your mouths shut. Save your strength for the trials, the leader said without looking back. Similar scenes were unfolding in hundreds of other federal districts. Over 100 schools from various regions had gathered for this rank-up trial. The geniuses from each school were all eager to showcase their skills in this trial. Those with slightly weaker abilities could only silently pray for their survival. Due to its vast area, the teleportation points for the first, second, and third martial arts high schools in the Magic Capital District were not located together, thus avoiding the conflicts that had occurred in previous years. Chapter 32, The Emperor of Kai and the World's Greatest Swordsman? In the live broadcast room of the 100 Schools Network, comments flooded the screen like snowflakes. Wow, this year's freshman must have offended some divine being. The initiation trial is set in a dark alternate dimension. Dark alternate dimension? Which dimension is that? I've never heard of it. The person above must be a freshman, or they didn't pay attention in class. The dark dimension is infamous in the rank-up trial space for being a nightmare. The survival rate of trial participants has consistently ranked in the bottom 10. Holy crap, that's so terrifying? Doesn't that mean you're doomed the moment you step in? I hope my advancement trial space isn't this one in 2.5 years. It's not that bad, but those who survive will definitely be the top-tier tough guys. Back when I participated in the extreme cold space trial, it was also a life or death ordeal. Half the participants were eliminated in that batch. It was like a living hell. The extreme cold space? You're a veteran. Anyone who survives that place is a true powerhouse. I heard that the northern military region is currently facing an invasion of ferocious beasts from a higher tier space connected to the extreme cold space. Don't even mention it. If it weren't for me awakening the burn fruit ability, I'd have frozen to death long ago. But the spokesperson from the northern military region hasn't been heard from in ages. I wonder if they can hold out. I wonder if this year's students can handle it. I hope they all come back safely. Speaking of which, have you noticed how lively it is this year? Geniuses from all regions are buzzing with excitement. Something big is about to happen. Hee hee, you don't know the score, do you? I heard that the higher-ups have really gone all out for this rank-up trial. The rewards are so generous it's scary. I bet all the geniuses from every region are holding back, waiting to make a name for themselves. Is that true? Any inside information? Share it with us. I heard it too. It's supposedly related to some dimensional core. Dimension core? What is that? Can you eat it? You up there, all you know is eating? Forget about the dimensional core, just the self-funded rewards from the top universities alone are worth over 1 billion star coins, plus guaranteed admission to the top 10 martial arts universities. Pfft, like you've seen it before. But so many rewards? I wish I was there too. Over 100 million star coins. That could buy so much good food. The live broadcast of the 100 schools joint broadcast was bustling with activity. In the private live stream invisible to outsiders, a remote virtual video conference involving leaders and officials from various levels was quietly underway. The principals of major martial arts high schools, district chiefs, and military officials from several military regions were all present, their virtual images intertwining in a tense atmosphere. The representative from the Eastern Military Region spoke first, his voice booming. This year's prospects are promising. Queen S High School produced someone with the same abilities as General Duanmu. That's interesting. We already signed them. The representative from the Western Military Region sighed, his tone tinged with fatigue. Things are getting tougher in the West. The beast waves keep coming, and we're short on both experienced and young talent. The representative from the Northern Military Region remains silent, his avatar gray with the word offline displayed beside it. A few representatives from various military regions exchanged polite greetings before falling silent. After all, each region had its own challenges, and there was little point in discussing them further. On the other side, the atmosphere among the principals was much more tense. The principal of Queen's District First Martial Arts High School, a virtual image as round as the Buddha, smiled broadly and spoke. Principal Wang, how many bones will your second high school get this year? Don't blame me for speaking bluntly, but our first high school has produced a heavy fruit ability user this year, who has already reached level 2 in ancient martial arts. This time, the Yuan core is ours for sure. The principal he was referring to was Principal Wang of Queen's District 2nd Martial Arts High School, an emaciated old man whose virtual image appeared blurry. Facing the fat principal's provocation, he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, fixating instead on the livestream, as if there was something more intriguing than the fat man himself. Oh, getting all cocky now, interjected the principal of Sakura District's First Martial Arts High School, his tone dripping with superiority. You guys in Queens are good at infighting, but you're still no match for us in Sakura District every year. This year, we've got cutting-edge technology that even works in the dimensional world. That dimensional core is ours, Sakura First High School. Unlike some schools that just bully their own. The principals of the second martial arts high schools from the other districts remained silent. They knew their students were mostly from ordinary backgrounds and couldn't compare to those born with silver spoons in their mouths. The principal of Magic City's second martial arts high school, Zhao Lon, had a grim expression. He wasn't afraid of these guys, he was worried about his own students. The rank-up trial had come too suddenly, and most of the students hadn't prepared properly. What if? He dared not think further. Hey, you old fools, what are you arguing about? A stern voice suddenly cut through the principal's arguments. Instead of wasting time arguing, why not take a good look at the students' performance? The speaker was the Minister of Education of the Federation, an elderly man with gray hair but a sharp mind. As soon as his virtual image appeared, the entire live streaming conference room fell silent. A dizzying sensation swept over Sun Wu, as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, his internal organs nearly being flung out. After finally regaining his balance, he found himself standing inside a milky white light barrier, resembling a giant eggshell. Shadows flickered around him, and he could make out numerous similar light domes in the distance, varying in size and floating like bubbles in the cosmos. Is this the space for the rank-up trial? Before Sun Wu could examine his surroundings further, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping his entire body. This is the rank-up infusion? Sun Wu felt a warm current surging through his body. I've reached level 1 in martial arts. The inheritance template has been activated. The other students around him also shouted in astonishment. Wow! My ninja inheritance allows me to use summoning techniques. I can call forth a frog. Wait, why is it so small? A student excitedly pressed his hand into the ground. After a puff of smoke, a palm-sized frog jumped out and croaked. Look at my sand armor. Another student was more dramatic, with yellow sand swirling around him, instantly forming a sturdy spherical armor. Experience points plus 100. Current experience points 405-1000. Sun Wu, having already advanced in rank, simply gained 100 experience points. Oh Wu, I'm done for. This template I chose is trash. Li Yi approached with a gloomy expression, his voice trembling with tears. I saw the title, The Azure Beast of the Leaf Village, and thought it looked cool, so I chose it. Who knew that after advancing, it only added some strength and speed, and didn't give me any skills at all? Li Yi looked at the template in his mind, his face filled with despair. There's also a peacock skill I can't use, and the grade A tiger and night kai skills require prerequisites that I don't meet. Night kai? Sun Wu was startled. He recognized that name immediately. Li Yi had been keeping it a secret all along, never mentioning his inheritance template, and I hadn't even watched the livestream replay. Who would have thought it was the Kai Emperor? Night Kai's kick nearly ruined the entire finale. If this were in that world, with Kai Huang's template strength and enough combat power, wouldn't he be able to take out a kid with a single kick? Don't worry, your template has immense potential. You're a surefire rising star. Sun Wu patted Li Yi on the shoulder. At that moment, a notification appeared in everyone's minds. You can form a team of up to 5 people. In 1 minute, you will be randomly teleported, and team members will be teleported to the same location. Wow! My eagle eye has finally advanced. Anyone want to team up? An excited voice caught Sun Wu's attention. Eagle Eye? The world's greatest swordsman from One Piece? Sun Wu thought this was a powerful character, and since there were still a few people undecided, he could consider forming a team. Eagle Eye? What are your abilities? A classmate beside him beat Sun Wu to the question he had been thinking of asking. I'm a master archer. I can shoot 3 arrows at once. Get lost. This is the dark dimension. It's pitch black. Even if you're Eagle Eye, you'd be useless here. Sun Wu stopped in his tracks, having just started to walk over to greet him. So it's not the Eagle Eye from One Piece, but the one from Marvel who shoots arrows? Sun Wu lost all interest. Chapter 33, The trial begins. The proper use of the Sun Fist? Sun Wu scanned the area around him, his gaze darting quickly through the crowd, but he didn't spot any suitable teammates, so he gave up. He thought to himself that he would bring Li Yi along anyway, and once he encountered Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian, he would recruit them into the team, keeping the spots open for now. Moments later, the milky white light shield enveloping everyone vanished, and the teleportation began. A flash of light transported everyone randomly to various locations within the trial space. After a moment of dizziness, Sun Wu found himself and Li Yi had been dropped into a pitch black area. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a few faint glowstones in the distance, but they couldn't illuminate the nearby area. What the hell? Is this even a place for people? It's darker than my basement. Li Yi shouted, his voice echoing through the empty space. Wu! Wu! Are you there? I feel like I'm blind. Li Yi was a bit disoriented. Everything around him was pitch black, and he couldn't see a thing. To be honest, he was a bit scared, but he remembered that Sun Wu was nearby. It's okay, I'm right here. Follow me. Sun Wu grabbed Li Yi's hand, which was flailing around in the darkness, and led him toward the nearest glowstone. Sun Wu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy was already scared. How was he going to handle the ferocious beasts later? This place is way too spooky, like a horror movie. As they approached the glow of the fireflies, his vision finally cleared slightly, and Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. Li Yi used the faint light to survey his surroundings. The ground was bare rock, devoid of any vegetation, not even a single insect had left a trace. Is this another dimension? Is this the real world? No sun, no plants. What do these beasts eat to survive? Do they drink the wind? Li Yi instinctively tried to figure out the rules of this world. This was his first time entering such a trial world. Suddenly, he noticed that the panel that had appeared in his mind when he entered the trial space had changed. Someone has already killed a beast. They're fast. Li Yi exclaimed in surprise, as if he had just discovered something. Sun Wu looked at the panel for the ranked trials, which was right next to the Battle Thrill System panel, like a timid little wife. First place, Queen's District 1st Martial Arts High School, Zhang Tiaowu Team, current points, 80. Second place, Magic City District's 1st Martial Arts High School, Lu Xiaowu Team, current points, 50. Third place, Sakura District's Top Martial Arts High School, Itu Ryunosuke's Team, current points, 45. 114,514th place, 2nd Martial Arts High School of Magic City District, Sun Wu's Team, current points, 0. As expected, the rankings were fluctuating wildly, with people constantly rising and falling. The points on the rankings were all closely contested. This space is really strange. It can even recognize identities? Could it be created by some big shot? I wonder who created all of this. Sun Wu muttered to himself. There are so many participants? I'm already ranked in the tens of thousands. How vast must this space be? With so many students here, there's no one else within several kilometers of my spiritual perception range? At that moment, Li Yi, who was looking at the rankings, spoke angrily. These people are way too fast. We've only been here for less than 2 minutes, and Zhang Tiaowu from the first ranked martial arts high school in Queens already has 80 points? That's way too fast to be first. That guy must have fallen into a swarm of shadow bugs. He'll die quickly too. Li Yi thought maliciously. Stop staring at others. Let's go. I'll take you to grind points. I sensed a place with lots of beasts. Sun Wu sensed a place with many energy clusters, though not very strong, perfect for practicing and getting a feel for the intensity of this initiation trial. Li Yi, who was already scared of the dark, really wasn't suited for taking on two strong beasts. Deep within the energy cluster was a stronger individual, likely the leader of the beast pack. However, it was only around level 1, so they could kill it for more points in combat experience. Wu, what's that sound up ahead? It's pretty scary. Li Yi followed Sun Wu as they moved forward in the darkness. A strange sound of gurgle came from ahead. Li Yi followed Sun Wu for a while, and the strange sounds ahead made him feel uneasy. It sounded like two smooth, plastic-like surfaces rubbing against each other. Close your eyes first. I'll turn on the light to check. Sun Wu's voice echoed. Though Li Yi didn't understand what Sun Wu meant by turning on the light, he obeyed anyway. Sun Wu placed both hands on his forehead, channeling his energy into them. The energy surged and erupted into a blinding white light. Sun Punch. Li Yi kept his eyes closed, but felt a blinding light, as if he were closing his eyes in the midday sun, unable to block it out. Alright, open your eyes. Li Yi opened his eyes. They're ghost jellyfish, around 40 or 50 unranked ones, and one ranked first level. Li Yi identified the name of the group of ferocious beasts illuminated by the sun punch, as he had studied them in textbooks from his previous life. Holy crap, what the hell did you just release, Wu? I almost went blind even with my eyes closed. Li Yi rubbed his eyes, feeling like he was going to cry, and frowned slightly upon hearing Sun Wu's words. Ghost jellyfish? These things are hard to kill. Ghost-type creatures are immune to physical attacks, and my awakened inheritance is completely useless against physical immunity. He himself specialized in physical-based martial arts attacks, so dealing with such creatures left him completely in the dark. Don't move. Just close your eyes and wait. Sun Wu stared at the circle of ghost jellyfish in his spiritual perception. He hadn't planned on letting Li Yi intervene anyway. Earlier, he had used the Sun Fist to illuminate the area, hoping to see what kind of beast it was, only to gain 2 points of experience? Rank 113,000, Magic City District 2nd Martial Arts High School, Sun Wu, 2 points. You have won the battle. Enemy combat power, 10. Earn 10 combat points. You have won the battle. Enemy combat power, 10. Earn 10 battle points. And there was also a prompt in the system battle log. Does that mean his Sun Punch, which was just used for illumination, actually killed several fierce beasts? Therefore, he has decided to try out the Sun Punch to see its exact effects. Close your eyes tightly. Don't open them until I tell you. Li Yi obeyed and closed his eyes, feeling a constant bright light before his eyelids. Sun Punch. Sun Punch. Sun Punch. If someone were observing from a distance, they would see blinding light orbs flickering in the darkness. With his eyes closed, Li Yi noticed the numbers on the panel and his mind changing. Rank 93,000, 2nd Martial Arts High School of Magic City District, Sun Wu Squad, points, 2. Rank 22,000, Magic City District 2nd Martial Arts High School, Sun Wu Squad, 8 points. Rank 14,000, Magic City District 2nd Martial Arts High School, Sun Wu Squad, 10 points. Rank 9,320, Magic City District 2nd Martial Arts High School, Sun Wu Squad, 60 points. What's going on? Li Yi watched as the points ranking soared rapidly, breaking into the top 10,000 in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but want to open his eyes to see what Sun Wu was up to. Just as he opened a slit, a blinding light pierced his eyes. Ah! I'm blind. Who threw the flashbang? Li Yi covered his eyes and let out a wail. I told you not to open your eyes. You deserve it. Sun Wu was speechless. He had already warned this clumsy fool, but he didn't listen. This place was pitch black. In the dark, human pupils naturally dilate to gather more light. That flash must have really disoriented him. However, this did remind him that in such a pitch-black place, the Sun Punch would be a natural advantage. Li Yi cautiously opened his eyes, looked around to make sure there was no light, and finally relaxed. Wu, what were you doing just now? Did you bring a flashbang? Isn't this area supposed to be off limits for tech weapons? Don't worry about it. That's my skill. Follow me, and I'll make sure you rack up points until you're satisfied. Sun Wu was excited. He hadn't expected the Sun Punch to be so devastating against beasts that had lived in darkness for so long. The unranked ghost jellyfish were exposed to the light several times and melted away instantly. The level 1 ghost jellyfish was also stimulated beyond control, unable to distinguish friend from foe. He casually delivered a Tiger Phantom Beast Fist, dispatching it in an instant. Current battle points, 180 plus 530. The group of unranked beasts earlier each granted 10 combat points, plus the level 1 beast at 30 points, totaling 530 combat points. Looking at it this way, leveling up doesn't seem too far off, does it? It feels like leveling up to level 2 is a sure thing once this dungeon is finished, but I wonder how much experience is needed for level 3. Holy crap, your awakened inheritance is that powerful? Flying through the air and all sorts of unique abilities. A few classmates even said the world you chose is a dumping ground for trashy inheritances. I think they just don't know what they're talking about. Just wait until we go out there and show them. Ha ha. Changing the subject, Lee's expression fell. It's just a shame that my inheritance seems to be pretty mediocre. Lee looked at the gray-colored skills like Nightblade on his panel, feeling dejected. Meanwhile, Sunwoo was already planning where to go next to grind for points. Since the Sun Punch had a special attack against these monsters, why not take advantage of the opportunity to grind for points and combat experience? There wouldn't be such a good opportunity outside, with so many weak beasts to grind points on. The beasts outside the city's protective barrier started at level 3, which was quite terrifying. Where else could he find such a place filled with weaklings to practice on? He sensed several more beast gathering spots through his chi perception. He immediately grabbed Lee, who was still dejected, by the collar and flew toward those beast territories. Chapter 34, A Bright Future Awaits? Inside the live broadcast studio of the 100 schools, students currently in the trial space all have a unique live streaming perspective, broadcasting their experiences to the outside world. Countless viewers were currently observing the students' trials. The live chat in the studio was filled with rapidly scrolling messages. Due to the large number of students participating in the trials, only those ranked in the top 10,000 would have their live streams displayed in the drop-down list of the live streaming room. Wow, what kind of ability does Zheng Tiaowu, who's currently ranked first, have? How come he's just standing there, and those dark magic bats are falling to the ground like dumplings? Is he just letting his teammates do all the work? This must be an invincible score-boosting technique. They've already reached over 500 points. Who could possibly catch up to their team now? It looks like telekinesis? Ha, this is the genius from our queen's first martial arts high school. He's using a top-tier inheritance, a talent that's only seen once in a century, the Overlord's aura. Any beasts of lower rank than him can be knocked unconscious with just a single glance. Our queen's district will definitely claim the top spot this year. What the heck? I've never heard of this before. How are the other districts supposed to compete? Our Sakura District Martial Arts High School's Ito Ryanosuke has already caught up. He's already in third place now. He just hadn't encountered a group of beasts before. His layered fruits are no slower than your so-called dominant monster killing technique. Has the top martial arts high school in Magic City District finally risen to prominence this year? In previous years, Magic City District wasn't even in the top 10. Hey, this is just the beginning of the trial. It's still early days. He probably just got unlucky and ended up in a pack of fierce beasts at the start. They'll probably be overtaken by teams from other districts soon. The best the Magic City District has ever achieved is around the 50th rank, right? But that beautiful woman in Lu Xiaohu's team is so pretty. Who is she? Ah, the goddess is stepping on me. She's the daughter of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City District. I think her name is Wang Yu. She's both beautiful and wealthy. I advise you not to even think about it. Her suitors are said to stretch from the Queen's District to the Sakura District, all of them top students from various schools. Who cares? From today on, she's my goddess. Take her out and execute her. This is the trial of the 100 schools live broadcast, not a place for you to be flirting. In the live stream, students from all over the city were arguing non-stop, cheering wildly for their school's geniuses. On the playground of Magic City Martial Arts High School No. 2, a few students were checking the rankings to see if their school's name was listed. Finally, someone spotted the name of Magic City Martial Arts Second High School in the vast livestream. Look, our school has someone in the top 10,000. A sharp-eyed student shouted. Sunwoo Squad? Who is that? I think I recognize him. He's the one who awakened the 120th dimensional inheritance. I remember he gave up 2 top-tier inheritances back then. What? He was the first to enter the top 10,000? I thought it would be those spoiled brats from the aristocratic families, since they even hired a few top students as bodyguards. At that moment, several students noticed that Sunwoo's livestream was flickering rapidly, as if he were constantly using flash grenades. Ha! What skill is that? He's clearing monsters so fast. Look, all those ghost jellyfish are dead in an instant. I remember Sunwoo working at the martial arts dojo. He must have been secretly training hard. His traditional martial arts must be pretty good. What a shame. He had the potential to become the next Su Chen, but he was dragged down by that trashy lineage. Su Chen is a renowned figure at Queen's District's second martial arts high school, a genius who rose from the slums. It's said that upon awakening his inheritance, he gained over 100 combat points and could master the armored haki granted by the inheritance template without even reaching a rank. He made a name for himself during a beast invasion and was discovered by the Eastern Military Region, who directly granted him a spot in the military academy. Speaking of Su Chen, why isn't he on the rankings? Didn't he even make it into the top 10? Su Chen's inheritance template is the same as the one used by the late General Duanmu. That template excels in one-on-one combat, but it seems that clearing crowds of monsters and racking up points isn't his strong suit. Oh, what a pity. I really hope that one of us commoners could become a master to put those second-generation Saiyans in their place. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the Magic City district, several elderly men gathered together, all with white hair and eyebrows. Look at this. This is the disciple I recently took in. Did you see him? Just now, he killed that level 1 ghost jellyfish with a single punch. That's my Tiger Phantom Fist technique. What do you think? He's got potential, right? He's only been training for 2 days. And he's already mastered the use of martial arts willpower. He's definitely stronger than all of your disciples. The old man in the crowd, spitting and gesturing wildly as he spoke, was none other than Lu Shan of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Lu Shan was just showing off. Although Sun Wu wasn't his disciple, no one else knew that. The punch Sun Wu used to kill the ghost brainworm that day had already condensed martial arts willpower. He was certain he hadn't seen it wrong. If not now, when? Pfft, old Lu, stop bragging. Martial arts willpower is something only a 6th level martial artist can comprehend, and you're telling me a 1st level student can do it? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Prove it if you can. Anyone can talk. I remember your son Lu, who was only at the 5th level of martial arts and hasn't mastered the martial arts will yet, right? An old man with a shaved head but a half-meter long beard spoke up first. He was the master of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall and had been a long-time rival of Lu Shan. Though not enemies who would fight to the death, they were still on opposite sides within this small circle. The two had been secretly competing against each other in various places. You! Lu Shan's face turned red. Old Wang can vouch for me. Haha, old Wang sent his precious granddaughter to the trial space. He's not even here, you can just keep bragging. The bald old man didn't hold back. Your grandson hasn't even broken through to the 2nd level yet, has he? He's about to be overtaken by my grandson, so you're trying to find a disciple to save face? Who would believe that? The old man Lu Shan was so flustered he couldn't even argue, stomping his feet in frustration. His entire body swelled and deflated like a balloon. He was the type who only knew how to fight, and he was so angry he wanted to punch the bald old man right there. The online discussions were irrelevant to them. In the live streaming conference room of the 100 schools joint trial, representatives from various factions were analyzing the students' trial performances, whispering and exchanging low voices. Several military zone representatives were discussing Zhang Tiao's live stream footage. This Zhang Tiao isn't bad either. He could be recruited to the military region. His abilities could be very useful for clearing out those beast waves once he develops further. He is good, but you guys in the Eastern Theater shouldn't try to poach him from us. We've already signed a genius next generation Iron Fist. Different strokes for different folks. One specializes in area attacks, the other in decapitation strikes. No conflict, no conflict. Let them compete on their own merits, haha. Meanwhile, several high school principals ranked at the top were boasting to each other. Did you see that? Our school's Zhang Tiao is definitely going to take first place this time. The overweight principal of Queen's District First Martial Arts High School was grinning ear to ear, sweeping his gaze across the crowd with a smug expression, occasionally bursting into laughter. He was particularly happy today, as he hadn't expected Zhang Tiao to perform so well, taking the lead from the start. At this rate, the first place in the rank-up trial was as good as his. He glanced at the principal of Queen's District Second Martial Arts High School and spoke with a tone of contempt. What about your Su Chen? How come he can't even make it into the top 100 now? What a pity. Your school probably won't get any resources this year, while our first high school will take it all. Ha ha. The principal of Queen's District Martial Arts High School No. 2 did not respond, but silently watched a live stream of someone ranked outside the top 100, clenching his fist in frustration. Humph. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the principal of the top martial arts high school in Queens felt humiliated and turned away, no longer bothering with him. He instead joined others to discuss the allocation of federal reward resources. Meanwhile, the principal of Sakura District Martial Arts High School, who had earlier mocked him, now had a dark expression. Although their school's Ito Ryanosuk was also ranked highly, he didn't boast about it. Humph. Let you bloat for now. When the time comes, you'll be crying your eyes out. This time, the first and second high schools of Sakura District had united, collaborating with the Kamikaze Dimension Suicide Squad to obtain special equipment from that dimension. They were determined to secure all 10 spots in the top 10. Meanwhile, inside the trial space, Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian were in a dire situation. The two of them had been transported directly into a swarm of dark magic bats and were nearly torn apart on the spot. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Jingjing used her ice fruit ability to create an ice wall, enveloping the two of them like an icebox, temporarily delaying the attack. We're done for, Bai Lian. We might die here. Although these are just unranked dark magic bats, there are way too many of them, and my ice wall won't hold out much longer. Lin Jingjing felt the ice wall she had created continuously thinning under the attacks, her heart filled with dread. She had only recently advanced in rank and was still unfamiliar with the use of the ice fruit. Now, the energy within her body was constantly repairing the ice wall, and at this rate, it wouldn't hold much longer. Lu Balian trembled inside, her face filled with fear. The inheritance she had awakened was the cat fruit leopard form. This inheritance template had decent potential for future development, focusing on physical techniques and granting the agility and speed of a leopard. However, these abilities require further training and development. In this entry-level space where combat begins immediately, they offer little advantage. At this moment, although she possessed combat power in the 30s, she was powerless against the overwhelming dark magic bats and could only hide inside the icebox created by Lin Jingjing. Just then, a voice rang out from beyond the swarm of dark magic bats. Fire escape, great fireball technique. A massive fireball engulfed the swarm of dark magic bats. Instantly, most of the dark magic bats attacking the icebox were killed or injured. Ha! There's still someone inside the dark magic bat swarm? The voice grew louder as 5 figures approached, one of them pressing against the ice wall to look inside. Lin Jingjing had just seen the dark magic bats killed off and, upon seeing someone approaching, relaxed. She never expected such a turn of events. She had survived after all. But when she recognized the face pressed against the ice wall, her pupils contracted sharply, and she shuddered in fear. Hey! Isn't that Lin Jingjing? Chapter 35, 2 Women in Danger. Hey, who is that? Isn't that Lin Jingjing? The voice of Tang Xiaojie came from outside the ice wall, and upon hearing it, Lin Jingjing's heart sank. The voice belonged to none other than Tang Xiaojie, the man who had been searching for Lin Jingjing all over the world. Tang Xiaojie sneered, heaven has finally opened its eyes. I couldn't find Sun Wu, but I found you first. Look, I've saved your life. You owe me, so you must marry me and serve me. Lin Jingjing had escaped from the school gate last time, and he had searched for her everywhere. This time, he had finally caught her. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. Originally, he had brought Wu Weifeng's men into the trial space to cause trouble for Sun Wu. But unexpectedly, this rank-up trial turned out to be a dark alternate dimension, pitch black and eerie. We didn't see a single person for half a day. Forget about finding Sun Wu, we didn't even see anyone else from our trial group. But then this surprise showed up. Since we can't handle Sun Wu, dealing with this first isn't a bad idea either. Ha, little, don't worry, I'll break through this ice wall and save you. Plus, there's a live stream going on. Tang Xiaojie suddenly changed his expression and said harshly. I'm going to live stream this and deal with you today. You dared to play me earlier? Come on, open it. The 4 men behind him stepped forward. One of them pulled out a peculiar spherical object, which began emitting a faint white light. Like a light bulb, it illuminated the area within dozens of meters, stretching the shadows of the men into the darkness. This was an artifact brought from another dimensional space, and it was from the same dimension as the locator device Wu Xiaofeng had given Tang Xiaojie. These technological products from the dimension could only be used within that dimension. These individuals were all students from the top martial arts high school in Magic City, arranged by Wu Weifeng. They had been sponsored by the Wu family since childhood. They studied ninja techniques, the use of chakra, skills from the One Piece world like devil fruits and haki, and various other skills distilled from the experiences of previous generations. They are waiting to awaken their abilities and rapidly improve to become a force for the Wu family. These knowledge and skills, along with the special items and technological products brought back from dimensional expeditions, are the very foundation of the aristocratic family's power. Ordinary civilians have no access to such advanced training or knowledge, let alone the treasures from the dimensional realm. Take the ability called haki from the pirate world, for example. Without prior experience, it's virtually impossible for commoners to master it. The 4 who awoke their inheritances were templates of members from the dark division of the ninja world. After mastering chakra, a form of energy, they could directly apply it to what they had learned before, allowing them to master ninja techniques much faster than other students. Even the weakest among them had a combat power of 150, while the strongest reached over 200. If they were at the second-ranked martial arts high school in the Magic City, they would all be among the top-tier combatants. Ordinary students, upon entering the ranks, typically have combat power of around 30 to 50. Those who have trained in ancient martial arts and have some innate ability might reach around 100. Those with powerful inheritance templates might reach over 100 after entering the ranks. Of course, this refers specifically to the initial stage of the initiation trials. After completing the trials and undergoing further training and cultivation, their combat power will inevitably increase. Once combat power reaches around 500, one can participate in the dimensional space trials. Upon meeting the trial requirements, one can obtain a dimensional space upgrade infusion. This allows them to break through their current level and gain a 3 to 10 times increase in combat power, soaring to new heights. One of the 4 stepped forward and punched the ice wall in front of him, but the ice wall didn't budge. Lin Jingjing saw this and sighed in relief, thinking her ice wall could hold out for a little longer. Suddenly, the person who had punched the wall withdrew his hand and said to Tang Xiaojie, the defensive power level of this ice wall is around 50. Level 50? That's nothing. Tang Xiaojie sneered disdainfully. A level 50 defense only equated to 50 points of combat strength, which wasn't even as strong as him. Break it down. Control your strength, don't kill her. I still need to pamper her properly. Two of the four stepped forward, their hands moving swiftly to form seals. These seal formations had been practiced countless times since childhood, and now they executed them with flawless precision. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. One person launched a massive fireball at the ice wall. Another used wind release, great breakthrough to assist the fireball's attack. The two ninja techniques bombarded the ice wall in rapid succession, causing it to crack and shatter with a loud crackling sound, as cracks spread out like a spider's web. Not a single scratch was inflicted on Lin Jingjing and the others inside, showcasing their exceptional control. Lin Jingjing's face turned deathly pale as she clutched Lu Bailian's hand tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. This is over. Lin Jingjing despaired. How could these people be so strong? Even as newly promoted students, the gap between them was so vast. Her ice wall could withstand the dark magic bats for at least half an hour, yet it couldn't last 2 minutes against these two? Could it be that their combat power had already reached over 100 upon entering the new rank? Bang! The ice wall finally collapsed under the relentless assault of wind and fire, shattering into pieces. Tang Xiaojie saw this and grinned savagely, stepping closer. Little brat, I'll see where you can run this time. As the ice wall shattered, Lu Bailian also got a clear look at the incoming figures, though he didn't recognize them. But seeing Tang Xiaojie's lecherous expression and feeling the slight tremble in Lin Jingjing's hand as she held hers, she couldn't help but realize that this man was of the same ilk as Wu Weifeng, who had kidnapped her that day. Recalling the despair and fear she had felt that day, hatred boiled within Lu Bailian. If it weren't for Li Yi and Sun Wu, she would have spent the rest of her life living in the shadows. Lu Bailian clenched her fists in determination. These scum and trash deserved to die. As Tang Xiaojie drew closer, she silently gathered her strength. Every hair on her body began to grow slightly, and faint leopard-like patterns appeared on her face. She let go of Lin Jingjing's hand and vanished from the spot in an instant. Cat fruit leopard form activated instantly. Lu Bailian's slender body moved like an agile feline, tracing an arc through the air and leaving a trail of afterimages as she charged forward and kicked out with her foot. The kick was aimed directly at Tang Xiaojie's lower body. With the added speed, if it had connected, Tang Xiaojie would have been finished, unable to do any more harm. Unfortunately, the scene Lu Bailian had imagined did not unfold. Though Tang Xiaojie's face betrayed a hint of panic, he did not appear particularly disheveled. Suddenly, the dark shadows surrounding him in the dark, distorted space stretched out in all directions. One of the shadows swiftly wrapped around Lu Bailian, who was rushing toward him. Secret technique, Shadow Bind. Lu Bailian's body seemed to have been paused, her kick halting abruptly in front of Tang Xiaojie. Though she was only a few centimeters away from his lower body, it felt like an abyss. Why can't I move? Lu Bailian was utterly shocked. Chapter 36, Sun Wu. Her animal-type fruit ability was renowned for enhancing physical combat skills. She had just acted with all her strength, and her speed was undeniably fast. Yet she managed to react in such a short time and control her with this unknown ability? Moreover, the intensity of this control seems far too great. Consider that in his fruit-powered state, he was covered in leopard-like patterns and possessed strength of at least several thousand pounds, yet he didn't even flinch, as still as a wooden statue. Damn it! Tang Xiaojie looked at Lu Bailian standing before him, then at her foot suspended in mid-air, and the spot where it had nearly made contact. He felt a chill run down his spine. He covered himself and instinctively took a few steps back. Thank goodness, the people Wu Xiao arranged for me are truly powerful. Otherwise, I might have lost my life today. Alright. I was only planning to cause trouble for this Lin Jingjing, but you came out first, didn't you? Damn it, I'm going to show you all what I can do today. Tie them both up. Tang Xiaojie, having narrowly escaped death, was suddenly filled with rage. Behind Tang Xiaojie, one of the four men from earlier stepped out from behind him. Under his feet, dark shadows moved like living creatures, writhing and twisting. A long black tentacle connected him to Lu Bailian. Suddenly, the shadow split into two, darting toward Lin Jingjing, who was still frozen in place. In an instant, she was also controlled, leaving her standing there motionless. Good, bring that over here too. Tang Xiaojie's lips curled into a savage grin. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jingjing suddenly lifted her foot and walked toward Tang Xiaojie on her own. Why am I moving on my own? Lin Jingjing's face was filled with terror, her eyes wide with shock. She felt her limbs moving on their own, unable to control even the slightest movement, her body moving forward on its own. Isn't this desperate? How could you move on your own? Tang Xiaojie saw the expression on Lin Jingjing's face, and his smile grew even more arrogant. He glanced at the lean student beside him. The Wu family truly lived up to their reputation as the strongest family in the Magic City district. Such a secret inheritance could be mastered instantly once obtained. This peculiar ability to control shadows was said to be extremely rare even in the ninja world, and it was rumored that only certain special lineages possessed such extraordinary abilities. It is known as the special inheritance of the Nara clan. Such unique abilities are also rare among those who possess them in noble families. Now you're not just moving, you have to take off your clothes yourself and come up here to offer yourself to me, ha? Tang Xiaojie leered at the person from the Nara clan, gesturing for them to comply. Then, under Lin Jingjing's terrified gaze, her hands began to move on their own. Trembling, they reached toward their JK jacket and began undoing the buttons one by one. What have you done to me? Let me go. Lin Jingjing clenched her teeth tightly, trying to break free from the invisible bonds, trying to resist the hands that were moving on their own. Alas, it was all in vain, like an ant trying to shake a tree. She watched helplessly as the buttons of her jacket were undone one by one, revealing the shirt beneath. The black shadow tentacles then moved upward, directly covering both of their mouths, leaving them unable to speak, only able to make muffled sounds. Seeing this, Tang Xiaojie laughed even harder. In the trial space, there were no laws or regulations. Whatever happened inside would not be held accountable by federal law outside. That's why he could act so brazenly even with the possibility of a live broadcast. Otherwise, even with his usual boldness, he wouldn't have dared to act this way in front of 1 million viewers. At this moment, they were just a few commoners' children, and no one would hold him accountable. He had nothing to fear. This opportunity alone was enough to send him into a frenzy. Just as Tang Xiaojie was fantasizing about the positions he would use, a figure suddenly darted through the crowd, directly knocking Tang Xiaojie, who was grinning lewdly and about to act, flying through the air. The figure moved at an incredible speed, and no one present, except for Lu Balian, could see clearly. In Lu Balian's leopard-like eyes, even with the enhanced dynamic vision of a feline, she only saw a black shadow strike Tang Xiaojie's face. Then Tang Xiaojie's face contorted, and he vanished from where he stood. Boom! Bang! Moments later, a sonic boom echoed through the air. The 4 Wu family ninjas across from him finally reacted. At that moment, Tang Xiaojie had already been knocked flying dozens of meters away, crashing into a protruding rock. His entire body was plastered against the rock like a pile of mud. Put! Put! A steady stream of blood gushed from his mouth. Ha! He's still alive? Sun Wu looked at Tang Xiaojie in disbelief. The peculiar light from the illumination spheres above their heads couldn't illuminate Tang Xiaojie's current position. Earlier, he and Li Yi had been sensing the presence of monsters by following their qi, and they had detected the qi of Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian. They then sensed the presence of Tang Xiaojie, whom they had met briefly before, beside Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian. He immediately realized something was wrong and temporarily set aside Li Yi, using his full strength to charge forward with his aerial combat technique. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw Lin Jingjing standing in front of Tang Xiaojie, who was about to reach out and do something. Although he only viewed Lin Jingjing as a plaything, he knew better than to mess with someone else's property. Now that Lin Jingjing was his woman, how dare you touch her? He immediately punched him with all his strength, but to his surprise, he didn't kill Tang Xiaojie with a single blow. Defeated enemy combat power 60 points, gained 60 combat points. Glancing at the prompt, he realized that despite not using any skills, his normal 1000-point combat power punch hadn't even killed this worthless 60-point enemy? At that moment, Tang Xiaojie, who was as limp as mud, was filled with horror. His condition wasn't a metaphor, he had truly become mud. Though he was merely an illegitimate son of the Tang family, he had still obtained a top-tier inheritance card. Using the top-tier inheritance card, he had obtained a swamp fruit ability from the natural element. Just now, when he was struck, the ability of the swamp fruit activated automatically in a life or death situation. In an instant, he transformed into a pool of muddy swamp, but even so, the previous attack still managed to injure him. The terrifying impact only lasted an instant and was dodged by his elementalized body. But in that split second, it nearly killed him. If he hadn't been elementalized, his skull would have been shattered. Having narrowly escaped death, he was both terrified and enraged. No one could possibly endure such a humiliation after coming so close to death. His muddy body struggled to rise, gazing toward where the attack had come from. There, standing exactly where he had been attacked, was the figure that had struck him. Sun Wu. As he recognized the figure, his anger boiled over. Good. I didn't come looking for you, but you came right to me. Kill him. He's the Sun Wu that Wu Xiao mentioned. Several students sponsored by the Wu family heard this and immediately began forming hand seals. In an instant, 3 ninja techniques were swiftly formed, clearly the result of practiced coordination. One restrained 2 while the others attacked, their coordination flawless. Earth release, heart slicing technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chapter 37, 3 folds, any way you fold it. At that moment, within a luxurious mansion in the Wu family estate of Magic City District, crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, illuminating the opulent interior. Wu Yifeng gently swirled the red wine in his glass, the liquid tracing an elegant arc along the glass. He took a sip, savoring the rich flavor. The communication device in his hand displayed a special notification. The locator he had sent out had received a signal. This was an item obtained from a peculiar technological dimension by one of the Wu family's revered servants, capable of transmitting information across dimensional boundaries. This notification, as agreed, meant that Tang Xiaojia had located his target. Wu Yifeng curved his lips into a playful smile, instructing his servants to access the live broadcast feed of the 100 Schools network and locate Tang Xiaojia's channel. Just as he saw Sun Wu being overwhelmed by the ninja techniques unleashed by several people, a malicious glint flashed in Wu Yifeng's eyes. Sun Wu? I'll see just how good you really are. This time, he had specially brought several top students from the military department, each with exceptional aptitude and the ability to master any knowledge quickly. Even if they were to attend the top martial arts high school in Magic City, they would still be among the top geniuses. If it weren't for their humble backgrounds, they might have become renowned prodigies themselves. However, the next scene in the live stream caused his brows to furrow. The four stood in a neat formation, with one of them using earth-bending techniques to appear like a ghost at Sun Wu's feet. Both hands clamped down on Sun Wu's ankles like iron claws. At the same time, the attacks from the other two arrived as expected. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames intensified with the wind. Raging flames mixed with fierce winds instantly engulfed Sun Wu, as if intent on reducing him to ashes. Behind them, Lin Jingjing and Lu Beilian watched as Sun Wu's figure was engulfed by flames, their hearts filled with worry. Unfortunately, their mouths were bound by shadows, preventing them from uttering a sound, and they could only emit muffled groans. However, Sun Wu, standing at the center of the flames, merely sneered with disdain, exerting a slight force, causing a surge of qi to erupt from his body. The foundational technique of qi manipulation, exploding qi. Boom whoosh. A wave of invisible energy erupted from Sun Wu's body, spreading outward like a volcanic eruption. The mere explosion of the qi force alone was enough to firmly repel the flames rushing toward him from all directions. Moreover, as the qi erupted, it instantly overshadowed the massive flames. Like a candle being blown out, the massive fireball was extinguished in an instant by Sun Wu's explosive qi, disintegrating into sparks that vanished into the air. What kind of skill is this? The two who had released the ninja technique were stunned. They hadn't held back their power just now. They had attacked with full force, yet they hadn't even managed to burn the hem of Sun Wu's robe? This was impossible. When they broke through Lin Jingjing's ice wall, they had restrained their combat power, keeping it around 50. But just now, the two of them hadn't held back at all. Based on the attack power of their ninjutsu, their combat power level should have been at least 100 points, and with the combined forces of wind and fire, it would have been even higher. They never expected Sun Wu to break their combined attack without even moving. The two immediately clasped their hands together, preparing to form the seal again. What? Do you think I'm a punching bag? I'm just standing here for you to hit? Sun Wu watched their movements in silence and said, "You don't really think he can restrain me, do you?" As he spoke, Sun Wu shifted his feet slightly, feeling the force binding his legs. Then, with a fierce expression, he exerted force with his feet, and the dance in the air technique suddenly shot upward. He yanked the person holding him out of the ground with such force that it was like pulling a radish. Seeing the terrified expression on the man's face, Sun Wu didn't waste any words. He delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. Boom! The man who had used the earth escape technique was struck back into the hole he had been pulled out of at a speed even faster than when he had come, making a close contact with the ground. Crackle! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. The earth escape ninja was embedded in the ground in an odd posture, his body twisted unnaturally, resembling a piece of cardboard folded 3 or 4 times. 3 folds. No matter how you fold it, there's always a surface. He was clearly beyond saving. Sun Wu delivered a cannon punch, sending him straight to meet the Lord of the Underworld. Defeated enemy combat power 180 points, obtained 180 combat points. 180? Sun Wu glanced at the system prompt. This guy's combat power is surprisingly high? Based on his understanding of the combat strength of students at the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District, just reaching the initial stage with 50 combat points was already considered decent. This guy actually had 180? Though this number was insignificant to him, it was an overwhelmingly superior existence for Lin Jingjing and the others. No wonder they couldn't move an inch. Unable to move? Sun Wu noticed that Lin Jingjing and Lu Beilian's postures were stiff, and their eyes betrayed fear. Something was clearly wrong. Earlier, he had thought they were just scared stiff, but now it seemed there was something else going on. On the other side, the remaining 2 ninjas, seeing their comrades killed by Sun Wu with a single punch, stepped back in unison, halting the hand seals they were forming, and began to flee. However, a faint glint of excitement flickered in their eyes. They were merely distracting their enemies, waiting for their comrades to act. Woo! Woo! Lin Jingjing suddenly began to whimper urgently, her eyes fixed on Sun Wu's feet. She saw the terrifying black shadow that had bound her extend another tentacle, silently creeping toward Sun Wu along the faint glow of the light sphere. Sun Wu followed her gaze and spotted a thin black shadow tentacle creeping toward him along the ground. In the already dark space, this single shadow tentacle was nearly impossible to notice without careful observation. This is shadow mimicry? I never expected someone here to have awakened the ancestral template of the Nara clan. In the distance, Tang Xiaojie, who had just stopped coughing up blood, saw Sun Wu punch the Earth-style ninja to death and was also terrified. This Sun Wu is so powerful. Thank goodness I have elemental transformation, otherwise, I would have ended up like that guy, turned into a folded screen. However, when he saw the shadow slowly extending towards Sun Wu, a faint, barely perceptible sneer appeared on his mud-covered face. So what if he's powerful? A commoner is a commoner. The depth of a noble family's heritage is something you can't even imagine. The shadow binding technique of the Nara clan is silent and deadly, having taken down countless self-proclaimed geniuses. Those lowly peasants died without ever knowing about this special ability. That's the importance of clan intelligence. The student from the Magic City District High School who hadn't participated in the ambush on Sun Wu was none other than the heir to the Nara clan. At that moment, he was manipulating the shadows on the ground to approach Sun Wu, about to succeed. Lin Jingjing, Lu Balian, close your eyes. Sun Wu suddenly spoke. Though they didn't understand why, they obediently closed their eyes. Sun Wu pretended not to see the shadow tentacle creeping toward him, placing both hands in front of his forehead. Sun Punch. Chapter 38, The Four Purple Flame Array? In an instant, the energy transformed into a blinding light, exploding like a miniature sun in the darkness. Tang Xiaojie and the others all stared intently at Sun Wu, caught off guard by the sudden burst of light, which blinded them completely. Ah! 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 3 agonizing screams rang out simultaneously. In the dark environment, their pupils had already dilated. The sudden burst of light caused their eyes to sting intensely, as if they had been blinded. The user of the shadow mimicry technique also covered his eyes and screamed in agony. Just as he was about to bind Sun Wu's shadow, he too was engulfed by the bright light and vanished instantly. Sorry, it was too dark, so I turned on the light for you. No need to thank me. Sun Wu looked at the others, who were covering their eyes and screaming, his tone tinged with mockery. Since he knew it was a shadow binding technique, he naturally wouldn't risk his own safety. What if the shadow binding technique worked on him too, and he couldn't break free? However, his Sun Punch technique proved to be even more effective in this dark space than he had imagined. Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian regained their ability to move after the shadow imitation technique disappeared. The two exchanged glances, both secretly relieved. Sun Wu, be careful. That Tang Xiaojie said he was specifically sent to deal with you. Lin Jingjing recalled the previous incident and hurriedly informed Sun Wu. Sun Wu turned around and looked at the few men covering their eyes and wailing, his gaze icy cold. Tang Xiaojie? I let you off at the school gate that day, but you came here on your own? Tang Xiaojie's eyes stung, and as his vision began to clear, he saw Sun Wu approaching, turning pale with fear. He frantically pulled out a huge scroll from his mud-covered body. The scroll was adorned with strange crystals at both ends, and golden symbols were written on the surface. Tang Xiaojie ripped open the scroll, which burst into flames in mid-air, scattering into ash. 4 purple transparent flame barriers rose from the ground, instantly surrounding Sun Wu. A purple transparent flame-shaped rectangular barrier instantly enveloped Sun Wu, with the 4 corners of the barrier corresponding to Tang Xiaojie and the others. 4 purple flames array? Sun Wu looked at the transparent barrier surrounding him and spoke in astonishment. He recognized this barrier formation. In the original story, the third Hokage had been surrounded by 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates using this 4 purple flame array and ultimately defeated. What was that scroll Tang Xiaojie just used? It didn't look like a scroll from Naruto, it resembled a scroll used by Western magicians. You actually know the 4 purple flame array? Tang Xiaojie's voice betrayed his disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This was the trump card given to him by Wu Yifeng, supposedly a treasure obtained by the Wu family's guardian from a mysterious dimension. Even he only realized how powerful it was after obtaining the scroll. Sun Wu, that kid, he had investigated him before. He was just a poor guy from a working-class neighborhood. How did he know about it? Even if I don't know how you found out, since you recognize it, you should know how powerful the 4 purple flame array is. Daring to provoke Wu Sha, you're as good as dead. Tang Xiaojie was also feeling a bit uneasy, as he hadn't expected the earth-bending user to be killed with a single punch by Sun Wu. This 4 purple flame array was originally controlled by the 4 of them, and after activation, it could grant them twice their normal combat power. However, their abilities were insufficient to control the array's barrier at their current cultivation level. The Wu family had a master who used a special scroll to replace the critical points of the array, allowing it to be activated directly by sacrificing part of their life force. Now that one person was missing, they had no choice but to go in themselves. Wu Xiao. Are you sent by Wu Yifeng? Sun Wu frowned. He remembered the second-generation heir who had forcibly taken Lu Balian outside the Flying Tiger martial arts hall. With a combat strength of 1,500, he should be at the 2nd level of martial arts. Judging by the few people he sent, if I were an ordinary student, I'd probably be killed by him. Thinking this, Sun Wu mentally noted Wu Yifeng's name, marking him as someone who had chosen his own path to death. Once he escaped this trial space, he would settle the score with him. Ha ha! Kill him! He can't get out now, and even if he's strong, we can wear him down. Seeing Sun Wu trapped by the 4 purple flame array, Tang Xiaojie grew arrogant again. The 4 purple flame array had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Those trapped inside were like turtles in a jar, unable to escape and could only be killed by their opponents manipulating the barrier in conjunction with ninja techniques. Inside the Wu family mansion, Wu Yifeng watched the livestream with furrowed brows. He hadn't expected Tang Xiaojie to use the 4 purple flame array scroll so quickly. This was something he had managed to obtain from the family treasury with great difficulty, originally intended as a last resort. He never thought it would actually come in handy. This Tang Xiaojie is such a waste. Wu Yifeng muttered to himself. However, now that the 4 purple flame array had been activated, Sun Wu was as good as dead. The Wu family's modified version of the 4 purple flame array not only merges the combat power of the 4 array masters but also unites their strength into one, granting a double power boost. Compared to the primitive version from the Ninja Dimension world, the improved version revered by the Wu family can also shrink the barrier and use the purple flame to directly roast enemies. Those trapped inside cannot harm anyone outside until the barrier is broken, while those outside can attack freely. It is truly an invincible formation. The 4 combatants he dispatched had a combined combat power of a terrifying 700 points. Even if one with 180 combat power were to fall, Tang Xiaojie, the so-called useless one, could step in to compensate. The combined combat power of the remaining few should still be around 600 points, enhanced by the 4 purple flames array's doubling effect. Crushing a first-level martial arts student would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Sun Wu struck the barrier of the 4 purple flames array with a single punch, but it didn't budge an inch. Instead, the purple flames on the barrier, like sharks sensing blood, began to crawl upward along his fist. Don't bother. This 4 purple flame array combines the combat power of all 4 of us, and it's doubled. To break it, you'll need at least 1,200 points of attack. In this ranked space, no one can save you. Tang Xiaojie watched Sun Wu struggle in vain against the barrier, smirking triumphantly, as if he were watching an ant struggling in its death throes. Earlier, Sun Wu's punch had nearly cost him his life. Now the tables had turned, and it was his turn to exact revenge. The remaining 3 began forming seals, channeling energy into the 4 purple flame array. The purple flame surged suddenly, like a pack of starving wolves, gradually closing in to devour Sun Wu. Sun Wu felt as though he had been thrown into a cauldron, surrounded by flames on all sides. Moreover, the intensity of these flames far surpassed the ninjutsu techniques of the previous attackers by several levels. Earlier, even without activating his ki, he could withstand their ninjutsu using his Saiyan physique's high defense. But the flames of the 4 purple flame array actually made him feel a faint sense of danger. 1,200? Sun Wu sneered inwardly. Not to mention his own Kamehameha wave, even the basic Tiger Phantom Fist technique he had just mastered had recorded over 1,600 in power output. However, to avoid being burned by the purple flame, Sun Wu decided to end this quickly. He assumed a fighting stance, gathering his ki between his hands, and a blue-white energy sphere began to take shape. Turtle-style Chi Power Wave. Chapter 39, 4 Slays. As the Chi energy surged through his body, a dazzling Qigong energy wave erupted from Sun Wu's hands. Like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, it charged straight toward the barrier of the 4 purple flames array. The few members of the Wu family were still activating the 4 purple flames array, eager to watch Sun Wu be roasted to a crisp. They never expected Sun Wu to have such a trick up his sleeve. The ninja who had initially tested Lin Jingjing's ice wall's power level saw Sun Wu's chi wave, his pupils suddenly contracted as if he had seen something unimaginable, and blurted out. Be careful, that energy fluctuation. He must have some skill to estimate combat power levels and had recognized the terrifying nature of Sun Wu's Kamehameha-style Chi wave. But before he could finish speaking, the Kamehameha-style Chi wave had already collided with the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The barrier of the 4 purple flame array shattered like glass struck by an iron hammer, instantly covered in cracks. Crack! In an instant, the barrier collapsed, shattering into pieces. Puff! 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 Put! Almost simultaneously with the barrier's collapse, Tang Xiaojie and the other 3 who had been maintaining the formation were struck in the chest as if by a heavy hammer, all coughing up a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the array being forcibly broken instantly dealt them a severe blow. The 4 of them flew backward crashing heavily to the ground. They struggled for a moment before going still, their only sign of life being faint gasps. This can't be. Tang Xiaojie lay on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. This 4 purple flame formation was a dimensional treasure refined by the Wu family, its power doubled by the combined strength of 4 people. Theoretically, its defensive power should exceed 1,200 points. How could it be shattered with a single blow? This Sun Wu, what kind of monster is he? Defeated enemy combat power 150 points, obtain 150 combat points. Defeated enemy combat power 210 points, obtain 210 combat points. Defeat the enemy, enemy combat power 160 points, gain 160 combat points. The system prompt popped up in front of Sunwoo at the right moment. He glanced at it casually. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Sunwoo retracted his energy-emitting stance, his breathing steady, as if the earlier earth-shattering strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. He brushed off non-existent dust from the hem of his robe, looking down at the scattered enemies on the ground. Is that all? Not even enough to give him a chance to stretch his limbs. He took a step toward Tang Xiaojie. Tang Xiaojie watched in horror as Sunwoo approached, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. He wanted to struggle, to beg for mercy, but the excruciating pain in his body made even moving a finger impossible. Sunwoo stopped in front of him, towering over him, his voice devoid of emotion. Did Wu Yifeng send you here? Before Tang Xiaojie could force his lips apart, a phantom tiger had ignited on Sunwoo's fist, which crashed into Tang Xiaojie's elementalized body. I was going to have you deliver a message to him, but it seems you won't get the chance. Rest assured, he'll be joining you soon. Put. Tang Xiaojie, in his elementalized state, didn't he utter a sound as he turned into a pile of mud on the ground. Having disposed of Tang Xiaojie, Sunwoo didn't even glance at the stain on the ground. He casually fired several small Kamehameha-style energy blasts toward the three others still clinging to life on the ground. Boom! 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 3 faint explosions echoed, and the 3 people didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to fragments by the energy of the key blasts. Clink! The wine glass was crushed in excitement. How is this possible? Wu Yifeng stared intently at the communication device, fixated on the final image of Tang Xiaojie's terrified, contorted face just before his death, and the footage before that of Sunwoo shattering the 4 purple flame array with the force of a whirlwind. Shock? No, this was beyond shock. It was a nearly absurd feeling, like an ant suddenly overturning an elephant. Tang Xiaojie's livestream disappeared along with his death. But Wu Yifeng couldn't calm down. The tips of his fingers still tingled from crushing the cup, but that pain paled in comparison to the tidal wave of emotion surging within him. The 4 purple flames array. That was a powerful barrier scroll refined and improved by the family, obtained at great cost, specifically to ensure absolute safety. Once activated, the barrier formed by the scroll combined the power of 4 people and doubled its defensive capabilities. Its theoretical defensive rating was definitely over 1,200 points, and might even approach 1,500 points. Even if I were to personally intervene without using my trump card, I wouldn't have absolute confidence in shattering it with a single strike. Even if that good-for-nothing Tang Xiaojie were to take his place, his combat power level shouldn't be too different. This Sunwoo, how did he manage to break through it in one go? What kind of skill is that? Its power is that immense? Wu Yifeng's mind replayed the scene rapidly, trying to analyze the energy level of Sunwoo's attack, but the more he analyzed, the more alarmed he became. That beam of light broke through the barrier without any pause, definitely far exceeding 1,200 points, and possibly even higher. Just after advancing to the next rank, his combat power already exceeds 1,200 points? This is simply unbelievable. Such an outrageous thing has never been heard of in the history of the Federation. What made him even more furious was that Tang Xiaojie, that good-for-nothing fool who always messed things up, had actually betrayed him earlier. Sunwoo. Wu Yifeng repeated the name in his mind, his expression shifting from shock to darkness, and finally settling into a faint yet intense glint of murderous intent. This man must not be spared. Such potential is too terrifying. Wu Yifeng made his decision immediately and dialed a number on his communicator. Uncle Jean, please have Snake Guardian take this call. Wu. Wu. After searching the body for half an hour, he couldn't find a single usable item. He was thinking about changing his method for killing enemies next time to avoid leaving no trace, so he wouldn't end up with nothing useful. A familiar voice stumbled out of the darkness in the distance, sounding slightly off-key. Plop. A dull thud followed by a pained cry, as if someone had fallen hard in the darkness. Immediately afterward, Li Yi rolled and crawled into the area illuminated by the light sphere, colliding with Sunwoo's leg before coming to a stop. He lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, looking like a dog that had been chased down several streets. Huff, huff. Oh my god. Li Yi raised his head, his face covered in sweat and dirt, his expression twisted. Woo. You ran way too fast. You didn't even give me a heads up and left me alone in that pitch-black place. Do you know how scary that was? I couldn't see a thing, I thought there were ghosts. As he complained, he tried to stand up by pushing on his knees, but his legs gave out, and he almost fell back to the ground. Chapter 40, The Circular Slash. If it weren't for you, you just pulled off another dazzling trick, I'd still be spinning in circles right now. Li took a deep breath, finally straightening his trembling body and holding onto his waist, looking like an old man with weak limbs. Just as he was about to continue scolding Sunwoo for being ungrateful, his peripheral vision caught sight of the scene around him, and his voice trailed off abruptly. On the ground lay several objects in disarray, more resembling piles of mangled debris than human bodies. Some parts were still emitting wisps of smoke and a burning odor. What the hell? Li Yi's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively took a step back, nearly tripping over himself. What's going on here? Were we robbed? No, these are dead bodies? He pointed at the piles of mangled flesh, his voice trembling, his face pale. The fear from running blindly in the darkness hadn't fully subsided yet, and now he was deeply shaken by the horrific scene before him. Just as he was trying to compose himself, his gaze swept around the room and suddenly fixed on something in the distance. Hey! Bai Lian? What are you doing here? Li Yi's expression changed instantly. The fear and complaints from moments ago vanished, replaced by a broad smile, his eyes sparkling. He didn't bother to catch his breath or steady his legs, rushing over to Lu Balian in a few steps. Lu Balian was helping Lin Jingjing, whose face was still pale. Bai Lian, are you okay? Did you get hurt? What happened? Li Yi surrounded Lu Balian, asking after her well-being, his fawning nature fully exposed. After hearing the full story from Lu Balian, his expression darkened, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to kick the lifeless bodies on the ground once more. Damn it! It's that bastard Wu Yi thing again. Li Yi was so angry that his whole body trembled, clenching his fists tightly. He lifted his foot, ready to kick the nearest pile of flesh, as if he wanted to flog the dead again. Sun Wu glanced at him and spoke calmly, "Don't kick it. Stepping on it will just dirty your shoes. Don't you find that disgusting?" Li Yi's raised foot froze mid-air as he looked down at the unrecognizable mass on the ground. He looked at his own shoes and grimaced in disgust. In the end, he reluctantly lowered his foot, but continued to mutter under his breath. These scum got off easy. Sun Wu, however, had already shifted his attention to his system interface. After defeating the ghost jellyfish swarm earlier, he had already accumulated 710 combat points. The 60 points he gained from defeating Tang Xiaojie, plus the 150, 160, and 180 points from the 3 ninja descendants, and the 210 points from the Nara clan member. He now had a total of 1,470 combat points. His current experience points were upgrade experience points 405, 1000 plus. It was time to level up again. Sun Wu no longer hesitated. System, allocate points. Experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? Yes. At that moment, the small panel resembling a little wife that had been beside the battle system interface suddenly trembled and moved. Not in a specific dimensional space. Upgrade failed. Unable to upgrade. Another issue? Sun Wu looked at the new prompt that appeared and felt a surge of confusion. Last time, he had already noticed that he seemed to have two system panels. One was the Battle Thrill system, and the other was the panel brought by the awakening inheritance of this world. Sure enough, another prompt popped up in his mind. Host, please wait. The Battle Thrilling system is currently taking over the local natives' fate. Battle. Enjoy. A few seconds later, the panel displaying the points of everyone in the entry-level trial space twisted briefly before returning to normal. The spiritual light that had first entered Sun Wu's body upon entering the initiation trial space once again poured into his body. Level up successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new skill, Qi Yuan Zhan. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new skill, Qi Yuan Zhan 6 Blade Shards. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new skill, Qi Earth Mine. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new skill, Prince's Battle Strategy. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 2. Upgrade experience points, 1 million. Overall combat power, 10,000. Saiyan S cell count, 1,000. Saiyan Bloodline enhances physical recovery, resistance to blows, and significantly boosts combat power upon near-death recovery. Current skills: Residual Image Fist, Sun Punch, Rock Paper Scissors, Key Perception, Skydance Technique, World Shocking Palm, Turtle Style Key Blast, Heaven Earth Piercing Fist, Key Circle Slash 6 Blade Fragments, Key Landmine, Prince's Battle Technique. Current battle reward skills: Battle Continuation Fake, Lazy Winner Single Use. Next level skill: Boundary King Fist. Stage-based reward tasks. Please break through to the third middle realm within 1 year and participate in the intermediate secret realm trial. Reward: 10,000 units of Saiyan S cells. Once you have 10,000 units of Saiyan S cells and meet the base combat power requirement, unlock Super Saiyan Form 1. Seeing the system's prompt about someone else completing the task, Sun Wu was furious. So this reward was all looted by the system on the spot? Will the local celestial order retaliate against me? However, he soon noticed his upgraded attributes and quickly forgot about it. If the sky falls, the system will hold it up. Anyway, I'm just a lowly Karami right now. Such a huge boost? Looking at the new panel data, even Sun Wu, who had prepared in advance, was surprised. His combat power had skyrocketed to 10,000 points. Terrifying. According to the memories of his previous incarnation, such a tenfold increase in combat power upon leveling up was extremely rare, even in the textbooks. For an average person, a single level up would only increase combat power by about 3 times. With a strong foundation, family support, and a powerful awakened inheritance, one might achieve a fivefold increase. However, even then, not everyone achieves such a high increase. In the Federation's history spanning hundreds of years, there have been only a handful of such cases. Even if there were, no one could guarantee that every level would bring a tenfold increase in combat power. With 10,000 combat points, I feel I can now handle ordinary martial arts practitioners of level 3 or even 4. Students born in ordinary civilian districts have combat power of only 30-50 after advancing to the first rank. Without body-nourishing elixirs, equipment, or martial arts techniques, even with good luck, you might survive dozens of trial spaces and reach martial arts level 3, with each level offering at most a threefold increase in combat power. Compared to him, it's like comparing heaven and earth. As for why I didn't mention 5th tier martial arts practitioners, it's because once you reach 5th tier, you've already left the ranks of ordinary people. Whether it's ancient martial arts or inherited martial arts. Once you reach martial arts level 5, there are few mediocre individuals left. At martial arts level 5, you'll be a guest of honor wherever you go, and major clans will set aside positions like honorary guests or guest scholars for such individuals. After completing military service, those who remain in the military zone will also hold a significant official position. Various resources will naturally be made available to you. Moreover, those who reach the 5th level of martial arts from a commoner background are particularly in demand. Those who can reach the 5th level of martial arts without any resources are undoubtedly top-tier geniuses in this field. With the support and supplementation of resources, such individuals are estimated to increase their combat power by several times. Sunwoo then looked at the prominent number on the panel. Is the experience required for the next level a bit too much? Sunwoo carefully counted the zeros behind it, initially thinking he had misread the number. 1 million? A full million experience points missing? That's 1,000,000 combat points. Sunwoo secretly wondered if the local celestial being had noticed and decided it wasn't worth fighting the local celestial being for less. Never mind, he'd ignore it for now. With his current combat power of over 10,000, he could easily boost it to 20,000 with skills later. Going out to the Magic City district to kill a few thousand combat power beasts would be a piece of cake. It's only 100 or so, after all. Sunwoo silently comforted himself. He then looked at the new skills he had obtained. The Qi Yuan Zhan he had been longing for. Upon reading the skill description, Sunwoo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Chapter 41, an enemy with 1,500,000,000 combat power. Qi Yuan Zhan LV1. Consumes a large amount of Qi, rapidly spinning and compressing it into a thin, saw-like circular disc, generating immense cutting power. When attacking enemies with combat power no higher than 100 billion times your own, ignores all physical defense and deals damage equal to your current combat power. Current level LV1, can only be thrown in a straight line and cannot change direction. Upgrades to tracking Qi Yuan Zhan at the next level, increasing damage to 1.5 times the user's combat power. Qi Yuan Zhan 6 Blade Fragments LV1, a derivative skill of Qi Yuan Zhan, it fires multiple Qi Yuan Zhan at once, ignoring defense effects and reducing Qi consumption. After upgrading to Pursuit Qi Yuan Zhan, it gains tracking effects. Current launch quantity, 2. Air Mine LV1, deploys air mines underground, dealing energy damage equal to the user's current combat power to enemies that pass over them. Current level, 1, mine duration, 3 hours, mine count, 5, at the next level, mine duration doubles, and mine count increases to 10. Prince's Battle Technique LV1 Alias, Continuous Chi Blast. Reduces the time required to gather Chi Blast energy, allowing continuous release of small Chi Blasts. No amplification effect damage output equals current combat power. The damage of each small Chi Blast is equal to the current combat power divided by the number of small Chi Blasts. Upgrading increases the minimum damage of small Chi waves. The current minimum damage is 1/10 of the combat power. Example, combat power 10,000, releases 10 small Chi waves, each small Chi wave deals 1,000 damage, releases 100, minimum damage remains 1,000. Here it comes. Divine Technique, Chi Circle Slash. It didn't disappoint me. When attacking enemies with combat power no higher than 100 billion times your own, it ignores all physical defense? What's the difference between this and true damage? If there are enemies with combat power exceeding 100 billion times your own, then why even fight? Just wash your neck and wait to die. Moreover, if you sneak attack, or if someone relies on their higher level or combat power and doesn't dodge, the key and slash will teach them a lesson. As for the 6 blade shards below, they feel a bit lackluster, so I'll skip them. Chi Landmine? Sunwoo recalled that it seemed to be a skill used by Goku when fighting Jiren in Dragon Ball Super. It doesn't seem to be very useful either, so let's move on. Prince's Battle Technique. Ugh. Sunwoo couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The legendary move designed to crush weaker opponents, depicted in the original manga with 16 consecutive Ki blasts. It only worked 3 times. One of those was when Majin Buu used it to wipe out all the Earthlings. Additionally, this skill comes with the frantic status effect, colloquially known as losing your cool. In the anime, it's even more terrifying, used so frequently it's on par with fireworks, focusing on creating smoke without causing damage. Overall, this skill is all about looking cool and is highly effective for clearing out minor enemies. However, the main attraction is the Hungry Spirit Circular Slash, while the other skills are merely icing on the cake. After upgrading, Sunwoo glanced at the three people still chatting and was about to ask where they were going to grind for points when the entire space suddenly trembled violently without any warning, as if something massive was awakening. A surge of indescribable energy rippled out, dimming the light in its wake. The faint glow of the remaining fireflies quickly faded. What's going on? The sky seems even darker. Li Yi was leaning close to Lu Balian, trying to be attentive, when he suddenly felt the visibility around him plummet. He instinctively looked up and around, his face filled with confusion. Lin Jingjing instinctively gripped Lu Balian's arm and pointed at the light sphere left behind by Tang Xiaojie's group in the distance. Look at that ball. It could illuminate the large rock over there earlier, but now the light circle has shrunk significantly, only illuminating the area directly beneath our feet. Indeed, the light sphere that had once provided illumination for dozens of meters now had its glow shrinking, like a candle flickering in the wind. It could barely maintain a dim glow within a few meters, and the surrounding darkness grew even thicker and more oppressive. Something's wrong, Sunwoo frowned. In his chi perception, the tremors throughout the space were growing increasingly pronounced. It wasn't just physical shaking, it felt more like a disruption in the very rhythm of the space itself. He could even sense an intangible pressure slowly building up in the heavens and earth. Could it be that the system upgrade earlier caused too much commotion? Did it mess up this dimensional space? Is the local celestial order seeking revenge on me? Uncle Tong? Is Uncle Tong around? Just as Sunwoo was muttering to himself, the live broadcast studio in the real world was in complete chaos. What's going on? Zhang Tiao's screen went black. I just saw him about to pull off his ultimate move. It's not just Zhang Tiao, Lu Xiao's screen is black too. All my screens are blank. Where's my idol? Where's my idol? I just started watching and she is gone. No way. All the live streams are black? What's going on? The signal's cut? At this critical moment? Are you kidding me? What was once a bustling live streaming platform filled with various comments and discussions was suddenly covered in countless question marks and exclamation points. At the same time, in the virtual emergency meeting room of the 100 School Joint Broadcast, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Reporting to the minister. All live streams from the trial spaces have been cut off. We cannot reconnect. A technical monitoring staff member's virtual image suddenly appeared in the meeting room, their voice betraying uncontrollable panic. All signals are down? Education Minister was suddenly stood up, his face turning ashen. What's going on? The cause is unknown. The cross-dimensional live stream signals originate from the dimensional space itself. We are only responsible for receiving and relaying them, and we do not fully understand the underlying technical principles. What we can confirm is that our receiving end equipment is functioning normally. The issue is 100% originating from within the dark dimensional realm. The staff member reported rapidly. Just now, the Monitoring Institute sent an emergency notification. Severe and abnormal energy fluctuations were detected within the dark alternate dimension. Preliminary suspicion is, it may be the precursor to a dimensional storm. Dimension storm? The three words exploded like a bombshell in the meeting room. All the high-ranking officials present, including military zone leaders and representatives of prominent families, turned pale. A dimensional storm was an ultimate catastrophe capable of destroying the dimensional space itself. Once formed, everything within would be torn to shreds by the violent spatial energy, leaving no survivors. How could a dimensional storm suddenly appear? Someone asked tremblingly. In the past, it only appeared when the spatial energy in a dimension had depleted to the point of collapse, or when it suffered an external blow it couldn't withstand. Although there were many students participating in this rank-up trial, they were but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast dark alternate dimension. How could they possibly trigger such a catastrophic change? No one could answer this question. If it really is a dimensional storm, then the hundreds of thousands of students trapped inside. The consequences would be unimaginable. The heads of the major clans also looked grim, though most of their children were equipped with return stones. However, once the dimensional storm forms, the return stones lose their effect. Unless they return before the dimensional storm begins. However, at this moment, this bizarre situation has severed all external communications within the trial dimension space. The cross-dimensional communication devices brought from other dimensions were also completely silent. There was simply no way to convey this information to their children. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence, with only the heavy sounds of breathing echoing through the room. The spatial tremors lasted only a short while before gradually subsiding. However, the darker trial space from earlier had not returned to its original state. Woo, I noticed something. The ranking panel is gone. At that moment, Lee suddenly noticed the issue and spoke up urgently. He had unconsciously glanced at the current rankings earlier and suddenly noticed that the scoreboard displaying the students' rankings had vanished, leaving the area completely empty. Upon hearing this, Sunwoo looked at his own panel and found it to be exactly as reported. The small panel next to the battle thrilling system, resembling a little wife, was no longer there. Detected a powerful enemy approaching. Enemy combat power, 15 billion points. How much? It was fine not to look at the panel, but upon glancing at it, he realized that the system had popped up several alerts earlier. Looking at the time, they must have popped up during the spatial disturbance earlier. Sunwoo took a closer look and nearly jumped out of his skin. Detected a powerful enemy en route? He had to count the zeros after the combat power value for ages. 150 billion? What the hell is this thing? The current world will is experiencing severe resistance. The battle thrilling system is resolving the issue. Please remain calm, host. Just as Sunwoo was calculating whether his dimensional slash would be effective against these 150 billion terrifying enemies, the system popped up another notification. Battle in progress. Battle in progress. Battle in progress. Chapter 42, Blades as Swift as Fire. Then, as if it had gotten stuck, it stopped right there. Sunwoo hurriedly tested it and found the system still worked. He spent 100 combat points to upgrade Ji Yuan Zhan to LV2. Current combat points remaining, 775. Realizing the system was functioning normally, Sunwoo relaxed. If the sky were to fall, the system would be there to support him. With 150 billion points, even a sneeze could kill him. No point worrying about things that won't happen. No need to overthink it. Back to grinding monsters, leveling up quickly, and aiming to take care of it myself next time instead of relying on the system. Sunwoo relaxed his chi perception. After leveling up, his chi perception range had expanded significantly, roughly 40 to 50 kilometers. This pitch-black space had no reference points, so the exact range was still unclear. At that moment, the edge of his perception range caught Sunwoo's attention. There were tens of thousands of large and small energy spheres densely packed together. From the interconnected lines of energy, Sunwoo recognized them as the shadow insect swarm that had previously invaded the mortal realm. Among this terrifying swarm, several energy clusters caught Sunwoo's attention. Is that Lu Xiaohu? Had they fallen into the shadow insect swarm? Sunwoo recognized one of the gas clouds. It was Lu Xiaohu from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School. At that moment, his energy sphere fluctuated between strong and weak, clearly indicating that he was not in good condition. He immediately decided to go and help, having received so many benefits from the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School and having promised Lu Hu, the head instructor, to look after Lu Xiaohu. Having received so much from them, he felt he should at least do something in return. Sunwoo instructed Lin Jingjing to use the frozen fruit to create an ice wall on the ground, signaling for the others to climb up. He then dragged them through the vast, pitch-black space, running wildly. Deep within the shadow insect swarm, dark masses of insects surged forth like a tidal wave from the darkness in all directions. We're done for. We're going to die here. A blonde girl's voice trembled with tears. She was short, wearing the uniform of the top martial arts high school in the Magic City district. Her face, which should have been cute, was now filled with despair. She struggled to swing a massive sword as wide as a door panel. The blade was far longer than her height, slicing through the air and shattering several shadow insects that had closed in, but more insects immediately filled the gap. Her golden pupils were filled with tears, and her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the sword. If Sunwoo were here, he would immediately recognize that the shape of the sword was almost identical to the decapitation sword wielded by Tadu Zanshin. The massive blade was now taller than the blonde girl by a full head. Miley, hold on, don't give up. Maybe the return stone will work soon. Beside her stood a beautiful woman, a head taller than her, standing gracefully. Her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and her figure was curvaceous yet proportionate, exuding an air of refined elegance. At that moment, she held a katana with a deep purple hilt and an oval-shaped blade, its appearance otherwise ordinary. At that moment, surging crimson flames erupted from the blade. Under her control, the flames formed a spinning wall of fire, enveloping the three of them securely at the center. The dark shadow insects on the outskirts sizzled upon contact with the flames and turned to ash. Wang Yu, don't worry about us. This is taking too much of your strength. Lu Xiaohu, lying on the ground behind the two, pale-faced and clutching his chest, weakly shouted. Your ability, the Zanpakuto, is specifically effective against these ghost-type insect swarms. Charge out on your own, you'll be fine. His heart was filled with resentment. Who could have imagined that this rank-up trial would start with such a hellish scenario? They had fallen straight into the shadow insect's lair. They were all top students from the first martial arts high school in Magic City, coming from wealthy families, and naturally equipped with life-saving teleportation stones. They had planned to farm points at the edge of the swarm and teleport out immediately if things went south. But the swarm's scale far exceeded their expectations. Beyond the glow of the fireflies lay an endless sea of insects that made their scalps crawl. Hordes of unranked and level 1 shadow beetles engulfed them. Worse still, several cunning second-tier shadow beetles lurked within the swarm. Caught off guard by their surprise attack, 2 members of the 5-person squad were instantly killed. Had it not been for his second personality erupting at the brink of death, madly slaying those second-tier insects, he himself would have become their prey. However, even so, his second personality was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep, while he himself was severely injured and unable to move. What made their situation even more desperate was that when they tried to activate the teleportation stone, the stone, which had previously been emitting spatial fluctuations, was now dull and lifeless, showing no signs of response. Their last escape route had been severed. Yeah. Am I going to die? My brother is dead. I'm going to die too. Nilea's tears finally broke free, streaming down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She thought of her older brother, Milo, who had transferred to the same school with her but had been devoured by the swarm of insects during the earlier chaos. Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed by a cold, iron fist. The decapitation sword in her hands grew heavier with each swing, draining the last of her strength. Her arms ached so badly she could barely lift them. Miley! Hold on! I'm here! I won't let you die! Wan Yu clenched her teeth, her beautiful face pale from intense concentration and exhaustion, sweat soaking the strands of hair on her forehead. The strength within her was flowing endlessly into the blade in her hands. The flame suddenly grew more intense, pushing back the approaching swarm of insects and creating a brief opening. But Wan Yu's heart sank. During her awakening, she had almost acted on instinct. She had abandoned the Uchiha Makoto template, which was highly recommended in her family records and hailed from the prestigious Uchiha clan of the ninja world. Instead, she chose this newly appeared inheritance from Dimension 140, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigokuni Ryujin Raka. She never imagined this inheritance would be so powerful. Upon entering the rank-up trial and reaching martial arts level 1, she was able to unleash flames of astonishing temperature on her first use. It could even directly incinerate shadow beetles, a type of semi-ghostly beast. The efficiency far surpassed the damage Lu Xiaohu could barely inflict by channeling the mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. Moreover, compared to the physical and energy expenditure required to activate the family-transmitted White Crane Gate techniques, controlling these flames consumed far less. Yet, even so, facing this endless sea of insects, her strength was like sand in an hourglass, swiftly slipping away. Miley was her childhood best friend, and Lu Xiaohu was the grandson of her grandfather's old friend, as well as a childhood playmate. To abandon these 2 important people and escape alone? She couldn't do it. Wan Yu took a deep breath, her gaze growing resolute once more, and the flames in her hands surged again. But in the glow of the flames, her face looked even more exhausted. As her strength waned, she felt an unexplainable sense of dread. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to complete her grandfather's task after all. I wonder what Sun Wu looks like. Chapter 43, Beautiful Lady, Need some help? Oh Wu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? There's really someone alive in here? The ice slab came to an abrupt halt, nearly sending Li Yi flying out. He quickly grabbed onto a protruding black rock beside him, grimacing as he stood up, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. He rubbed his sore buttocks, about to complain, but when he looked up, his words caught in his throat, and his legs began to tremble. The lighting sphere they had torn off Tang Xiaojie and the others hung in mid-air, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the area within 10 meters. Beyond the edge of the light was a suffocating sight. Dense, writhing shadows of insects swarmed together, forming walls of insects half a person tall. They stretched into the endless darkness, with no end in sight. The air was filled with a putrid stench, a mix of rot and the burnt smell of protein. Oh my god! Li Yi's face turned deathly pale, and he scrambled backward on all fours, desperate to crawl back into the black rock crevice he had just emerged from. How many shadow insects are there? We've stumbled into a shadow insect nest. Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian were also pale as death, their stomachs churning violently, nearly vomiting. Several shadow bugs closest to them seemed to sense the scent of fresh flesh, twisting their bodies and silently lunging forward. Sun Wu didn't even turn his head, casually flicking out several small streams of qi, which made a few popping sounds. The insects turned into black smoke. Confirmed. There's someone I know inside. I'll go rescue him. Sun Wu's tone was calm, as if he were merely visiting a neighbor. He sensed Lu Xiaowu's presence deep within the swarm, roughly 10 kilometers away. Though faint, the signal hadn't completely vanished. He glanced at Li Yi and the others. Stay here and stay put. Keep your distance from the swarm and don't move around. I'll be back soon. Before Li Yi could say anything else, Sun Wu's figure had already turned into a blurry afterimage, shooting into the sky with a whoosh, diving straight into the swarm of insects that made one's scalp tingle. Once inside the swarm, Sun Wu truly grasped the immense scale of the insect sea. Below him were endless black waves of insects, various dark shadows crammed together, emitting a chaotic aura that nearly disrupted his chi perception. The hundreds of thousands he had sensed from the outside were now just the tip of the iceberg. His 50-kilometer perception range couldn't even fully cover the edge of the swarm. 10 kilometers vanished in an instant, and Lu Xiaowu's faint aura grew closer. Wang Yu felt his eyelids growing heavier, his fingers gripping the knife handle numb and nearly devoid of sensation. The flames erupting from the flowing blade of fire in his hand grew weaker and weaker. The firewall that had once securely protected the three of them had now shrunk by more than half. The flames at the edges began to flicker intermittently, and several shadow insects dared to probe forward, only to be forced back by the flames she struggled to stoke. She turned her head with great effort. Malaya had completely exhausted her strength, collapsing to the ground, the massive decapitation sword lying beside her. The girl's eyes were tightly closed, her face still streaked with undried tears, her state unclear whether unconscious or simply exhausted. Lu Xiaohu lay on the ground, a gruesome wound on his chest still losing blood, his breath faint and barely perceptible. Earlier, he had used his last ounce of strength to kill a level 2 shadow bug that had broken through the firewall, and had since fallen motionless, his fate unknown. Is this really the end? Wang Yu felt a chill run through her heart, followed by a bitter taste in her mouth. The task her grandfather had entrusted to her, the man named Sun Wu, seemed out of reach now. She even began to dwell on the thought that if she were to die, her grandfather might discover the flashy covered novel she had secretly hidden away while sorting through her belongings. Her perfect granddaughter reading such things, her grandfather would surely be disappointed. Sigh, never mind. What is the use of thinking about such things? If there is a next life, perhaps being an ordinary person wouldn't be so bad. No need to bear the title of the eldest daughter of the Wang family, no need to learn those tedious etiquettes, no need to associate with those despicable people for the sake of family interests. I could have my own love and more good friends. Consciousness gradually faded, and her arms could no longer be raised. The zanpakuto in her hand clattered to the ground, and the last flickering flame vanished instantly. The surrounding darkness and shadows of insects surged forward like a tidal wave. Just as Wang Yu closed her eyes, ready to embrace death. Boom, whoosh whoosh. A strange whistling sound suddenly rang out, as if something was tearing through the air at high speed. Immediately afterward, a powerful gust of wind erupted from her center, blowing away and shredding the swarming shadow insects, clearing a small patch of open ground. Wang Yu opened her eyes in shock. Before her, a figure dressed in the white uniform of Magic City No. 2 High School floated in the air not far ahead. The figure was tall and straight, and under the dim light of an illumination sphere, his features were unusually clear and excessively handsome. The figure glanced down at Lu Xiaohu and Miley lying on the ground, then raised his eyes to look at her. The corners of his mouth seemed to curve upward slightly, revealing a playful smile. Just like the legendary hero she had read about in storybooks, who arrived on a rainbow cloud, oh no, on a cloud of air. Could it be that her hero had truly arrived? Beautiful lady, need some help? Sun Wu's voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the screeching of the shadow insect swarm, reaching Wang Yu's ears. Sun Wu silently thanked his luck. If he had arrived half a second later, these few would have been finished. He quickly scanned the area, noticing that Lu Xiaohu, lying on the ground, was badly injured. The blonde girl beside him had fainted completely, leaving only the one standing in front of him still breathing. No wonder they're from the top school in the city. Even a random one is high quality. The unconscious little face on the ground, though covered in blood and tears, had the features of acute beauty. The one in front of him was even more striking, with a curvaceous figure. Her long hair was disheveled, but it couldn't hide her resolute and charming face. Sweat and grime only added a touch of wildness. Compared to Lin Jingjing's ordinary beauty, she has a unique charm. Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. One moment it was hell, and the next someone had dropped from the sky? And it was a student wearing the uniform of second middle school? This was the heart of the shadow bug swarm. How had he gotten here? Did he fly here? Her mind went blank, the stark contrast leaving her almost unable to think. The icy chill of death had not yet fully receded, and the euphoria of being saved was already overwhelming her already fragile nerves. She stared blankly at the boy in front of her, at his eyes that remained bright even in the dim light, unable to speak. It seems you need it. Sun Wu didn't wait for her response, nodding to himself before his figure flickered and landed on the ground. Chapter 44, afraid his brothers will suffer, afraid his brothers will drive a Land Rover. He didn't even glance at the restless insects swarming around him. Bending down, he grabbed one in each hand, lifting Lu Xiaohu and Miley up as if they were little chicks. You, get on. He turned his body slightly, nodded his head, and gestured for Wang Yu to climb onto his back. Wang Yu finally snapped out of her daze, her cheeks flushing slightly. The despair she had felt moments ago mingled with the sudden sense of dependence, leaving her at a loss for what to do. But the instinct to survive overpowered her hesitation. She took a deep breath and climbed onto Sun Wu's back, her movements awkward. The first thing she felt was warm, firm muscles, and even through the school uniform fabric, she could sense the incredible strength within. A faint, minty scent of hand cream wafted into her nostrils, unexpectedly pleasant, diluting the surrounding smell of blood and decay. This is salvation? Being carried by a stranger, like cargo, with two companions in tow, flying above an endless sea of insects. Wang Yu didn't know how to describe this feeling: absurd, relieved, and a faint, indescribable thrill. In that moment, he truly felt like the hero in a story. Feeling the steady flight beneath him and the wind whistling past his ears, Wang Yu instinctively tightened the arms wrapped around his neck. Sun Wu clearly felt the increased pressure on his neck and the two soft sensations pressing against his back. Already holding on so tightly? He muttered to himself. Turns out I'm just as handsome as the readers think. Hero saving the damsel in distress is definitely the fastest way to heat things up. Maybe the whole giving oneself in marriage scenario isn't impossible after all. Not everyone who has saved ends up being a slave in the next life, right? Of course, he didn't know that Wang Yu's reaction was simply an instinctive response from being startled. Wang Yu also didn't know that the mint scent was from Sun Wu and Lin Jingjing sleeping close together. Without giving it another thought, Sun Wu adjusted the two people he was holding. The chi energy surged through his body, boosting his speed once more as he transformed into a streak of light. He rushed toward the direction where Li Yi and the others were, leaving the swirling sea of insects far behind. Do you think Ah Wu went to save someone? With so many insects, he should be okay, right? I've been thinking about it for ages, but I can't think of anyone who would make Ah Wu go out of his way to save someone. The only people close to him are me and Lin Jingjing, right? Oh, he even took that little lantern with him. Now it's pitch black around here. Li Yi sat on the black stone he had been leaning against earlier, his hands propping up his cheeks, deep in thought, his tone tinged with a hint of abandonment. This place was pitch black, and the only source of light had been taken by his brother. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Whoosh! A clear whistling sound broke the silence of the darkness, growing louder as it approached. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a figure shrouded in a faint glow, darting back from the direction of the swarm of insects like a ghost, slowly descending in front of them. It was Sun Wu. Damn it, Wu, you're finally back. Li sprang up from the rock like a spring, rushing forward in a single bound, his face a mix of worry and reproach. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought you were dragged away by the insects to be their bride. You scared the life out of me. He had been holding his breath in anxiety. Sun Wu had been gone for half a day without a sound, and the commotion from the swarm of insects sounded terrifying. If something had happened, they would have been completely helpless. Lin Jingjing and Lu Beilian exchanged glances and hurried forward as well. Before Sun Wu could speak, the two of them, in perfect sync, took Lu Xiuhu and Miley from Sun Wu's hands and gently placed them on the ground to check their injuries. Li Yi saw the two injured men being taken away and, with nothing else to do, his gaze naturally fell on the floating light sphere beside Sun Wu, the only source of light in the area. Hey, this thing is pretty bright. He reached out to grab the light sphere, thinking he could place it in the center so everyone could see. But as soon as his hand touched the sphere, he gave it a tug. It didn't budge. He pulled harder, but it remained completely still. Li Yi was puzzled. He looked down and noticed that the sphere was being held by a pale hand. He followed the arm upward and saw a slightly disheveled yet still breathtakingly beautiful face appearing beside Sun Wu's back. What the? Li Yi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He glanced at Sun Wu's calm profile, then at the stunningly beautiful woman behind him, who had clearly just been through a fierce battle, her hair disheveled and her face still smudged with soot, yet her beauty was undeniable. His mind buzzed, and he instantly imagined a 1,000-word-long scene in his head. You bastard, Sun Wu. Even you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have betrayed the revolution? When did you secretly meet such a beautiful woman without telling me? Playing the hero to save the damsel in distress, hiding her in a golden house, is that it? Li Yi looked utterly heartbroken, pointing at Sun Wu as if he had been cuckolded. I asked why you ran so fast. It was for the beauty. You prioritize beauty over friendship. He instinctively assumed that Sun Wu had risked his life to charge into the swarm of insects, all for the sake of saving this beauty. Look at the difference in treatment. The beauty was even carried back on his back. As he spoke, Li Yi felt something was off. He leaned in closer, staring intently at Wang Yu's face. This face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He furrowed his brows, searching his memory frantically. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He took a step back, pointed at Wang Yu, and his voice trembled. By he, the little princess of the Wang family, Wang Yu? The goddess of all students at Magic City First High School? Li Yi was completely speechless. This was Wang Yu, the genuine goddess who had dominated the martial arts forums of major high schools in the Magic City district for years. The granddaughter of Wang Zhengdao, the master of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy, a true rich and beautiful woman, rumored to be kind-hearted and down-to-earth. The men pursuing her could form a line stretching from the Magic City district all the way to the Queen's district, including many prodigies from prominent families. What kind of luck did my own brother get? Or could it be, they've been seeing each other all along? You're something else. You kept this big secret from your brother? When did you two start seeing each other? How come I didn't hear a single whisper about this? That's not very considerate of you. You didn't even bring me along for such a good thing? Li Yi pounded his chest in frustration, his expression extremely complex. He was happy for his brother but also felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Typical, afraid his brother will suffer, yet also afraid he'll drive a Land Rover. Why bring you along? A cold, clear female voice suddenly rang out. Lu Belian had somehow appeared beside Li Yi, her expression calm as she looked at him. Li Yi's excitement and envy froze on his face, as if he'd been doused with cold water. He suddenly remembered his official girlfriend was still standing nearby. He shrunk his neck, scratched his head awkwardly, and forced a flattering smile. Bai Lian, I was just happy for Wu. I didn't mean anything else, really. After saying that, he slunk over to Lu Bai Lian's side, dared not say another word. Sun Wu watched Li Yi's cowardly reaction and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, shaking his head. This guy. However, Wang Yu? That's a nice name. He turned to look at the girl still clinging to his back, who seemed to still be in a daze. Beautiful lady, your name is Wang Yu? Chapter 45, Lin Jingjing's Crisis. Sun Wu asked casually, slightly shifting his body. He suddenly remembered that the bird-like man who had been with Lu Jinshan that day had also claimed to be from the White Crane Martial Arts School. After dealing with the brainworms, that old bird-like man had even invited him to stay at his place? But he couldn't remember clearly. Noticing that Wang Yu was still spacing out, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Wang Yu, the beautiful lady, it's safe now. Though I admit I'm pretty handsome, why don't you come down first? Although the sensation on his back was soft and elastic, it was indeed quite comfortable. But being stared at by so many people, especially Li Yi with that I know look in his eyes, Sun Wu felt he should be more mindful of his behavior. Wang Yu heard Sun Wu's words and snapped out of her daze. Seeing the people standing there, she realized she was still clinging tightly to someone's back in an ambiguous position. A wave of heat rushed to her cheeks, turning her ears bright red. She had been lost in her thoughts during the flight, her mind racing. One hand instinctively gripped the light ball, while the other clung tightly to Sun Wu's neck, completely unaware that they had already landed. Thinking back to the chaotic thoughts of heroism, self-sacrifice, marriage, and raising children that had filled her mind, her face grew even redder, almost as if it might bleed. She hurriedly released her grip on Sun Wu's neck and awkwardly slid down his back. As her toes touched the ground, her legs felt weak, and she nearly lost her balance. Fortunately, she managed to grab Sun Wu's arm in time. Thank you for saving me. Wang Yu lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with an indescribable blush. At that moment, Lin Jingjing, standing nearby, fixed her gaze on Wang Yu. Her heart skipped a beat, as if someone had suddenly poured a bucket of ice water over her, leaving her feeling cold from head to toe. Wang Yu? The name was no stranger to her. She was the granddaughter of the master of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy and the beloved princess of the Wang family, a prominent figure at the top martial arts high school in the city. In the school forums and various gossip columns, her name was always associated with terms like goddess and heavenly princess. Lin Jingjing considered herself no slouch in the looks department, a standout beauty among ordinary people. But compared to the woman before her who had just narrowly escaped death, still bearing the scars of her ordeal, yet her beauty remained undeniable. Her confidence was shattered in an instant. Why had she gone to such great lengths to escape her commoner status? Why did she dump Sun Wu without a second thought? Why take the risk of getting involved with Tang Xiaojie, a second-generation heir with a checkered past? Wasn't it all to one day live a life like Wang Yu's? Born into privilege, with endless resources, she was the center of attention wherever she went, never having to worry about making a living or kowtowing to others. She had thought that by latching onto Sun Wu, a man with immense potential, her goals were within reach. Sun Wu's abilities were improving rapidly. Though he wasn't particularly enthusiastic toward her, he at least took her in, even letting her join the trial, and even came looking for her specifically. As long as she remained obedient and spent more time each night trying to win his favor, she was certain he would eventually change his mind. She didn't believe there was anyone who couldn't be won over with flattery as long as she kept at it long enough. Sun Wu would eventually fully accept her. Returning to her former position wasn't impossible. But now something seemed to have gone wrong with the plan. Watching Sun Wu carry Wang Yu down from the sky. Seeing the blush on Wang Yu's adorable face, and Li Yi's exaggerated reaction. Thinking about the gap between herself and Wang Yu. Lin Jingjing's heart felt like it was being pierced by countless tiny needles, causing a sharp, stabbing pain. Clearly, I was here first. This Wang Yu, her family background, appearance, and talent are all top-notch. The only thing she could compare to Wang Yu was her figure, otherwise, she couldn't find anything else to match her. Sun Wu had just happened to save her, and in such a heroic rescue scenario. Lin Jingjing could almost envision how things would unfold. Don't all men fall for that? Especially when the other person is a stunning princess like Wang Yu. She unconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. No, absolutely not. Sun Wu was hers, he as her only hope of climbing her way up. She couldn't let this sudden appearance of Wang Yu ruin her plans. Her gaze darted back and forth between Sun Wu and Wang Yu, a fleeting glimpse of panic flickering in the depths of her eyes. She had to do something, had to make Sun Wu notice her, had to solidify her position. She quietly took a small step forward, almost throwing herself into Sun Wu's arms. Her arms naturally wrapped around his arms, her body pressing tightly against his, as if she wanted to merge into him. Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with just the right amount of concern and a hint of unnoticeable possessiveness. Sun Woo, are you okay? You were in the swarm for so long, I was so worried. As she spoke, her eyes darted quickly toward Wang Yu, carrying a hint of hostility. Sun Woo was now her only lifeline, her sole hope of escaping her past. She couldn't let him slip away. Wang Yu watched Lin Jingjing, who had suddenly leaned closer, believing her hidden hostility to be deep. Having navigated the intrigues of major families since childhood, her skill in reading people had reached perfection. Lin Jingjing's so-called well-hidden thoughts were almost completely transparent to her. Even if Lin Jingjing had hidden them well, Wang Yu had spotted the issue at a glance. As Lin Jingjing approached, Wang Yu clearly detected the faint scent of mint hand cream on her, the same scent she had noticed earlier. It was identical to the scent of the young man who had been carrying her earlier. So that's how it was. Wang Yu understood everything, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. She had already recovered from her earlier shyness. Now that she had calmed down, she was once again the perfect young lady of the Wang family in the eyes of others. Excellent men are never lacking in women, that was only natural. Her hero, this man who had come out of nowhere to rescue her from despair, was indeed special. Wang Yu made a decision in an instant. She would rebel and be reckless for once. This time, she didn't want to follow the usual path or deliberately get close to anyone for the sake of her family. The task her grandfather had entrusted to her, the disciple of Mr. Liu, she had no intention of pursuing either. She wanted to live for herself, to pursue the love she truly desired, just like in the storybooks. As for the girl named Lin Jingjing standing before her, Wang Yu didn't give her a second thought. She believed she was no worse than her in any way. If she knew how to play her cards right, she might even consider giving her a position as a secondary wife in the future. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she didn't mind her husband having a few concubines. After all, a strong man would always have women by his side. Looking at Sun Wu's handsome face, Wang Yu felt a ripple of emotion in her heart. However, how convenient he also had the surname Wu. If only grandfather had told me to get to know him instead. The group found a spot away from the swarm of insects, relatively clean, and settled down. The glow of the lanterns dispelled some of the darkness, bringing a faint sense of security. Wang Yu carefully laid Lu Xiaohu and Miley on the ground. From her bag, she took out several exquisite white jade medicine bottles and a few rolls of bandages. Is this the White Crane Martial Arts Hall's Jade Dew Skin Restoring Powder and Rejuvenation Pills? Li Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the two medicinal items. Though not as expensive as the Flying Tiger Martial Arts School's tonic, they were still highly sought after in the market. The White Crane Martial Arts Hall specialized in various types of medicinal herbs for treating injuries, and while they weren't as expensive as the health tonic, they offered herbs of all grades, making them very popular. What Wang Yu was holding in his hands were the highest grade wound medicine and qi restoring medicine available on the market. As the powder was sprinkled, the wound on Lu Xiaohu's chest began to visibly twitch, as if it were healing. As for the cute blonde girl, her face was tightly furrowed, as if she had been having a nightmare. She was simply exhausted and unconscious. Wang Yu administered the revitalizing powder and had her lie down to rest. Lin Jingjing stood by, watching Wang Yu handle everything with composure. She glanced at the expensive-looking pills he had taken out and felt a pang of envy. She silently walked over to Sun Wu, sat down beside him, and her arm unconsciously wrapped around his, tightly pinning his arm between her breasts. Chapter 46, The Night Goddess Belinda. Sun Wu didn't pay much attention to Lin Jingjing's subtle movements. His focus was on Lu Xiaohu. Under the effects of Wang Yudan's medicine, Lu Xiaohu's originally faint breath had indeed stabilized significantly, and his pale complexion regained a hint of color. It seems to be okay now. Sun Wu stood up, withdrew his arm from the soft embrace, and fixed his gaze on the depths of the swarm of insects. I'll be back shortly. Earlier, while saving the person, his cheap perception had already locked onto the core of that shadow insect swarm. That ghost brain bug with the peculiar aura. He had been too busy saving lives to pay attention to it earlier, but now was the perfect time to go back and finish the job. Although he didn't know why the trial points panel had disappeared, the system's combat point rewards should still be there. He couldn't waste them. What? You're going back? Li Yi was startled, his face turning pale. There are so many insects there. What are you going to do? Of course I'm going back to deal with the brainworms in that swarm. Don't worry, I have experience. I'll be back soon. Sun Wu didn't say much, his figure flickered, and he soared into the sky once more, disappearing into the darkness. Shortly after Sun Wu left, several running footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. Li Yi raised his head warily. What's that sound? Several figures approached rapidly from the distance, eventually coming to a stop in front of the group, illuminated by a glowstone. At the front was a young man wearing the uniform of Sakura District Martial Arts High School, his expression cold and stern. Behind him were 4 others, also wearing the same school uniform. As they approached, their gazes locked onto Li Yi and his group, their eyes filled with unhidden scrutiny and hostility. In the shadow slightly behind them, a figure dressed in the uniform of Magic City No. 2 High School quietly vanished. He was the son of the vice principal of Magic City No. 2 High School, Wang Hanjian. In his hand, he held a palm-sized radar device with an odd shape. The screen displayed several clear light points indicating the locations of Li Yi and the others. Wang Hanjian looked at the radar, then glanced up at the students from the Sakura district, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. He lowered his voice and spoke into the communicator. Sato-san, the coordinates are correct. The team from our school is ahead. However, my locator only shows 3 people. The others aren't from our school. Earlier, one of them suddenly went off in the distance for some reason. But now is the perfect opportunity to act. You go handle them. I'll stay out of sight. A low voice came through the communicator. Got it. Just a bunch of trash from the Magic City district. Perfect for testing out the new gear. Sunwoo flew swiftly through the air, unleashing his full aerial combat skills, darting through the endless darkness. The upgraded chi perception range had expanded significantly, sweeping like an invisible radar across dozens of kilometers. Finally, deep within the swarm of insects, approximately 60 kilometers away, he locked onto his target. The density of shadow insects in that area far exceeded anything he had seen before, layered upon layers, almost forming a writhing black hill. At the center of the swarm, a colossal creature, 3 or 4 times larger than the brainworm encountered outside the Magic City district, lay dormant, emitting an aura that was completely different from the other insects, colder, more viscous, and more malevolent. This scale. Sunwoo hovered above the insect mountain, gazing down at the surging tide of insects below, his brows slightly raised. Aren't the highest ranked beasts in the rank-up trial supposed to be no higher than level 3? This brainworm doesn't look like it's only level 3. How can it control so many minions? He didn't rush down but instead remained stationary in the sky. Data 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 data. His hands spread wide, and countless blue-white energy projectiles poured down like a torrential rain. For a moment, the dark space was illuminated by countless beams of light, with explosions echoing continuously, blending into one another. The shadow bugs below fell in droves like wheat being harvested, evaporating into nothingness. Sunwoo didn't even bother to count how many shots he had fired. He just felt like he had released all the pent-up energy he had been holding back, experiencing a sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. In just a few moments, the once mountainous swarm of insects was blown away, creating a massive vacuum zone, revealing the enormous ghost brainworm at its center. Current enemy combat power, 15,000 points. Victory grants 15,000 combat points. That high? Sunwoo was just about to find a way to deal with the brainworm when the system, which had been frozen for a long time, suddenly came back to life. A message popped up, accompanied by a triumphant sound effect reminiscent of a victorious return from battle. Ding! 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 Battle! Thrilling! The local world's will has been subdued. The battle thrill system has brought you back the loot. Obtained item, Dark Goddess's Starry Battle Armor Lower Garment Lining. Ha! Sunwoo was taken aback. What's going on? Did the system really go and fight the local Celestial Order? And win? And even loot gear? He quickly focused his attention on the system interface and sure enough, there was a new equipment category. Current equipment, Dark Goddess's Star Armor Lower Garment Lining. Below it was an extract button. Sunwoo instinctively pressed it. The next moment, an unusual sensation washed over his palm, soft, cool, and smooth in a way he couldn't quite describe. He raised his hand to look and froze in place. It was a garment with a futuristic design, extremely bold and revealing. It was a deep black, yet dotted with countless tiny silver specks, as if the stars had been crushed and woven into fabric. The edges were adorned with intricate lace patterns, and below hung a circle of 18 black crystals emitting a faint glow. A faint, cool yet alluring fragrance lingered around it. But the shape of this thing, it looked so familiar. Sunwoo's mind froze for a moment. This was exactly the same as the thong he had helped Lin Jingjing put on this morning. What the hell, he blurted out, his voice trembling. System, you bastard. You pulled the goddess's underwear back down? Sunwoo felt like a herd of llamas was charging through his mind. Is this even a proper system? Fighting against the will of the world is one thing, but stealing something like this on the side? The system remained completely unresponsive, playing dead. Sunwoo looked down at the trophy in his hands and the spine-chilling attribute description below. Dark Goddess's Starry Battle Armor Lower Garment Lining Battle Damaged. Divine Weapon. One of the components of the Dark Goddess Belinda's personal battle armor. Worn by the Dark Goddess Belinda for tens of thousands of years, it has absorbed a trace of divine essence. Crafted from threads woven with starlight, intertwined with 18-dimensional cores. Equipment effects. 1. Dark Goddess's Wrath. No matter where you are, the Dark Goddess Belinda will always sense your presence and continuously inflict divine punishment upon you until this item is retrieved or you are completely eradicated. 2. Gain Divinity. Possessing this item grants you a trace of divinity. Damage dealt to you by beings without divinity will be significantly reduced, and damage you deal to beings without divinity will be slightly increased. 3. Dark Protection, immune to all dark attribute abilities and curses with combat power below 150 billion, and gain top-tier dark attribute affinity. Sun Wu. So it's really just underwear? Divine tier underwear? The kind worn for tens of thousands of years? Dark Goddess Belinda? Is there really a god in this world? The name sounds pretty powerful, but this goddess sure has it rough. Lost a fight and even had your undergarments taken by the system. He instinctively pinched the smooth, cool fabric between his fingers. The sensation was indescribably delightful. He could even sense the vast yet restrained cosmic energy and that faint trace of divine essence within it. You have to admit, a goddess's skin really does feel amazing. Just then, a voice that was ethereal and majestic yet filled with overwhelming anger and icy cold intent, like a thunderclap from the heavens, echoed directly in his soul. Mortals! How dare you! Sun Wu's hair stood on end, and his heart stopped. He snapped his head up, only to see the darkness above him torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A pure black beam of light, whose terrifying power defied description, engulfed everything in its path with an aura capable of obliterating all existence. It seemed to traverse endless time and space, locking onto his position with pinpoint accuracy before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Wherever the beam passed, space itself screamed, twisted, and shattered. Damn it! Divine retribution. These were the last thoughts that flashed through Sun Wu's mind. The Sun Wu in the sky ceased to think. In the next instant, everything before his eyes plunged into complete darkness. Sun Wu, suspended mid-air, left not even a single speck of ash behind, completely vanishing into the black pillar of light that had shattered the heavens and earth. Sun Wu, you're done for. Age, just a few days after arriving in this world. The next moment. Chapter 47, The All-King. Cold. Trembling. You're the worst of this group. Sun Wu suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have had a strange dream, as if he had ended up on a freezing train. Who the hell called me low quality? Coming to his senses, he looked around. What had just happened? The surrounding space was still in endless darkness, but the color had grown much paler. Damn it, did someone just mess with me? He instinctively raised his hand to touch his chest. He felt down further. Yes, Xiao Suanwu was still there. Nothing was missing. All parts were intact. As for functionality? He'd have to go back and have Lin Jingjing check it out later. That devastating black energy beam he had just witnessed was crystal clear to him. Under that kind of power, he didn't even feel any pain at the time, as if his thoughts had come to a halt. Why did he fall to the ground? He looked up toward the direction where the terrifying beam of light had disappeared. The thick, ink-like darkness had dissipated by more than half. The visibility within the dark, alternate dimension had oddly improved significantly, no longer so pitch black that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Even without the glow of the phosphorescent stones, one could barely make out distances of several dozen meters. It was as if the earlier earth-shattering blow had drained all the ink from this trial space. Wait. Sun Wu's gaze sharpened. The corner of his eye seemed to catch a glimpse of something strange and golden above his head. What's that? He slowly, inch by inch, lowered his head. A circular ring emitting a soft golden glow was floating quietly above his head. This design looked familiar. I have become an angel? The thought barely formed before it was replaced by an even more terrifying realization. Isn't that the halo that appears above the heads of the dead in Dragon Ball? Have I really died? System. Is this loot supposed to be a surprise? This is a scare. Sun Wu roared in his mind. Explain this to me. What the hell is this supposed to be a surprise? I thought I'd scored a big bargain, but instead I got remotely targeted and killed by the rightful owner with a single beam? This is called loot? This is a death sentence. The battle thrill system is only responsible for combat. The loot display has encountered an error and is currently being corrected. Please wait. The silence system finally responded. The next second, Sun Wu felt a flash before his eyes. A hand made entirely of energy, its exact form indistinguishable, appeared out of thin air, holding a tiny figure. The little creature was extremely bizarre in appearance, with a head that seemed to be pieced together from two purple halves on the sides and a blue section in the middle. Its ears were two round protrusions, it wore a purple coat with yellow trim, and its chest was adorned with strange white stripes. Its tiny, comically proportioned body was laughably small. This image. Sun Wu's eyelids twitched violently. The formless hand, holding the purple and blue-headed creature, rubbed it back and forth against the golden halo above Sun Wu's head, as if erasing it with an eraser. Zzz. The golden light flickered a few times, and the halo representing death vanished into thin air. After completing this, the invisible hand, along with the purple blue-headed little creature, vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Error corrected. Please use the loot with caution. The system prompt sounded again, its tone flat and emotionless, as if it had merely fixed a minor bug. Sun Wu was completely numb. That thing just now. That was the All-King, right? It had to be the All-King, right? The supreme deity from the Dragon Ball Super universe who could destroy the entire universe with a single finger? My system, just what level of existence is it? Even the Almighty can be used as an eraser? After the initial shock, Sun Wu's heart sank once more. The system is powerful, but this loot. He looked at the Dark Goddess's starry battle armor lower garment lining in the system's equipment list. The Dark Goddess's hatred attribute was a blinding red. Even if the system could capture the Emperor to erase his death status, who knew if there was a limit on the number of times it could be used? What if the Dark Goddess strikes again next time, and the system is either unavailable or unwilling to intervene? This thing, it's too hot to handle. It's practically screaming "come kill me" in big letters. The item itself is great, a real game changer. But the cost is way too high. Sun Wu was at a loss for words. He now seriously doubted the system's claim of subduing the local world's will. Did it just happen to beat up this unfortunate goddess as well, and then this sleazy system came along and stripped her of her underwear as a trophy? This feud is going to be a long one. Disclaimer: this system is not vulgar. The system selected the trophy based on the host's inner preferences. Damn it, you're slandering me. You're slandering me. Sun Wu jumped up and down. My preference is clearly the one above. This can't be shown. Next. In shock and fear, Sun Wu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked down below. When that divine punishment beam struck down earlier, that ghost brainworm with a combat power of 15,000 seemed to be right below him. In his field of vision, the massive void he had blasted open was now nothing but a charred, cracked expanse of land, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Not even a single hair of the brainworm remained. Where's my brainworm? My 15,000 combat points. A despairing scream echoed across the vast, barren area that had just endured the divine punishment. On the other side, at the temporary camp where Li Yi and the others were located, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. 5 figures emerged silently from the darkness, forming a semicircle and surrounding Li Yi, Wang Yu, and the others. They were all wearing the uniform of Sakura District Martial Arts High School. At the front was a young man with a stern expression and a fierce gaze. He was none other than Sato. He raised his hand and placed a peculiar, high-tech looking single-sided goggle over his left eye. The lenses glowed faintly, beginning to scan everyone in front of him. Wang Yu, Lin Jingjing, Lu Belian, Lu Xiaohu and Miley lying on the ground, and finally Li Yi standing at the front. Beep, beep. A series of faint electronic beeps sounded, and data streams flashed rapidly across the lenses in front of Sato's eyes. Target 1, Inheritance Template Flowing Blade Like Fire, Development Progress 10%. There are such geniuses at Magic City District No. 2 High School? I'll need to keep a close eye on them later. Target 2, Inherited Template Frozen Fruit, Development Progress at 1%? Trash. Nothing to worry about. Target 3, Inherited Template Cat Fruit Leopard Form, Development Progress at 2%. Still trash. Target 4, Inheritance Template Rommel Sickle Weasel Dual Personality, Development Progress at 30%. This one actually has such a high development progress? Unfortunately, it's critically injured and near death, so it's not worth worrying about. Objective 5, Inherit the Template Konoha's Azure Beast, Development Progress, 0%. What a waste of time. 0% is the first time I've ever seen that. Sato's gaze finally landed on Li Yi, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Normally, anyone who has advanced to this stage should have unlocked at least 0.01, right? This detector was a treasure obtained by the Sakura District from a technological dimension, modified by the Empire's top technicians, capable of roughly detecting the development progress of an inheritor's template. The higher the development progress, the stronger the individual's strength and the more proficient they are in energy manipulation. Of course, the strength of the template itself is also crucial. But a frozen fruit with less than 1% development progress and a template with 0 development progress. In his eyes, they're no different from ants. The only one with a 30% development level was already severely injured and lying on the ground. It seems the intelligence was accurate. The students from the Magic City District are indeed a bunch of useless fools, Sato sneered inwardly, growing even more confident in the success of this operation. For this rank-up trial, they had set up a tight net in the Sakura District. Using the location information provided by their informants embedded in various campuses, combined with this detection equipment, they could precisely target and eliminate elite teams from other districts. It wasn't just about securing the top 10 spots, it was about eliminating the geniuses from other regions before they could even grow, clearing the way for the future hegemony of the Great Sakura Empire. The Star Martial Arts Federation might as well be called the Sakura Federation. After this phase, those who ascend to the top martial arts universities will all be from the Sakura District. This is the extermination plan. The coordinates provided by that fool Wang Hanjian only showed 3 people, but now it seems the extra 2 don't matter either. The 4 team members behind him revealed cruel smiles, flexing their wrists, with several of them already feeling the chakra begin to flow. In their eyes, the people in front of them were already as good as captured. Quick and decisive, Sato ordered in a low voice, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as a windmill-shaped tomo appeared in his gaze. Chapter 48, Amaterasu. Wang Yu's expression hardened as he drew his Zanpakuto, the blade instantly engulfed in crimson flames. Flowing blade like fire. The surging flames transformed into a towering wall of fire, blocking the 5 attackers from the Sakura district and attempting to halt their advance. At that moment, a team member behind Sato stepped forward with a savage grin. His body suddenly liquefied, transforming into a pool of surging water, resembling a humanoid form made of water. In an instant, his volume swelled, carrying a massive wave of water, like a small tsunami, crashing toward the wall of fire. Splash! The collision of water and fire produced a piercing sound, and eventually the flames were overwhelmed, completely engulfed by the water. What? A water attribute inherited ability? Wang Yu's heart sank. His attribute was being countered. Compounded by the excessive exertion of his powers earlier in the shadow insect swarm, his energy was still severely depleted. At this moment, the power of her Zanpakuto was less than 1/10 of its full strength. If this had been earlier, she could have easily vaporized such a small amount of water, but now she felt a sudden wave of weakness. After extinguishing the flames, the water creature arrogantly transformed into a water prison, trapping Wang Yu inside. Ha, what's this blade of fire? It's nothing. Boss, this one's mine. I'll show her my water-like tenderness later. Wang Yu clenched her teeth, barely maintaining a faint flame to protect herself, but she could no longer spare any attention for others. Freeze! Lin Jingjing saw this and immediately stepped forward, cold air erupting from her palms, large ice crystals spreading rapidly, attempting to freeze the arrogant water creature. Amaterasu! As the ice crystals spread several meters, a small cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of thin air on the ice surface, clinging to it like maggots, swiftly burning through the ice toward Lin Jingjing. The black flames were utterly bizarre, even the ice itself becoming fuel for them, emitting crackling sounds as they burned. Lin Jingjing recoiled in horror, quickly severing her connection with the ice crystals to avoid being touched by the black flames. This flame, how can it burn ice? She and the others were all stunned by this scene that defied all logic. Ignorance! This is our leader Sato's Mangekyo Sharingan technique Amaterasu. The strongest flame that consumes everything. Among the group, a young man with 3 Tomo Sharingan named Genya explained with a maniacal laugh, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Sato. They relied on this tactical goggles that tracked the development progress of inherited techniques to reverse engineer them, experimenting with various operations and methods to enhance development speed. They accidentally discovered the secret that killing one's beloved family members would accelerate the development of the Sharingan. Sato was the ruthless individual who personally killed his entire family to verify this hypothesis. After killing his entire family, Sato directly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his development progress surged astonishingly to 50%. He had completely surpassed the top students from the top high schools in the region. It is true that there have been masters in Federation history who have reached the Mangekyo level with the Sharingan. However, this requires years of cultivation and training, and is typically only seen in masters of the 6th or 7th rank. Yet in their Sakura district, they can now activate the Mangekyo Sharingan directly during high school. If it weren't for this mission, he would have already returned to his hometown to kill his own mother. Yuan Yi grew increasingly excited. After this trial, the Federation's geniuses will no longer exist. The geniuses of the Magic City district? A joke. If it weren't for bringing us along to complete this plan, Sato-san could have been admitted to one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the Federation long ago. He glanced at Sato beside him, who was holding his bleeding left eye with one hand, while the peculiar windmill-shaped pattern in his right eye slowly rotated, emanating an ominous aura. Give up resistance. I can give you a quick death. Sato's voice was icy. Yuan Yi, don't waste your time. Sato turned his head to Yuan Yi, his voice sounding weary, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy using Amaterasu on him. Just then, Lu Balian, who had been protecting Li Yi all along, moved. Her body was instantly covered in fine leopard-like fur, her form elongating into a half-human, half-leopard form. Catfruit, leopard form. Whoosh! The ground beneath her feet sank slightly, and she vanished from the spot like an arrow leaving the bow, leaving only a afterimage. Her target was the Sakura district trainee who had nearly attacked Li Yi earlier. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. The trainee didn't even have time to react before his neck was snapped by Lu Balian's swift kick, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Useless! Yuan Yi saw his teammate killed but showed no emotion, merely sneering and spitting disdainfully. The 3 Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, locking onto Lu Balian, who had just landed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Having landed her first blow, Lu Balian didn't pause. She leaped off the ground again, her body blurring into a shadow as she circled around to Yuan Yi's back. A punch packed with immense force struck him directly on the back of the head. She had absolute confidence in her speed. The burst of power granted by the animal-type fruit was something ordinary people couldn't possibly track. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. However, the scene of shattered skull that had been anticipated did not materialize. Yuan Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His left hand extended at an impossible angle, precisely blocking the fist between his head and the punch, steadying the powerful blow. How is this possible? Lu Bailian's heart raced. Her speed had been matched? And the opponent's strength was also extraordinary. She refused to believe it. Her body shifted again, and in an instant she appeared in front of Yuan Yi, transforming her fist into a foot, delivering a ruthless and precise kick aimed at his lower body. Boom! Another dull thud echoed through the air. Yuan Yi's right hand moved like lightning, once again precisely grabbing Lu Bailian's ankle. The immense force left her unable to move. A technique not derived from physical arts, how could it possibly keep up with my speed? Lu Bailian was completely horrified. Her ankle was gripped like an iron clamp, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't pull it back. Dare to attack me here? You're asking for death. Yuan Yi's face twisted into a savage grin. The surprise attack on his vital area made his lower body feel a chill, and his anger burned even more fiercely. You ignorant woman! My Uchiha clan Sharingan has unparalleled observational skills. Your speed is no different from slow-motion replay in my eyes. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Yi grabbed Lu Bailian's ankle and yanked it backward with all his strength, simultaneously bringing his right elbow crashing down. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. Lu Bailian's right knee was violently struck, causing it to bend backward at a terrifying angle. The excruciating pain spread throughout her body in an instant. Ah! Lu Bailian let out a piercing scream, her leopard form unable to be maintained any longer, reverting to her original slender form as a young girl. She clutched her completely deformed leg and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as cold sweat soaked through her clothes. Bai Lian. Li Yi, who had been closely watching the battle, witnessed Lu Bailian's leg being brutally broken and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. An indescribable rage erupted within him like a volcano. Every muscle in his body tensed uncontrollably, emitting creaking sounds, as his fingernails dug deeply into his palms, blood trickling through the cracks. He glared intently at the open field, his throat emitting a bestial growl, his eyes seeming to devour his opponent whole. Open. Chapter 49, The 8 Gates of Escape. Li Yi's left brain emitted a faint pop sound, as if a switch had been flipped. A violent surge of energy erupted from Li Yi's body, racing upward along his spine. His skin turned an abnormal crimson, and his muscles swelled visibly. First gate, open. Open. Li Yi didn't even know what he was shouting. His body had already acted before his consciousness could catch up. His fists flew like cannonballs, fueled by rage, charging toward the open field. You're overestimating yourself. I told you, none of you martial arts practitioners can escape my eyes. I can predict your movements with ease. The three Tomo in Yuan Yi's eyes spun rapidly, and Li Yi's movements were clearly captured and slowed down in his vision. A cold smile played at the corners of his lips as he shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging Li Yi's powerful punch. Your speed is decent, but you're still too green to take me on. Yuan Yi sneered inwardly, then delivered a swift roundhouse kick, striking Li Yi's side with precision. A worthless who hasn't even activated the template dares to act tough? At the same time, he pondered inwardly. He hadn't expected this worthless fool's progress in developing the template to be only 0%, yet his speed wasn't slow. Could he be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? However, to him, he was nothing more than trash that could be crushed with a single flick of the wrist. He could already envision Li Yi being kicked flying by his foot, rolling on the ground like a dead dog. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and Yuan Yi's smile froze on his face. His whip kick had indeed connected, but it felt like he had kicked a thick steel plate. A powerful recoil surged up his leg, numbing his calf. But Li Yi, who had been struck, merely staggered slightly. He didn't take a single step back. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Yuan Yi, as if the one injured wasn't himself. Second gate, open. Another low growl erupted as Li Yi's aura surged once more, and his speed suddenly increased by another notch. Wood leaf whirlwind. Li Yi suddenly crouched down, his body spinning rapidly, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip, creating a howling gust of wind, aiming straight for Yuan Yi's lower body. Humph! Yuan Yi was startled. This time, Li Yi's speed was noticeably faster. He dared not take it lightly and immediately leaped backward to dodge. But Li Yi's attacks were relentless. As one foot missed its mark, the other foot followed immediately, charging straight toward Yuan Yi's face. Yuan Yi desperately blocked with his arms. Boom! A searing pain shot through his arms, as if struck by an iron hammer. He was knocked back several steps by the immense force, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? This kid's strength and speed are still improving? He's almost caught up to me. Yuan Yi was utterly shocked. While his Sharingan's observational abilities allowed him to see clearly, his physical reaction speed was beginning to lag behind. Third gate, gate of life, open. Li Yi's skin turned even redder, and white steam began to rise from his body, making him look like a volcano about to erupt. He charged forward again, his speed so fast it left after images. Boom! 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 A series of intense clashes echoed as the two exchanged blows over a dozen times in an instant. Yuan Yi relied on the predictive abilities of his Sharingan to barely block Li Yi's furious attacks, but each block left his arms numb and his blood boiling. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sato's tactical goggles clearly showed he was at 0% development. What the hell is going on? Yuan Yi's mindset began to unravel. The Li Yi before him had completely surpassed his understanding. Fourth gate, wound gate. Li Yi's eyes turned blood red, as if he had lost his mind, driven solely by primal rage and combat instinct. With two furious roars, the steam surrounding his body grew thicker, and a powerful green energy chakra enveloped his entire body. Speed. Strength. Surging once more. This is bad. Yuan Yi's pupils contracted sharply. His Sharingan spun wildly, and in his vision, Li Yi's figure had already blurred into a single streak of green light. He didn't even have time to assume a complete defensive stance. Rarienua. Li Yi let out a bestial roar, transforming into a straight green meteor, teleporting behind Yuan Yi and delivering a kick. Yuan Yi's Sharingan tracked Li Yi's trajectory, and his brain issued an evasion command, but his body couldn't keep up. He could only watch helplessly as he was kicked into the sky. Am I going to die? This was the last thought that flashed through Yuan Yi's mind. Li Yi began to attack rapidly back and forth, pinning Yuan Yi to the air with countless strikes. Fifth gate, do gate. Open. With a powerful downward punch, Yuan Yi's body was struck as if hit by a high-speed train. He crashed violently into the ground, embedding himself deeply into the earth, leaving behind a human-shaped pit filled with blood and flesh. Silence. The entire makeshift camp fell into complete stillness. Whether it was Wang Yu, trapped in the water prison and struggling to defend herself, or Lin Jingjing, standing by helplessly, everyone was stunned by the sudden, brutal battle unfolding before them. No one had expected that Li Yi, who usually seemed a bit naive and even a bit of a sycophant, in a fit of rage, could unleash such terrifying power, brutally obliterating Yuan Yi, who possessed the Sharingan and was a formidable opponent, in a direct confrontation. The remaining two members of the Sakura district team were also speechless. The one controlling the water flow, maintaining the water prison, stared in disbelief at the distant figure of Yuan Yi, now reduced to a pile of flesh. The arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by disbelief and a hint of fear. Having killed Yuan Yi, Li Yi's rage showed no signs of abating. Lu Balian was still writhing in pain on the ground, her twisted broken leg a constant reminder that it wasn't over yet. He suddenly turned his head towards Sato. And you deserve to die. Li Yi let out another furious roar, his bones creaking under the strain. Sixth gate, Jing gate. Open. As he roared, the dense green steam surrounding him surged violently. Terrifying gusts of wind radiated out from him, blowing the dust on the ground into a chaotic whirlwind. Sato hadn't even recovered from the shock of being instantly killed on the open field when he was startled by the even more terrifying aura emanating from Li Yi. He quickly looked at the tactical goggles on his eyes. Target 5, inherited template, the Azure Beast of Konoha, development progress at 50%. What? Sato was utterly shocked. How could this person's inheritance development progress jump directly from 0% to 50%? The windmill-shaped pattern in his right eye spun rapidly, locking onto Li Yi. This power is still increasing? Li Yi didn't give him any extra time to think. As he activated the scene gate, he shattered the ground, transforming into a blurry bolt of lightning, rushing towards Sato at an incredible speed. The speed was too fast, so fast that Sato's kaleidoscope Sharingan couldn't fully track Li Yi's position, only catching a blur of afterimages. Toward the peacock. Li Yi suddenly appeared in front of Sato, his fists wildly punching forward. The force of his punches ignited the air, and countless fist shadows, each trailing flames, erupted like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, yet with a terrifying momentum as they crashed toward Sato. Before the fists even reached him, the heat wave already made Sato struggle to breathe. Susanoo. Sato was filled with terror, instinctively preparing to activate his ultimate defense, the Kakashi. Just then. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out, as if something had torn through space. Immediately afterward, several figures appeared between Li Yi and Sato as if they had teleported. The leader was not particularly tall, and even slightly overweight. He wore the uniform of Sakura District 1st Martial Arts High School, with a tactical monocular goggle on his face, identical to Sato's. A carefree, mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. He held an unconscious person in each hand, seemingly unconcerned about the oncoming attack from the peacock-like figure. Facing the overwhelming rain of fiery fists that could melt steel, his expression remained unchanged. He let go of the two unconscious people, raised his hands lazily, spread his fingers, and made a loose fist toward the front. Gravity Crush. Chapter 50, Ito Ryunosuke and the Ambitions of the Cherry Blossoms. He casually uttered 4 words. The next moment, something bizarre happened. The burning flames and lightning fast fist shadows, which had been hurtling toward Ito Ryunosuke at an unimaginable speed, suddenly collided with an invisible wall of air just meters away from him, causing their momentum to plummet sharply. Immediately afterward, an unimaginable, terrifying pressure squeezed in from all directions. Crack! Crack! The air was compressed to its limit, emitting deafening explosions. The fiery fist winds Lee had unleashed, powerful enough to shatter mountains, were crushed and obliterated one by one under the invisible pressure, like fragile bubbles bursting in the air. The flames flickered and died like candles in the wind, and the violent energy shockwaves were smoothed out by the invisible force. With just a flick of the wrist and a single word, Lee had given everything he had, burning his life to unleash his attack at the peacock, yet it was effortlessly deflected by the incoming figure. Not even a single thread of his clothing was touched. Put! The attack was broken, and the massive backlash from forcibly opening the 6 gates hit him hard. Lee felt a sweet taste in his throat. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the violent green energy surging through his body receded like a tide. His entire body collapsed limply, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the ground, his muscles torn, bones shattered, and excruciating pain engulfed him like a tidal wave, leaving him unable to move even a single finger. His consciousness began to fade. Oh? 8 gates escape technique? To have opened the 6th gate is quite impressive. There's such a genius student at the 2nd high school in the Magic City district? Sato, you're still such a useless fool. You can't even handle the team from the 2nd martial arts high school? Sato, who had just narrowly escaped death, dared not utter a word as he looked at the man before him. This man was the leader of Sakura District's 1st martial arts high school. Ito Ryunosuke, a freak with 80% mastery of ability development. At the 2nd tier martial arts level, he already possessed the combat power of a 3rd tier martial artist. It was said that during internal research tests, his combat power level had reached a terrifying 10,000 points, and that wasn't even his limit. Keep in mind, he was only at the 2nd level martial arts rank. It was precisely because of him and his even more extraordinary genius older brother that the higher-ups in Sakura District began to harbor different intentions. Ito Ryunosuke and his older brother, Ito Makoto, are certain to break through the barriers of martial arts level 9 in the coming years and step into the legendary realm of the gods. At that time, it will be the moment when Sakura District once again becomes the Sakura Empire. Ito-kun, it was my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you for stepping in. Sato bowed in gratitude. Ignoring Sato, Ito Ryunosuke turned his gaze to Lee on the ground. You almost took out Sato. You're impressive, but it's a shame you're not one of us from Sakura District. As he spoke, he slowly raised his foot, aiming it at Lee's head. An invisible gravitational force beneath his feet, and the seemingly ordinary foot now held enough gravitational force to flatten a small mountain. Lubelian, seeing this, her eyes widened in horror. She struggled to crawl forward, but the excruciating pain from her broken right leg made it nearly impossible for her to move. Just as Ito Ryunosuke's foot was about to strike. In the live broadcast studio of the 100 Schools Network, after a brief blackout, the screen gradually returned to normal. It's back. I was so scared, I thought the stream had frozen. What just happened? Did everyone lose connection? Look at the rankings. The points and rankings haven't moved at all. Is it glitching? What is going on? Our Gaul region S team, all the names are grayed out? Not a single one left? A viewer from the Gaul region sent a heart-wrenching comment, instantly igniting the entire live stream. No way? Our Roman district is the same. The top students from the 1st martial arts high school all wiped out? FCK. The Korean server is gone. The monkey region is about to be wiped out too. Panic spread like a plague. This can't be true. What happened during those few minutes when the signal was interrupted? Did the dimensional storm come early? Something is wrong. Look at Su-chen's live stream. How is he in Ito Ryunosuke's hands? He is unconscious. What is Ito Ryunosuke doing? Who is the person at his feet? The school uniform looks like it's from Magic City No. 2 High School? Is he going to kill someone? Is that Lu Xiaohu lying on the ground? And the one inside the water ball, that's my idol. Wait. The 360-person live stream. It's the Sakura District team killing the people from the Stick District. That's too brutal, they killed them all. There are still 430 people. The team from the Monkey District just got wiped out by the Sakura District team and they're looting the spoils. Those grayed out names on the rankings, could they all be from Sakura District? Have they lost their minds? Killing people during the rank-up trial isn't illegal, but massacring elite players from other districts on such a large scale will provoke widespread anger. Don't they fear being sanctioned by all the districts? The chat exploded with anger, fear, and disbelief flooding the screen. Meanwhile, in the virtual emergency meeting room of the 100 Schools Alliance, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing point. How is this possible? The dimensional storm has really erupted? All the students from my Gaul district are gone? The Roman region too, only 1 in 10 survived. Even the seed team from the top martial arts high school. The principals of over a dozen regions turned pale, staring at the names fading into darkness, their hearts twisting in agony. Where's Zhang Tiawu? Look at Zhang Tiawu. The principal of the first martial arts high school in the Queen's district spoke tremblingly, fixated on the rankings. The rankings seemed to have not fully refreshed yet, but Zhang Tiao's name was still at the top, but that name had turned gray, the color of death. No, it can't be. The principal of Queen's district collapsed into his chair, completely dazed. Zhang Tiawu, the once-in-a-century genius of Queen's district, had actually died in the initiation trial? Even though the dark alternate timeline was an extremely dangerous initiation trial space with a high mortality rate, that was only true for students of commoner origin. For these top students from the nation's premier martial arts high schools, the initiation trial wasn't particularly dangerous. Because they were all disciples from martial arts clans who had already mastered martial arts level 1 or even level 2 ancient martial arts before even entering the ranks. Even without advancing, as long as they weren't surrounded by hordes of ferocious beasts, they could move freely in the dark alternate dimension. Therefore, the principals of these schools never imagined that such a terrifying loss could occur. At this moment, everyone believed that the dimensional storm had already occurred, which is why these students had died unexpectedly in the rank-up trial space. Report! The technician's voice rang out again. According to the emergency feedback from the Detection Institute, no dimensional storm occurred within the dark alternate dimension. Several minutes ago, there was indeed an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation, but its range was extremely small, the source is unknown, and it does not match the characteristics of a dimensional storm. Not a dimensional storm? Then what was it? At that moment, someone noticed the footage in Ito Ryunosuk's livestream. Is that Su Chen in Ito Ryunosuk's hands? The principal of Queen's District's second martial arts high school perked up immediately. Earlier, he had also noticed that most of the students' names at his school had turned gray. Feeling desolate, he perked up upon hearing Su Chen's name. Principal Takahashi. What are your students doing? Finally, someone had noticed what the students from Sakura District were up to. Oh? Is there a problem? The principal of Sakura District's top martial arts high school spoke indifferently, a hint of mockery on his face. The initiation trial is meant to be this way. Without enduring the trials of life and death, without being forged in the crucible of blood and fire, how can one become an outstanding warrior? He surveyed the scene, his tone brimming with unhidden contempt. I think it's you old fools from the Federation who've been living too comfortably for too long and have forgotten how cruel this world is. 100 years ago, when the spatial rift opened and the beast tide swept over us, if that were to happen again, what use would you and your so-called trained trash be? 50 years ago, the Lighthouse District was the first to enter the dimensional world, achieving a decisive lead in dimensional world research. They crushed other regions for decades, leaving traditional martial arts sects in ruins. The Federation was forced to carve out a separate region to form the Lighthouse Empire. Where was your righteous indignation back then? Now, this is merely the prelude to the rise of the Great Sakura Empire. Does the Federation's law prohibit killing within the trial space? I believe it does not, correct? The representatives of all military districts are present here. Why not ask them? Why, after our Star Martial Federation split from the Lighthouse region to establish an independent nation, has not a single person been able to break through the 9th rank shackles and step onto the path of the gods? It's all because of you useless good-for-nothings. I heard that even when fierce beasts invaded the ranked spaces recently, some people were cowering inside their protective shields. The next generation you've raised are all these pampered flowers, worthless cowards with no backbone. A bunch of sheep, yet you dare to dream of becoming lions? Since you refuse to hone your claws and fangs, let the Sakura District take the first strike and sever your future. As the words fell, Takahashi and the other Sakura District principals' virtual images abruptly cut off the connection, vanishing from the meeting room, leaving behind a deathly silence and a raging inferno of anger. Lee. No! Just as Ito Ryunosuke's foot was about to land. Boom! Chapter 51, You're not playing fair. You're ambushing me. A deafening sonic boom erupted in the sky. A powerful gust of wind swept through the air, even causing Ito Ryunosuke's foot, which was anchored by gravity, to shift slightly. Everyone looked up in horror. A figure darted forward like a streak of light, moving at a terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, emerging from the darkness in the distance and instantly snatching Lee from under Ito Ryunosuke's feet. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and smoke and dust filled the air. A figure slowly emerged from the dust. It was Sun Wu. He glanced at Lee, who was barely clinging to life, covered in blood, then cast a sideways look at Liu Balian, who had a broken leg and was weeping uncontrollably. He also noticed Wang Yu, trapped in the water prison, and Lin Jingjing, pale as a ghost. Finally, his gaze landed on the slightly plump young man whose foot was suspended in mid-air, his smile frozen on his face. Sun Wu's expression instantly turned icy. His brainworm had been obliterated by a petty goddess, so he was already in a bad mood. My brother, Sun Wu, is someone you dare to touch? Sun Wu's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. All right. Ito Ryunosuke slowly lowered his foot, and the smile on his face returned to its usual carefree expression. It was as if what had been interrupted wasn't murder, but some trivial matter of no consequence. He examined Sun Wu from head to toe with interest, his gaze appraising him like an intriguing toy. I never expected this trip to be so full of surprises. The so-called top martial arts high school in the Magic City district is a bunch of useless trash. On the other hand, your second high school is brimming with talent. You've caught my attention. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ito Ryunosuke, the top martial arts student at Sakura District's #1 martial arts high school. He paused, seemingly waiting for the shock, fear, or some other intense reaction he had anticipated on Sun Wu's face. After all, the name Ito Ryunosuke represented absolute power and status in Sakura District, and even among the younger generation of the Federation. However, Sun Wu's response was not words, but a heavy punch. Boom! The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, emitting a dull, thunderous explosion. Sun Wu's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing before Ito Ryunosuke in the next instant. No flashy moves, just a simple straight punch, landing squarely on his face, which still bore a trace of a smile. Foot crack! Ito Ryunosuke's smile froze and twisted in an instant. Several teeth, mixed with blood and saliva, flew out of his mouth, tracing a brief arc through the air. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball, about to crash into a black stone wall meters away. At the last moment, he caught himself using a gravitational field, narrowly avoiding a fatal head injury. Cough. Cough cough. Ito Ryunosuke slid to the ground, clutching his rapidly swelling cheek, blood gushing from his mouth, mixed with fragments of broken teeth. He raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and rage, the composed demeanor from moments ago completely gone. Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you attack me from behind? He never imagined that after revealing his name, the other party not only showed no fear but also didn't utter a single word of warning before attacking. And the force was truly absurdly powerful. Even when he finally reacted and used gravity to neutralize the force of the punch, Sun Wu's punch still left his head ringing. Meanwhile, Sato, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Ito-Koen was actually beaten like a punching bag, sent flying with a single punch? Were those teeth flying out earlier? He had instinctively activated his Sharingan to track the sudden movement of the figure. But what was the result? All he saw was a blurry afterimage, followed by the blood spattering from Ito's face and the teeth flying out. Faster. Too fast. So fast that his dynamic vision couldn't keep up. Who is this person? And his template development progress is only 1%? Target 1, Template Saiyan Lower Tier Warrior, current development progress, 0.1%. When did Magic City Second High School produce such a monster? Sato stared in shock at the tactical goggles displaying the information he had just measured, his mind churning with shock. A template development progress of 0.1% could achieve such terrifying power? What kind of terrifying potential does this Saiyan Lower Tier Warrior template hold? Oh, I heard that you're Ito Ryunosuke, right? Sun Wu shook the hand he had just used to hit someone, as if it were contaminated with something unclean. He wore an innocent smile on his face, even leaning forward half a step, his tone sincere as if he had just heard clearly for the first time. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Why didn't you tell me you were Ito Ryunosuke? If you had, I would have known. Ito Ryunosuke struggled to get up from the ground, half his face swelling up like a pig's head at a visible speed, his mouth filled with a strong metallic taste of blood, making his words come out in a raspy whisper. He felt like his jawbone had cracked, his ears were ringing, and everything was blurry. Humiliation. Unparalleled humiliation. When had he ever been treated like this before? You bastard. He tried to roar, wanting to demand if the other person was deaf, wanting to threaten him. Put. Before he could finish, a figure flickered before his eyes, and an unstoppable force slammed into his midsection. Sun Wu executed a standard downward dodge, avoiding the arm the other man had instinctively raised to block. The other fist struck his stomach like a battering ram, landing with a solid thud. Ugh. Ito Ryunosuke felt as though his internal organs had been dislodged by the blow, his stomach churning violently. A large mouthful of blood mixed with stomach acid sprayed out, along with some undigested food particles. His entire body lost balance again, flying backward like a broken sack. This time, he finally crashed heavily into the hard, cold black stone wall away. A dull thud echoed through the air. His body was pressed against the wall like a painting, then slowly slid down, collapsing onto the ground. His eyes were glassy, and his mind was blank. The only sensations were the excruciating pain in his abdomen and the metallic taste rising in his throat. Dazed. Who am I? Where am I? I wasn't here to hunt down geniuses and clear obstacles for the Empire? How did the script get mixed up? Why am I the one getting beaten senseless? This person doesn't follow the rules. Who attacks without saying a word? You have no honor in combat. You ambushed me. At that moment, the live stream of the Bao Shao News Network erupted into chaos. Holy crap, someone has posted a video of a murder in Sakura District online. Zhang Tiawu from Queens District First Martial Arts High School was actually killed by Ito Ryanosuke. A bright red headline at the top of the page caught everyone's attention, and within seconds, thousands of comments flooded the page. Didn't the signal go out completely just now? Where did he get the video? Someone asked in confusion. It's real. It was recorded by someone participating in the trial. Someone used a return stone to escape, and the signal reconnected afterward, allowing them to use it again. Hurry up and check the forum. I saw that video too. It's terrifying. Zhang Tiawu and Su Chen were fighting just fine. Ito Ryanosuke ambushed him, using a gravity blade to slice Zhang Tiawu in half at the waist. That's Zhang Tiawu, the one who started with the Overlord's aura to clear the field. He's gone, and Su Chen was captured too. What the hell? Quick, check out Ito Ryanosuke's livestream. The feed's back up. Someone else is getting owned. Oh no, it's over. The Sakura District is really going all out this time. Those lying on the ground, they look like they're from the Magic City District High School, right? Hey! Who's flying in from outside? That speed, rushing in to die? Ito Ryanosuke was knocked flying. Who's this new genius from which school? One punch. Just one punch. That's so fierce. That's because our Lord Ito wasn't taking it seriously. The newcomer ambushed him. Once Lord Ito reacts, he won't let him off the hook. The great Sakura District will rise again. How dare you call him a sneak attacker? We all saw the video where Ito Ryanosuke ambushed Zhang Tiawu. A few scattered Sakura District IDs were still trying to argue, but they were quickly drowned out by the sea of comments. Ah! My goddess! Wang Yu! Hurry up and notice the return stone is usable. Run! My goddess! Wang Yu's fans were frantic with anxiety. In the 100 school joint broadcast meeting room. After a brief silence, the atmosphere grew even more tense, but there was an unusual undercurrent. The principals from various regions exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had been consumed by anger and outrage over the loss of a genius student and the shameless actions of the Sakura District. In the blink of an eye, they saw the once arrogant Ito Ryanosuke being knocked flying with a single punch, his teeth knocked out. This twist was a bit too fast. Is that a student from the Magic City District? Someone looked toward the principals of the Magic City District, as the person in the scene was wearing the Magic City District school uniform. The principals of the Magic City District also looked at each other in confusion, their faces blank. The principal of the First Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District recognized Lu Xiuhu lying on the ground and Wang Yu trapped in the water prison, his brows furrowed and his expression grim. The principal of the Second Martial Arts High School, however, looked at the school uniforms worn by Sun Wu and the others, trying desperately to recall if there was such a formidable individual in their school, but to no avail. Only Vice Principal Wang Ba, in an unnoticed corner, had a grim expression. He watched the live stream, where a figure suddenly appeared and sent Ito Ryanosuke flying with a single punch, causing his heart to sink. His son, Wang Hanjian, should be following behind the Sakura District team. If the Sakura District team encountered any issues, wouldn't his son be exposed as well? Fortunately, Wang Hanjian seemed to be hiding well and hadn't made a direct appearance. The character templates obtained from the Awakening Inheritance can only be activated once the development progress reaches 100%, unlocking the full power of the template character. Once development progress exceeds 100%, it means that the strength of the current world's characters has surpassed that of the original characters. Additionally, the time period corresponding to each character template is different for everyone. For example, the protagonist Sun Wu inherited the template of Son Goku before Raditz arrived. Chapter 52, Everyone, Look at Me. In the rank-up trial space, Sato and the remaining two members of the Sakura District team were completely speechless at that moment. The guy controlling the water currents was trembling slightly in the arms holding up the water prison. Another team member's legs were also weakening. Ito Koen, the Ito Koen who was nearly invincible in their eyes, had been defeated by this sudden intruder. Beaten like a dog, knocked down with just 2 punches? What the hell kind of monster is this? When did Magic City Second High School get such a ruthless character? Wang Hanjian, that useless piece of trash, didn't mention a single thing in the intelligence he provided. If this guy had been here when they arrived earlier, wouldn't he have turned them into mincemeat in an instant? The 4 figures who arrived with Ito Ryanosuke also exchanged glances. They seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary. Their captain had been beaten by someone? One of them silently pulled out a rope from his hand, tied up the 2 unconscious men lying on the ground who had been thrown there by Ito Ryanosuke, and dragged them away from the center of the battlefield. Damn it! Ito Ryanosuke finally snapped out of his daze. Rage and the ultimate humiliation overwhelmed his reason. You are asking for death. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Sun Wu as if he wanted to devour him alive. You've succeeded in enraging me. Scum! I'll show you what true power is. He roared, slamming both hands onto the ground. Gravity pressure. An invisible yet suffocatingly heavy force field erupted from him, spreading out in all directions. The air seemed to turn into thick, sticky glue, emitting groans of strain. The dust on the ground, and even the light itself, appeared to be twisted and suppressed by this force. Sato and the others instantly felt as though a mountain had been placed on their bodies, struggling to breathe as their bones creaked, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Wanyu, trapped in the water prison, also felt an immense pressure bearing down on her, as if the chains binding her had grown heavier. Even Lin Jingjing and Lu Balian, who were far away, felt the heart-pounding pressure, their faces turning pale. This was one of Ito Ryunosuke's abilities, a terrifying gravitational force capable of crushing steel into iron discs. He intended to use this overwhelming power to crush the insolent fool before him into a pulp. However, Sun Wu, who was at the center of the gravitational field, merely raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Is that all you've got?" He didn't even change his stance, merely causing a slight tremor in the chi within his body. Boom! A more violent, more brutal aura erupted from his body. Sun Wu's single burst of energy instantly shattered the invisible gravitational bonds. The terrifying gravitational field that Ito Ryunosuke had unleashed, powerful enough to crush a tank, crumbled like paper in the face of Sun Wu's brutal chi force, torn apart in an instant. The sensation was akin to an ant attempting to trip a charging elephant with a spider's thread. What? Ito Ryunosuke's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face filled with disbelief. His gravity field had actually been shattered by the opponent's sheer momentum? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. His template development rate was as high as 80%, combined with the strength of a second-tier martial artist, making it effortless to suppress opponents with combat power levels below 10,000. Even a top-tier third-tier martial artist would be overwhelmed if caught off guard. What kind of monster is this guy in front of him? Before he could recover from his shock, Sun Wu approached him once more. Despite the gravitational field being reinforced by Ito Ryunosuke yet still teetering on the brink of collapse, his footsteps remained unaffected, steady, and unhurried. With each step he took, it felt as though he were stepping on Ito Ryunosuke's heart, instilling a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. Ito Ryunosuke's face finally betrayed panic. He roared and immediately drew the sword he had been flaunting at his waist but had never truly drawn. A massive purple gravity wave, condensed to its peak, erupted from the blade, forming a menacing blade aura that charged toward Sun Wu with the force to tear everything apart. This time, he gave it his all, holding nothing back. He was confident that even a third-tier martial artist would be cut down by this strike. Even Zhang Tiaowu, the genius ranked first at the top martial arts high school in Queens, was still sliced in half at the waist, becoming 2 Tiaowu. The blade's light was so fast that only a purple afterimage remained, sweeping past Sun Wu in an instant and directly slicing him into 2 halves. With a plop, Sun Wu's figure shattered under the blade's glow. Ito Ryunosuke's expression brightened, and the tension in his nerves finally relaxed. It's done. No matter how arrogant you were before, you still had to fall under my sword, Ito Ryunosuke. He gasped for breath. That single strike had nearly drained him of half his strength. Ah, Wu. Lin Jingjing saw Sun Wu sliced by the blade and her face turned deathly pale, nearly fainting. No. Wang Yu's heart raced, her body swayed, and her eyes filled with despair. The flames surrounding her suddenly surged, breaking through the water prison, and she charged toward the corpse. 100 schools were broadcasting simultaneously, with 1 million people watching Ito Ryunosuke's livestream. It's over. This guy is done for. In that video, Zhang Tiaowu was killed instantly by this move. Ito Koen is the greatest genius in the past 50 years, second only to his older brother Ito Makoto. His power is unmatched. Earlier, he was just being polite, but this kid ambushed him. Now that Ito Koen is serious, he'll take him down with one strike. Several viewers from the Sakura district started shouting again, and the live stream was filled with chaos. Many people sighed in regret, another genius had fallen. In the conference room of the 100 schools joint broadcast, many principals also sighed softly. After all, even a genius like Zhang Tiaowu was killed with a single strike. How could anyone think that a student from the 2nd Martial Arts High School could defy the heavens? The principal of the 2nd Martial Arts High School in the Magic City district also felt a pang of anxiety. Though he didn't know Sun Wu personally, he was still a student of his academy. What a pity. With Sun Wu's defeat, the other students nearby probably won't survive either. The old principal couldn't bear to watch the live stream anymore. He angrily closed the link and sighed deeply. Ito Ryunosuke burst into laughter, despite his swollen cheeks resembling a steamed bun, the pain from his wounds tugging at his face. However, this did not dampen his triumphant mood in the slightest. Sato and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. When Ito Ryunosuke was knocked flying earlier, they were so scared they nearly lost their souls. Thankfully, Ito-sama is ultimately invincible. The team member controlling the water flow even began to quietly gather the water again, preparing to recontrol Wanyu completely once Ito-sama gave the order. What are you laughing at? A voice tinged with amusement suddenly rang out behind Ito Ryunosuke. Sun Wu isn't some delicate flower. Even if his physical strength far exceeded the opponent's expectations, he wouldn't stand there like an idiot and take the opponent's charged attack head-on. Something as simple as a residual image punch could easily dodge it. Why would he choose to take it head-on? Ito Ryunosuke's laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had suddenly grabbed him by the throat. The smug expression on his face froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end, as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? He had clearly seen. He shuddered and stiffly turned his head. In his field of vision, Sunwoo stood there unscathed, even raising his hand to brush off imaginary dust from his shoulder, wearing a smirk on his face. Ito Ryunosuke's mind went blank, unable to think clearly. Afterimage? Was that an afterimage? Before he could process it, Sunwoo's figure blurred again. Ito Ryunosuke's alarm bells rang, and he instinctively tried to activate his gravity defense, but the other's speed was simply too fast. All he saw was a fist rapidly expanding before his eyes. Boom! The heavy fist landed squarely on his chest. Sunwoo furrowed his brows slightly. The sensation of that punch felt off. It was as though he had struck a mass of extremely resilient yet slippery material, with most of the force being deflected. Despite this, Ito Ryunosuke grunted and was once again sent flying backward by a massive force. Mid-air, he forced his body to twist, manipulating gravity to stabilize himself, landing several meters away in a disheveled state. His gaze fixed on Sunwoo, his eyes filled with horror. You're still alive? How is that possible? He clutched his chest, feeling a surge of pain. Thankfully, after being ambushed earlier, he had immediately activated a reverse gravity field as a defensive measure. Otherwise, that single punch would have definitely shattered his internal organs. Even so, the reverse gravity field had been violently shaken and was on the verge of collapsing. How could this person's strength be so powerful? Could he actually shake the repulsive force field that Sunwoo had been maintaining with nearly all his strength? Ito Ryunosuke forced down the storm of shock in his heart, straightened his body, and tried to maintain the composure of a powerful warrior. No matter how you survived, you can't hurt me now. He spoke with a harsh tone, his voice muffled from the swelling on his face and the previous impact. You only managed to defeat me because you ambushed me when I wasn't prepared. He stared intently at Sunwoo, searching his eyes for any sign of seriousness or fear to reinforce his judgment. Judging by your earlier attacks, you must be following a martial arts technique template. Your combat power level is at most on par with mine. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became, as if regaining some confidence. Now that I'm constantly activating the reverse gravity field, you can't even touch me. You're doomed. He acknowledged that the man before him was absurdly strong, especially his brute strength. But as long as the opponent couldn't break through his gravity field and couldn't reach his true form, he was invincible. Long-range gravity attacks would be enough to slowly wear him down. Oh? Really? Sunwoo heard his words and smiled meaningfully, then watched closely. He slowly raised both hands, spreading them out in front of his forehead. Watch closely. See how this move breaks your defense. Ito Ryunosuke, upon hearing this, immediately perked up. His eyes fixed intently on Sunwoo's hands at his forehead, he pushed his gravitational field to its limit, preparing to withstand Sunwoo's next attack. Sato and the others also instinctively turned their gaze toward Sunwoo, closely watching his next move. Lin Jingjing, however, seemed to think of something and quickly stopped Wang Yu, who had just started to charge forward, pulling her to the ground beside Lu Balian. A wall of foam-covered ice enveloped the group, blocking them from the surrounding area. Sunwoo's lips curled into a smile. The thought of what he was about to do made him want to laugh. Sun Punch. Chapter 53 2.5 Ito and Ryunosuke. Sun Punch. A blinding white light erupted violently between Sunwoo's hands. The intense light instantly engulfed the surroundings, as if a miniature sun had exploded out of nowhere, illuminating the dark space as brightly as day. Ito Ryunosuke, Sato, and the remaining members of the Sakura district team were the first to be hit. They were all focused intently on Sunwoo. Ito, in particular, widened his eyes in preparation to defend against Sunwoo's attack, but there was no time to close them. One by one, they felt nothing but a blinding white haze, accompanied by searing pain in their eyes. Ah! X7. My eyes. What is that? Screams echoed in the air as 7 or 8 figures simultaneously covered their eyes, writhing in agony and losing their ability to fight. In the shadows in the distance, Wang Hanjian, who had been secretly observing with an instrument, was also caught in the blinding light. Blinded by the sudden intense light, he let out a suppressed cry of pain and nearly dropped the radar in his hands. Lin Jingjing, Wang Yu, and Lu Balian were spared because Lin Jingjing had already set up an ice wall barrier and reminded Wang Yu to close her eyes. Though they felt the light intensify, they suffered no physical harm. Before the intense light had fully dissipated, Sunwoo had already a high-speed rotating, paper-thin energy disc in his hand. Hum. The energy disc emitted a high-pitched, teeth-grinding vibration, its edges flickering with dangerous light. Qi Yuan Zhan. Sunwoo casually swung his arm, and the Qi Yuan Zhan shot out silently, slicing through the air and heading straight for Ito Ryunosuke, who was still covering his eyes and trying to regain his vision. Cut. A faint sound, like a knife slicing through fabric, echoed through the air. Ito Ryunosuke, who was struggling to blink and escape the white light's influence, suddenly felt his body grow light, followed by a dizzying sensation. His lower body seemed to have lost all sensation. He forced his burning eyes open, and the first thing he saw in his blurry vision was a pair of legs wearing the same pants as his own, and a steady stream of warm liquid gushing upward. This is my leg? My body, how did it separate? Confusion, bewilderment, and incomprehension gave way to a cold, overwhelming fear that swept through his entire body. Impossible. Whereas my anti-gravity field? The repulsion field capable of withstanding attacks of 10,000 energy levels, why was it so easily cut through? This was the last thought before Ito Ryunosuke's consciousness completely faded away. The Kienzan's ability to ignore defenses completely disregarded his prideful gravity repulsion field, slicing through it like tofu and severing him in two. The once invincible Ito Ryunosuke was now split into two separate parts, Ito and Ryunosuke. Clatter! A massive amount of internal organs and blood gushed out from the severed wound, splattering the ground. When Sato and the others finally recovered from the excruciating pain and dizziness, they saw their captain's two severed halves still twitching slightly, along with the blood-soaked mess on the ground. Captain! How is this possible? Ito-kun. Sato, the water-manipulating ability user, and the other two team members felt as though their throats had been clamped shut, their faces pale and their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Fear, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around their hearts. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Sato shook his head violently, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, trying to see through the illusion. Right. It's an illusion. Ito-kun is so powerful, how could he be affected by something like this? He stammered incoherently, clinging to the last shred of hope, desperately trying to convince himself. The 4 team members who had come with Ito Ryunosuke were terrified beyond belief. They had witnessed their captain's death with their own eyes. The 2 severed body parts clearly told them this wasn't an illusion. This initiation trial is the dark alternate dimension. This space produces dimensional cores. Based on past experience, if killing the beasts doesn't yield a dimensional core, there's a high chance it will be rewarded by the space to the top 10 on the rankings at the end. Therefore, we must secure a spot in the top 10 of the advancement trial rankings this time. This time, having me lead you into the advancement trial is an honor for you all. I, Ito Ryunosuke, am destined to become a god. If you delay my path to becoming a god, you'll all suffer. All of you, take this seriously. Today, their plan went smoothly. Not only did they eliminate 3 top-tier teams from 3 regions, they also killed Zhang Tiawu, the so-called first-ranked user of the Berserker aura from the Queen's District. They even captured that little Duanmu Su-chan and a student who controls strange fox-like energy. Among the high-ranking members of the Sakura District, someone had developed a method to strip away inheritance templates using the technology from the tactical goggles world. Originally, after the rank-up trial ended, everyone would be teleported back to the altar entrance where they had entered. However, by using the bound teleportation stones during the final stage, they could bring people back to the Sakura District and strip them of their templates. The Sakura District could immediately obtain the same Iron Fist inheritance as General Duanmu. That demon fox energy entity, though not weak, is also extremely powerful. It might even be directly distributed for their own use. Earlier, everyone was still fantasizing about obtaining the dimensional core, securing a spot to enter the dimensional world, and following Captain Ito to those peculiar worlds to expand the Sakura Empire. The image of the captain before departure, full of vigor and pointing out the future, was still vivid in their minds, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a pile of flesh. Stripping away the template? Dominating the Federation? Becoming a god? Now it all seems like a huge joke. Run! The team member who had been tying up the prisoners with ropes reacted the fastest. He suddenly dropped the rope and the unconscious Su-chan, turned around, and sprinted into the darkness. The captain is dead. Staying behind is a death sentence. His actions served as a signal, and the other 3 reacted instantly. One dropped to the ground, transforming into a wolf-like creature, and began sprinting forward. Another clapped his hands, his body twisted and deformed, transforming into a hideous pink and black-spotted unicorn. He flapped his wings, ready to take flight. The third was even more decisive. He plunged his head into the ground like a diver, and his body vanished into the hard earth, using the swim fruit ability to swiftly burrow through the soil and escape. Horse fruit? Or spotted horse? Ugh, so ugly. Is that the jackal fruit? There sure are a lot of animal-type fruits. The one underground is the swim fruit, right? It has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Sunwoo watched the few people scattering in all directions, his face expressionless. Aerial dance activated. His figure vanished instantly from the spot. Boom! In midair, the pink Pegasus that had just taken flight was struck hard by a fist descending from the sky. Chapter 54, the livestream is in shock. It plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, creating a crater in the ground. It twitched twice before going still. Its head seemed to have been shattered on impact. Oh whoa! The werewolf-like ability user had barely run dozens of meters when a foot stepped on his spine from behind, leaving him unable to move. As for the one who had burrowed underground, Sun Wukong locked onto its location with his senses and swiftly threw a level 2 tracking air slash. The energy disc sank into the ground without a sound. Moments later, a brief, piercing scream echoed from deep underground, followed by the complete disappearance of its presence. It had likely been sliced into several pieces. Holding the trembling wolf-like man, Sun Wu returned to the original spot and tossed him alongside the first escapee. In just a few seconds, 4 escapees, 2 dead, 2 captured. No, impossible, it's all fake, it's an illusion. On the other side, Sato's mind seemed to have completely collapsed, repeating the same phrase over and over, his eyes wild and filled with madness. When he saw Sun Wu walking toward him step by step, his eyes suddenly burst with a final burst of madness. Susanu. Hum. A layer of purple energy flames erupted from his body, quickly coalescing into a massive ribcage that enveloped him. A hideous bone hand rose, emanating a destructive aura, and slammed towards Sun Wu with relentless force. In the live broadcast room of the 100 Schools network, the chat messages rolledly like boiling water. What just happened? Who threw the flashbang? I can't see a thing. Quick, replay it. Ito Ryanosuke was cut in half. Is that real? My goodness, a flash of white light, and Ito Ryanosuke is gone. Can someone tell me what happened? Who is this guy? How did he take down Ito Ryanosuke in just a few moves? Found it. Found it. This guy is Sun Wu. Sun Wu from Magic City No. 2 High School. Someone dug up the video of his awakening moment, and it had quite a few likes back then. Magic City No. 2 High School? ISNT, that a school full of ordinary students? How did such a monster emerge? There was no word about him before. Look at Su Chen, he is a genius who emerged from the ordinary and has much higher fame. Didn't you watch the previous footage? The members from Sakura District weren't weak either. Several teams from Queen's District were ambushed by them. That user of the wolf fruit ability effortlessly tore apart a disciple of the ninja world in the video. But in front of Sun Wu, he looked like a little chick. Awesome. Well done. That Ito Ryanosuke was so arrogant before, talking about clearing obstacles. He deserved it. He met the same fate as Zhang Tiaoha, Karma SA. How could Ito Koen lose? Look. A live stream feed is moving. It seems like another team from the Sakura District is heading their way. Are they planning to surround them? In the joint broadcast meeting room of the 100 Schools, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. After a brief silence, various exclamations and discussions erupted. My goodness! Did they really kill Ito Ryanosuke? Who is this Sun Wu? What is his background? Look at the rankings. Ito Ryanosuke's name is grayed out. He is really dead. The Sakura District has suffered heavy losses this time. They've lost both their wife and their troops. Good. Well done. The principal of Queen's District First Martial Arts High School slammed his fist on the table, his face finally showing a rare expression of satisfaction. He quickly scanned the dimly lit rankings. The Queen's District team was barely hanging on, and Sakura District's ambitions were now clear for all to see. This was a breath of fresh air. He cursed under his breath, those bastards from Sakura District think the Federation has no one left. In future secret realms, he would find someone to crush the Sakura District scum and avenge this humiliation. The principal of Queen's District's Second Martial Arts High School also sighed in relief. Su Chen's name was still on the list. He had narrowly escaped. He had been worried sick seeing Su Chen captured, but now he could finally breathe easy. But he wondered what the people from Sakura District were planning. What was the point of capturing people in the trial space? Could they be planning to use a return stone to take them away? But once they leave the trial space, they are protected by Federation law. Though this law is merely a fig leaf for the major factions, in the presence of so many factions, everyone must at least appear to comply. Meanwhile, the principal of the First Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District remained in shock, staring intently at the live broadcast, as if trying to see through Sun Wu. When did Magic City Second High School produce such a prodigy? He quickly reviewed the awakening data of Magic City No. 2 High School but couldn't recall anyone matching that description. Ito Ryanosuke's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary student, even surpassing many freshmen at martial arts universities. Sakura District dared to commit such an act of treason, clearly placing great hopes on this Ito Ryanosuke. Sun Wu could kill him so easily. His strength was truly unimaginable. Looking at the scene, Lu Xiuhu and Wang Yu seemed to be under Sun Wu's protection. He felt a mix of emotions, relief and a touch of envy. Why wasn't this person assigned to my school, the top high school in Magic City District? The strength Sakura District has demonstrated this time also fills him with a sense of unease. In the dimensional world, what secrets do these people possess? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the principal of the Second Martial Arts High School in the Magic City District had remained silent since the beginning and had even left the meeting room early. He immediately picked up his communicator and dialed the other party's number. Oldly, hurry up and watch the livestream. Something big is happening. I'm not watching. Do you enjoy watching your own students get slaughtered? The voice on the other end was the principal of Magic City Second High School, sounding annoyed and low. No. Old Lee. Your school's student Sun Woo. He killed Ito Ryunosuke. And wiped out the entire team from Sakura District. What? Are you joking? He killed Ito Ryunosuke? It's true. Absolutely true. The live stream replay is already available. You have to watch it yourself. Click. The call was abruptly hung up. Principal Lee of the Second Martial Arts High School in Magic City frantically logged back into the livestream. When he saw Sun Woo standing there arrogantly, with the bodies of Sakura District students littering the ground, he was completely stunned. His face turned bright red, and he trembled with excitement. This is really happening. He watched the live stream replay, seeing Sun Woo's clean and decisive combat, replaying the moment Sun Woo defeated Ito Ryunosuke over and over again, unable to believe his own eyes. Could it be that his school had produced such a prodigious talent? Was he dreaming? After a moment of daze, Principal Lee snapped back to reality, grabbed the communicator, and issued orders urgently. Quick! Quick! Notify everyone. Prepare the highest level welcome ceremony. Also, contact all media outlets. Make sure all cameras are focused on him the moment he emerges. Rewards. Double the rewards. No, triple them. Whatever he asks for, our school will do everything in our power to fulfill it. With Sun Woo's combat prowess, isn't a top 10 ranking a sure thing? Hurry up and prepare everything properly, or else we'll risk losing him to another school. Chapter 55, The Race to Recruit Talent. On the other side, the military representatives reacted even more directly and swiftly. This student has some potential, doesn't he? That Ito Ryunosuke's ability level was probably around 10,000, yet he was defeated in an instant? The representative from the Eastern Theater Command's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Such a promising talent couldn't be let slip away. Immediately. Send someone to the trial exit of Magic City District No. 2 High School. Remember, you must be the first to make contact with Sun Woo. At any cost, bring him into our Eastern Theater Command. The Eastern War Zone is moving quickly. In the virtual meeting, representatives from the Western Theater Command naturally heard the Eastern Theater Command issuing orders. The Western Front Zone representative chuckled to himself, stood up abruptly, and severed the virtual meeting connection with decisive efficiency, leaving only a virtual silhouette lingering in the meeting room. His real-life counterpart, however, dashed out of the military command center at an astonishing speed. He didn't even bother to board a military shuttle, instead erupting into astonishing speed, defying gravity as he flew through the air, his target directly aimed at the Magic City District. His mind was fixated on one thought: no matter what, he had to get to Sun Woo before anyone else. He couldn't wait to see Sun Woo's ranking after the advancement trial. The Western Theater Command was currently in a state of transition, desperately in need of a future leader who could carry the banner. Sun Woo had that potential. This time, he had come personally. He would snatch him away by any means necessary. In the corner of the virtual meeting room, the atmosphere was completely different from just a few minutes ago. Earlier, the representatives from the top 10 martial arts universities in the Federation had mostly seemed disinterested. For them, observing this new recruit's initiation trial was little more than a routine formality. They had no interest whatsoever in joining the conversations of the high school principals. Although most martial arts universities were named after the regions where they were located, the universities themselves had little connection to those regions. They functioned more like independent major factions. Each of the top 10 martial arts universities controlled 5 to 15 independent dimensional trial worlds. Each of these worlds operates similarly to the initiation trial space, with its own promotion system. Spaces like the entry-level trial, where one can advance simply by entering, are basic facilities for each school. Currently, most universities have shifted their focus to the dimensional worlds they control. The combined population of these worlds is hundreds of times larger than the current world, and there are far more geniuses than in the current world. The beast-tide disasters in the real world are merely training exercises for them. Otherwise, the entire population wouldn't have adopted martial arts as their foundation. The dimensional realms where the beasts originally descended have been largely divided among them. In recent years, the new dimensional rifts that have appeared rarely contain worlds that pose a threat to them. This time, it was merely because the spatial trial for this round of rank advancement was particularly special. In the past, such trials had produced dimensional cores that could be used to control dimensional worlds, so they sent people to observe. No matter how impressive the students on the screen may seem, there are countless geniuses each year vying to enter the top 10 universities in their world. They don't need just one or two more. One representative even pulled up the latest market prices for materials on the virtual interface, while another was secretly checking the latest gossip news. It wasn't until the live stream of Ito Ryunosuke's broadcast showed an anomaly, and a student named Sun Woo suddenly appeared out of nowhere, knocking Ito Ryunosuke flying with a single punch, that they finally perked up a bit. When they saw Ito Ryunosuke being easily killed and his name turning completely gray on the rankings, the representatives finally changed their expressions. The corner erupted into chaos, the previous laziness completely gone. Ito Ryunosuke, dead? Killed by that student from 2nd middle school? The representative from Tianhai District Martial Arts University jumped to his feet, nearly overturning his virtual chair, and his data pad almost slipped from his hands. Ito Ryunosuke, with a combat power rating of 10,000 points. Our university's research institute shared data with Sakura District last year, and Ito Ryunosuke's potential was rated S-class. How could this happen? The representative from Kyoto District Martial Arts University turned pale, frantically typing on the virtual keyboard to access the encrypted database. That's correct, peak combat power of 11,300 points. That's Sun Wu. What kind of monster is he? The records show that Sun Wu is a pure native of the local world dimensional modification, fusion with a dimensional core, and template enhancement? Earlier, Sakura District University applied for the top 10 martial arts university qualification, claiming to have discovered methods to fuse and strip inheritance templates. Ito Ryunosuke was one of their research products. I never thought he'd be taken out like this. Dimension 120. Lower tier warrior Sun Wukong template? Another representative pulled up Sun Wu's awakening records, furrowing his brows. The previous dimensional exploration report stated that this world had a low energy level and the highest inheritance potential was only B rank. Did the military report make a mistake? This performance is far beyond what a B rank should be capable of. Report error? I think someone intentionally withheld information, or our understanding of Dimension 120 has been wrong from the start. The representative from Tianhai University's eyes gleamed with fervor, a dimension that was underestimated, with potential rivaling or even surpassing the ninja world or the Iron Man world? Its value is incalculable. Contact other departments immediately and investigate everyone produced from this 120th dimension. There's a major issue with the awakened inheritances from this dimension. Hurry! Contact the president. No, connect directly to the board of directors. This Sun Wu, Tianhai University must have him. Old Zhang. You think you're so clever. This Sun Wu is already reserved for Jingwu University. Immediately contact the principal and tell him to do whatever it takes. Yes, full tuition waiver, S-class resources allocated, an independent laboratory, and a mentor of your choice. We'll offer double that from Shinjo Martial Arts University. We'll offer double from the Star Martial Arts Alliance University. The corner of the virtual meeting room was in complete chaos. These liaison representatives, who usually look down on everyone else, were now acting like scalpers scrambling for limited edition merchandise, spitting everywhere as they made wild promises to thin air and frantically dialing the highest level communication numbers. They were merely liaisons with no decision-making authority. Now, they could only hope that their school's higher-ups acted quickly and offered harsh terms to secure an advantage in this sudden talent recruitment war. Everyone knew that missing out on Sun Wu could mean missing out on a future legend or even an entirely new high martial arts dimension. The representative who was just monitoring the market prices of beast materials now desperately wanted to shove the communicator into his ear and shout at the person on the other end, "Principal, forget about the budget. Just get the person first." Boom! Sun Wu casually swung his hand, and a chi wave effortlessly shattered Sato's final counterattack. Watching Sato, whose mind had collapsed and who looked like a madman, Sun Wu shook his head. There was no point in saying more. Another chi wave sent him cleanly to reunite with Ito Ryunosuke. After dealing with Sato, Sun Wu flew to a hidden rock formation. What are you doing? Chapter 56, wrapping up. What are you doing? Sun Wu looked down at the shadowy figure below, his tone icy. Ah! Wang Hanjian was completely focused on grinding the return stone when he suddenly heard the voice, startling him out of his wits. His hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the teleportation stone. He let out a scream, scrambling backward, and the items he had been clutching tightly fell to the ground. When he realized it was Sun Wu, his face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with fear, and his teeth began to chatter. Don't come closer. What do you want? Sun Wu ignored his pleas and picked up a flat, tablet-like device from the ground. It was the radar Wang Hanjian had used for, with several flashing lights still moving. Sun Wu's spiritual senses swept over the device, detecting that the flashing points indicated the locations of himself and the others. He instantly understood its purpose. A locator? Did you bring those people from the Cherry Blossom District here? Sun Wu's tone was calm, but it carried an oppressive chill that sent shivers down the spine. Wang Hanjian's face turned deathly pale as he made his final desperate attempts to defend himself, babbling incoherently. No. I don't know anything. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. My father is the vice principal. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Once you get out, he'll definitely kill you. Oh? Is that so? Sun Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, it's better for you to die here first, to avoid any trouble later. Rest assured, I'll report everything that happened here to the principal. Sun Wu spoke as he slowly raised his hand, gathering a thread of qi in his palm. Just as Sun Wu was about to act, a transparent light barrier suddenly unfolded in front of Wang Hanjian. Upon seeing the light barrier, Wang Hanjian's terrified expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of savagery and hatred. After the return stone was activated, there was a brief delay before it granted the user temporary enhancement from the rules of the space connected to the stone. It could block all physical damage, and only those at the 6th level of martial arts who had condensed their martial arts will could inflict mental injuries on those inside. In essence, once the return stone was activated, within this trial reserved exclusively for those who had not yet reached a ranked level, it was invincible. Earlier, Sun Wu did not interrupt him as he rubbed the teleportation stone, giving him this opportunity. Ha ha! The teleportation stone has activated. Sun Wu, you're doomed. You wait. Once I get out, I'll make sure my father kills you. You dare to disrupt the affairs of the Cherry Blossom Empire. I'll make you beg for mercy, unable to live or die. Wang Hanjian screamed hysterically, trying to hide his earlier panic, as if he had already seen Sun Wu's tragic fate. Relying on the protection of the city stone, he felt invincible and completely shed his disguise. As he watched this man's expression change so drastically, Sun Wu finally retrieved the information about the return to city stone from the depths of his memory. In his previous life, as a penniless nobody, his knowledge was simply too limited. This led Sun Wu to fail to recognize the return to city stone before the holographic screen appeared. He vaguely remembered that Lu Hu from the Flying Tiger martial arts school had mentioned getting him this thing, but he had forgotten to take it. However, could this city return stone withstand all physical damage? A stream of compressed energy at Sun Wu's fingertips, emitting a heart-stopping hum. Crack, sizzle, 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 the Qi Yuan spun at high speed, colliding with the transparent light barrier. A piercing friction sound erupted, energy sparks flew in all directions, and ripples spread across the surface of the light barrier, yet it remained unbroken. Ha ha! Useless! Don't waste your effort. Wang Hanjian, seeing Sun Wu return empty-handed, laughed even more wildly, completely overcome by his triumph. The physical defensive power of the return stone is equivalent to that of an entire world. Unless you can destroy the world that produced the return stone, you won't even scratch a hair on my head. 5 seconds left. I'm leaving. Sun Wu, you just wait. We'll see who comes out on top. Seeing Sun Wu return empty-handed, Wang Hanjian laughed even more arrogantly. Today's mission had gone smoothly up until then, but what happened afterward nearly scared him to death. First, the respected Yuan Yi was brutally killed by that lowly peasant, then the esteemed Ito Ryanosuke, who had the potential to become a god, was split in two. He himself nearly met his end here. Fortunately, the return stone worked. That's truly congratulations to you. Just as the teleportation stone was about to return, Wang Hanjian heard Sun Wu's voice, followed by a mysterious tiger's roar. His consciousness froze in that instant. Sun Wu withdrew the stance of the fierce tiger illusion beast fist, calmly holding the radar as he returned to the previous battle site. At that moment, a large, frozen ice block stood upright in the middle of the field. Sun Wu had completely forgotten about this person, who had transformed into a stream of water and was just about to escape, only to be frozen into an ice pick by Lin Jingjing. Sun Wu walked up to the water-type ability user frozen into an ice block. The figure inside the ice still maintained an expression of terror and panic, lifelike in every detail. Performance art. He casually pointed his finger, and a faint stream of energy pierced through the ice, striking the forehead. Inside the ice block, a cloud of blood exploded before settling back into stillness. Mission accomplished, Sun Wu turned and walked toward the others. Li Yi had already fainted, his body covered in bruises, with clear signs of torn muscle fibers, obviously the backlash from forcibly opening the 8 gates. Lu Belian clutched her broken leg, her lips pale from the pain, but she forced herself not to cry out, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Li Yi. Wang Yu had already tended to Lu Xiaohu and Miley's injuries. Both were breathing steadily but remained unconscious. She saw Sun Wu approaching and met him with a complex expression, handing him 2 bottles of top-grade healing spray and gesturing for him to use them on Li Yi and Lu Belian. Sun Wu took the medicine, knelt down, and first sprayed it on Lu Belian's broken leg, then carefully sprayed it all over Li Yi's body. After finishing, he stood up and scanned the crowd with his gaze. By the way, there was a fool from 2nd middle school who used a return stone to escape. It seems like this thing can be used again. There are too many injured people here, anyone with a return stone should use it to leave first. Sun Wu thought to himself that Wang Yu's teammate was from the top martial arts high school in the Magic City district, so they should all be able to afford a return stone. Lu Xiaohu, of course, definitely had one. The teleportation stones are usable again? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. This was definitely the best news he could have heard right now. She didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately pulled out a handful of items from her backpack. I have some. Everyone take one. The crystals were about the size of a thumb, completely transparent, with what seemed like a starry sky swirling inside. They were the life-saving return stones. And she pulled out a full dozen of them. She distributed the return stones to everyone, even carefully tying one to the wrists of the unconscious Lu Xiaohu and Miley. Lin Jingjing took the return stone, which felt warm to the touch and was of great value, and gently pressed her fingertips against it. Watching Wang Yu's composed demeanor as she took out the priceless return stones and distributed them to everyone, the anxiety and jealousy in her heart began to stir once more. This Wang Yu was superior to her in every way, she was simply too perfect. Even this life-saving trump card, she could casually pull out a dozen without batting an eyelid. What about herself? Besides this body and that insignificant talent, what else did she have? Chapter 57, Lu Ruyan. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Jingjing sneakily glanced at Sun Wu, who was sitting beside her with a calm expression, and silently made up her mind. Once she returned, she must be more proactive, more attentive, and absolutely must hold on to this man. He was her only hope. She couldn't let herself be outdone by Wang Yu. Perhaps she could use that. Lin Jingjing thought of the ice-freezing fruit she had just awakened. Then, for some reason, her face suddenly flushed, but her eyes grew even more determined. Sun Wu didn't notice Lin Jingjing blushing secretly beside him or the details of distributing the stones back to the city. His gaze fell on the other two people brought by Ito Ryanosuk earlier. The two were casually tossed into a corner, their bodies covered in wounds, clearly having been forcibly abducted. One of them, Sun Wu recognized vaguely. Could it be Su Chen, whom he had seen in online combat videos in his previous life? The other one. Sun Wu's lips twitched involuntarily. Wasn't this the same Luo Chang who had been constantly harassing Lin Jingjing and, according to Li Yi, had awakened the Naruto Uzumaki inheritance? Had he also fallen into the hands of the Sakura district? What a small world. He recalled Li Yi mentioning that this guy had planned to challenge him to a duel. Sun Wu walked up to the two Sakura district prisoners, who were bound tightly and trembling in fear. These two had witnessed the entire process of Ito Ryanosuk being sliced in half by the Kigen slash, Sato Susanoo being shattered, and their comrades being instantly killed. Their mental defenses had long since collapsed. What are you planning to do with those two? Sun Wu pointed to Su Chen and Luo Chang in the corner, asking calmly, you seem to care quite a bit about them. It's Captain Ito's orders. The captive with the wolf fruit trembled like a leaf, rushing to answer, fearing he might be silenced if he hesitated. He said these two have extremely unique inheritance templates and immense potential. They're one of the key targets of this operation. Another captive hurriedly added, that's right. The one named Su Chen is the heir to the legendary Navy hero Iron Fist Kapu, possessing incredibly terrifying physical strength and potential. His abilities are identical to those of General Duanmu from the military district. If we can seize them, we'll obtain a top-tier inheritance. The other one is a demon fox lineage we encountered, containing immense energy within him. Captain Ito said this person's lineage is also very powerful. If we can successfully strip them of both after returning, it will be a major achievement. The two spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing Ito Ryanosuk's plans and the mission in Sakura district, their words filled with extreme fear towards Sun Wu. Seize specific inheritance templates. Sun Wu's expression grew serious. The Sakura district's ambitions were no small matter. Could these inheritance templates actually be stripped away? If that's the case, could his Saiyan heritage also be stripped away? Currently, he was only at the second level of martial arts. Even with his extraordinary combat power and various hidden cards, it would be extremely difficult to match those old monsters at the 8th or 9th level. If someone were to covet his inheritance, wouldn't that be the end of him? It seems he'll have to keep a closer eye on the people from the Sakura district and play it safe around other powerful figures. He reached out again, searching the lifeless bodies of Ito Ryanosuk and Sato, and quickly found two identical tactical goggles. He had seen Sato use these before. They seemed capable of detecting the progress of others' inheritance development, a valuable item. He casually tucked the goggles away and stood up. Thanks for the info. As soon as the words left his mouth, two tiny chi energy waves shot out from his fingertips. Pop! Pop! The two captives didn't even have time to scream before their heads exploded like watermelons, splattering red and white matter all over the ground. Sun Wu shook his hands, as if he had merely brushed away two bothersome flies. When it came to enemies, he never bothered with mercy or martial ethics. Moreover, the troops from the Cherry Blossom district didn't value the lives of others either, so he couldn't be blamed for this. Alright, get ready. Send the wounded back. Sun Wu clapped his hands, signaling Wang Yu and Lin Jingjing to assist. He also untied Su Chen and Luo Chang, though these two were unlucky, they weren't dead yet. Working together, they carefully carried the unconscious Li Yi, Lu Xiuhu, and Miley to a slightly more open and flat area. Lu Belian hopped on one leg, supported by Wang Yu, and made her way over. Su Chen and Luo Chang supported each other, their faces still pale with fear as they stared at Sun Wu, clearly shaken by his ruthless decisiveness. Luo Chang, in particular, acted as though he had just met Sun Wu for the first time. In his memory, Sun Wu was merely someone who had been favored by Lin Jingjing as a shield because he was good-looking and obedient. How had the situation reversed? Lin Jingjing was acting so obediently that it was almost unbelievable, as if she were the one fawning over Sun Wu. However, seeing Sun Wu kill several people without mercy, he dared not utter a word, keeping his head bowed obediently. Wang Yu was about to activate the teleportation stones one by one to send them back. Just then, The entire dark alternate dimension trembled violently once again, without any warning, and the vibrations were even more intense than before. Immediately afterward, a cold, mechanical, emotionless voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all the survivors. Warning! Warning! The energy levels in this trial space are rapidly depleting and have fallen below the minimum threshold required to maintain the trial. This advancement trial has been terminated prematurely. All survivors will be forcibly teleported out in 10 seconds. 10-9-8. Ha! Sun Woo froze. The trial was over? Or was it due to insufficient energy? He immediately recalled the devastating dark energy shockwave from earlier and the terrifying enemy with a combat power of 150 billion mentioned in his system notification. Could it be that attack from the so-called Dark Goddess, which drained all the energy from this dimensional space? Sun Woo speculated in his mind. Earlier, the entire space had seemed like ink being sucked out, fading away. At the time, the space had become less dark, so the energy consumption must have been enormous. This was convenient, he didn't even need to use the teleportation stone. 3-2-1 teleportation beginning. As the final prompt sounded, a white light enveloped Sun Woo, Wang Yu, Lin Jingjing, and everyone present, including the corpses and ice sculptures on the ground. The next moment, they vanished from the dark alternate dimension without a trace. At that moment, the entrance to the trial space of the second martial arts high school in Magic City was growing increasingly tense. A large crowd gathered, eagerly awaiting the event. The most eye-catching were the journalists carrying their cameras and equipment, representing various newspapers and news outlets. They were waiting for the students to return from the dark alternate dimension, hoping to capture the latest news firsthand. Among the journalists, a graceful female reporter stands out. She is Lu Ruyan, a news anchor from Federal Headline News. Chapter 58, Points Ranking. Lu Ruyan had specially chosen a professional suit for today, a black bodycon dress that perfectly accentuated her curves. Her long hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and every movement exuded a mature and alluring charm. She stood out strikingly in the crowd, drawing the attention of many around her. Even male journalists from other media outlets frequently adjusted their equipment angles to sneak glances her way. Such flirtatious glances were nothing new to Lu Ruyan. At that moment, her entire focus was on the entrance to the trial space about to open. Headline News imposes strict performance metrics on its frontline reporters, requiring them to produce at least one viral story each month. Failure to meet this requirement could result in severe punishment or even dismissal. Headline News was affiliated with the Star Martial Arts Federation, and one of the hidden perks of working there was that she didn't have to serve in the military. A fine was bad enough, but being fired would be the end of her. She absolutely did not want to be transferred to the front lines to become one of those war correspondents, let alone end up as an insignificant cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, Lu Ruyan is currently facing immense performance pressure. Her direct superior, a middle-aged man with a lecherous nature, has long had his eyes on her. On multiple occasions, he has used work as an excuse to her into making a deal. Lu Ruyan understood his intentions, but she had a proud streak in her veins and refused to give in easily. After several polite refusals, the lecherous superior flew into a rage and directly assigned her to the second martial arts high school in the Magic City district to cover the upcoming rank advancement trials. In the eyes of the seasoned journalists, the freshman trial at the second martial arts high school held little news value. In previous years, almost all those who ranked in the top 10 were students from the first martial arts high school, while the second martial arts high school could only pick up the scraps. Lu Ruyan initially believed that this assignment was doomed to end in failure. Perhaps this month's performance would be ruined, and she would have to beg that disgusting pervert of a superior for mercy. But it seemed like a turning point had arrived. Just moments ago, on the live broadcast, a student named Sun Woo from the second martial arts high school in Magic City had defeated the genius Ito Ryunosuke from Sakura District. The news was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting Lu Ruyan's professional instincts. She immediately realized that this was definitely a news story worth digging into. A student from an ordinary second-tier high school defeating a powerful aristocratic heir is inherently full of drama. Just like Su Chun from the second martial arts high school in Queens District, who also came from a humble background and instantly dominated the headlines for the entire month. The buzz was only one tier below the buzz when the Lighthouse Nation unveiled its god-tier powerhouse. If she could secure an exclusive interview with Sun Woo and delve into his story, it would undoubtedly become this month's performance guarantee and might even catapult her into stardom as a top-tier journalist. Who knows, he might even replicate Su Chen's viral success. As Lu Ruyan's thoughts raced, planning how to conduct this interview, a commotion suddenly erupted at the front of the crowd. At the entrance to the trial space, a faint glow began to emanate, growing brighter and brighter until it formed a dazzling halo. It's coming out! It's coming out! This is so fast! Quick! Get the equipment ready. Aim at the exit. Though surprised by the unusual nature of this trial, the journalists remained highly professional. The previously somewhat disorganized group quickly fell into order, with cameras and audio equipment all aimed at the flickering entrance. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, straightened her slightly disheveled collar, and her gaze grew sharp and focused. The professionalism of a seasoned anchor was evident in every aspect of her demeanor. She knew that the real battle was about to begin. In the live broadcast studio of the 100 Schools Network, the chat messages were scrolling rapidly. Wait, the trial is over? How fast was that? Isn't it usually supposed to take 1 to 3 days? Yeah, that is so sudden. How will the rankings be determined? The scoreboard seems frozen, it hasn't moved in ages. It's moving. Look, the points board is back to life. The rankings are starting to move. But, it seems like we can't see the specific point numbers anymore, it's just a bare ranking. The once lifeless ranking points board suddenly came to life, fluctuating wildly. It seemed as though all the points that had been stuck during the previous freeze were being compressed and released all at once. Names flashed up and down like a revolving door, with some rising and others falling, leaving everyone dizzy. Did the rankings change this drastically during the signal interruption? It's like a battlefield. The audience stared wide-eyed as the top 10 names on the leaderboard flashed back and forth intensely. Finally, it seemed to settle down a bit, with only a few names left in the top 10, battling it out. Kyoto District 1st Martial Arts High School, Gu Qinghan. Tianhai District 1st Martial Arts High School, Fangxing. Magic City District 1st Martial Arts High School, Lu Xiaohu. Magic City District's Top Martial Arts High School, Wang Yu. Magic City District 1st Martial Arts High School, Miley. About 10 names were fiercely competing within the top 10 rankings, like horses in the final stretch of a race, making it impossible to tell who would ultimately emerge victorious. It looks like the results are about to be announced. This competition is way too intense. The little princess from Kyoto District, Gu Qinghan, is as dominant as ever. She didn't even appear on the rankings when the scores were first released, but she must have made a strong push later on. Her scores are catching up quickly. I think she is likely to take first place. That Fangxing from Tianhai District is also a tough competitor. His scores have been neck and neck the whole time. I wonder if he has a chance to make it to the top. What a shame. Ito Ryunosuke and Zhang Tiaowu are out. Otherwise, with their wide area clearing technique, they would have definitely secured a spot in the top few. Wow! The Magic City District is so strong this year? 3 of the top 10 contenders are from their school? I specifically rewatched the highlights of the 3 from Magic City First High School. It seems like they fell into the shadow bug swarm's lair right at the start and have been frantically grinding points non-stop. They're so relentless. What? They survived in the shadow bug swarm and are still alive? Their luck is off the charts. Good thing the trial ended early, otherwise, they might have been swarmed to death by the bugs. Those points were literally earned with their lives. The viewers in the livestream watched the rankings fluctuate wildly, discussing and speculating excitedly about who would emerge as the ultimate winner of this trial. In the joint broadcast meeting room of the 100 schools, the atmosphere was divided. The principals from several large districts under the Southern War Zone's jurisdiction were already looking dejected. These regions were close to each other and had always competed fiercely with one another. This time, however, they were all faring worse than the others. Their schools had suffered heavy losses of their top students, and the situation in Queen's District was even more dire. Apart from a few like Su Chen, nearly everyone had been eliminated. Forget about competing for rankings, just securing the basic resource allocation from the Federation this time would be a blessing. One after another, they sighed heavily, their faces ashen. The principal of the top martial arts high school in the Magic City District, however, felt a mix of emotions, with a hint of excitement he couldn't suppress. Chapter 59, The Dark Horse. Who would have thought that the conspiracy in Sakura District would backfire and bring unexpected benefits to their school? Lu Xiaohu, Wang Yu, and Miley all had a chance to break into the top 10. This was a huge surprise. The envy and resentment they had felt toward old Li's school for producing a Sun Wu had quickly been overshadowed by this unexpected good news. He straightened his back and stared intently at the rankings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li, the principal of the second highest high school in Magic City, whom he referred to as Old Li, was also nervously staring at the screen, his heart racing with anxiety. He too was hoping that Sun Wu's name would rise up the rankings. After all, Sun Wu had even defeated Ito Ryunosuke. His strength was undeniable. But Principal Li furrowed his brows again, carefully reviewing Sun Wu's replay video. After landing, aside from saving Wang Yu and the others and casually clearing a wave of insects, it seemed like he hadn't deliberately gone out of his way to farm any fierce beast points. Moreover, there was a large segment missing from Sun Wu's video afterward, and even the replay couldn't be viewed, leaving the cause unknown. And that period was so short there probably weren't many opportunities to kill many beasts, right? Sigh, it seems like Sun Wu has no chance of getting a good ranking. However, Principal Li quickly changed his mind and didn't feel too disappointed. After all, having Sun Wu emerge as such a prodigy far exceeded his expectations. It was a huge surprise. Ranking seemed less important now. Meanwhile, in another corner of the conference room, the atmosphere among the representatives from several other battle zones was also quite tense. The representative from the Eastern War Zone wore an unmistakable expression of joy. He turned his head and spoke to the empty virtual image of the Western Warzone representative beside him. Old G, look, among this year's aristocratic offspring, there are some promising talents after all. Why don't you just let me have that Sun Wu, instead of competing with me? I'll make the decision. I'll give you the Fong Xing from the Tianhai district. How about that? That's fair, right? Old G? Where is he? Old G? After shouting for a while, the Western Theater Command representative's virtual image remained unresponsive, as still as a statue. Did the connection drop? Or did he go to the bathroom? The representative from the Eastern Warzone muttered under his breath, shrugged his shoulders, and decided to ignore it. He turned his attention back to the rankings. He turned back and refocused his attention on the rankings. Just as viewers in various live streams were fiercely debating who was the top scorer on the leaderboard, and the big shots were each harboring their own thoughts. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A name, without any warning, tore through the tense rankings like a black lightning bolt. It charged forward with almost brutal force, instantly crushing all the contenders vying for the top spot and landing directly at the top of the rankings. Moreover, as time passed and subsequent points were tallied, this name not only failed to slip even slightly but instead remained firmly anchored at the top of the rankings, unmovable like a pillar of stability. Ranking list for the first tier trial points: Sun Wu from the 2nd Martial Arts High School of Magic City. In an instant, the entire 100 school live broadcast studio erupted like a deep water bomb, completely boiling over. What? Sun Wu? First place? Is this the same Sun Wu who defeated Ito Ryanosuke in an instant? No way. How could he be first? Where did he get so many points? The speed at which his score is rising is too ridiculous. He practically reached the top in an instant. Does this mean he killed an enormous number of fierce beasts during the time we couldn't see? How did he do it? My goodness. The points ranking seems to have stabilized completely. This Sun Wu, is he really just staying at the top, unmovable? Has he really secured first place? The points are still not showing the specific numbers. I'm so anxious. How many points did he actually score? How far ahead is he from second place? Finally, after minutes of stunned, confused, and ecstatic gazes from countless onlookers, the rankings ceased to change, and the final rankings were set in stone. Ranking of the first tier trial points: Sun Wu from the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Magic City. Ranking trial points leaderboard: second place, Gu Qinghan from Kyoto District's 1st Martial Arts High School. Ranking list for the entry-level trial points: third place Fong Xing, 1st Martial Arts High School of Tianhai District. Ranking 4th in the entry-level trial points leaderboard, Wang Yu from the 1st Martial Arts High School of Magic City District. Ranking 5th in the entry-level trial points ranking, Lu Xiaohu from the 1st Martial Arts High School in Magic City District. Ranking 6th in the entry-level trial points leaderboard, Kate from the 1st Martial Arts High School in Xinluan District. Ranking 7th in the entry-level trial points leaderboard, Stark from the 1st Martial Arts High School in Berlin District. 8th place in the ranked trial points leaderboard, Milea from the 1st Martial Arts High School in Magic City. Ranking 9th in the entry-level trial points leaderboard, Mitter of the Star Beast District's 1st Martial Arts High School. Top 10 rankings of the entry-level trial points: 10th place Queens District 2nd Martial Arts High School, Suchen. The live stream exploded with chaos and commotion. Wow! I never expected this. The one who actually took first place was Sun Wu? How did he manage to do that? I rewatched his live stream multiple times, but aside from killing that team in Sakura District and saving someone, I didn't see him kill many fierce beasts at all. This is insane. This is definitely a historic moment. This is the first time in the history of the Federation that a student from the 2nd Martial Arts High School has won first place in the ranked trial. And he even outperformed the top-tier geniuses from prestigious families like Princess Gu Qinghan and Fong Xing. I thought Su Chun from Queen S District's 2nd Martial Arts High School had a chance to make it into the top 5 this time, but in the end, he barely made it into 10th place, and all the spotlight was stolen by this Sun Wu. Magic City 2nd High School, Sun Wu, I'll remember that name. That's incredible. In the conference room of the 100 schools broadcast, the principals of all the high schools under the Southern Military Region's jurisdiction were in an uproar. The previous gloom had vanished, and they all turned to look at Principal Lee of Magic City No. 2 High School, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it! Old Lee! Your school Sun Wu actually won first place? A principal shouted, his voice trembling. Old Lee! You're not just getting ahead, you're taking off. You're taking off on a rocket. Wow, what kind of good fortune has the Magic City District stumbled upon this year? Out of the top 10, your Magic City District has secured a full 4 spots? 3 from 1st High School and 1 from 2nd High School. This is defying the heavens. At that moment, Principal Lee of the 2nd-ranked Woodall High School in Magic City District was completely dumbfounded. What? He stared in disbelief at the name Sun Wu on the rankings, along with the words Magic City District 2nd Martial Arts High School above it. Earlier, watching Sun Wu dominate the livestream had already left him in awe. He never imagined that this wasn't even Sun Wu's limit. Chapter 60, The Dimensional Core is Secured. As the teleportation light faded, blinding light and the clamor of voices instantly replaced the darkness and stillness of the previous dark alternate dimension. Sun Wu instinctively squinted his eyes, still not fully adjusted to the sudden transition from darkness to light, when he heard various chaotic sounds echoing around him. They're out. They're out. Hurry up. Aim the camera. Don't miss it. Find Sun Wu's location. Hurry up. Countless flashes of light erupted like a sudden downpour, blinding everyone. A dense crowd had gathered at the exit of the trial space, blocking it completely. Just moments ago, the ranking list had been finalized, and the student ranked first in points was actually at their school. And it was none other than Sun Wu, the one who had previously defeated Ito Ryanosuke. All the journalists and broadcasters present were in an uproar. Those who had come to this second-ranked martial arts high school in the Magic City district were all in a similar situation to Lu Ruyan, having been exiled here. At that moment, everyone went mad, rushing toward the center, all wanting to be the first to capture Sun Wu on camera and secure the exclusive interview footage, the news that could change their lives and turn their fortunes around. Oh my god. Li Yi had just been teleported out. Though still unconscious, his body instinctively reacted to the chaotic environment, his brows furrowing as he let out a painful groan. Lu Belian, holding her broken leg, had a pale face and instinctively held Li Yi tighter, keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings to prevent anyone from stepping on him. Lin Jingjing was startled by the commotion and instinctively moved behind Sun Wu, gripping his arm tightly with one hand. Sun Wu furrowed his brows, annoyed by the chaos, which was as loud as a bustling market. Wang Yu and Lu Xiaohu were not present. They had come from the entrance of the first martial arts school in the Magic City district and should have been teleported there. Suddenly, someone caught Sun Wu's attention. A beautiful woman in a black body-hugging skirt was pushing her way through the crowd with an air of authority, making her way towards Sun Wu. She was the first to hand him the microphone, and the camera behind her locked onto Sun Wu's face. Lu Ruyan had already memorized Sun Wu's handsome face after learning that he had killed Ito Ryanosuke. She immediately spotted Sun Wu in the crowd. Sun Wu. How did you defeat Sakura District's top genius, Ito Ryanosuke? He was widely regarded as one of the most promising candidates to finish in the top 3 in this trial. Lu Ruyan's voice was clear, sweet, and penetrating, instantly drowning out the surrounding noise. This question was like lighting a fuse, and other journalists quickly reacted, recognizing that the person in front of Lu Ruyan was the Sun Wu they had been searching for. Sun Wu. How did you manage to surge ahead in points at the last moment and secure first place? Did you discover any special scoring spots? Sun Wu. What are your thoughts on the premeditated hunting operation in the Sakura district? Sun Wu. Are you the mysterious expert who killed the ghost brainworm outside the Magic City district and saved the civilians of the Magic City? What is your relationship with Wang Yu? Are you working together? Are you a couple? Questions poured in like a tidal wave, each more tricky than the last. Sun Wu was driven to the brink of madness by the commotion. All he wanted now was to find a quiet place to rest and check if the system had settled the rewards for this trial. He even wished he had teleportation ability right now so he could just escape. He could handle a fight, but dealing with this situation was honestly beyond his capabilities. Everyone step back. Step back. Can't you see there are injured people here? A loud, powerful shout rang out like a thunderclap, instantly drowning out all the noise. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Zui Yuanlong, carried the aura of a 4th-level martial artist, and an invisible pressure spread out, causing the previously chaotic crowd of journalists to freeze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and the scene fell silent for a moment. Zui Yuanlong immediately spotted Sun Wu, who was surrounded by layers of reporters, and noticed Li Yi, lying on the ground with a faint pulse, and Lu Belian, clutching her broken leg with a pale face. His brows furrowed deeply. The crowd was brutally parted by an irresistible force. There stood Principal Li of the 2nd Martial Arts High School of Magic City, accompanied by the red-faced, spittle-flying class teacher Zui Yuanlong, forcefully clearing a path through the journalists. Principal Li had been just another face in the crowd during the broadcast at the meeting room, but here, as the head of a school, he still commanded some authority. Medical team. Hurry. Take the injured to the infirmary. Principal Li ordered in a stern voice. Several school medical staff members who had been standing by immediately stepped forward, carefully lifting Li Yi and supporting Lu Belian, and quickly left the scene. He then directed several teachers to clear the area. Though the journalists were reluctant, they were eventually persuaded by school security and teachers to move to the outer perimeter. Principal Li knew that the school's reputation would depend on these media outlets in the future, so he didn't push the matter too far. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Sun Wu. Sun Wu, pick a few reporters you find acceptable, and we'll discuss this in the conference room. Sun Wu pointed to a few at random, including Lu Ruyan, the first one who had rushed forward earlier, with her provocative figure. There was nothing to be done about it. Good looks indeed granted privileges, especially in this appearance-obsessed era. Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, flashing a professional smile, and followed Principal Li. The group entered a relatively spacious conference room. Principal Lee settled the journalists in, asking them to wait a moment, then hurried off, seemingly to attend to more important matters. Taking advantage of the rare quiet moment, Sun Woo immediately focused his mind and began reviewing the gains from this trial. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 13,000 combat points. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 350 combat points. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 230 combat points. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 260 combat points. A series of system notifications flooded the screen, with battle points pouring in, most of them contributed by those experienced babies from the Sakura district. Ito Ryunosuke truly lived up to his reputation as a genius, single-handedly contributing 13,000 points. Next time, we need more geniuses like him. All told, this time we earned nearly 23,000 battle points. What a pity. That brainworm worth over 10,000 points was snatched by the goddess. Otherwise, the harvest would have been even greater. Sun Woo felt a little disappointed. However, upon checking the million-point experience gap required for the next level, he realized that the 23,000 combat points were merely a drop in the bucket, so he didn't dwell on it too much. His attention was quickly drawn to a new item in the system space. Next to the Dark Goddess's starry battle armor lower garment inner lining, a new slot had appeared out of nowhere, containing a black, luminous rhombic crystal. Chapter 61, Visitors from Magic City University. What is this thing? When did it appear? Sun Woo was puzzled. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the object seemed vaguely familiar. Isn't this the special crystal dimensional core that class advisor Zui Yuanlong mentioned before the trial, worth 5 million star coins and a guaranteed admission spot? How did it end up in his system space? He tried to touch it with his mind to query the information, and an information window popped up immediately. Ranking reward for first place in the trial. Dimension Core, a key to unlock a specific dimensional space, granting the holder access to the corresponding dimension. The current space within the dimensional core is Dark Dimension Fragment of the Dark Goddess's Divine Realm. I got first place in the trial? How did I not know? Sun Woo was completely baffled. He carefully recalled his actions in that place, besides killing some ghost jellyfish at the beginning, saving Wang Yu by blowing up a swarm of shadow bugs, and eliminating the group in the Cherry Blossom district. He didn't seem to have done anything else. Was that enough to secure first place? Just as he was scratching his head in confusion, a video clip was directly transmitted into his mind by the system. In the footage, a pure black light column of unimaginable terror was coalescing in the dark void. Sun Woo recognized it immediately. It was the divine punishment attack unleashed by the Dark Goddess. As the energy beam converged, the entire dark alternate dimension seemed to have its ink drained away, and the once thick darkness rapidly became thin and transparent. The scene then shifted to a vast expanse of sky, where countless dark magic bats swirled in the air. However, in the next second, these dark bats were like candles encountering a raging fire, melting in large patches and transforming into the purest dark energy, which then merged into the space and was completely sucked away by the terrifying black pillar of light, as if it were a whale drinking water. The subsequent scenes were identical: endless seas of shadow insects, ghostly jellyfish drifting everywhere, and shadow beings of various forms. Every living being in this dimensional space, regardless of strength or number, was drawn into the divine punishment light pillar, transformed into the energy that composed the space, and ultimately sucked away until nothing remained. So the Dark Goddess attacked and, as a side effect, drained all the beasts in this space? Sun Woo suddenly realized. And because this attack was triggered by me holding her inner battle armor, the trial space credited all the points from clearing the area to me? Sun Woo couldn't help but twitch his lips, finding the situation absurd. He quickly pulled out his communication device, connected to the network, and checked the final points ranking on the 100 schools broadcast. First place, Sun Woo. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It didn't show the specific score. Otherwise, it might have blown the charts and caused a stir. Sun Woo secretly rejoiced at this unexpected windfall, which was truly out of the ordinary. However, this dimensional core, could it allow free entry and exit to the previous dark alternate dimension? That would mean he could go in any time to boost his score. Sun Woo thought about it again. It seemed like the goddess's previous attack had killed all living things inside, leaving the entire space empty. What's the point of grinding points now? Forget it. I was originally planning to hand this over to secure that guaranteed admission spot at Magic City University. Sun Woo rubbed his chin. Now that I think about it, this thing can bind a dimensional space. It seems more valuable than a direct admission spot. I'll keep it for myself. Even if there are no monsters to kill, if this thing can bring people and objects inside, isn't that just like the storage device in novels? Sun Woo didn't really care which university he ended up going to. In the original body's memories, the top 10 martial arts universities in the Federation each had their own independently controlled dimensional worlds, and those worlds had an initiation mechanism similar to the crest system, which could help students quickly improve their strength. To level up and grow stronger as quickly as possible, entering a top-tier university was naturally the best choice. Just as Sun Woo was pondering his future, the conference room door swung open again. Principal Lee had returned, but this time he wasn't alone. Behind him was a middle-aged man wearing a dark administrative jacket, slightly overweight, with a square face. This man was in his late 50s or early 60s, with a square face and thick eyebrows. Though he wore a peaceful smile, there was an air of natural authority about him, making it clear he was no ordinary person. "Come, let me introduce everyone," Principal Lee said with a touch of respect, stepping aside to make the introduction. "This is Chen Ping, the director of the combat department at Magic City University. Please welcome him." Principal Lee led the applause, though it was sparse and lackluster. The few journalists present followed suit, but their eyes were fixed on the group in the center of the meeting room, especially the new middle-aged man. These journalists, who had been assigned to second middle school, were all disgruntled individuals who hadn't made much of a name for themselves at their respective media outlets. They had thought today would be a routine assignment, reporting on the conclusion of a ordinary school's ordinary trial, but instead they had stumbled upon a sensational news story. First, Sun Woo emerged out of nowhere and defeated the genius from Sakura District, Ito Ryonosuke, material worthy of a headline. Then, the rankings were announced, and Sun Woo had outperformed all the aristocratic heirs to secure first place in the advancement trial. This was explosive news, enough to turn their fortunes around and bring them back into the mainstream spotlight. Now, even the head of the combat department of Magic City University has personally arrived. This is Magic City University, one of the top 10 universities in the Federation, a colossal institution that truly controls the dimensional world, with power and strength that are beyond imagination. Normally, they can't even get an interview with an ordinary professor, let alone meet a powerful director like this. If they could mention him in the interview, or even get a photo with him, no, even just a glimpse of Director Chen in the background would be enough for them to brag about for days, and the article would go viral for sure. Several journalists were so excited their palms were sweating, quietly adjusting their camera angles, afraid of missing any details. Sun Woo felt nothing of the excitement around him. In his eyes, a university director? Sounded less impressive than Lu Jinshan, the master of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He clapped his hands twice, just going with the flow. Lin Jingjing, however, was completely different. She dared not even breathe, carefully clapping along. Her worldly knowledge far surpassed Sun Woo. She knew exactly what the titled Dean of Magic City University represented. It was far from just an ordinary administrative position at a school. Magic City University controlled over a dozen parallel dimensions, each with a population rivaling that of the real world. The power and resources held by its internal leadership were beyond imagination. Even district chiefs, let alone those high-ranking military officials with stars on their shoulders, would have to give this Chen director some face. Such a high-ranking figure, why would he suddenly appear at second middle school? Lin Jingjing's mind was in turmoil, her thoughts racing. Chapter 62, The True Federation. Chen Ping's gaze swept gently over the crowd, finally resting on Sun Woo. His face bore a standard smile, showing no airs. "Young man, you must be Sun Woo, right?" He had come this time at the request of Principal Lee. Back when he was still unknown, he had received great kindness from Principal Lee's parents, a debt of gratitude he had never forgotten. Earlier, Principal Lee had come to him, asking for his help in using the dimensional core to secure an admission spot at Magic City University. For him, it was merely a minor favor within his authority, so he agreed without hesitation. Now it seems like it was all for the student? When he came in earlier, he noticed the commotion outside. Perhaps the student had performed well in the trial? Chen Ping thought to himself, glancing up and down at Sun Woo. He had never paid much attention to the entrance trials for high school students. That was the responsibility of the admissions office and their subordinates. However, he did recall that this dark dimension trial had a chance of producing a dimensional core? That item still held some value for the university. Principal Lee had mentioned it to him briefly, suggesting there might be a chance to obtain a dimensional core. Dimension cores were crucial to a university's ability to control new dimensional worlds, making them a fairly important strategic resource for universities. How did you fare in your initiation trial this time? Did you have any luck getting that special dimension core? Chen Ping's voice was calm and casual, as if he were asking a casual question. Dimension core? Sun Woo blinked, his face showing just the right amount of confusion. What is that? I've never seen it before. I was too busy fighting others after the battle. I just came out in a daze and didn't pay attention to anything else. He muttered to himself, this principal isn't well informed. He doesn't even know I came in first? Looks like keeping my cards close to my chest was the right move. Seeing that Chen Ping seemed unconcerned by Sun Woo's ordinary response, Principal Lee grew impatient and stepped forward, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement and pride. Director Chen. Sun Woo, he's the student who ranked first in this round of the real-world advancement trial. I mentioned him to you before, the one I wanted to recommend for admission. Principal Lee's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement, almost rushing to finish his sentence, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, the director might lose interest in Sun Woo. Chen Ping's standard smile froze for an extremely brief moment, and his gaze once again fell on Sun Woo, this time no longer a casual glance, but one filled with scrutiny. First place in the current Realm Ascension trial? This second-tier high school in the working-class district actually produced the trial's top performer? He hadn't heard a single rumor about this beforehand. He had assumed Principal Lee was just trying to slip in a connected candidate, but it turned out to be a promising prospect. Seeing the change in Chen Ping's expression, Principal Lee felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly continued. Mr. Chen, I know the admission standards for Magic City University are high. Originally, I thought that if Sun Wu could somehow obtain the dimensional core, he might have a chance. Now that he hasn't obtained the core, but he managed to outperform everyone else and secure first place, his potential is undoubtedly top-notch. Please consider. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. He was well aware that someone of Chen Ping's caliber wouldn't even bat an eye at the rankings of a regular high school trial. Magic City University selects thousands of freshmen annually from around the world and across several affiliated dimensional worlds, with competition far more intense than outsiders could imagine. Every spot is incredibly precious. He had already gone to extreme lengths by leveraging connections and promising to trade a dimensional core for an admission spot. Now that Sun Wu had returned empty-handed, he could only pin his hopes on the weight of this first-place title and Chen Ping's lingering feelings of gratitude, hoping they could secure a future for Sun Wu and for Magic City Second High School. If the school could produce a student who enters the top 10 universities, even if they are just ordinary students, it would have an immeasurable impact on the school's future reputation, resource allocation, and even federal policy support. Sun Wu listened quietly, his heart unmoved. He didn't care much about which university he went to. With the system in his hands, the world was his wherever he went, he could level up. However, seeing Principal Lee's desperate expression, it seemed that the admission qualification for Magic City University was truly important. He rubbed his chin, considering whether he should play along and act more like a genius teenager desperate to enter a top-tier institution. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Ping twice. This plump director must hold significant power. Principal Lee watched Sun Wu's indifferent expression from the side, and a bead of sweat began to form on his forehead. A sense of helplessness washed over Principal Lee. He roughly knew what Sun Wu was thinking. The textbooks nowadays portray universities as just larger schools. The things in the textbooks might fool the general public, but at their level, who didn't he know the truth? A century ago, the dimensional rift descended, completely overturning the current world order. The founders of those top universities were all once peerless powerhouses. They had laid the groundwork in other dimensions long ago, expanding their territories and establishing foundations far surpassing the current world. Today, every university ranked in the top 10 controls dozens of dimensional worlds, boasting abundant resources and countless powerful individuals under their command. Some even have legendary divine beings stationed there. The situation of the Star Martial Federation is far from the glamorous portrayal in the textbooks that Sun Wu and his peers studied. The book forced into every student's backpack, The History of the Federation, is more of a carefully crafted propaganda piece than an accurate account of history. Its pages lavishly glorify the Federation's heroic achievements in battling ferocious beasts and expanding dimensional realms, portraying the top 10 martial arts universities as the cradles of talent that lay the foundation for the Federation's prosperity. However, the truth of reality is skillfully concealed beneath layers of flowery rhetoric. On the surface, the Star Martial Federation is a vast human community, ruling over vast territories with supreme authority. Yet, in the eyes of the top martial arts universities that truly hold the reins of power, the Federation is nothing more than a feeble coordinating body struggling to maintain order. They stand like 10 majestic mountains, entrenched at the heart of the Federation, drawing resources from countless dimensional worlds and nurturing generation after generation of extraordinary warriors who transcend the ordinary. The Federation government resembles a city-state clinging to the feet of these mountains, relying on the university's power to maintain a superficial peace and prosperity. The heroic figures like General Duan Muhong, praised in textbooks, are likely seen by the true elite of these universities as little more than useful local administrators. What truly inspires their awe are the beings deep within the universities, beings as mythical as legends. The ancestors who founded the universities and the guardians who dwell in the depths of the dimensional world are the true symbols of power. Chapter 63, Wang Fenyu. The federal government was well aware of its awkward position, but it was powerless to change the status quo. All it could do was rely on its propaganda apparatus to repeatedly disseminate the carefully crafted lies it had spun. They need to maintain public confidence in the Federation and uphold the foundations of societal functioning, even if that confidence and those foundations are built on a foundation of illusion. Therefore, in textbooks, the Federation must be portrayed as perfect, the Federation must be great, and the top 10 universities must be depicted as serving the Federation even if this is merely a well-intentioned lie. After all, once the people recognize the truth, realize the Federation's weakness, and understand that what they rely on is merely the mercy of 10 even more powerful divine nations, the entire Federation might collapse in an instant. And this Mr. Chen is a powerful figure in one of those divine nations. In the Sakura district, rumors of their god-making plan have been circulating for years, revealing their ambitious goals. This year, observing the performance of several affiliated high schools under their command during the trials, various bizarre tactics emerged one after another, clearly not mere rumors. It seems they have indeed been secretly making some significant moves. The video of Sun Woo interrogating those Sakura District students was also exposed to the public. However, even if they have indeed mastered some kind of accelerated template development technology, or even the forbidden technique of stripping others of their inheritance templates, even if someone like Ito Ryunosuke, a finished product, can temporarily demonstrate astonishing combat power and potential, they still dare not challenge the authority of the top 10 universities in the Federation. They dare only to act aggressively within the Federation's current territory, engaging in petty maneuvers, and secretly hunting down geniuses from other regions to weaken their competitors. When it comes to the real stage, facing those 10 colossal entities akin to independent divine nations, they must lower their heads, follow the rules diligently, and submit their applications, hoping to secure a voice within the alliance. The gap between them is as vast as the difference between fireflies and the moon. Principal Lee was now terrified that Sun Woo might say something treasonous. Chin Ping's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of amusement flickered in the depths of his eyes. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously as his gaze shifted between Principal Lee and Sun Woo. The first place in the current world's tiered trial, having killed Ito Ryunosuke, was indeed beyond his expectations. He was also aware of those few upstarts in Sakura District, secretly conducting research on fusion inheritance. Earlier, when applying for nomination to join the Top 10 conference jointly established by the top 10 universities, they had even presented the latest research findings on this matter. Was it this Ito Ryunosuke and Ito Makoto he was referring to? Principal Lee's favor seems to be more significant than he had imagined. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Old Lee, you've really given me a tough one. You know the rules of Magic City University. Principal Lee's heart sank slightly, and he was about to say something else. Chen Ping, however, changed the subject, turning to Sun Woo with a smile that held a hint of scrutiny. But rules are rules, and people are people. Coming in first place, especially in this dark dimension trial with such a high casualty rate, isn't too bad either. He paused, as if weighing his words. Here's what we'll do. You didn't obtain the dimensional core, which is a bit of a shame. But your strength and courage are something I admire. I can give you a chance to participate in the special admission exam at Magic City University. Special admission exam? Principal Lee's eyes lit up, and his breathing grew. Though it wasn't direct admission, it was still an enormous surprise. The special admission exam at Magic City University was a qualification reserved for only a select few geniuses favored by the higher-ups, with a pass rate far higher than the grueling National College entrance exam. Chen Ping smiled and nodded. That's right. The assessment won't be easy. But I believe that whoever comes out on top in this trial won't disappoint me, right? His gaze fell on Sun Woo, tinged with scrutiny and anticipation. Sun Woo raised an eyebrow. Special recruitment exam? It sounds more troublesome than direct admission, but judging by Principal Lee's excited expression, Magic City University seems more prestigious than he had imagined. Exams are exams. It's just a formality. It shouldn't be too difficult for me. He had the system as long as he had the resources to upgrade, he could go anywhere. He was about to nod in agreement, sparing Principal Lee from further excitement. After all, if he actually passed, he'd have to find someone to perform CPR on him. Wait! The conference room door was violently kicked open, and a loud voice, almost a shout, interrupted everyone's thoughts. Bang! The heavy door slammed against the wall, producing a dull, thunderous sound that caused several pieces of plaster to fall from the wall. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the source of the noise. A man of extraordinary build burst in, his entire body wrapped in a blindingly bright pink leather suit that clung tightly to every muscle, with the contours of each muscle clearly visible. The bulge between his legs was particularly striking. To make matters worse, he sported a scruffy beard, which contrasted sharply with his rugged face, giving him an indescribable, utterly bizarre visual impact. Sun Woo couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times. Where the hell did this guy come from? This taste was nothing short of mental pollution. The man completely ignored the stunned or shocked gazes of the others in the conference room, charging straight toward Sun Woo. His bell-like eyes scanned Sun Woo up and down, his admiration and eagerness unhidden. You're Sun Woo, right? Good kid, you've got guts. The man's voice boomed, shaking the entire conference room. Those old fools at Magic City University are just a bunch of idiots. What kind of assessment are they conducting? A waste of time. Listen up, I'm Wang Fenio, the admissions director of Tianhai University. Our school may rank slightly lower than Magic City University, coming in at 10th place, but we have sincerity to spare. He pounded his chest, which was tightly constricted by his leather jacket, producing a dull thud. Sun Woo, no exams. Nothing at all. Just nod your head now, immediately. Right away. You'll be an official student at Tianhai University. S-level resources will be fully allocated to you. You can choose any top-tier mentor you want. How about it? Is that fast enough for you? The moment those words left his mouth, the conference room erupted like cold water poured into boiling oil. Several journalists' eyes widened in shock, their equipment nearly slipping from their hands. This news was getting more and more out of hand. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered. She realized that Sun Wu's value might far exceed that of an ordinary trial first-place winner. Chen Ping's smile froze, and his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Tianhai University? When did Wang Fenio, that brute, become so generous? Although Tianhai University ranked at the bottom, it was still a member of the top 10 conference, with deep-rooted foundations and a divine-level expert overseeing it. Even if a first-place finisher in the current trial demonstrates extraordinary talent, it shouldn't warrant an S-class treatment, should it? Could there be some secret about this Sun kid that they don't know about? Chapter 64, The Advantages of Dimension Exploration. Seeing that Sun Wu hadn't reacted for a while, Wang Fenio assumed he'd been stunned by the unexpected windfall. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and reached out with his fan-like hands to pat Sun Wu on the shoulder as a sign of friendship. Sun Wu watched the hand, clad in pink leather gloves with thick knuckles, reaching out toward him. A chill instantly ran up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He instinctively jumped back several steps, narrowly avoiding it. Joking aside, if he were touched by someone dressed like that, would he have nightmares tonight? He almost blurted out, back. Sir, Sun Wu forced a stiff smile and tried to decline politely. I think maybe we should just skip it. The entrance exam for Magic City University is pretty good. It's just that your outfit, it's too much for the eyes. I'm afraid if I go to your school, I'll have to keep eye drops handy every day, Sun Wu thought to himself. Wang Fenio's smile froze, and he tried to step forward again to persuade Sun Wu, attempting to move him with his sincere gaze. Just then, tiny snowflakes began to drift into the conference room without warning, and the temperature dropped sharply. The snowflakes swirled and gathered in the air near the door, gradually forming a seductive, or rather, eerie human shape. The figure was equally tall, dressed in a white lace-trimmed bodysuit that shimmered with a faint blue glow, tightly hugging the contours of their body. However, through the lace cutouts, thick black leg hair and chest hair stubbornly poked through, creating a devastating contrast with the ethereal outfit. Even more shocking was his face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Fenio's rugged, bearded features, topped with a messy, curly hairstyle that looked tacky. Sun Wu felt his tolerance being pushed to its limits. What kind of day is this? Have all the eccentric admissions office directors come out in force? This visual impact was even more shocking than the pink warrior from earlier. We are from the Divine Martial Arts University. Would you like to consider joining us, Sun Wu? The voice of the person speaking was more refined than Wang Fenio's, but paired with that appearance, it only made him seem more bizarre. He came from the 9th-ranked Xinzhou Martial Arts University. Wang Fenio, upon seeing the man, immediately flew into a rage. Zhou Heinyo. What are you here for? Do you know anything about coming first or last? Besides, isn't your Xinzhou Wudao University supposed to only admit ancient martial arts inheritors? When did you change the rules? The man called Zhou Heinyo, a muscular man with a lace-like finger, curled his finger slightly, covered his mouth, and laughed softly, causing his thick chest hair to tremble. Oh, Pink Bull brother, you're saying that, but our rules haven't changed. What a coincidence! Sun Wu, the student, is indeed a descendant of ancient martial arts. He's a disciple of the Flying Tiger Gate. You should know that old guy Lu Jinshan, right? Fei Hu Men? The declining branch of the Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist? Wang Fenio was taken aback upon hearing this, re-examining Sun Wu with a more complex expression. This martial art traces its origins back to the period when the dimensional rift first appeared. There was an individual from another dimension who was incredibly powerful, rated as an SSS-class world. The creatures there were incredibly powerful, and one type, known as monsters, were enormous in size and possessed devastating destructive power. At the time, someone brought out a martial art called Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist from that world, gaining great fame across various dimensions. However, something happened to that world afterward, and someone managed to repair the dimensional rift from within, preventing anyone from entering it ever since. The Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist gradually fell into obscurity. It is said that the original Mighty Tiger Phantom Beast Fist was originally called Electric White Tiger Fist, wasn't it? This kid is actually connected to that? Zhou Heinyo puffed out his chest proudly, his lace outfit stretched taut by his chest hair. Exactly. Therefore, Sun Wu meets all the admission criteria for our Xinzhou Martial Arts Academy. That's not fair. There's always a first come, first served rule. Wang Fenio grew impatient, spitting as he spoke. I was here first. Sun Wu, don't listen to him. Our Tianhai University has the best conditions. Whether the conditions are good or not isn't something you can just say with your mouth. Zhou Heinyo wasn't about to back down. The two glared at each other, as if they were about to pounce on each other in a physical fight at any moment. They both turned their gaze toward Sun Wu, waiting for his final decision. Sun Wu looked at the 2 eccentric bull brothers in front of him, his mind in turmoil. Which one to choose? This wasn't a choice, it was a death sentence. Going with either of them would feel like his sense of aesthetics and mental well-being would be irreparably corrupted. He'd rather take the special admission exam at Magic City University. At least Chin Ping looked like a normal person. He feared that the two of them would start displaying philosophical scenes right in front of him. Just as Sunwoo was about to give up and make up an excuse to leave, two calm voices sounded simultaneously at the door, like music to his ears, saving him. Wait a moment. We from the Star Martial Arts Federation University are also very interested in Sunwoo. Sunwoo, Kyoto University also welcomes you to join us. Everyone turned to look, and there were two more people at the door. These two had finally returned to their usual demeanor, both dressed in proper suits, with a steady demeanor, similar to Chin Ping earlier. One was the representative from Star Martial Arts Federation University, ranked 8th, while the other came from Kyoto University, ranked 6th. Their arrival slightly eased the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, and Sunwoo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some people who could communicate normally had arrived. Beep. A series of urgent electronic beeps interrupted the tense standoff in the conference room. Chin Ping glanced at the communication device on his wrist, his eyebrows twitching imperceptibly. He raised his hand to answer, his voice still calm. Hello? The voice on the other end seemed to be speaking quickly, and Chin Ping's expression grew increasingly subtle. He only responded occasionally, Got it. S-class treatment? Are you sure? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Chin Ping looked up, his standard smile seeming to freeze slightly. His eyes now held a complex gleam, and when he turned back to Sunwoo, the scrutinizing intent in his gaze grew even stronger. This kid is in such high demand? The call was from the admissions office, but the message wasn't their own. It was a direct order from higher up. They had originally planned to send someone in person, but upon discovering his registration records and learning he was at Magic City No. 2 High School, they had him convey the message instead. Not only must Sunwoo be admitted to Magic City University at all costs, but they also directly promised S-level resource allocation. S-class. This is typically reserved for geniuses who have passed through rigorous selection processes, ranked at the top in the final college entrance exams, or possess extremely rare and strategically valuable inherited templates. A student who had just completed his current world advancement trial, even if he had ranked first, shouldn't he have caused such a stir that higher-ups would directly approve S-level resources, right? What concerns Chin Ping even more is the other piece of information mentioned in the call. The rating of the 120th dimensional world that Sunwoo inherited may contain a significant error. Originally recorded as an unremarkable B-class world, it now appears to possess potential value far exceeding expectations, and may even involve certain unknown domains. Therefore, the higher-ups have ordered that not only Sunwoo, but all students who have obtained the inheritance of the 120th dimensional world, must be immediately enrolled for observation. The difficulty of traveling to the dimension where the inheritance is located varies depending on each individual's awakened inheritance. For example, since Sunwoo has awakened the inheritance of the 120th dimensional world, he has a distinct advantage over others when exploring that particular dimension. Chapter 65. Which canteen has better food? What concerned Chin Ping even more was another piece of information mentioned over the phone. The rating of the 120th dimension that Sunwoo had inherited might be significantly incorrect. Originally, it was merely a lowly B-rated world, but now it appears that its potential value far exceeds expectations and may even involve certain unknown realms. Therefore, higher-ups have ordered that not only Sunwoo, but all students who have inherited the 120th dimensional legacy, must be immediately enrolled for observation. Chin Ping's gaze swept over the representatives of the other 4 universities, especially the 2 oddly dressed Bull brothers, leaving him speechless. Earlier, he had been putting on airs, talking about rules and giving them a so-called special admission exam opportunity, his words dripping with condescension and a sense of testing. Now, the higher-ups were directly ordering them to do whatever it takes to recruit these students, and the conditions offered were even more pitiful than what Wang Fenia from Tianhai University had shouted out. How was he supposed to respond? Was he supposed to lower his head and say, "Cough, Sunwoo, the previous assessment doesn't count. Magic City University has decided to directly admit you with S-level treatment and top-tier mentors to choose from"? If he were to say that, not only would Wang Feniu and the others mock him, but where would he put his own face? As the director of Magic City University, going back on his word in front of representatives from lower-ranked schools? Chin Ping felt his cheeks grow hot, but fortunately his self-control was still solid, and he managed to maintain a calm expression. However, his fingers stopped tapping the table, and his eyes darted back and forth between Sunwoo and the other eager admissions representatives, his mind racing as he devised a counter-strategy. This man must be dealt with. But the method must be handled with care, without losing face. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. He cleared his throat, his face once again adorned with that gentle yet authoritative smile, and his gaze returned to Sunwoo, as if the previous hesitation had never occurred. "Cough," Chin Ping began, his voice now deeper and more composed, carrying a sense of careful consideration. "Sunwoo, after hearing Principal Lee's introduction and reviewing the trial data that our back-end team just urgently compiled and analyzed. Your performance in the dark dimension this time was indeed outstanding, far exceeding expectations." He paused deliberately, creating an atmosphere as though they had just received the complete report and made their assessment. Especially when facing the premeditated ambush in the Cherry Blossom District, the combat wisdom and astonishing strength you demonstrated, as well as, well, your achievement of securing first place in the trial under extremely harsh conditions, all fully prove your potential. Qin Ping emphasized. After an emergency discussion by the admissions committee of Magic City University, we have unanimously decided that you fully meet the admission criteria for our highest level outstanding student program. He paused, looking at Sun Wu and the others listening intently around them, before dropping the bombshell. Therefore, on behalf of Magic City University, I am officially extending an invitation to you. Sun Wu, you have been directly admitted to Magic City University. Furthermore, we will grant US-level resource privileges. This includes, but is not limited to, the highest allocation of credits and resource points, access to a dedicated team of top-tier mentors, and priority access to our core dimensional worlds, muscle combat world and mecha warfare world for in-depth training. A dismissive snort cut off Qin Ping's words. Wang Fenio crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and sneered. Hey, Chen Director, isn't the response speed of Magic City University a bit slow? S-Class treatment? Tianhai University just said the same thing, also S-Class. When it comes to dimensional worlds, we have the Orc world where Sun Wu can enter for trials, and we'll provide him with Orc milk to ensure he's strong and healthy, with abundant vitality. He patted his muscular body, making a thudding sound, and Tianhai is where real tough guys belong. Drink the best milk and fight the strongest. Muscle-bound and brainless. The representative from Kyoto University, who had always been polite and composed, pushed his glasses up and smiled as he joined the fray. Sun Wu, Kyoto University also offers S-Class treatment. More importantly, we have the Federation's top-tier inheritance research center and combat technique database. No matter which direction you choose to specialize in, we can provide the most systematic and cutting-edge theoretical support and practical guidance. Kyoto University cultivates brave and strategic leaders, not reckless brutes. We also have the Iron Man world for new students to test their skills. The representative from Star Martial Arts Federation University immediately followed up. Sun Wu, choose Star Martial Arts Federal University. We are directly affiliated with the Federal Military Department, with resources directly linked to the front lines. S-Class is just the baseline. You will have the opportunity to engage with the Federation's highest-level dimensional strategic deployments and participate in the most core classified missions. Upon graduation, military ranks and positions will be within your grasp. This is the true path to controlling power and safeguarding the Federation. These top-tier trial worlds, according to the rules, are all open to applications from our Federation. If you agree, securing a God-tier world from the top 5 universities in the future is not impossible. The atmosphere once again grew tense. The representatives from Kyoto and the Star Martial Arts Federation University, though not as distinctive as Wang Fenio and Zhou Heinyu, offered equally enticing conditions, directly targeting core resources and future prospects. Chen Ping's expression grew grim. He hadn't expected that offering S-Class and the benefits of a dimensional world wouldn't just fail to intimidate the crowd. It sparked an even more intense bidding war. These guys are determined to compete with him for talent? Principal Li was pacing nervously beside him, constantly signaling Sun Wu to make a move. Just as the tension reached its peak, Sun Wu, the focal point of the situation, finally spoke. His face showed no signs of excitement, but rather, confusion? He scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over the university representatives before him, who seemed ready to devour him whole, before settling on Chen Ping's face and asking a question that nearly made everyone stumble. Mr. Chen, and all the teachers. Sun Wu spoke sincerely. I just wanted to ask, among all of you universities, which one has the best food in their cafeteria? The entire conference room fell into complete silence. The journalists' flashes stopped. Principal Li's face froze. Lin Jingjing slightly parted her lips. Wang Fenya's eyes widened in shock. The representatives from Kyoto and the Star Martial Federation exchanged glances. Chen Ping's carefully maintained smile finally gave way, twitching slightly. The cafeteria? Food? They were fighting tooth and nail here, promising countless top-tier resources and bright futures, and this kid was actually concerned about whether the cafeteria was good or not? Is his way of thinking a bit too unconventional? Chapter 66, The Road Guide. Or is this young man deliberately playing dumb to inflate his own value? Chen Ping was also unsure of Sun Wu's intentions for a moment. After a brief silence, Wang Fenyu was the first to react. He slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wu, you asked a good question. When it comes to meals, it's got to be Tianhai University. We have a team of professional nutritionists who tailor meal plans based on each student's cultivation needs. We guarantee you'll have monster meat at every meal, and you'll be stuffed. The taste is unmatched. It's way better than Kyoto's delicate pastries or the Federation's nutritional paste. Crude, the Kyoto University representative sneered. Food should be refined and delicate. We at Kyoto University hire state banquet chefs, and all our ingredients come from exclusive pollution-free dimensional farms. We prioritize both nutritional balance and taste. Jinping took a deep breath, trying to make his expression look more sincere. Sunwoo, our Magic City University cafeteria, offers an incredibly diverse selection, blending dishes from the present world and dozens of other dimensions. From Michelin-starred cuisine to local street food, we have it all. Whatever you want to eat, we can pretty much accommodate. Moreover, students with S-level status enjoy completely free meals, along with exclusive dining halls and customized services. He thought this response was the most enticing he could offer. Principal Lee noticed the awkward atmosphere had finally eased, and quickly seized the opportunity to smooth things over. Everyone. I think Sunwoo has just gone through a trial and might be a bit tired. Why don't we let him go back and rest for a while, and think it over carefully? We appreciate everyone's kindness and gratitude for valuing Sunwoo. As he spoke, he gave Sunwoo a subtle nod, signaling him to agree for now. The university representatives also knew that pushing too hard might backfire. Though they were still annoyed by Sunwoo's question about the canteen, they could only put it aside for now. Jinping nodded and gave Sunwoo a meaningful look. All right. Sunwoo, I will leave my contact information with Principal Lee. Feel free to reach out whenever you're ready. The sincerity of Magic City University is something you have witnessed. His tone carried a hint of unwavering certainty. The other representatives also expressed their willingness to wait for Sunwoo's response and left their contact information. Wang Fenio emphasized one last thing before leaving. Sunwoo, remember, Tianhai's milk is strong. Soon, the conference room was left with only Sunwoo, Lin Jingjing, Principal Lee, and a group of journalists who were still eager for more. Principal Lee let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked up to Sunwoo, and excitedly patted his shoulder. Sunwoo, you've really given me a huge surprise. S-class from one of the top 10 universities. Do you know what this means? Sunwoo did not respond to Principal Lee's excited, distorted face. He had deliberately acted dumb and asked that shocking question, which canteen is the best? Was because, while Chen Ping and the others were spitting out promises of S-rank treatment, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed directly in his mind. Sunwoo, I am Ji Hai, the current war general of the Western Theater. Don't rush to accept any of their offers. Find a place where we can talk privately, and you can make your decision later. Sunwoo handled Principal Lee and the journalists without giving anything away, using the excuse that he needed time to think, and temporarily left the noisy crowd. Following the voice in his mind, he made his way to a secluded classroom building on campus. At that moment, most students and teachers were still crowded at the exit of the trial space, watching the returning students and handling the aftermath. The entire building was empty, eerily quiet. Outside an empty classroom, a tall, well-built man in a crisp military uniform stood with his hands behind his back by the window. It was Ji Hai, the same man from the virtual image. He wore no rank insignia, but the seasoned, composed aura of a veteran warrior was impossible to hide. As Sunwoo approached, Ji Hai turned around, his gaze sharp as he scanned him from head to toe, then nodded. Sunwoo, sit down, he said, gesturing to the chair beside him before sitting down himself. Sunwoo didn't hesitate, pulled out the chair, and sat across from him. Sunwoo, what do you think of the extravagant promises made by those university representatives earlier? Do you find it odd that they would compete so fiercely for someone who just ranked first in the initial trial, disregarding their own status? Ji Hai cut straight to the chase, speaking directly. Sunwoo heard this and was also moved. Indeed, even if he had performed exceptionally well, defeated Ito Ryanosuk, and secured first place, it didn't seem like it would cause a University of Magic City's caliber to lose their composure like this. In previous years, there had been first-place finishers in the trials, but only a handful had made it into the top 10 universities, let alone witness such a scramble. There must be something he didn't know about the situation. General, you have keen eyes. I do have some doubts, Sunwoo admitted without hesitation. Please enlighten me. Ji Hai's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Actually, what they truly care about isn't your first-place title or your genius status, but the lineage behind you, that 120th dimensional world. The 120th dimension? Sunwoo raised an eyebrow. That was the code name for the Dragon Ball world here. Could this be related to the Dragon Ball world? That's correct. Ji Hai's expression grew serious. You are the most outstanding individual we have observed so far among all those who have inherited the legacy of the 120th dimensional world. Your battle footage from the trials has been analyzed by our sector's technical department. According to the data from the detector in the Sakura district, though its accuracy isn't high, the general direction is correct. Your template development level at the time was around 1%, or even lower. Ji Hai looked at Sunwoo, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. With only 1% development, you were able to unleash the power to easily kill Ito Ryanosuk. Sunwoo, do you know what that means? He didn't wait for Sunwoo to answer before continuing on his own. This means that the 120th dimensional world you inherited has an energy level and power ceiling far surpassing our previous assessments. A high-energy world with such immense potential must harbor unimaginable resources, power systems, and may even harbor secrets from higher dimensions. And to enter these unexplored dimensional worlds, there are two strict prerequisites. Ji-hai held up two fingers. First, you need a dimensional core of sufficient quality to stabilize and open the spatial between the two worlds. This is something that the top 10 universities or our military region might be able to obtain with some effort. Second, his gaze grew exceptionally sharp as he fixed his eyes on Sunwoo. We need a guide. Chapter 67, The Military's Conditions. An awakened individual who has inherited the legacy of that dimensional world and possesses a sufficiently deep connection to it must serve as a coordinate and key to guide others into that realm. Otherwise, even if the portal is forcibly opened, those who enter will be lost in the chaotic spacetime turbulence or crushed by the world's own repulsive force. And you, Sunwoo, Ji-hai said slowly, are currently the most suitable candidate we know of, the guide for the 120th dimensional world. You are the only key to unlock that treasure trove. Sunwoo suddenly understood. After all that, I've become the prize everyone wants? No, he was the universal key to unlocking the door. No wonder Chen Ping and the others were so eager, even promising S-class treatment so casually. They must have set their sights on my hometown. No, they must have set their sights on what lies beyond my hometown, that cheap template. I see, Sunwoo nodded, processing the information. It's not over yet, Ji-hai leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. There's one more thing you might not know. All dimensional inheritors, in our world the present world, have their power suppressed by the world's laws. Your combat power values have been forcibly adapted to the rules of this world. The so-called development progress is the degree of adaptation between this world's laws and your inheritance template. If Ji-hai's eyes grew intense, if you could return to the 120th dimensional world where you inherited your power and break free from the constraints of the present world's laws, you would obtain the full power of your inheritance template that rightfully belongs to you. The kind of enhancement that would be possible is something you couldn't even imagine. General, you're wrong. He actually seems to be able to imagine it. Sunwoo's heart trembled violently. Could it be that simple? Returning to the Dragon Ball world would grant him the full power of his heritage template? That would mean. He immediately thought of the power displays in the original work. If he could obtain that kind of power, wouldn't he be unstoppable in this world? A combat power of 10,000 in the original Dragon Ball series could already destroy a planet, right? So, do you understand now? Ji-hai leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms in front of him. Those universities were after you because they saw potential in you. But what's more important is that they want to use you to gain access to the 120th dimensional world. The S-class they promised sounds tempting, but compared to the potential value of the entire 120th dimension, it's just a drop in the bucket. They recruit you, pamper you with food and shelter, and when the time is right, use you as a guide to lead their people in to exploit resources. That's their true objective. Ji-hai's tone carried a hint of the directness and sarcasm typical of a soldier. To put it bluntly, this is the game rule we're all playing by on the surface. They want to use you as a key with free will lure you in first, then deal with you later. Right now, with multiple parties competing for you, they might treat you nicely after all. They haven't secured this key yet, so they need to sweet-talk you. S-class treatment? Top-tier mentors? It sounds glamorous, making you feel like your future is bright. But once you choose a specific one and sign those seemingly generous but actually treacherous enrollment agreements, once you step into the golden cage they've meticulously prepared for you, a world entirely under their control, where the rules are made by them. At that point, do you think you'll still be able to negotiate terms with them, or even ask something as casual as which cafeteria is the best? Ji-hai looked at Sunwoo with a sharp gaze that seemed to see through the world. By then, you won't be the highly sought-after genius student anymore. You'll be a crucial pawn in their strategic blueprint, a guide who must follow their orders. Today they send you to explore Area A of Dimension 120, tomorrow they might send you to Area B to scout ahead and risk your life. The day after tomorrow, if they think you have too much potential and are hard to control, they might use some underhanded methods to restrict your growth, or even put you on ice, to prevent this key from developing its own ideas and becoming uncontrollable. They will use resources, credits, favors, or even the people around you to manipulate you into compliance. So-called S-class treatment is merely an initial investment, aimed at reaping hundreds or even thousands of times the return from the 120th dimension in the future. By that point, forget about freely choosing which dimensional world to cultivate, and you might not even be able to decide what to eat today or what to practice tomorrow without their approval. And who you'll have to listen to. That's really not up to you. Ji-hai realized that Sunwoo might not understand the true status of universities, so he explained the difference between universities in textbooks and real universities. Sunwoo listened, his expression unchanged, but a fleeting glimpse of understanding and coldness flashed in his eyes. So this world is actually like this? Universities are actually 10 divine realms on Earth? So that's how it is. All this time, my greatest value wasn't being the top trial participant, but this damned passport status. These people had been using him as a tool to open the treasure vault, and now they were scrambling to curry favor, merely to get their hands on the tool first. Sun Wu leaned back in his chair, recalling the chaotic scramble in the conference room, and a faint smile involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth. What about Chen Ping, the director of Magic City University, or Wang Fenia from Tianhai University, and the representatives from Kyoto and the Star Martial Arts Federation? These people, each of them, had spent years climbing the ranks within their vast systems, managing resources and populations across multiple dimensions. How could they possibly be as impatient and even comically ridiculous as they had appeared earlier? Chen Ping's seemingly gentle yet pressure-laden smile, followed by the subtle stiffness and swift adjustment upon receiving orders from above, was clearly the instinctive reaction of someone accustomed to weighing the pros and cons at the highest levels of power. That Wang Fenio, with his loud and boisterous demeanor, may seem rough and unrefined, but he is actually quite shrewd. This is likely Tianhai University's consistent recruitment strategy, using the most direct, label-driven methods to attract a specific type of student. His exaggerated performance was merely an attempt to stand out among the many competitors and leave the deepest impression on Sun Wu. Who knows what lies beneath that muscular physique, a mind that is skilled in calculation? The refined representative from Kyoto, with his intellectual superiority evident in every word, constantly highlighting his university's top-notch resources, was also engaging in precise self-promotion. The representative from the Star Martial Federation was even more direct, linking everything to military achievements and power, attempting to sway hearts with the most tangible benefits. In the end, their earnest performances were all aimed at securing the key to unlocking the 120th dimensional gate. Since the key hasn't been obtained yet, they are all following the default rules of the game. Naturally, they are pulling out all the stops to deceive and entice him. Once he chooses one of them and signs the agreement, he will likely have no say in the matter. At that point, he would truly become a piece of meat on the chopping block, at their mercy to plot his path and extract his value. Thinking about it, Sun Wu couldn't help but find it amusing. A group of powerful figures who control countless resources in people's lives are putting on a show of desperately seeking talent in front of him, a high school student, all for a so-called guidance letter. The spectacle was indeed grand. But he wondered what expressions they would wear when they discovered that this key not only had its own mind but was also quite prickly. Are you saying that no matter which university I choose, I might end up as their tool? Sun Wu asked calmly, his tone betraying no emotion. Ji Hai gave him an approving look. You figured that out so quickly. That's good. Universities have their own rules and interests. They prioritize the development of the school and the acquisition of resources, with individual preferences often coming second. Especially for someone like you, who holds such immense strategic value, this is even more true. He changed the subject, but the military is different. Oh? Sun Wu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. The military's primary objective is to protect the Federation, maintain stability in the current world, and counter dimensional invasions. We need powerful warriors, but we also need to discover and control worlds with immense potential like Dimension 120, harness their power for our own use, and strengthen the Federation's overall strength. Ji Hai's voice grew solemn. We also need you as a guide, but we will not treat you as a disposable tool. The military cultivates talent based on practical experience and achievements. We will provide you with resources no less than those of any top-tier university, and even more. The Star Martial Arts Federation University was also a university closely collaborating with our military region. You may not be aware of the current power dynamics within the Federation, but you should know that the Star Martial Arts Federation University is also part of the Federation. We will dispatch our most elite Special Forces team to assist you in exploring Dimension 120 and acquiring resources. You will not need to participate in combat or exploration, you will still receive your share of the credit. Chapter 68, Military Zone. Most importantly, within the military system, as long as you have sufficient ability and achievements, you will be granted the corresponding status and influence, rather than passively accepting assignments. He looked at Sun Wu. In simple terms, the university wants to mold you into a obedient key. The military, however, wants you to become a general who holds the keys and can lead us to open the treasure trove and share the spoils of victory together. Which one do you want to be? Sun Wu listened to Ji Hai's analysis and his thoughts raced. Ji Hai's words were probably 7 or 8 out of 10 true. The university representatives, with their eager expressions, clearly weren't just interested in him because he was the top candidate in the trial. The title of guide sounded like a trouble-prone role. The university's plans were clear. The S-class treatment sounded appealing, but it was likely just a bait to lure him into a trap. Once inside, one would be bound by rigid rules and regulations, exploited under the guise of cultivation. Locked away in those universities' secluded campuses, you'd be crying out for help with no one answering. That's when you'd be truly doomed. He, Sun Wu, possesses a combat enhancement system, with his sights set on the stars and the seas. How could he possibly settle for being a pawn on someone else's chessboard? Though his current strength is lacking and he can't hold a candle to those old monsters, with the system, his potential is limitless. He has got to at least say, what goes around comes around. In contrast, while the military's goal is also to obtain the 120th dimension, Ji-Hai's attitude is far more straightforward. He directly outlines the stakes and offers options that better suit his preferences. Rather than being kept in academia as a token figure, it's better to take a chance with the military. At least the military values strength above all else, which aligns perfectly with his system's philosophy. Moreover, Ji-Hai personally intervened as serving general in a military region whose influence far outweighs that of admissions office directors. There is sincerity here. Of course, Sunwoo isn't naive enough to think the military is some kind of charity. We're all seasoned veterans, let's not play games. The world is bustling with people coming for profit, and it is chaotic with people going for profit. Everyone is after their own interests, and the military values the same thing: the value of this passport. They just use more sophisticated methods than those universities, and the pie they offer is more substantial. He was also satisfied with the military's attitude, at least they let him be a knowing ghost. Thinking of this, the slight annoyance Sunwoo felt from being outmaneuvered quickly faded away, replaced by anticipation for the future. Who cares about passes or keys? As long as one is strong enough, the rules are made by oneself. By then, who holds the key to whom is anyone's guess. With the system in his hands, he was confident that his growth would far exceed their estimates, and he would gain more control over his future. Having come to this realization, Sunwoo no longer hesitated. He raised his head and looked at Ji-Hai, his expression calm and composed, all traces of confusion from before long gone. General Ji, I'm not a 3-year-old child, I know the difference between good and bad. Sunwoo spoke calmly. The promises made by the university may sound tempting, but they are ultimately illusions. The military path sounds more practical. He paused, his eyes flashing with the confidence of a true leader. I'm not the type to be told what to do. Rather than being a key held in someone else's hand, I'd rather see how far I can go on my own. I choose to join the military. Ji-Hai's eyes flashed with approval. This young man was indeed perceptive and had high aspirations. He nodded approvingly. Good. A wise choice. You won't regret this decision today. He stood up, patted Sunwoo on the shoulder with a steady hand. I'll contact the Star Martial Arts Federation University immediately and have them adjust the terms for you. You'll be treated as one of our own, and the benefits will be better than those offered by other schools, no exceptions. Externally, you will declare that you chose the Star Martial Federation University, which will also save us a lot of trouble. Ji-Hai's gaze grew deep. While your current strength is top tier among your peers, it's still far from sufficient when you look at the entire federation, let alone the many other dimensions. Military resources will be allocated to you, but ultimately, you must forge your own path. The Star Martial Arts Federation University is a good stepping stone. It has the foundational knowledge and resources you need. Study hard, strive to grow stronger, and when you graduate, the doors of the Western War Zone will always be open to you. I sincerely hope you can contribute to the stability of the present world, rather than becoming like those university graduates who, after gaining control of some dimensional worlds, forget their roots. I'll be in the Magic City district for the next few days. I've arranged everything for you to connect with them. If there's anything, just notify me via the communication device. Got it, Sunwoo replied, adding Ji-Hai as a contact on his communication device. Farewell, Ji-Hai. Thinking about entering the Dragon Ball world later and being able to unleash the full power of his inheritance without being constrained by the laws of this world, Sunwoo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Although he was currently just a template from the period before Goku and Raditz arrived, he was still a Saiyan. His current combat power level of 10,000 was merely what he had obtained after unlocking just 1% of the inheritance panel. If he could return to the Dragon Ball world and fully unlock his heritage, he would immediately obtain all of Goku's power before Raditz arrived, after defeating Piccolo. What was Goku's combat power back then? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Converted to the current world's combat power level, it might even reach the million level range. And what about those other dimensional worlds, like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, and so on? If Dragon Ball can enter those worlds, then shouldn't Naruto, One Piece, and others also be able to enter? If there's ever a chance to enter those worlds in the future, hey, that would be a lot of fun. Make a meatball with Naruto? Catch a few tailed beasts to play with? Challenge Zoro to a sword duel? See how strong the king of the near seas, who bit off Shanks' arm, really is? Or go scavenging to see if I can get my hands on the Thunder Fruit? Or go to the Soul Society and see if you can get a cool Zanpakuto? Or challenge Thanos to see whose fists are harder? Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. Of course, the prerequisite is having enough strength and freedom. Right now, the most important thing is to make the most of this time in college and work hard to improve myself. Lay a solid foundation, level up quickly, and gain the ability to protect yourself or even turn the tables. By then, who holds the key and who unlocks it will be anyone's guess. Sunwoo's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This world was more complex than he had imagined, but also far more intriguing. After finalizing the details with Ji-Hai, Sunwoo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Though he now had the potential trouble of becoming a guide, compared to the endless possibilities of the future, this risk was nothing. When he returned to the crowd, Principal Lee was surrounded by a throng of journalists, his face a mix of excitement and frustration, sweating profusely as he tried to handle the situation. "Sun Woo! You're back!" Lu Ruyan spotted him first, pushed through the crowd, and handed him the microphone with a professional yet alluring smile. "Congratulations on winning first place in this advancement trial. What are your thoughts at the moment? Have you decided which university you will attend in the future?" Her question instantly ignited the atmosphere on site, with all cameras and microphones trained on Sun Woo. Sun Woo looked at the stunningly attractive female journalist with her sharp gaze, then glanced at the flashing cameras around him. He calmly took the microphone. "My thoughts are that the trial was pretty interesting, though it was a bit tough." Sun Woo spoke casually. "As for university, I've already decided I'm going to Star Martial Arts Federation University." Star Martial Arts Federation University? Chapter 69, Wang Yu's Determination. As soon as the answer was revealed, the scene erupted into chaos. The journalists were all taken aback. Although Xingwu Federal University was also ranked among the top 10 universities in terms of overall ranking and heritage, it still fell slightly short of Magic City University and Kyoto University. They had witnessed the intense competition among the representatives of those universities vying for Sun Woo, with each offering increasingly enticing conditions. Why did he choose Star Martial Federation University in the end? Lu Ruyan was also taken aback, but her professional instincts kicked in, and she quickly followed up with a question. "Sun Woo, would you mind sharing the reason behind your decision to choose Star Martial Federation University? As far as we know, both Magic City University and Kyoto University also extended their highest level invitations to you." "Reason?" Sun Woo smiled, recalling Ji Hai's instructions, and casually replied. "Because, well, Star Martial Arts Federation University is closer to home." "Close to home?" The journalists exchanged glances. Was that reason a bit too plain and simple? And isn't Magic City University the closest one? Principal Lee, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover his face. This kid couldn't come up with a more impressive reason? But the outcome was good. Getting into a top 10 university, especially one with deep military ties like the Star Martial Arts Federation University, was already a huge blessing. He hurried forward to smooth things over. All right, everyone. Sun Woo has just finished his trials and needs some rest. The school will release an official statement later. Thank you all for your attention." Principal Lee pushed and coaxed the journalists, finally calming them down for the time being. Sun Woo took the opportunity to leave the noisy scene with Lin Jingjing. That evening, news about Sun Woo and the recent advancement trial spread like wildfire across the entire Federation's online platforms. Historical breakthrough. Sun Woo, the dark horse from Magic City No. 2 High School, secures the top spot in the advancement trial rankings. Defying fate. The genius from the common ranks, Sun Woo, defeats the elite of the Cherry Blossom District in the trial space. In-depth analysis. Why did Sun Woo reject Magic City and Kyoto to ultimately choose Star Martial Arts Federation University? Top officials from the top 10 universities gather at Magic City No. 2 High School, all for the secret. Why did only the bottom 5 universities from the top 10 come to recruit Sun Woo? The reason is: Top 10 highlights of the rank-up trial. Sun Woo reaches the summit, Sakura District's plot unveiled, Princess Gu Qinghan narrowly defeated. Sensational headlines flooded the media, and Sun Woo's name, along with a casual yet striking photo of him snapped by a journalist, spread like wildfire across the streets and alleys. He became an overnight sensation, rising from an unknown high school student to a hot new star across the Federation. This was followed by an intense online investigation into Sun Woo's past. Soon, his orphaned background, his time working as a sparring partner at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and even his previous dramatic romantic entanglement with Lin Jingjing were all uncovered by the resourceful netizens. A young man from a humble background, who had suffered bullying and even been abandoned by his girlfriend after 3 years of devotion, rose to fame overnight after awakening his abilities, becoming a genius admired by all. This dramatic story was the perfect formula for a feel-good novel, instantly igniting the passion of countless ordinary people. So inspiring. This is the true story of an underdog rising to the top. Wah, thinking about Sun Woo being beaten like a punching bag makes me so sad. Those who bullied him, do their faces hurt now? So devoted. 3 years, 3 whole years. How did he survive? Wah, let mom hug him. That ex-girlfriend who dumped him must be regretting it so much she's turning green with envy. Serves her right. Of course, aside from that, the hottest topic online is still the CP between Sun Woo and Wang Yu. Sun Woo descended from the sky like a hero, rescuing Wang Yu from a desperate situation and pulling her out of a swarm of insects. The scene was captured in full by the replay footage at the time. The tall, slender figure of the young man in the dim light, and the dependent gaze of the young woman, were like a scene straight out of a romantic drama. Eager fans repeatedly edited the video clips, adding various suggestive background music and text. Overnight, hashtags like SunUCP and Wu Wang pairing flooded the trending sections of major social media platforms. Ah, so sweet. What kind of divine plot is this? A hero saving a damsel in distress. I'm obsessed. One is a self-made genius who rose from the bottom, and the other is the daughter of a renowned martial arts family. This setup is perfect. Check out this fan-made image. Sun Wu is carrying Wang Yu on his back, and Wang Yu's blushing expression is absolutely perfect. I'm obsessed. I'll bring the Civil Affairs Bureau here. Get married right now. By He Martial Arts Academy, a elegant bedroom. Wang Yu stared at the enthusiastic comments and edited photos from the CP fans on her communication device. Her pretty face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, and even her fair neck was tinged with a delicate pink hue. She angrily closed the chaotic posts, but her heart couldn't help but race wildly. Uncontrollably, scenes from the trial space flashed through her mind. His figure descending from the sky, his broad, sturdy back as he carried her, the faint mint scent on his body. And his words, "Beautiful lady, need some help," spoken with a hint of teasing. So, the genius disciple of the Lu grandfather that grandfather had told her to get to know the man named Sun Wu was him? The boy who had saved her and made her experience the butterflies in the stomach feeling described in the storybooks was actually the target her grandfather had assigned her to handle? This is too much of a coincidence. Wang Yu covered her burning cheeks and rolled around on the bed, feeling her heart race so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. A strange sense of destiny and a hint of joy welled up in her heart. Could this be the fate arranged by heaven? She couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, one so subtle she didn't even notice it herself, a smile filled with sweetness and anticipation. Perhaps, this time, she could finally be brave for herself? At the same time, in a dimly lit storage room of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, Shen Yi and Shen Ming, two brothers, huddled in the corner, staring at the news about Sun Wu flooding the communication device, trembling in fear and sweating profusely. Brother, that Sun Wu, has he really become the top one? Shen Ming's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Yeah. Shen Yi swallowed hard, his face as pale as paper. He was even being fought over by several top universities, and ended up going to the Star Martial Arts Federation University. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same look of sheer terror in each other's eyes. It's over. Completely finished. Thinking back to all the ways they had bullied and humiliated Sun Wu, and then recalling his ruthless and decisive tactics in the trial space. Brother, he won't come back to settle the score with us, will he? Chen Ming asked, his voice trembling with fear. I don't know. Shen Yi was also panicking inside, his voice trembling. If only we had known he was so powerful, we never should have. Regret overwhelmed them. But it was too late to say anything now. They felt a chill down their necks, as if an invisible hand were about to reach out and squeeze them to death. Fear, like maggots gnawing at their bones, spread wildly in their hearts. Chapter 70, The Scum. Meanwhile, what was Sun Wu, the guy our goddess Wang Yu had been daydreaming about, up to? Inside the luxurious private room of the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy, the air seemed to still carry a lingering hint of a suggestive, human warmth. Gently, Sun Wu leaned against the headboard, his voice tinged with lazy satisfaction. The experience he had just gone through had truly left him craving more. Don't. Ugh. The two were discussing the topic of thermal conversion ratios, specifically the sensations one might feel when heat transfers from a high-temperature object to a low-temperature object. It was related to Lin Jingjing's research on the local elemental division of her ice fruit ability. It made Sun Wu instantly suck in a cold breath. You developed this fruit ability and decided to practice on me first? Sun Wu took a few shallow breaths, feeling the stimulation, complaining with his mouth but his body betraying him with no resistance at all. Ugh ha! With a long, trembling exhale, Sun Wu removed his hand from Lin Jingjing's smooth black hair. Lin Jingjing finally lifted her head, her cheeks flushed an unusual shade of red, as if she were oxygen-deprived or blushing. She dared not meet Sun Wu's eyes, instead pouting her lips and quickly wiping her mouth. Her eyes darted around nervously, like a startled deer, and she dashed into the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Sun Wu watched her retreating figure, almost as if she were fleeing, a playful smile curving his lips. This woman, it seemed she was truly provoked by Wang Yu. Since returning from the trial space, her attitude had done a complete 180-degree turnaround. The slightest hint of distance she once had was completely gone, replaced by an almost desperate eagerness to please. All sorts of things she had never dared to imagine before, she seemed to have mastered effortlessly, clumsy yet exceptionally eager to try each one. Sun Wu wasn't a pushover, he naturally understood the reason behind it. Wang Yu's appearance, her family background, her beauty, and the subtle hints of affection she unintentionally revealed was like a needle piercing Lin Jingjing's heart, which was desperately yearning to climb higher. A sense of crisis has caused her to completely abandon what little self-restraint she had left. Well, so be it. Sun Wu thought indifferently. To him, Lin Jingjing now resembled more of a functional entity rather than an emotional one. Since she was willing to take the initiative, he was more than happy to enjoy it. He closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite temperature difference from just moments ago. He had to admit, this ice fruit ability user was truly effective. The stimulation from the alternating temperatures was simply indescribable. Maybe he could give her the Yenhu crystal core to enhance the temperature difference sensation? Thinking of the Yenhu crystal core, Sun Wu's mind stirred. After emerging from the trial space and during the brief moment he had while waiting for the school's arrangements and dealing with the journalists, he took the opportunity to return to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Mainly to retrieve the return stone Lu Hu had promised him, and to pick up the crystal cores he hadn't taken before the rank-up trial. The crystal core felt warm to the touch, containing a highly pure fire-attributed energy. The system's identification information made him secretly grateful that he hadn't absorbed it directly at the time. Crystal core of the flame tiger, a low-tier creature scattered from the fragments of the fire god's realm. Absorbing it grants powerful fire attribute ability inheritance and rapidly boosts strength, allowing one to reach the 6th level of martial arts without hitting a bottleneck. However, the cost is equally immense. After absorbing this crystal, one will lose the ability to awaken fire attribute divine inspiration, with the maximum level capped at level 6. Previously, the system didn't have an equipment slot, so items couldn't be identified. This time, it could. Fortunately, I didn't rush to absorb this crystal core at the time. For others, this might be a shortcut to instant success. 6th grade martial arts mastery is considered top-tier expertise throughout the entire Magic City district, enough to change the fate of an ordinary person. But for Sun Wu, who possesses the Saiyan template and a combat-focused system, this thing is nothing but a useless trinket or even poison. To lock his future growth potential for a mere fire-based ability? Little cutie. What a waste. He didn't need it himself, but for certain people, it might be a lifesaver. The bathroom door swung open, and Lin Jingjing emerged wrapped in a towel, her wet hair dripping water. Her fair skin glowed with a tempting pink hue from the hot water. She kept her head down, seemingly still blushing from her bold earlier action, unable to meet Sun Wu's gaze. Come here, Sun Wu tapped the bed beside him. Lin Jingjing obediently walked over and sat down beside him, her body slightly tense. Sun Wu flipped his palm, and the crimson crystal core, emanating a scorching heat, appeared in his palm, casting a warm red glow around them. What is this? Lin Jingjing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. She could sense the immense energy contained within the crystal core. She recognized it immediately as the Yenhu crystal stone given to her by Lu Jinshan earlier. She had fantasized about it for a long time. The Yenhu crystal core. Absorbing it grants powerful fire attribute abilities, and at its peak, it can help you reach the 6th level of martial arts. Sun Wu explained calmly, also mentioning the side effects. However, once absorbed, your potential will be capped at level 6, and you won't be able to advance further. He looked at Lin Jingjing. It's your choice, take it or leave it. Lin Jingjing's breathing suddenly became rapid, her eyes fixed on the crystal core, as if it held everything she had ever dreamed of. 6th level martial arts. That was a height she had never even dared to dream of before. As for the potential limit? She hadn't even stabilized at level 1 yet. The so-called potential was too distant and intangible for her. Grasping the power before her was the most practical choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jingjing suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with desire and a nearly fanatical determination. I want it. Her voice was not loud, but it was firm and unwavering. Sun Wu watched her unwavering expression and understood everything. For someone like Lin Jingjing, who came from such a background and was determined to escape her current circumstances, a concrete, achievable goal was far more appealing than the vague notion of potential. Well, a combat strength that can consistently reach level 6 might prove useful in the future. He casually tossed the crystal core to Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing held it as if it were a priceless treasure, extending both hands to catch it carefully, not even noticing the bath towel slipping off her body. The warm sensation from the crystal core spread through her palms, causing her fingertips to tremble slightly with excitement. She clutched the crystal core tightly, as if she were holding on to her own future. Watching her excited yet ambitious expression, Sun Wu merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more, and refocused his attention on his system interface. 1 million experience points. Sun Wu stared at the astronomical upgrade requirements and silently flipped the system off. When would he ever save up enough? Forget it, no point dwelling on that. Compared to the endless wait for leveling up, Sun Wu decided to focus on upgrading his skills first. Chapter 71, Skill Upgrade. He pulled up the skill list. Chi Perception was a reliable skill, automatically leveling up with his character, so he didn't need to worry about it. Prioritize feeding the essentials first. Turtle Style Chi Technique, simple and brutal, the core damage output skill Chi Circle / ignores defense, specialized for dealing with various tanky enemies and flashy abilities. Sun Punch, a strategic level crowd control mastery, an essential escape tool. These 3 must be maxed out first. Given the current combat points, maxing them out to LV3 is the limit. Going from LV2 to LV3 requires 1000 combat points per skill? The system's pricing is even more ruthless than a heartless capitalist. Sun Wu muttered to himself, but his hands moved swiftly. Ding! Kamehameha LV1 upgraded to LV3, consuming 1,100 combat points. Current effect, condense a key wave, dealing 5 times combat power damage. 5 times. Sun Wu's eyes lit up. This boost is impressive. At LV1, it only dealt double damage. Those 1,000 points were well spent. Ding! Shi Yuan Zan upgraded to LV3, consuming 1,000 combat points. Current effect, condense a high-speed rotating energy disc to slice targets, dealing 2x combat power damage and ignoring physical defense. Shi Yuan Zhan was already at LV2 before, and after upgrading, the damage has increased again. Plus, the ability to ignore physical defense is still there, making it perfect for countering enemies with high defense or special abilities. Ding! Sun Punch upgraded to LV3, consuming 1,000 battle points. Effect range and duration improved, with the additional special effect always hits. Great, an enhanced version of the flash bomb. Next time someone dares to stare with their eyes wide open using any eye technique, they'll get a taste of what it means to have their eyes blinded. And this sure hit effect Sun Wu check the description means that the primary target of the skill will be blinded by the Sun Punch even if they close their eyes. This is a 6. Sun Wu whistled in admiration. This must be a rule-breaking ability, right? Spending 3,200 points in one go, Sun Wu looked at the remaining 19,000 plus combat points and rubbed his chin. The other skills can't be completely ignored either. Residual Image Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, World Shocking Palm, Heaven Earth Piercing Fist, Shi Circling / 6 Blade, Shi Earth Mine, Prince's Battle Technique. These skills aren't as core or commonly used as the first 3, but having more skills never hurts. They might come in handy in a pinch. Let us just upgrade them all to LV2 for now. After all, it only costs 100 points per level from LV1 to LV2, cheap and efficient, with a high cost-benefit ratio. 7 skills total, only 700 points, a drop in the bucket. Especially after upgrading Prince's Battle Technique to LV2, the damage from the rapid-fire small energy blasts increases from 1/10 of your combat power to 2/10, making it much more efficient for clearing out enemies in large numbers. It's a decent upgrade. Looking at the skill list with a row of LV2 and LV3 skill icons, Sun Wu nodded in satisfaction. Although he was still far from maxing out all skills, every little bit helps, right? Ding 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 ding. A series of system notifications sounded, and the battle points in Sun Wu's account decreased rapidly like flowing water. 7 skills, 700 combat points gone in the blink of an eye. Sun Wu licked his lips. This money really doesn't last long. However, seeing the slightly improved description of the skill effects, he felt a little comforted. Skill LV1 upgraded to LV2. The effect improvement was minimal, but it mainly made the skill icon look better, which satisfied his OCD. Name, Sun Wu. Realm, Martial Arts Level 2. Upgrade experience points, 0.1 million. Overall combat power, 10,000. Current battle points, 19,260. Saiyan SL count, 1,000. Current template. Saiyan Bloodline enhances physical recovery, resistance to damage, and significantly boosts combat power upon near-death recovery. Current skills. Phantom Fist LV2, Sun Punch LV3, Rock Paper Scissors LV2, World Shaking Palm LV2, Kamehameha LV3, Heaven and Earth Piercing Fist LV2, Key Sphere / LV3, Key Sphere / 6 Blades LV2, Key Landmine LV2, Prince's Battle Technique LV2, Key Perception, Skydance Technique. Current battle reward skills. Battle Continuation Fake, Lying Wind Dog Single Use. Next level skill, King of the World Fist. Current reward quest. Please break through to the 3rd middle realm within 1 year and complete the intermediate secret realm trial to obtain 10,000 units of S-cells as a reward. Current items, Dark Goddess's Starry Battle Armor Lower Garment Lining, Dimension Core bound to Dark Goddess's Divine Realm Fragment. Shi Yuan Zan has been upgraded to LV3. Nothing else has changed, except that it now deals double combat power damage. Kamehameha Wave LV3 effect has also changed from a 2x damage boost to a 5x combat power damage boost. The minimum damage of the Prince's Battle Technique LV2's Small Key Blast has been increased from 1/10 of combat power to 2/10 of combat power. After upgrading his skills, Sun Wu's gaze finally settled on the 2 particularly eye-catching loot items in the system storage space. Dark Goddess's Starry Battle Armor Lower Garment Lining and Dimension Core. The former, a black lace thong emitting a faint starlight, with an overly revealing design, lay there quietly, resembling an ordinary garment yet exuding a divine aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Sun Wu stared at the item, his lips twitching involuntarily. This thing was now a hot potato, or rather, a hot divine potato. Forget about wearing it, just holding it up would probably cause Belinda, the Dark Goddess, to traverse time and space in an instant and unleash another divine punishment annihilation package on him. Last time he survived by sheer luck thanks to the system, but if it happens again, who knows if the system will even bother with after-sales service. Staying in the system space as a high-level mascot seems to be the only option left. However, Sun Wu rubbed his chin, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. This thing might not be usable on its own, but it's not completely useless. If I ever encounter an opponent I can't defeat, or get surrounded and can't escape, I could pull it out unexpectedly and smash it on their head. Or just use it as a divine punishment summoner for mutual destruction and toss it into the crowd? Sun Wu vaguely recalled a novel he had read in his previous life, where there was a phrase, when in doubt, use Leo's Rolo. The image was too vivid to dwell on. Sun Wu couldn't help but shiver, but he felt that this idea seemed quite feasible. Catching them off guard, attacking when they least expect it, using the goddess's intimate garments as a weapon. Sun Wu nodded to himself, silently jotting down this goddess underwear bomb plan in his little notebook, listing it as one of his secret tricks. Then, his attention shifted to another item. That pitch-black prismatic crystal, the dimensional core. Sun Wu thought about it for a moment and retrieved it from the system space. The moment it touched his hand, an icy chill swept over him, as if he were holding a piece of ancient ice, while a faint, unsettling darkness emanated from it. He focused his mind and immersed his consciousness into it. In an instant, it felt as though his soul had left his body, and his perception was pulled into an incredibly vast yet utterly silent and lifeless space. Faint dark energy drifted through the air like thin mist, but aside from that, there was nothing else. There was no chirping of insects, no fluttering of bats, not even the slightest rustle of wind. Chapter 72, 10,000 Combat Power? No. My World King Fist is 10 million. The entire world was eerily quiet, exuding a sense of emptiness as if all energy had been completely drained. As expected, the goddess's map cannon completely cleared this place. Sun Wu clicked his tongue, feeling a bit regretful. He had been hoping to come back later to grind monsters and earn some combat points, but it seemed like that was now out of the question. At that moment, Sun Wu's mind suddenly cleared, as if the darkness had been parted. He saw the outline of the entire dark alternate dimension, like a crude game map unfolding in his mind. At the edges of the map, red dots representing residual energy were gradually fading and spreading outward. Sun Wu immediately focused his mind and locked onto the location of one of the red dots. His consciousness instantly teleported, and he saw an astonishing sight. It was not empty, but filled with vast swarms of shadow insects, dark magic bats, and ghostly jellyfish. Countless unnamed beasts, like melting ice and snow, were disintegrating into strands of black mist, merging into the void, as if nourishing this space. What? The goddess's shot didn't clean it up completely? Sun Wu's heart trembled, secretly grateful that he had arrived in time. Had he been a moment later, he might have come away with nothing? In just a moment, countless more beasts slowly dissipated within the space. No more hesitation. Sun Wu's mind flickered, and his body suddenly vanished from the luxurious bed in the room. As his consciousness returned to his physical form, he found himself back in the familiar dark alternate dimension. All he could see were ferocious beasts melting away, disappearing as quickly as receding tides. There was no time to waste. Sun Wu activated his prince's battle technique with full force. Without hesitation or aiming, his hands moved like phantoms, unleashing chi energy waves with reckless abandon. Orange-yellow light tore through the darkness, crashing into the fading beasts like the sun burning melting snow, accelerating their demise. Time seemed to lose all meaning as Sun Wu mechanically released wave after wave of chi energy until not a single intact beast remained in the entire space. The small map in his mind turned pitch black, with no red dots flickering. Sun Wu finally paused his relentless assault, panting heavily, his arms slightly aching. He immediately shifted his attention to the system panel. Current battle points, 1,020,000. 100, 2,000? Sun Wu's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching for a moment. He double-checked the number several times. It was indeed a 7-digit figure. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting the loss of a monster to the goddess and worrying about the million-point experience gap. Now, his battle points had skyrocketed beyond the limit? This sudden turn of events came too quickly, leaving him with a sense of unreality. We're rich. We're really rich. The overwhelming joy washed over him, erasing all traces of his previous frustration. System. Give me some points. Level up. Let me see your limits. Sun Wu almost shouted out loud, his excitement beyond words. The 1 million battle points he had just obtained, still warm in his hands, vanished in an instant like a flood breaking through a dam. Experience points have reached maximum. Upgrade? Yes. Sun Wu confirmed without hesitation. This time, unlike last time, there was no sound when he clicked to upgrade. In his field of vision, the small panel representing local awakening inheritance trembled violently a few times, as if convulsing. But in the end, it dared not interfere and obediently popped up the prompt. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, on mastering the skill, King of the World Fist. No skills available for the next level. Upon entering the third realm martial arts level 4, the skill to be mastered is instant movement. Current combat power, 100,000. Chi perception range expanded to 100 kilometers. Current experience points, 100 million. What is going on here? The battle system didn't appear to attack it, yet it just let me level up? Sun Wu looked at the small panel's obedient appearance and muttered to himself, could it be that it was defeated last time? Did it give up? But who cares? The boost from this level up is real. His combat power had multiplied tenfold, reaching an astonishing 100,000. More importantly, he obtained the Dragon Ball technique known as the Kaioken, a cheat-like ability. Sunwoo eagerly looked at the description of the Kaioken. King of the North Fist, a technique taught by the King of the North to Goku, allowing one to instantly multiply their strength, speed, attack power, and defense power. However, activating it places significant strain on the body. When the enhancement multiplier exceeds the body's limit, it will cause immense strain on the body, potentially leading to collapse. This skill has no level cap. The multiplier can be activated based on physical strength, and under ideal conditions ignoring damage, the theoretical maximum multiplier is 100 times. Due to the current template restriction lower-tier warrior Son Goku before Raditz arrival, the safe multiplier for Kaioken can currently be activated up to 2x. Sunwoo's heart was pounding. Kaioken. This is Goku's signature move from his early to mid-career. With 100,000 combat power, activating 2x multipliers would be 200,000. If I risk severe injury or even death and activate a 100-fold Kaioken to clash with him, could I theoretically unleash 100 times the power? That would be 10 million combat power? Sunwoo sucked in a sharp breath. This is a game-breaking glitch. In this world, it'd be absolute chaos. But wouldn't the experience required for the next level be a bit too much? 100 million? That's excessive. He seriously suspected that the local system interface was sabotaging him. He didn't believe others needed that much experience to level up either. He glanced at the small, dejected panel next to the battle-focused interface in his mind and thought to himself that maybe he should let the battle-focused system give it a good lesson. However, the surging power and the potential 100-fold increase from the King of the World Fist made him feel like the experience wasn't that much after all. The massive power boost left Sunwoo brimming with explosive energy, every cell in his body rejoicing. He desperately wanted to find an opponent to vent the restless energy and power he felt after leveling up. His hands itched with the urge to fight. He flew swiftly through the vast, silent, dark alternate dimension, scanning the surroundings in search of even a single stray opponent. Unfortunately, this space was now vast and empty. The ferocious beasts that had been dissolving earlier were the last remnants of this world. The goddess's strike, combined with his earlier relentless follow-up attacks, had truly reduced this place to nothingness. The excitement from leveling up had nowhere to go, leaving Sunwoo feeling a bit restless. The system message indicated that this was the fragment of the Dark Goddess's divine realm. Recalling the system message that appeared after the Yenhu crystal core earlier, which read low-level creatures scattered in the fragments of the fire god's divine realm, Sunwoo couldn't help but ponder again. Could it be that the so-called dimensional spaces were mostly shattered realms of deities? Then what about worlds like One Piece and Naruto, which are clearly anime works? The structure of this world was becoming increasingly baffling. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd just put it aside for now. Sunwoo was more concerned with the practical use of this thing. With a single thought, he returned to his room and lay back on the bed. Lin Jingjing was still absorbing the crystal core. He looked at the blanket on the bed and tried to store it in the dimensional core. With a thought, the blanket vanished into thin air. With another thought, the blanket reappeared in its original position. Hey, it really works. Sunwoo's eyes lit up. Chapter 73, Battle Fever. Dragon Ball Demon? Although the blanket he pulled out was coated with a faint, unpleasant dark aura, its storage function was undeniable. Moreover, the interior of this space was vast and boundless. Not only could it hold a blanket, but even a mountain could probably fit inside with room to spare. From now on, there's no need to worry about running out of space when traveling. This is an essential item for both daily life and adventure. With such a massive portable warehouse, convenience has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, based on the previous sensation, the space is identical to the one from the trial period and can accommodate living beings. Furthermore, since the dimensional core is in his possession, no one else can enter this space without permission. If we ever need to evacuate with people or hide something, this thing will come in handy. Overall, despite the many twists and turns of this trial, and nearly being killed by the goddess with a single slap, the rewards were quite substantial. My strength has increased, my skills have been upgraded, and I've also gained a massive storage space and a strategic level deterrent underwear item for free. We directly obtained admission to the Star Martial Arts Federation University and established connections with the military. It was well worth it, every bit of it. At that moment, the crystal core in Lin Jingjing's hand gradually disappeared, merging into her body. Absorption and conversion take time. Reaching level 6 with a crystal core isn't something that happens overnight. However, the energy of the Yenhu crystal core remained immense. A scorching force surged through her body, distinct yet oddly coexisting with her original ice-based energy. A sense of power filled every limb of her body. The unprecedented strength made her tremble slightly, a mix of excitement and fear of the unknown. Could this power make her no longer the helpless vase she once was? Could it allow her to firmly grasp the man before her? Lin Jingjing felt the new, intertwining ice and fire energy within her body. She glanced at Sun Woo, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, his expression calm. Wang Yu's flawless face and composed, confident demeanor pierced her heart like needles. She couldn't wait any longer, she absolutely couldn't. She had to prove her worth. Even if she couldn't make him change his mind or return to how he was before, she had to make him remember her. She looked at Sun Woo, who was still with his eyes closed. The chaos in her heart was forcefully suppressed, and she approached Sun Woo with a resolute determination. Her delicate teeth bit her lower lip, and a resolute gleam flashed in her eyes. Her slender fingers traced the contours of Sun Woo's muscular arms. Sun Woo's consciousness was immersed in the surging sensation brought by the new power, calculating how to utilize this newly gained space. The sudden touch on his body interrupted his thoughts. It instantly ignited the surging chi and blood within him, made even more intense by his enhanced strength. He opened his eyes and looked at the woman, whose movements were clumsy yet unusually bold, feeling both amused and exasperated. The Yanhu crystal core, has it been fully absorbed? Lin Jingjing's cheeks flushed red, but she did not stop. She was striving to reach the pinnacle for herself. She didn't want to return to the orphanage, back to the slums. Although his current power, with this 6th grade Yanhu crystal, would allow him to thrive even in the demon city in the future. But isn't striving for something better what one should truly pursue? This woman, she has truly been provoked by Wang Yu. Well, be it. Sun Woo, whose restless thoughts had been stirred by his sudden surge in power, seemed to have found a more direct outlet for his emotions. He said nothing more, simply following her rhythm, letting the ice and fire intertwine. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to grow light. Sun Woo was awakened by the system prompt ringing in his mind. Battle. Thrilling. Congratulations, host, on completing a battle that meets the criteria for an exciting evaluation. Detected that the host fought until nearly exhaustion. To prevent the host from dying from exhaustion, a reward is being issued. Obtained Magic Bean X1, obtained Medicine Bug X1. Sun Woo opened his eyes, looked at the system prompt on his retina, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Battle? Prevent me from collapsing from exhaustion? Does the system have some misunderstanding about the term battle? And what does almost mean? What does prevent me from being incapacitated mean? He instinctively moved his waist, feeling no discomfort aside from being mentally alert. This evaluation from the system is pure slander. Slander. He's slandering me. However, when his gaze fell on the reward items, that bit of dissatisfaction vanished instantly. Battle reward. Magic beans. Cultivated by the legendary cat immortal said to reside on Corinta, eating just one bean allows one to go without hunger for 10 days and possesses extraordinary restorative power. As long as one is not dead, it can instantly restore stamina and energy even in extreme fatigue, readjusting the body to its optimal state. However, it cannot cure inherent illnesses. Shen's beans. This is a valuable item. Sun Woo's eyes lit up. In the Dragon Ball world, this item is a game-breaking recovery item. It saved him countless times in dire situations. With this, his endurance in battles would be maxed out, and the efficiency of leveling up while near death would also greatly increase. But Sun Woo looked at the lone green bean and felt a bit uneasy. This battle system is great in every way, but sometimes it's just too stingy. Such an intense battle, and they only give one? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Next time I get the chance to go to Dimension 120, I'll make sure to find that fat cat sage and have a proper chat with him. I won't rest until I've milked it for 100 or 80 pounds of divine beans. Anything less would be a disgrace to my Saiyan heritage. Never mind, at least it's something. Then I turned my attention to another reward. Medicine Bug, made from the remains of bugs from the Dragon Ball Great Demon Realm, it restores stamina and energy instantly in extreme fatigue, readjusting the body to its optimal state as long as the person is still alive. Ha! Dragon Ball Great Demon World? System, you're keeping up with this new series too? This is another form of the Senzu beans. I wonder if there's a chance to go to the Demon World. The third I sold there seems pretty powerful. Maybe I can try to buy one if I get the chance. Those fusion bugs and beauty bugs are worth checking out too. The Dragon Balls in the Great Demon Realm are also of a higher grade. I should try to go there and see if I can make a wish. Plus, the Great Demon Dragon Balls only require 3, which seems easier to collect than regular Dragon Balls. Sun Woo thought for a moment and carefully stored the reward fairy beans and medicine bugs in the system space. These are all essential items for survival in the future. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell onto the large bed beside him. Lin Jingjing lay curled up on her side, her long hair scattered across the pillow, her sleeping face serene. But upon closer inspection, a hint of fatigue was evident between her brows, and there were even faint dark circles under her eyes. The blanket had slipped off, revealing her smooth, fragrant shoulder and delicate collarbone. Sun Woo glanced at her, recalling last night, and a satisfied smile curved his lips. This woman had really gone to great lengths to catch him. Who said I couldn't do it? The system doesn't know anything. Look at how exhausted she is. Chapter 74, Sun Woo Must Die. Sun Woo felt relaxed. Seeing that Lin Jingjing was indeed exhausted, she hadn't even noticed him getting up, so he didn't bother to wake her. He quickly finished his morning routine, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to leave. He needed to return to school today. Principal Lee had promised him a star coin reward, and there was also the official reward for coming in first place in the recent advancement trial. Even a small reward is better than nothing, and this one should be quite substantial. At the same time, outside a VIP ward at the top-tier medical center affiliated with the second martial arts high school in Magic City. Vice Principal Wang Bai's face was ashen, his eyes fixed on the electronic report on his tablet. The few lines on the screen felt like needles piercing his heart. Patient Wang Hanjian, following a brain CT scan and mental energy field detection, no organic damage was found, but the core memory region of the mental body shows extensive blank areas. Preliminary diagnosis: suspected exposure to high-intensity, targeted mental shock, resulting in the forced erasure of mental imprints and permanent memory loss. Permanent loss. Wang Ba repeated the words softly, his voice hoarse, as if his throat were filled with sand. Blank? Erased? Does this mean his son, his only child whom he had pinned all his hopes on, Wang Hanjian, had become a mindless shell devoid of soul? Snap! The sturdy alloy tablet computer in his hands emitted a strained groan, its edges beginning to warp and deform before being crushed into an irregular metal lump by his fists. Sun Wu. Wang Ba ground out the name between clenched teeth, his eyes burning with hatred that seemed ready to devour the man before him. He recalled the trial replay footage retrieved by the technical department. On that chaotic battlefield, before Wang Hanjian fled, Sun Wu had struck his final pose, the Tiger Phantom Beast Fist. It must have been that move. Sun Wu, you have such a cruel heart. First place in the rank-up trial? A promising future? Being sought after by top universities? So what? Destroying his son is the same as destroying Wang Ba's future. This grudge is unforgivable. A flash of savage intent flickered in Wang Ba's eyes. A genius? A genius who hasn't fully developed is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in the eyes of someone like him, who holds power and resources. There are plenty of ways to crush him. What of the Star Martial Arts Federation University? What of its military background? As long as it's done secretly enough, who could trace it back to him? He took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling murderous intent, and pushed open the hospital room door. On the hospital bed, Wang Hanjian, dressed in a hospital gown, was holding a yellow plastic urinal, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. He stuck out his tongue and licked the rim of the bottle with intense focus, drooling from the corners of his mouth and emitting a silly chuckle. Upon seeing Wang Bai enter, he merely raised his head blankly before lowering it again to continue licking his precious urine bottle. Wang Ba's heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible giant hand, the pain so intense he could barely breathe. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only cold determination left. He spun around abruptly and strode out of the ward, his body radiating a chill and an unwavering resolve for revenge. Sun Wu, you must die. Clang! The crystal glass shattered against the smooth wall, shattering into pieces, and the dark red liquid splashed everywhere, leaving a blinding stain. Impossible. This can't be happening. Wu Weifeng's forehead veins bulged like those of a raging beast, violently smashing everything within reach onto the ground. Expensive decorations and custom-made furniture were reduced to a chaotic mess in an instant. The air was filled with the smell of wine mixed with a strange perfume. That Sun Wu, that damned peasant, actually killed Ito Ryunosuke? And he even took first place in the initiation trial? Who is Ito Ryunosuke? A once-in-a-century genius from Sakura District. Although the Wu family and the Ito family are not allies, they have had some contact in the past. He knew very well that according to the intelligence leaked before the trial, Ito Ryunosuke's combat power was at least 5,000 or 6,000, and possibly even higher. Ito Ryunosuke was the kind of genius who could get into the top 10 universities without any external help. He was able to attend the Star Martial Arts Federation University solely because of his uncle's connections in the Wu Mountain military region. What does Sun Wu have to offer? How could he possibly stand a chance against Ito Ryunosuke? But that damned livestream replay was right there, clear as day, leaving him no room for self-deception. He remembered it clearly. When Sun Wu broke through his carefully prepared 4-purple flame array, it was shocking, but it wasn't nearly as powerful as this. How much time had passed? A few hours? Or even less? Is that kid eating energy crystals for breakfast? At this thought, Wu Weifeng's rage was tinged with a chill he couldn't suppress. Such a rate of improvement it was unheard of. Useless. Tang Xiaojie, you good-for-nothing waste of space. Wu Weifeng kicked over the nearby low table with a forceful kick, gritting his teeth and growling lowly. If it weren't for that fool exposing himself before dying, he could have simply dismissed this as an accident, an irrelevant side note. He could have simply avoided Sun Wu, pretending nothing had happened, and secretly observed the situation, waiting for an opportunity. But now, it was too late. Sun Wu knew it was him who sent the men. Given that kid's vengeful nature and terrifying growth rate. Wu Weifeng shuddered, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat. If he could so easily kill Ito Ryunosuke, then killing Wu Weifeng. Wouldn't that be as easy as crushing an ant? No. Absolutely not. He couldn't just sit there and wait for his doom. Earlier, he had only hired that enforcer from the Jean family, and even the Snake Guardian, a 5th-rank martial artist, had intervened. Now it was clear that wasn't enough. Facing such a demonic genius, we must use decisive measures and strike to kill him in one blow. We must not give him any opportunity to grow further. Wu Weifeng's eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam, fear and murderous intent swirling within him. He forced himself to calm down, walked to the corner of the room, and picked up an encrypted communicator from the pile of rubble. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle, it's me, Weifeng." His voice carried a barely perceptible hint of dryness and tension. I might have gotten into some trouble." "No, big trouble." Wu Weifeng licked his dry lips and recounted the events, particularly Sun Wu's astonishingly rapid improvement in strength and Tang Xiaojie's revelation of his true identity, as succinctly as possible while exaggerating the details slightly. "Yes, Uncle, I know I was wrong. I was too impulsive and underestimated that country bumpkin. His growth is too terrifying. I don't want to wait until he fully matures. By then, he might cause trouble for the family. It's my fault. I shouldn't have adopted a humble posture." The communicator fell silent for a long time, so long that Wu Weifeng almost thought the signal had been cut off. Chapter 75, Crisis Looms. Every second of silence felt like a cold, sharp hammer striking his taut nerves. Sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto the scattered debris on the floor, making a faint sound. He could even hear the pounding of his own heart, thudding loudly, as if it were trying to burst out of his chest. Just as he was about to break down and beg again, a deep, authoritative voice finally rang out. It was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, crushing Wu Weifeng so that he could barely breathe. "Weifeng, I already know about the trouble you've caused. I didn't think you'd call me. Do you really think the family wouldn't care about the initiation trial?" Wu Weifeng trembled violently, almost instinctively wanting to defend himself. "Uncle, I..." "Shut up." His voice remained calm, yet it carried an unquestionable command. "That fool Tang Xiaojie shouted your name, and it was broadcast live on the 100 Schools network. Do you think the Wu family is deaf and blind? That Sun Wu, who killed Ito Ryunosuke, is now the top-ranked participant in the current rank-up trial. He's been targeted by several top universities and the military simultaneously. These news are probably even known by the old lady selling buns on the street now." Wu Weifeng's face alternated between red and white, filled with shame and fear. "Your biggest mistake wasn't underestimating that Sun Wu. It was that you didn't thoroughly investigate his background before taking action, and you didn't make adequate preparations or secure the aftermath. When you acted, your forces weren't sufficiently concentrated." The voice on the other end of the communication paused, as if weighing its words. "Yes, Uncle, you're right. I was too arrogant." Wu Weifeng's voice trembled with tears. He was truly terrified. Now, major universities and the military are all keeping a close eye on that Sun Wu. Taking him down isn't something that can be solved by sending a few assassins anymore. Wu Weifeng's heart sank to the bottom. Could even his uncle be powerless? However, the tone shifted, and the voice regained its previous calmness. "The fact that you thought to call me first instead of continuing to act recklessly on your own shows that your mind isn't completely gone yet. There's still hope for you." Wu Weifeng held his breath, tense as he waited for the next words. "Remember, a spark must be extinguished before it can spread into a raging inferno. Don't wait until it becomes an unstoppable wildfire. By then, it will be too late to put it out, and it might even burn down the entire forest." Moments later, the deep, authoritative voice echoed again, carrying a sense of absolute control and resolve. Wu Weifeng's face flushed with blood, fear giving way to wild excitement. He knew exactly what his uncle meant. He gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Yes. Thank you, Uncle. I will remember this lesson and never let you down. Regarding the matter with Sun Wu, I will have someone handle it. Stay out of trouble and don't cause any more trouble for me." The communication cut off, leaving only Wu Weifeng's heavy breathing in the room. He looked at the mess on the floor and smiled cruelly. "Sun Wu, even if you're as talented and brilliant as you are, in the face of absolute power and greater strength, you're nothing but a worm that can be crushed at will. You're as good as dead." In a heavily guarded office within the Magic City military district, Wu Shan sat behind a large desk, his fingertips glinting like diamonds as he tapped the desk rhythmically, once, then again. Spread out on the desk was a detailed report on Sun Wu, from his initial emergence at the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy to his shocking performance in the Dark Alternate Dimension, documented in meticulous detail. Sun Wu. Wu Shan murmured the name, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the astonishing data comparisons in the report. The Flying Tiger Martial Arts Academy defeated Chun Yi, with a strength assessment of only a few hundred combat points. In the Four Purple Flames formation, their strength was already impressive, but it was still limited to being surprising. Yet in the blink of an eye, within the brief span of the dark alternate dimension, he had managed to slay Ito Ryanosuke, whose combat strength was assessed to be at least 5 or 6,000, and possibly even approaching 10,000. From hundreds to over 10,000, the leap in combat power was achieved in less than 2 days? Even Wu Shan, who had seen countless geniuses and prodigies, was stunned by this unimaginable growth rate. This was no longer something that could be described as genius, it was simply monstrous. With only 1% of the template developed, he could achieve this level? Wu Shan's fingers paused for a moment, and the diamond's refracted light flashed a complex expression in his eyes. The 120th dimensional world. That world that had been underestimated for so long, could it really be hiding some earth-shattering secret? This Sun Wu was likely more than just someone who inherited a powerful template. He couldn't help but think of his good-for-nothing nephew, Wu Yifeng. If it weren't for Yifeng offending someone first and being foolish enough to reveal their family's secrets, such a young man with endless potential could have been brought into the Wu family. Wu Shan sighed softly and rubbed his temples. His sister had entrusted Yifeng to him on her deathbed, and over the years, he had treated him generously, even allowing him to take the Wu surname and raising him as his own. Alas, the pampered environment had ultimately turned him into a spoiled, arrogant, and troublemaking playboy. This time, he has really caused a major scandal. However, he wasn't completely foolish. At least, when he realized he couldn't handle the situation on his own, he knew to immediately call for help instead of stubbornly charging ahead. The reputation of the Wu family, Yifeng's safety, and the vengeful nature Sun Wu is shown. This feud is now irreparable. And such a terrifyingly powerful enemy, if left to grow unchecked, will be a catastrophe for both the Wu family and Yifeng. Well, never mind. Blame it on your humble origins, your extraordinary abilities, your lack of restraint, and the fact that you happen to stand in the Wu family's way. With such a rapid growth rate, such potential, and the deep-seated enmity Yifeng has already cultivated. Keeping him alive is a massive threat to both the Wu family and Yifeng. No matter how great the potential, it remains potential. Only the dead pose no threat. The spark must be extinguished completely before it can ignite. Wu Shan pressed an internal communication button on the desk. Master of the family. A figure emerged silently from the shadows of the office. The man was dressed in black, muscular and imposing, with a face carved by a knife and eyes as calm as water. He was one of the Wu family's top elite assassins, Wu Jing. He had not chosen to awaken his inheritance like others, as participating in the inheritance ceremony would leave a record with the Federation. Instead, he had chosen a more arduous and purer path: ancient martial arts. Flesh refinement, skin grinding, bone forging, organ casting, blood relocation, intent condensation, cultivation, heaven treading, and God reaching. The 9 realms of ancient martial arts, he had already reached the 6th realm, condensing intent. In this era where successors abound, ancient martial artists are rare, but those who reach profound levels often possess willpower that successors can scarcely imagine. Wu Jing, Wu Shan's voice was calm and emotionless. Go handle something. He pushed a report across the table, which contained only Sun Wu's name, photo, and current known location. Eliminate him. Leave no traces. Wu Jing picked up the report, glanced over it, and without a word, replied in a deep voice, Yes, master. Remember, Wu Shan added, his voice growing colder, regardless of success or failure, you will have no further connection to the Wu family. Yes, master. Wu Jing replied again, his voice as steady as ever, as if he were merely accepting an ordinary task. With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never been there at all. The office was left empty, with only Wu Shan remaining. Sun Wu. He gazed out the window, his eyes deep and enigmatic. Chapter 76, You Can't Lick There. Received a transfer of 200 million star coins. Current balance, 220,130,200. Looking at the long string of zeros on the communicator, Sun Wu grimaced. Over 200 million star coins, the number alone was enough to put a smile on anyone's face. Although the Battle Thrills system only recognized battle points, and star coins couldn't be directly exchanged for experience, who would complain about having too much money? The official reward for coming first in this trial was indeed generous. Plus, Principal Li probably saw that he had been specially recruited by the Star Martial Arts Federation University, bringing honor to the school, so he had allocated additional federal resources to the school and approved an extra outstanding student scholarship for him. The admissions office director from the Star Martial Arts Federation University also slipped him a welcome gift red envelope before leaving. All told, it added up to just over 200 million. From now on, his basic living expenses should be covered by the university, so there shouldn't be many places to spend money. However, having such a large sum of money sitting in the account still provided a different sense of security. Putting away his communicator, Sun Wu headed straight for the top-tier medical facility affiliated with the 2nd Martial Arts High School in Magic City District. Li Yi and Lu Balian were still there, so he needed to check on their recovery. Following the location Li Yi had sent earlier, Sun Wu found the VIP ward area. As he pushed open the door to one of the rooms, the scene inside made him pause. In the ward, not only was Li Yi wrapped up like a mummy, but his parents were also there, looking worried yet slightly excited. In the corner, Lu Balian, with her leg in a cast, was quietly peeling an apple. Even more surprising was the figure in a crisp military uniform standing with his back to the door, staring out the window. General Ji? What are you doing here? Sun Wu was taken aback. The military figure turned around, revealing himself to be General Ji Hai, the commander of the Western Theater Command who had previously summoned him for a private conversation at school. Oh, Sun Wu is here, General Ji Hai said with a gentle smile, completely different from his sharp demeanor during the negotiations. Here to visit your friends? He briefly explained the purpose of his visit. It turned out that the Western Theater Command was currently facing a severe shortage of talent and urgently needed to recruit new blood. Ji Hai had seen Li Yi's astonishing performance and fearless determination when he activated the 8 gates of escape in the trial video, and believed him to be a promising talent. He decided to recruit him into the Western military region as well. Coincidentally, Sun Wu had chosen the Star Martial Arts Federation University, so Ji Hai took advantage of the situation, leveraging his military connections to secure Li Yi a spot in the university's special admission exam. Although he wasn't admitted directly like Sun Wu and didn't receive the same benefits. However, if Li Yi could pass the assessment, he would be able to enroll in this top-tier institution for further studies, with a bright future ahead. This effectively marked Li Yi as part of the Western military region from the start. Li Yi's parents listened nearby, their eyes brimming with tears. Originally, seeing their son so severely injured had filled them with heartache and anxiety. They never imagined that things would take such a turn, granting him the opportunity to enter one of the top 10 universities. Even if he doesn't pass the exams, being noticed by the military region means a secure job, and one with a promising future at that. They repeatedly thanked Ji Hai. Ji Hai waved his hand dismissively, encouraged Li Yi a few more times, then turned to Sun Wu. Sun Wu, from now on, you are all alumni, and you are the future pillars of the Western military region. You must support one another. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. If there is anything you need, feel free to contact me through the communicator at any time. With that, he left the ward decisively. Sun Wu walked to the bedside, looked at Li Yi, who was only showing his eyes and mouth, and gave him a light tap on the shoulder that wasn't injured. Not bad, you little rascal. Keeping a low profile and making it into the Star Martial Arts Academy. Li Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons, and his voice came through the bandages in a muffled tone. Hee, it's all thanks to you, Wu Gu. Ouch, easy there. Sun Wu smiled, exchanged a few more polite words with Li Yi's parents, and saw the genuine joy and gratitude on their faces. He felt happy for Li Yi as well. He then walked over to the other side, where Lu Balian lifted her head to glance at him before handing him a peeled apple. Sun Wu took a bite, and asked, how are you feeling? My leg is fine. The medicine one you gave me worked well. Lu Balian pointed to her leg, her tone calm. Her injuries were much less severe than Li Yi's, and she was recovering quickly. After confirming that both were fine, Sun Wu took his leave. He planned to head to the Flying Tiger Martial Arts Hall to check on Lu Xiuhu and the others, and also say hello to Lu Hu. Don't go there. Don't touch that. That's where people pee. As he passed by a VIP ward with a special number, faint sounds that stirred the imagination drifted out from inside. Sun Wu unconsciously slowed his steps and peeked through the observation window on the door. Inside, Wang Hanjian, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, was tightly hugging a yellow plastic urinal. He was sticking out his tongue and licking the spout of the urinal with focus, drool hanging from the corners of his mouth, occasionally letting out a silly hee-hee laugh. A young nurse stood beside him, her face filled with exasperation, trying to take the urinal away, but Wang Hanjian clung to it tightly, making incoherent sounds in protest. Sun Wu's lips twitched. It seemed that the punch he had thrown hadn't killed him, but had instead left him mentally impaired. You reap what you sow. Sun Wu shook his head, ignoring the commotion, and turned to leave the medical center. This area was near the school and hospital, usually bustling with people, but today, for some reason, the street seemed unusually deserted. Just as he reached the middle of a street flanked by high walls and devoid of people, a faint energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from above his head. A massive, opaque black energy shield descended silently from the sky like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloping him and the street below for dozens of meters. The edges of the shield perfectly aligned with the ground, with energy flowing seamlessly, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Sun Wu stopped in his tracks, looked up at the energy barrier emanating a dangerous aura, and his eyes sharpened instantly. Trouble was coming. Daring to act in the heart of Magic City? That's some nerve. Who could it be? Wu Yifeng? Or is this retaliation from the Sakura district? Federal law has limited authority over these prominent families, but within the city limits, one must still maintain a certain level of decorum. Using an energy shield to seal off the street and attack like this is simply too brazen. Unless the other party is completely fearless or has absolute confidence that they can erase all traces. Who is it? Hiding like a coward, too scared to show your face? Sun Wu's voice echoed through the empty street, his spiritual perception spreading out like invisible tentacles, meticulously scanning every inch of space within the shield. However, the feedback from his perception was complete silence. Besides himself, there was not a single trace of another living being. Boom! 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 Dull thuds echoed abruptly, and the asphalt beneath Sun Wu's feet suddenly bulged upward and cracked without warning. 3 black coffins emerged from the ground, carrying the scent of earth and coldness, slowly rising to stand before him. 2 of the coffins had ancient seal characters carved on their lids. First and second. Chapter 77, Rebirth from Filth. Sun Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed. This design, this text. Reincarnation from filth, he blurted out almost involuntarily. The scene before him was eerily reminiscent of the forbidden summoning technique from the Naruto world in his memories. Especially the 2 coffins engraved with the characters initial and second, their meaning was all too clear. I didn't expect a commoner like you, who hasn't even been exposed to the teachings, to recognize this technique. Just then, the lid of the 3rd coffin, which had no markings, creaked open and slid backward, revealing a figure emerging slowly. The figure had long, jet-black hair that hung loosely over his shoulders. His pale face looked almost lifeless, and his skin was covered in airy black runic patterns. His vertical pupils flickered with an inhuman cold light, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. As soon as he appeared, he extended an abnormally long tongue and slowly licked his face and lips, his movements exuding an indescribable sense of evil and coldness. Sorry about that. Someone paid a hefty price for your life. He looked at Sun Wu, his snake-like eyes filled with indifference. Perfect. You killed a few worthless scum from the Jean family a few days ago. Using that as an excuse to report it to the Public Security Bureau will make your actions seem justified. His long tongue flickered through the air, as if tasting something, his gaze cold and devoid of any warmth. I've seen your videos from the trials. You were supposedly some once-in-a-century genius? What a pity. You shouldn't have crossed paths with that young master of the Wu family. A fallen genius is nothing. May I ask who you are, sir? At least let me die knowing the truth. Wu Yifeng. Sun Wu's face betrayed a hint of solemnity, as if he had been intimidated by the other's reputation and abilities. In secret, he pushed his chi perception to its limit, scanning every energy fluctuation around him like a radar. The battle thrills system showed no combat power indicators, and his chi perception detected no signs of life. The figure before him was most likely just a puppet or a clone. He must find the real body hiding somewhere as soon as possible. I might as well tell you. You're about to be dead anyway. Besides, I haven't had a proper chat with someone in ages. The intruder seemed to be enjoying Sun Wu's helpless expression, a mocking smile spreading across his pale face. You can call me Snake Priest. Boy, give up your resistance. Let me take you down peacefully, and you'll suffer less. I don't want to ruin this perfect body of yours. I'm the successor to the template of the strongest boss in Ninja War World, Orochimaru. Sun Wu continued to expand his sensory range without showing any emotion, carefully discerning any abnormalities in the flow of energy. Hearing the other's words, he nearly couldn't keep a straight face. Orochimaru? The strongest boss in the Ninja War World? When did he earn that title? Pain, Obito, Madara, Kagaya, which of them isn't more prestigious than him? Sun Wu's face betrayed a perfectly timed expression of astonishment, as if he had been genuinely startled by the title of most powerful boss. The snake sage, seeing this, grew even more arrogant, as if to flaunt his knowledge and power, and began to speak at length. What? Scared? No wonder. You commoners who've never had the chance to enter the dimensional world wouldn't understand true power. I am a Golden Clan Shrine Keeper, of noble birth, and naturally have the privilege to frequently travel between dimensions. I witnessed it myself. In that Ninja War World, Orochimaru-sama single-handedly defeated the 3rd Hokage of the Fire Country's Leaf Village, the strongest ninja village at the time. He could even summon and control the legendary shinobi world god, the 1st Hokage, at will. Do you understand that kind of power, where you can turn the tide of battle with a flick of your wrist and treat the strongest as playthings? The Snake Shrine Priest grew increasingly excited, his pale face flushing with an unhealthy red hue as he seemed to immerse himself in the glory he was describing. He had once been an ordinary citizen in the Demon City district, constantly bullied and oppressed. By sheer luck, he awoke the legacy of Orochimaru, and through the peculiar nature of his template and his own cunning, he climbed his way up to the 5th rank in martial arts. Eventually, he was noticed by the Jean family and taken in as a shrine priest. Later, he obtained a textbook from one of the top 10 universities. In the book, he happened to see a recorded fragment of Orochimaru using the impure world reincarnation technique to defeat the 3rd Hokage, as well as controlling the 1st and 2nd Hokage. This filled him with joy, as he believed he had uncovered the truth his template was actually the strongest being in that world. It was well known that the Federation had once had a powerful individual who had awakened the 1st Hokage's template, and that person had long since reached the 9th rank, possibly even stepping onto the path to godhood. Yet such a 1st Hokage could be controlled by Orochimaru. From then on, he regarded himself as the heir to the strongest boss, confident in his limitless future. This time, agreeing to Wu Weifeng's request was not only for the generous reward. The more important reason was that Wu Weifeng had told him that this Sun Wu possessed exceptional talent and limitless potential, making him the perfect vessel for body possession and the immortal rebirth technique. Thinking of obtaining such a young, promising body, the snake priest looked at Sun Wu with an expression that grew increasingly like that of someone eyeing a precious artifact about to be acquired. Sun Wu eyed the self-proclaimed heir to the strongest boss with a strange expression. This guy must have watched a few edited battle clips from some obscure dimension and actually believed he had reached the pinnacle of power? A ninja battle against the world's strongest boss? Even Orochimaru himself would be embarrassed enough to lick his face with his tongue. He raged inwardly, but his expression remained solemn. His spiritual perception spread out like mercury, silently expanding and penetrating further into the distance, carefully tracking every abnormal energy trace. If he couldn't find the main body, his acting skills were about to reach their limit. The snake priest watched Sun Wu for a while without saying a word, assuming he had been intimidated by his own legendary fame. A sickly smirk appeared on his pale face. However, he seemed to sense something as well. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and a cold, flickering light danced in his eyes. Trying to stall for time? A childish notion. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. Since you refuse to accept your fate, I shall take matters into my own hands and let you taste despair. Before he could finish speaking, two dull thuds echoed, and the coffin lids engraved with the characters first and second suddenly flew open. Two figures emerged from within, none other than the first Hokage and second Hokage, reincarnated through the impure world resurrection technique. However, their eyes were hollow and lifeless, their movements stiff and mechanical, like puppets on strings. They bore no resemblance to the legendary duo of the ninja world, let alone the brief glimpse of consciousness they had in the original story. It seemed that the snake sage's technique had reached its limit. Wood release, tree world descends. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Chapter 78, the first battle of the Boundary King Fist. Without the slightest hesitation, the two puppets launched their attack according to the will of the snake deity. The ground trembled as massive trees uprooted themselves from the ground, intertwining and coiling like giant serpents, closing in on Sun Wu with deadly force. At the same time, a roaring water dragon surged forth, unleashing a tidal wave of destructive force, sealing off all of Sun Wu's retreat routes. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, Sun Wu's lips curled slightly as his spiritual perception finally locked onto the target. In a hidden structure several kilometers away, a chilling aura resonated with the puppet before him. Found it. The system prompt followed. Detected a powerful enemy. Current enemy combat power, 2 million. Defeating them will grant 2 million combat points. 2 million? They really think highly of him. Sun Wu sneered inwardly. A level 5 martial arts gatekeeper? Now that he's found the real deal, this farce should come to an end. Sun Wu's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and he held nothing back. The energy within his body erupted like a volcano. Sun punch. Blinding light erupted suddenly, like the sun descending from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire street. The first and second generation puppets were the first to be hit, their stiff bodies trembling violently as their movements froze in place. Snake Venerable, who was over 10 kilometers away, felt a blinding white light before his eyes, his mind going blank. His eyes felt as though they were being seared by red-hot iron, causing excruciating pain, and he could see nothing. The upgraded Sun Punch's guaranteed hit effect had blinded him even from over 10 kilometers away. Before the snake priest could recover from the blinding pain caused by the intense light, an even more terrifying crisis had already descended. King of the Realm Fist. Fierce Tiger Illusion Beast Fist. Sun Wu roared, his body instantly enveloped by a furious red flame, muscles bulging, veins throbbing, and a terrifying sense of power filling his entire body. He channeled all his power into his fist, and an illusory tiger beast rose up, delivering a devastating punch. He knew that the impure earth rebirth technique had the trait of being unable to die, so he immediately switched to using the mighty tiger phantom beast fist to attack the soul. However, these impure earth reincarnation bodies seemed a bit dull and lacked the agility of the original. What's going on? How is this possible? The snake guardian, in the brief moment of light, barely regained his vision, only to discover in horror that the connection between himself and the three impure earth reincarnation puppets had been completely severed at the same time. How is this possible? His impure earth reincarnation technique could only be broken by a soul of equal or higher rank, or a more advanced sealing technique. Moreover, according to the records, Sun Wu was merely a second-tier martial arts student. How could he possibly unleash such terrifying fluctuations of power? Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him frantically, but he had no time to react. Boom! The air was torn apart, and a red streak of light, as if teleporting, directly pierced through the energy shield. At a terrifying speed, it raced toward his location. Put! The snake cultist felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he couldn't believe his eyes. His chest had been pierced clean through, leaving a hole the size of a bowl, completely transparent from front to back. He struggled to turn his head, using his last ounce of strength to look at the figure shrouded in red flames, descending like a war god. His eyes were filled with endless terror and resentment. How is this possible? Bang! The snake cultist's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the light in his vertical pupils fading rapidly, completely devoid of life. He had imagined every possible outcome, but never that he would die at the hands of Sun Wu. Defeated a powerful enemy, earned 2 million battle points. Current battle points, 2,020,000. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and the red flames surrounding Sun Wu dissipated. His body swayed, and he nearly lost his balance, kneeling on one knee as he gasped for breath. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell like raindrops. In that split second, he had activated the 20x power boost of the Kaioken. Though it lasted only a few seconds, the strain on his body had already reached its limit. He felt as though every bone in his body was about to shatter, his muscles tearing, his meridians snapping, and his internal organs groaning under the unbearable strain, as if they were on the verge of complete collapse. If it weren't for the powerful regenerative abilities and the passive effect of battle endurance, a pseudo-ability granted by his Saiyan heritage, forcing him to cling to life, he would have likely performed his 6-god disintegration right there on the spot. Sun Wu forced himself to stand up, looked around to confirm that the snake deity was completely dead, then exhaled a long, heavy breath and smiled wearily. That was a close call. This 20x Kamehameha punch is truly powerful, but the aftereffects are equally deadly. It only lasted a few seconds, and this is the result. It seems I should use it sparingly unless absolutely necessary. Next time, I'll keep a spirit bean in my mouth just in case. He endured the excruciating pain of his bones feeling like they were about to shatter, forcing himself to search the corpse of the snake deity. This guy was as poor as a church mouse. I searched him high and low. Besides the expensive-looking clothes he was wearing, the only thing of value was in the hidden pouch close to his chest. He found an oddly shaped wooden leaf headband. The scratches on the metal plate seemed to indicate the identity of a renegade ninja. The snake shrine keeper had clutched it like a treasure before dying. Sun Wu casually tossed it into the system for appraisal. Dimension World Anchor Point. When paired with a Dimension Altar and the corresponding Dimension Core, it can be activated to travel to the specific time point in the Dimension World anchored by the Anchor Point. Current Anchor Point belongs to God Country Mimic Naruto World. Current Anchor Point time, the time when Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Divine Realm Mimicry? What the hell is that? Sun Wu looked at the information displayed by the system, deep in thought. It sounds like a ticket to enter a specific dimensional world and a specific time point? The time when Orochimaru killed the third Hokage? Does that mean I can enter the Naruto world at this exact time? Does it require a dimensional altar and a dimensional core to activate? He knew what the dimensional core was. What is the dimensional altar? Is it the altar at the entrance to the rank-up exam? These conditions are pretty strict. I don't understand it yet, so I'll just put it away for now. I'll ask someone about it later. Maybe it'll come in handy someday, or I can sell it for a good price. After dealing with the loot, Sun Wu looked at the lifeless body of the snake deity before him, along with the surveillance cameras clearly aimed at him, and found himself at a loss. Earlier, to finish quickly, he had unleashed a 20x King of the World punch without bothering to cover his tracks. Now that the man was dead, how was he going to clean up this mess? The snake-worshipping cultist was a member of the Jin family and had been invited by the Wu family, so there were significant connections involved. He had dared to act so brazenly because he was backed by the Jin and Wu families, using the excuse of Sun Wu having killed several of the Jin family's minions earlier to come looking for trouble. Even if he died, it would still be considered justified. But what about Sun Wu's side? We can't just say, he tried to take my body, so I killed him in self-defense, can we? Even if we did, who would believe us? Publicly killing a 5th-rank martial artist with a high status within the city walls, even if you have a valid reason, can easily turn into a case where you have no grounds, which is a huge hassle. He didn't want to antagonize the authorities. Ugh, I'll have to find someone to clean up this mess. Sun Wu muttered under his breath before dialing Ji-Hi's communicator without hesitation. He just recognized this powerful ally, why not make use of it? He briefly explained his situation and mentioned that he was from the Wu and Jin families. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Ji-Hi's steady voice came through. Got it. Stay put. I'll be right there. Efficient, at least. Sun Wu put away the communicator, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down, using the time to recover his strength. The regenerative abilities of Saiyan blood were truly extraordinary. Combined with the effects of battle continuation pseudo, the torn muscles and meridians within his body were healing rapidly. Though he was far from fully recovered, at least he could stand steadily now. Soon, a loud whistling sound grew louder as a tall figure in military attire landed beside Sun Wu like a cannonball. It was Ji-Hi. Chapter 79, Ji-Hi steps in. Ji-Hi landed silently, glancing at the corpse of the snake deity on the ground, then at Sun Wu's slightly pale face and still uneven breathing. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. However, he did not immediately question Sun Wu. Instead, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he abruptly turned toward a seemingly ordinary residential building in the distance, barking in a deep voice. Who's there? Show yourself. Before his words had even finished echoing, a terrifying aura erupted from Ji-hai like a tsunami, sweeping out in all directions. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain crushed every corner. Even Sun Wu, whose current combat power had reached 100,000 and had briefly touched the 2 million mark after mastering the Boundary King Fist, he was still knocked off balance by the sudden, overpowering aura, feeling an almost involuntary urge to kneel and submit. If he hadn't been leaning against the wall, collapsed and resting, he would have collapsed completely. This feeling was like facing a true primordial beast, feeling insignificant and powerless. Even with his 2 million combat power earlier, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this and would have collapsed to the ground. Berserker aura? Sun Wu's heart trembled violently. This guy was hiding his true strength pretty well. Almost simultaneously with Ji-hai's burst of momentum, the walls of a residential building hundreds of meters away shattered with a deafening crash. A black-clad figure, agile and swift, shot out like an arrow from a bow. Without looking back, it fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. Humph! You think you can escape in front of me? Ji-hai snorted coldly, not even glancing at the fleeing figure. He casually raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch into the air. Crack crack. The bone-chilling sound of shattering echoed through the air. The space in front of Ji-hai's fist suddenly cracked like shattered glass, forming spiderweb-like fissures that rapidly spread outward in all directions. The quake fruit? Sun Wu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Berserker aura paired with the quake fruit? This combination, even Whitebeard would have to admit it's the real deal. Who exactly is this General G? Are all the generals in the Western Front this powerful? He had assumed that even a general coming to recruit wouldn't be that strong. The black figure that had already darted hundreds of meters away seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, with the space around his body violently twisting and trembling. He didn't even have time to utter a scream as his body exploded in a shower of blood, crashing to the ground with a thud, his fate unknown. Ji-hai withdrew his fist and his aura, and the suffocating pressure around him vanished instantly. He seemed to have merely swatted a fly, remaining unfazed as he took a few steps through the air, walked to where the black figure had fallen, and grabbed it by the collar with one hand, tossing it like trash in front of Sun Wu. Do you know him? This guy was hiding in the shadows with clear hostile intent. He must have been targeting you. Shouldn't we ask him? I won't tell you anything. Aha! The man thrown to the ground still had a faint pulse. Upon hearing Ji-hai's words, he let out a loud scream as blood and shattered internal organs gushed from his mouth and nose. His pupils suddenly dilated, his head drooped lifelessly, and his breath ceased. Self-severed heart meridian? A death squad member? Ji-hai examined the body and said, at least a 6th-level ancient martial artist, with a body full of killing techniques. This setup resembles those of the death squad members from the major clans. You brat, which hornet's nest did you stir up? Sun Wu looked at the man on the ground, feeling a mix of fear and relief. Earlier, he had unleashed his 20x Boundary King Fist, nearly depleting all his physical strength, leaving him mentally exhausted and unable to sense anything beyond his immediate vicinity. He hadn't even noticed that there was such a powerful opponent hiding hundreds of meters away. If it weren't for Ji-hai arriving in time, he would have had to resort to his trump card. I don't recognize him, Sun Wu panted, shaking his head. His voice was still weak. But judging by the situation, it's probably another one of those guys from the Wu or Jin families. The Wu family and the Jin family. Ji-hai pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows. The Wu family has some roots in the military headquarters of Magic City, and while the Jin family is weaker, they're still a local powerhouse in the Magic City district. As someone from the Western War Zone, getting involved in family affairs within the Southern War Zone's jurisdiction is against the rules and could cause unnecessary trouble. He looked at Sun Wu, his expression growing serious. This time, I'm stepping in to establish your authority and intimidate those petty criminals. But such matters are not something I can always handle personally. The Wu family is connected to the local military headquarters, so I can't act directly. You are like a beacon in the darkness, too conspicuous. Go to the Star Martial Arts Federation University as soon as possible. Once you're there, at least no one will dare to cause trouble openly. That place is directly under the Federation's jurisdiction. Even within the military zone, they have to follow the rules. Ji-hai finished speaking, his gaze casually sweeping over the already cold corpse of the snake-worshipping attendant. The body was intact, but since he was an heir, his template power had dissipated after death, making it impossible to determine his exact strength level. However, since it was dealt with by that kid Sun Wu, his strength probably wasn't that high either. I guess he was around the 2nd or 3rd level of martial arts. The fact that Sun Wu had to exert so much effort suggests that this youngster's practical combat experience is still lacking. Ji-hai silently appraised the situation, completely unaware of how off the mark his judgment was. He never could have imagined that the young man before him, who seemed merely exhausted, had just unleashed a terrifying power capable of instantly killing 2 million combat strength warriors. He said nothing more, reaching out to grab Sun Wu's arm. A gentle yet unyielding force surged through him. The next moment, Sun Woo felt the wind whistling past his ears, the scenery rushing backward at an incredible speed, and his entire body was propelled upward like a high-speed train, soaring into the sky. This speed. Sun Woo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was countless times faster than his own skydance technique. Is this the true power of a top-tier warrior? Before long, the two of them landed on the roof of the Magic City District Hospital. Ji-hai carried Sun Woo, moving with ease, and found Li-Yi's VIP ward. He pushed open the door and casually tossed the still shaky Sun Woo onto the empty bed next to him. Inside the ward, Li-Yi, wrapped like a mummy, was staring at the ceiling. Upon seeing Sun Woo being thrown in, his eyes widened in shock. He tried to speak but was choked by the bandages, managing only to utter muffled sounds. Ji-hai ignored the two men on the beds and said to Sun Woo, "I will issue a statement in the name of the Western Military Region to warn certain restless factions. However, this is merely a temporary fix. You must depart immediately to report to the Star Martial Arts Federation University. Your situation is special. I've already made arrangements. You don't need to wait for the Unified College entrance exam. You can enroll anytime. Once you're there, behave yourself and focus on improving your abilities first." Chapter 80, 50 million experience points. Ji-hai's gaze lingered on Sun Woo for a moment, then swept over Li-Yi, who lay motionless on the bed beside him. His expression was complex and inscrutable, as if he were assessing some risk and value. He reached into the pocket of his military uniform, fumbled around, and pulled out an object, tossing it casually in Sun Woo's direction. The object traced an arc through the air, landing precisely in Sun Woo's outstretched palm. It felt cool to the touch, with a smooth texture resembling some kind of jade, yet it emitted an odd energy fluctuation. Its shape was irregular, with sharp edges, and its entire body was a soft milky white. Under the hospital room lights, it seemed to emit a faint glow, not blinding but deeply mysterious. "Take it. I can help you this once, but not every time." Ji-hai's voice remained steady. "This thing is a personal loan from me. When you make something of yourself in the future, remember to return it to me. Don't lose it, and don't show it to anyone else. It's quite rare. As for what it is exactly, you'll learn about it when you get to the Star Martial Arts Federation University, and you'll know how to use it then." With that, Ji-hai didn't linger. He turned and left in quick strides, the sound of his military boots echoing down the corridor before fading away. Left behind in the ward were two injured patients staring at each other, if Li-Yi's mummified appearance could be considered staring. Sun Woo struggled to lift his arm and brought the crystal closer to his eyes. The aching pain throughout his body continued to flare up, the aftereffects of the King of the World fist making even the slightest movement feel exhausting. But he forced himself to stay focused, flipping the palm-sized fragment over and over in his hands. It didn't feel like metal or ordinary stone. The subtle energy emanating from it was peculiar, yet his chi couldn't clearly sense its source. After studying it for a while with no clues, Sun Woo rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Riddlemaker." He had no energy to play guessing games right now. With a flick of his thoughts, he directly stored the mysterious fragment into his system space and issued an identification command. The next moment, the familiar system prompt popped up, and several lines of golden text appeared clearly in his mind. Advanced Energy Crystal Core, Advanced Divine Power Crystal Fragment. Quality, rare. Origin, a relic from a shattered divine realm. Effect, contains pure divine power essence. Upon absorption, it directly increases the current experience points of the Bound Inheritance template by 50%, with no side effects. 50%? Sun Woo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly jumping out of bed. If he had the strength to do so. He sucked in a sharp breath, which tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to grimace in pain. However, this pain couldn't begin to mask the intense tremor within him. A 50% increase in experience points. How much did he need to level up now? A full 100 million. This thing could fill half of that in one go? 5 million experience points just like that? Sun Woo cursed under his breath. The value of a percentage boost. This isn't just some rare item, it's practically a miracle drug. Ji-hai, that guy, is he being too generous? Or maybe, in the eyes of military bigwigs, this isn't really that special? What did he just say? Give one back after graduation? Where on earth am I supposed to find such a treasure to give back to him? Sun Woo was so eager to rush out right now, grab Ji-hai's leg, and ask him exactly what level of treasure this high-grade energy crystal core was. Are there any more? What's the wholesale price? Can we get more? Unfortunately, his thoughts were grand, but reality was harsh. He couldn't even catch up to Ji-hai now, let alone get out of bed and take a few steps. His entire body felt like it had been run over by a truck, aching and weak. He could only stare longingly at the crystal core glowing with an enticing light in the system space, calculating in his mind when the best time would be to use it. The mummy-like Li-Yi beside him seemed to sense his excitement, emitting a few meaningless sounds from his throat, his tongue struggling to wriggle, trying to lick open a small gap in the tightly wrapped bandages. Seeing Sun Woo didn't react after a while, he grew even more impatient, shaking his head vigorously like a wound-up silkworm. Sun Woo was amused by his comical appearance and turned his head, calling the soul? What do you want to say? Pft, cough. Ah, woo. Lee finally managed to lick open a small gap, and saliva mixed with muffled sounds sprayed out. You, what are you laughing at? Did you find some money? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. In his excitement, he pulled at his wound again, wincing in pain. Found money? Sort of. His voice was weak, yet tinged with unhidden excitement. I just happened to take down a 5th-level martial arts expert. I'm a bit exhausted. Ha? Li's eyes widened like copper bells, then he gave him a look that said, You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Cut the crap. You're barely standing up straight, and you're killing a 5th-level martial artist? You're just making stuff up. He paused, his tone growing concerned. Seriously, who did this to you? Clearly, he didn't believe a word of Sun Wu's story, thinking it was just more nonsense from the kid, and was more concerned about the origin of his injuries. Sun Wu shrugged and didn't bother to explain further. He didn't want Li to know that the Wu family had sent him to cause trouble, as that would only add to his mental burden. This debt would be settled with the Wu family in full, with interest, in due time. Though he felt weak and exhausted now, his heart was filled with joy. 50 million experience points. This was far more rewarding than killing countless fierce beasts to death. Once he catches his breath, he must figure out exactly what that high-grade energy crystal core from Ji-Hai is and whether there are any more. The next few days at the hospital were unusually quiet. Perhaps it was due to the warning from General Ji-Hai earlier, or perhaps the Wu and Jin families were temporarily deterred by the death of the snake deity they worshipped. Either way, the waters were calm, and no further attacks occurred. Sun Wu's recovery speed was nothing short of abnormal. The Saiyan bloodline combined with the foundation of battle continuation pseudo and the hospital's top-notch medical resources. In just 3 days, he was already full of energy, though he still felt a bit tired mentally. His physical injuries were nearly fully healed, and he even felt slightly stronger than before the injury. In contrast, Li was more down to earth. Despite receiving the same VIP treatment and advanced medications, the aftereffects of forcing open 6 chakras were no joke. He had to stay in bed for an entire week before he could finally get up and move around, finally removing those unsettling bandages. During this time, Lu Belian visited almost every day, bringing tea, peeling fruit, and feeding him, taking care of him with meticulous attention, making Sun Wu envious of the young man. Lin Jingjing wasn't idle either, but her attentions were mostly focused on Sun Wu. She brought him tea, asked about his well-being, and showed such tenderness and consideration that she could easily rival the almost inseparable pair of Li and Lu Belian in the neighboring ward. Occasionally, late at night when Li was snoring loudly or Lu Belian had temporarily stepped away, Lin Jingjing would blush and sneak over to Sun Wu's bedside. Using her ability to freeze objects, she would secretly cool down little Sun Wu and help him release some steam. Sun Wu enjoyed this free service, but he always teased her a bit, watching her blush and pout, which added a touch of humor to his otherwise monotonous convalescence. Chapter 81, College Entrance Exams and Enrollment. Peaceful days always fly by quickly, and before they knew it, it was time for the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam in the Federation was completely different from what Sun Wu had experienced in his previous life. It was more like an ultimate test that combined wisdom, strength, and luck. All candidates are teleported to a massive virtual space constructed by the Federation at enormous cost, modeled after the rules of the real dimension. This virtual space features a complete social structure, historical backdrop, and even a large population of indigenous inhabitants composed of energy, who possess their own thoughts and behavioral logic, indistinguishable from real humans. The candidate's task is to find that unique existence within this vast simulated world. It could be a chosen one with a special mission, or a key item containing the essence of the world. Additionally, the college entrance exam space mimics the real-world dimension by suppressing forces that violate the world's laws. For example, most worlds suppress technological items. Some special worlds are exceptions, such as the Iron Man world or the Mecha War world. In the dimensional space, the universally applicable powers are physical strength and martial arts. The prototype for this Gaokao world is said to be a real-world event known as the Winterwood City War. This information was obtained by Sun Wu through persistent negotiation, leveraging his thick-skinned racial trait from General Ji-Hai. According to Ji-Hai, the Federation went to such great lengths to organize this form of college entrance exam for one fundamental reason: the energy crystal cores previously given to Sun Wu. Whether low-grade, medium-grade, or high-grade, these crystals are the key resources driving the Federation's cultivation system at high speeds, possessing extremely high strategic value. The most stable way to obtain these crystals is to locate and recover the chosen ones or key items from the dimensional worlds. Once they are removed from their original dimensions, the world's rules automatically convert them into pure energy crystals. The college entrance exam is, at its core, a preliminary screening for treasure hunters. In this simulated space, candidates generally have 2 ways to pass. One relies on intellect, involving observation, deduction, interacting with natives, analyzing historical trends, and identifying the hidden chosen protagonist or crucial artifact. The other method is much simpler and more brutal: clear the field. Since you can't find the target, just eliminate everyone else. After all, there's only one target, and once you eliminate everyone else, the system will automatically notify you of your success. After all, despite its vast size resembling a massive city, this simulated space ultimately has boundaries. For many warriors who believe in the supremacy of strength, using fists to speak is more direct and efficient than wasting brainpower on puzzle games. In the end, there will be specialized evaluators who will score your performance in the simulation space. Those who meet the criteria will be able to proceed to various universities. Sunwoo doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. Students like him who are admitted early gather in advance. While Lee Yi and the others were taking the college entrance exam, Sunwoo had already boarded the military shuttle of the Star Martial Arts Federation University with the people sent to fetch him. The shuttle's interior was spacious and comfortable, with almost no noise or vibration upon takeoff. Its speed was astonishing, and the scenery outside the windows blurred by rapidly, soon leaving the outline of the Magic City district behind. Sunwoo leaned back in his comfortable seat, watching the rain clouds rush by outside, his mind filled with mixed emotions. From a struggling trainee fighting for survival to a genius now in the spotlight, specially recruited by a top-tier university, all of this had happened in just half a month. This world was far more fascinating and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The identity of the guide he now held was like a sword hanging over his head, constantly reminding him not to let his guard down. Xingwu Federation University, Ji Hai's promise. This seemed to be the best choice for now, but the future would ultimately depend on his own efforts. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the newly restored vitality. University? I'm coming. The spaceship sliced through the gloomy clouds, racing toward the distant horizon. Blue Water Star, Star Martial Arts Federation University branch. The spaceship hovered smoothly before finally landing in the central square of a futuristic complex of buildings. Skyscrapers soaring into the clouds shimmered with vibrant lights, while aerial trams glided silently through the air. On the ground, people dressed in stylish attire hurried about with purposeful expressions. This didn't resemble a university branch at all. It was clearly an independent city that had condensed cutting-edge technology and prosperity, surpassing even some of the most bustling areas of the Magic City district. It resembled a futuristic city from some sci-fi works of the past. Sunwoo followed the efficient female admissions officer through the crowd, eventually coming to a halt before an ancient altar that stood out starkly from its surroundings. The design of the altar immediately reminded him of the one from when he first awoke his inheritance, though this one was far more grand, and the stone exuded an indescribable sense of age, as if it had borne witness to countless years. The true university campus is located within an independent dimensional world. The admissions officer pointed at the altar, step onto it, and it will teleport you to the campus entrance. Remember, once inside, go straight to Mr. Li Mu of the Freshman Combat Division to register. He was specially recommended by General Ji and will be responsible for arranging your affairs. Sunwoo nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the cold stone surface of the altar. The familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and as a flash of light filled the air, the scene before him shifted instantly. The gloomy, rain-soaked blue water star vanished, replaced by a vast, cloudless azure sky, the air so fresh it was almost unbearable. He found himself amidst a range of mountains, with the tops of the surrounding peaks seemingly carved away to form a massive platform. A majestic and imposing school gate stood before him, as if connecting heaven and earth. Above the gate, a simple yet heavy plaque hung, inscribed with 4 characters in elegant calligraphy. Star Martial Federation. Each character seemed to contain an indescribable, overwhelming power, and just a single glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. Sunwoo's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the 4 characters. In an instant, he felt his consciousness being pulled by an invisible force, plunging him into a peculiar spiritual illusion. In the illusion, an old man with snow-white hair and a demeanor of a sage was wielding a brush, his strokes as swift and powerful as dragons and snakes, forming the 4 characters, Star Martial Federation. With each stroke, a thunderous force erupted, and an overwhelming pressure, as tangible as a physical force, crushed down upon Sunwoo, shaking his very core. He felt his mental energy surging out like a floodgate opening, and his brain throbbed with pain, as if he were about to die at any moment. What the hell is this? How can just looking at a university emblem kill me? Sunwoo was filled with terror, desperately trying to break free from the mental restraint, but he found himself trapped in a quagmire, unable to move even an inch, let alone summon the energy within his body or activate the King of the World fist. This force was far beyond his current capabilities. System, save me. He desperately called out to the system in his mind, searching for any glimmer of hope. Chapter 82, Old Acquaintances. Hey! Wake up! What are you spacing out for? You're a freshman, aren't you? Just as Sunwoo felt his consciousness beginning to fade, ready to do anything to make the system throw the goddess's underwear out and smash everything around him. A slightly flirtatious voice, like a clear spring, poured into his mind, instantly dispelling the terrifying pressure. The illusion shattered, and Sunwoo snapped back to reality, feeling a splitting headache and cold sweat soaking his back. He gasped for breath and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man wearing the uniform of the Star Martial Arts Federation University stood not far away, his hands in his pockets, examining him with interest. He appeared to be a year or two older than Sun Wu. "Hey, buddy, you've got some nerve, don't you?" The young man took a few steps closer, whistling in admiration. "Didn't your family tell you that the emblem on our school sign is the divine script left by the first principal? It's specifically used to suppress dimensional beasts and contains the martial arts will of the old master. You're just a freshman, with no one to protect you, and you dare to stare at it like that? Aren't you afraid your spiritual energy will deplete, leaving you a fool on the spot?" The man's name was Lu Xing. He had just returned to school from his family's estate and spotted someone standing dumbly at the school gate, staring intently at the school sign. He could tell at a glance that this was an inexperienced freshman. He knew exactly what was going on. At this time of day, not wearing a school uniform, and daring to come alone to the school gate to contemplate the way, he was most likely the son of a wealthy family who had pulled strings or had connections. Although the founder's divine script wasn't powerful enough to kill someone, mental exhaustion could leave them unconscious for days, which would be a major embarrassment. Thinking this, Lu Xing hurried over to wake him up. It was just a matter of giving a friendly reminder. It didn't take much effort and could earn him some goodwill. Why not? Sun Wu listened to the other person's rapid-fire complaints, then glanced at the plaque still emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. He felt a chill run down his spine, and a trace of embarrassment crept onto his face. "Goodness, I almost died before I even started, getting defeated right at the school gate." University life is indeed full of surprises and scares. The terrifying mental pressure he felt earlier didn't seem like something that would spare his life. He truly felt like he was about to die. "My name is Lu Xing, a second-year student from the federal faction, Lu family." Lu Xing sized up Sun Wu from head to toe, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Sun Wu's reaction was surprising. He didn't even recognize the old principal's signature divine script. He must not be from the founding families. He is probably from the federal faction as well. "Hey, what about you? You look unfamiliar. Which family are you from?" "Sun Wu." "Thanks for earlier," Sun Wu replied briefly. "No family. Just an ordinary student." Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile curving his lips, but he didn't press the matter. "All right, an ordinary student. Come on, I'll take you inside to have a look." He muttered to himself, these days, which ordinary student would be wandering around the entrance of the Star Martial Arts School alone at this time, staring blankly at the divine script sign? "Keep pretending." The two walked side by side toward the majestic school gates. As they stepped through the shimmering light curtain at the entrance, it felt as though they had instantly penetrated an invisible barrier. The cacophony of voices and the intense energy surged toward them, starkly contrasting with the silence outside. Before them lay an expansive plaza beyond imagination, paved with white jade, stretching endlessly in every direction. The square was bustling with people dressed in various attire, some hurrying about, others chatting in small groups. Occasionally, streaks of light darted through the air, clearly the work of those with high cultivation levels flying through the sky. "By the way, new student registration, do you have a designated teacher to guide you?" Lu Xing asked casually. I think I was told to find a teacher named Li Mu," Sun Wu recalled the words of the admissions officer. "Li Mu?" Lu Xing stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet. He suddenly turned to look at Sun Wu, his eyes wide with shock. "The war god Li Mu?" Seeing Sun Wu's calm expression, as if he were talking about the old man next door, his tone changed. "Dude, you're not pulling this on me." Li Mu, the warrior who has stepped onto the path to godhood in the combat division. One of the top mentors in the entire Federation faction. He personally greeted you, a freshman? You're telling me you're just an ordinary student? Sun Wu looked at Lu Xing's expression, which seemed as though he had seen a ghost, furrowing his brows slightly, feeling a bit bewildered. Is Li Mu really that powerful? Ji Hai hadn't gone into detail with him, just telling him that a recruitment officer had greeted him. Lu Xing looked at his innocent expression, twitched the corner of his mouth, rolled his eyes, and muttered under his breath, "Too lazy to ask anymore. This kid must be from some wealthy family, just showing off." Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance ahead on the square, with a crowd forming a circle. Faint sounds of an argument drifted over, catching the attention of both men. Lu Xing nodded toward the commotion. There they go again. At this time of day, the only ones who can get in are either from the founding families or their affiliated factions, arrogant brats with their noses in the air. His tone carried a hint of disdain, clearly unfazed by such scenes. The founding families were the remnants of the group that had followed the first president of the university into battle across the dimensional worlds a century ago. Their roots span across various dimensional worlds, with intertwined and intricate networks of power that far surpass the local strongholds of the present world. As the two approached, they saw several young men and women dressed in luxurious attire and exuding an air of sophistication gathered around a slender girl. None of them were wearing school uniforms, so they must all be freshmen like Sun Wu. "Miss Wang, it's just adding you as a contact. It's no trouble at all. Why be so unwelcoming?" A tall, muscular young man with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and dazzling blonde hair spoke with a smile, his tone gentle yet carrying an unmistakable air of authority. His tailored, luxurious overcoat stood out prominently in the crowd. And the girl he was addressing. Sun Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Wang Yu? The eldest daughter of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy, the granddaughter of Wang Zhangdao. What was she doing here? At that moment, Wang Yu's pretty face was filled with unhidden irritation and a hint of anger. She had been overjoyed, using her grandfather's connections to secure early admission to the Star Martial Arts Federation University, hoping to arrive at the welcome square early and surprise Sun Wu. But as soon as she arrived, she was swarmed by these pesky flies. The blonde-haired young man in front of her, along with the others by his side, were all core members or important branches of the founding families of the university, with backgrounds so deep they were intimidating. Although her White Crane Martial Arts Academy was considered top tier in the Magic City district, it was no match for these colossal entities. Even if several Phantom Beast martial arts academies joined forces, they might barely be able to hold their own against one of these institutions. She didn't want to provoke these people at all. Exactly, Sister Wang. A beautiful young woman dressed in a lavish Rococo-style puffed skirt, looking like a doll, giggled and chimed in, her voice sweet and syrupy. Chenggu is being so proactive for once, and you won't even give him the courtesy of adding him as a friend? It won't hurt to add him. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. I don't want to add anyone else. Wang Yu still refused. Chapter 83, My boyfriend is there. Miss Wang, can't we at least meet? Chen Kai maintained his gentle expression and asked again with a smile. Brother Kai is being sincere. I've never seen him pay so much attention to someone before. Ms. Wang, don't use such a blatantly fake excuse. Where is your boyfriend? Why haven't we seen him yet? Are you really going to let such a beautiful woman come here alone without anyone to pick her up? Her tone was sweet and playful, but her words were sharp, clearly intended to provoke Wang Yu. Although both he and Chen Kai share the same surname, Chen Kai belongs to the clan leader S branch, while she is merely a distant relative from several generations removed, meaning they have virtually no blood relation. Therefore, he had always flattered Chen Kai, hoping to climb the social ladder by associating with him. But he didn't know why Chen Kai had always been so cold toward her, yet today he was so persistent with Wang Yu? This made her jealous beyond measure. Wang Yu was so angry that her face turned red, and she was about to explode, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a familiar figure standing on the outskirts of the crowd, alongside a young man wearing a Star Martial Arts uniform, seemingly watching the commotion. Is it him? Sun Wu? Wang Yu froze for a moment, then a mix of shock and joy surged through her heart. A bold thought popped into her mind. She almost instinctively raised her hand and pointed toward Sun Wu outside the crowd, her voice clear and loud. My boyfriend is over there. In an instant, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone's gaze, including Chen Kai and Shen Xian, turned toward the direction Wang Yu had pointed. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was still gossiping with Sun Wu. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Wang family? Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, recognizing the girl surrounded by the crowd as Wang Yu. He had seen her news on the internet when he arrived. She was the pride and joy of the White Crane Martial Arts Academy. What a pity. The Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist lineage. I heard their lineage's dimensional connection broke, cutting off contact, causing their illusions to weaken. Otherwise, they could have gone toe-to-toe with the founding families back in the day. Now they're scattered and can only survive in the real world. He rolled his eyes, watching Wang Yu being surrounded by those few guys who looked like trouble. With her looks, she's probably destined to be on the freshman campus beauty list. This is going to be trouble for her, she'll probably be harassed to death. But that Chen Kai is really annoying, always acting so pretentious. But I thought he wasn't interested in women? Lu Xing stroked his chin, watching the blonde youth close in step by step, then glanced at Wang Yu, who was clearly growing impatient but couldn't bring herself to react, and muttered under his breath. If I knew her, maybe I could step in and save the day, play the hero. He was just daydreaming, after all. The family backgrounds of those people weren't something he wanted to get involved with for no reason. He turned to share the gossip with Sun Wu, but noticed that Sun Wu's gaze was also fixed on Wang Yu, his eyes filled with an indescribable meaning. Hey, what's up? You've got your eye on her? Lu Xing nudged Sun Wu with his elbow and gave him a knowing look. She's a real beauty. Why don't you go save the damsel in distress? Maybe your righteous words will win her heart. In Lu Xing's mind, Sun Wu was also some unknown scion of a wealthy family, the perfect candidate to challenge those founding families. Before he could finish speaking, my boyfriend is over there. A crisp voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lu Xing instinctively followed the sound and found himself staring into countless curious eyes. Me? He pointed at himself, looking utterly bewildered, but quickly realized that Wang Yu's finger had clearly passed over him and landed on Sun Wu beside him. He whipped his head toward Sun Wu, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What the hell? You're her boyfriend? Lu Xing's mouth dropped open. He looked at Wang Yu, then at Sun Wu beside him, who looked completely innocent, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. You bastard. Lu Xing felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Alright, this kid is just showing off again. Lu Xing was so angry. Just a moment ago, he had been analyzing the situation so convincingly, talking about how the hero saves the damsel in distress, but the real hero was standing right there, hands in his pockets, watching the show. He had talked for so long, and it turned out everyone was just laughing at him, right? He shot a sideways glance at Sun Wu's expressionless face and muttered under his breath, this kid must be laughing his ass off inside. Meanwhile, Chen Kai followed Wang Yu's finger and looked over, his gaze first landing on Sun Wu, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. Who was that? He was dressed plainly, with no obvious signs of depth, and aside from being handsome, he didn't seem like anyone important. But the man beside him, Lu Xing. Chen Kai's expression turned cold. Lu Xing? Chen Kaishan recognized Lu Xing, and the gentle expression on his face cracked, tinged with a hint of jealousy he couldn't quite place. You're Wang Yu's boyfriend? How come I didn't know you, you good for nothing, had such good luck? Last year, my brother beat you senseless in Pirate World, and you've already forgotten the pain? Chen Xian also recognized Lu Xing, covering her mouth and exclaiming dramatically. Isn't that Lu Xing from the Lu family? I heard your federal faction is having a rough time lately. Did you lose a few more outposts on the Western Front again? You still have the nerve to come here and flirt with girls? The conflict between the federal faction and the founding families has been simmering for years, almost an open secret. The former are primarily composed of current military and political elites and their families, advocating for the defense of the current world against beasts and dimensional invasions. The latter are the descendants of the first generation of dimensional explorers, who control vast resources and secrets from other dimensions and are more inclined to abandon the decaying present world and migrate en masse to safer dimensional realms. Those who follow different paths do not walk together. The two sides have never ceased their open and covert struggles. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's playful expression faded slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Oh, isn't this the eldest son of the Chun family? What's the matter? Instead of ruling as a tyrant in your family's exclusive dimensional world, you've come here to the Welcome Square to block the entrance. Are you here to experience the life of ordinary mortals? Are you here to reminisce about the good old days and recall your own days of wandering in exile? He patted Sun Wu on the shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor. You really think you're Chen Xian now? What? Will Chen Xian give you a few more dimensional fragments when he inherits the family business? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Chen Xian doesn't have the qualifications to inherit, does he? Oh dear, a foundling, how pitiful, how pitiful. TSK, it's truly heartbreaking to hear. The Chen family was one of the founding elders of the Star Martial Arts Federation University. The family rules are strict, and the eldest son inherits everything. Unless another legitimate son demonstrates talent and ability far surpassing the eldest son, the succession cannot be altered. Chen Kai was reportedly born to his biological mother in the mortal realm and was only brought into his family's dimension after his mother died when he was in his teens. As a result, his peers have always mocked him as a bastard. Chen Kai's half-brother, Chen Xiantian, is a prodigy with extraordinary talent. By his sophomore year, he had already reached the 5th level of ancient martial arts and awakened his inheritance template to the 5th level of martial arts, making him a recognized genius. As a result, Chen Kai's chances of ever becoming the clan leader were effectively nil. You're asking for death. Chen Kai's face turned completely ashen, with veins bulging on his temples. Rejected by Wang Yu and then having his wounds reopened by Lu Xing, a member of a rival faction. A surge of immense anger welled up within him for no apparent reason. A peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body, unleashing an invisible gust of wind that caused the hair of several nearby freshmen to stand on end. A silver crescent moon quietly appeared in the center of his forehead. His eyes nearly burst into flames as he glared intently at Lu Xing. Lu Xing, how dare you judge my brother? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders for your arrogance. The few henchmen by his side immediately stepped forward, their faces grim, energy surging, glaring at Lu Xing with hostile intent, the atmosphere tensing to its limit. Lu Xing, however, sneered disdainfully, his earlier carefree demeanor gone, his body pulsing with energy. Ha, you really think you're Chen Xian? If you can't beat Chen Xian, I can handle you. Chapter 84, Li Mu. Wang Yu never expected things to spiral out of control to this extent. Her palms began to sweat slightly, and she felt anxious beyond words, but at that moment, she could only bite her lower lip and stand her ground, forcing herself to remain calm. She quickly calculated whether she should immediately contact her grandfather's old friend who served as the vice principal of Xingwu Academy. Sun Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, his internal energy flowing quietly. He had already planned to step forward to help Wang Yu earlier, but the sudden turn of events wasn't entirely unacceptable. Although his body hadn't fully recovered to its peak condition yet, the few people in front of him weren't a match for him in a fight. Especially Chen Kai. While his energy fluctuations were not weak, they were only slightly stronger than those of the previous Ito Ryunosuke. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. What are you all gathered here for? Is the Welcome Plaza a place for fighting? The voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority that left no room for doubt, causing the tense atmosphere to freeze for a moment. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit, who looked like an ordinary person, having appeared out of nowhere nearby. He had an ordinary face, an average build, and a bowl-cut hairstyle, with nothing remarkable about him. He wore a pair of thick-rimmed black glasses, but the eyes behind them were as deep as the night sky, seeming to pierce through one's soul. Jin Kai, upon seeing the man, immediately retracted all his energy and bowed deeply. Master Li Mu. What brings you here? Chen Xian and the other attendants were also startled, quickly lowering their heads and daring not to breathe. Mr. Li Mu? Lu Xing was also startled and quickly pulled Sun Wu's sleeve, whispering, "It's really Mr. Li Mu. A divine path expert. Hurry, be more respectful." Sun Wu, upon hearing this, quietly appraised this Li Mu teacher. Was this the person General Ji Hai had specifically instructed him to find? Li Mu's gaze swept calmly over Chen Kai, Wang Yu, and Lu Xing, before lingering on Sun Wu for just a moment. Chen Kai, take your people and leave. Don't interfere with the new students' registration. Though these few were this year's freshmen, Li Mu, who had frequently dealt with the founding clans, already recognized a few of them. Yes, yes. Chen Kai cast one last glance at Wang Yu before turning and leaving the square without looking back. As Chen Kai and his group departed, the crowd began to disperse, and the tension on the square eased considerably. Lu Xing's face still bore the expression of someone ready for a fight, but he turned to look at Sun Wu, his eyes fixed on him as if he were a rare species. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his tone tinged with disbelief and a hint of flattery. Brother, no, Sun Gu. Are you serious? The real deal doesn't show off. It's actually War God Li Mu who came to pick you up? Your background, wow, you're really something else. Sun Wu was amused by the stark contrast in his tone but didn't bother to explain, just a coincidence. He hadn't received any news that Li Mu would be coming to pick him up personally. Coincidence? Hee, Sun Gu, your coincidence is way too convenient. Lu Xing winked, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Oh no, I was so caught up in the commotion that I forgot to handle my enrollment procedures for my second year of college. Sun Gu, can we exchange contact info? If you need anything at school, just give me a shout, and I'll be there in a flash. Don't worry about anything else. I'm well connected on campus. You're new here, so you'll probably need help getting settled. Just come find me. He quickly pulled up his communication interface and looked at Sun Wu with eager anticipation. Having more friends means more opportunities, especially someone with such connections who can even get Li Mu, the war god, to give face a ordinary student. Sun Wu nodded and exchanged contact information with him. Alright. Sun Gu, Wang Yu, I'll be heading out now. Keep in touch. Lu Xing waved at the two of them, then bowed respectfully to Li Mu before darting away. The square was now empty except for Sun Wu, Wang Yu, and Li Mu. Wang Yu, who had just dared to publicly identify Sun Wu as her boyfriend, now looked like a deflated balloon, her head lowered, her fair neck flushing a tempting pink. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her eyes darting around, unable to meet Sun Wu's gaze. That moment had been a spontaneous reaction, or perhaps, an unconscious impulse. Now that she had calmed down, she felt her face burning and her heart racing. Would he think she was too forward? Would he be angry? Sun Wu watched her, finding her expression both amusing and exasperating. This young lady, her courage fluctuates so wildly. Cough, Li Mu cleared her throat, breaking the awkward silence. He looked at Wang Yu and spoke gently. You're Wang Yu, right? The granddaughter of Wang Zhangdao from the White Crane Martial Arts Academy? Ah. Yes, that's right, Mr. Li Mu. Wang Yu suddenly looked up, responding nervously. Alright, your enrollment procedures have been arranged by the vice principal. There's someone specifically handling it. Just go to the new student registration desk over there to handle it. Li Mu pointed to a building on the other side of the square. There's nothing for you here. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Wang Yu felt as though she had been granted a pardon. She glanced at Sun Wu, only to find him staring at her, causing her cheeks to grow even hotter. She hurriedly responded and almost ran away. Watching Wang Yu's hurried departure, Li Mu turned his head and studied Sun Wu once more. His gaze was calm, yet it seemed to pierce through everything. Sun Wu, come with me. Li Mu didn't ask about what had just happened. He simply turned around calmly and gestured for Sun Wu to follow. Sun Wu nodded and followed behind Li Mu. The two walked one in front of the other, crossing the vast and empty orientation square. The campus of the Star Wu Federation University was even more vast and awe-inspiring than Sun Wu had imagined. Beyond the square lay a wide main thoroughfare capable of accommodating 100 hovercraft side by side. The buildings lining both sides of the road featured diverse architectural styles. Some exuded classical elegance with soaring eaves and intricate brackets, while others boasted futuristic designs with sleek lines and metallic sheen. Occasionally, students in school uniforms could be seen piloting various peculiar flying vehicles or simply gliding through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. The two eventually arrived at a relatively quiet area where several sleek apartment buildings stood. This is your dormitory, a single room with all amenities, including a private practice room. Li Mu handed Sun Wu a card. This is your access card and ID card. You'll need it for most areas on campus. Sun Wu took the cards and thanked him. Li Mu led Sun Wu into one of the apartment buildings, took an elevator to a floor, swiped the card to open the door of a dormitory room. The room was small but clean and tidy, with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and a small meditation room, small but well equipped. Through the window, one could see the distant mountain ranges and the majestic buildings in the distance, shrouded in mist. Chapter 85. Set a small goal. Go to Dragon Ball to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. Get familiar with the surroundings first. Li Mu entered the room but didn't seem in a hurry to leave. He sat down in the chair by the window, adjusting the thick framed glasses on his nose that looked a bit worn. There are a few things I need to clarify with you beforehand. Sun Wu's heart stirred slightly. He placed his backpack on the empty bed beside him, pulled over a chair, and sat down across from Li Mu, waiting for him to continue. Li Mu looked out the window at the vibrant, energy-filled campus scenery, his gaze seeming to drift for a moment before he brought it back to Sun Wu and spoke in a calm tone. Sun Wu, your early admission to Xingwu was not through the regular special recruitment process. I assume Xiao Hai has already informed you of this? Yes, General Ji spoke with me about it, Sun Wu replied. Hearing this ordinary-looking, even somewhat dowdy middle-aged man casually refer to the imposing Western theater commander as Xiao Hai, Sun Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Good. Li Mu nodded. Tomorrow, representatives from Tianhai, Kyoto, Magic City, and Shenzhou Martial Arts University will arrive at our Star Martial Arts Academy. According to the unwritten rules among the 4 institutions, since they all expressed interest in you, or rather, in the 120th dimensional world behind you. Although you ultimately chose our Star Martial Arts Academy, according to the rules, they are also entitled to participate in this exploration at a cost. The location is set at our Star Martial Arts Academy. Tomorrow, we will launch an exploration mission targeting the 120th dimension, and you will participate as the guide. Guide? What do I need to do? Sun Wu asked. This was largely consistent with the information he had previously heard from Ji Hai, but he wanted to know the specific operational details. You don't need to do anything, Li Mu replied bluntly. Nothing at all? Sun Wu was genuinely surprised. That's right. Li Mu pushed his glasses up, his eyes calm behind the lenses. The energy level of the 120th dimension behind you is very high, and we currently know very little about its internal conditions. Your primary and only role is to serve as a stable coordinate and key. As long as you remain within that dimensional world, we can maintain the stability of the entrance portal and ensure the exploration team can enter and return safely. He looked at Sun Wu and continued, so, all you need to do is follow the team inside, and then in that dimensional world, well, just think of it as a guided tour. Explore the area, ensure your own safety, and that's all. The primary tasks of this exploration include preliminary reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, handling potential dangers, and even necessary combat. All of these tasks will be handled by top mentors and senior elite students from the other 4 universities, as well as several experienced seniors selected by our Star Martial Arts University. They are the main force of this operation. Li Mu paused, as if to help Sun Wu better understand his role. Your role is more like a crucial key to open the door. Once the first door is opened, the mission can proceed. Therefore, your primary task is to ensure your own safety. You don't need to fight, and you certainly don't need to take any risks. Got it? Sun Wu nodded, but inwardly he muttered to himself. In plain terms, it's just a human GPS. This mission poses minimal risk to you and is actually a great opportunity. Li Mu seemed to sense Sun Wu's lingering doubts and continued. As long as the mission is completed successfully and the team returns safely, you, as the guide, will directly receive a dimensional reward. It's similar in nature to the final reward from the rank-up trials you participated in before, though the form is different. It won't be directly infused with energy, but will instead be condensed into an energy crystal core based on the dimensional world's energy level and the initial results of your exploration. As for what an energy crystal core is, you'll learn the details in school after you return. It's a strategically vital material for the Federation. Energy crystal core? Sun Wu's mind raced, recalling the object Ji Hai had slipped into his hand. He silently retrieved the irregularly shaped, milky white crystal from the system space, held it in his palm, and placed it in front of Li Mu. Teacher, is this what you were talking about? Li Mu's gaze fell on the crystal nucleus in Sun Wu's hand. The expression on his previously impassive face finally showed a hint of obvious surprise, even shock. He leaned forward slightly and examined it closely. A high-grade energy crystal core? His brows furrowed involuntarily as he looked at Sun Wu. Did Xiao Hai give this to you? Apart from Ji Hai, he couldn't think of anyone else who would give such a high-grade item to a freshman. Li Mu seemed to think of something, shook his head lightly, and his tone returned to its previous calmness, though there was something more in the depths of his eyes. No, what you obtained after completing this mission wouldn't be such high-grade material. To obtain a high-grade energy crystal core, one typically needs to delve deeply into the dimensional world, locate and acquire that world's key item or chosen one to condense it. This time, you're merely serving as a guide, entering to experience the world briefly before exiting. According to the rules, you'll only receive a basic low-grade energy crystal core as a minimum reward. Think of it as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Moreover, this minimum reward for first-time entry is only available once per dimensional world for the same individual. Low-grade energy crystal core? Hardship allowance? Sun Wu weighed the high-grade item in his hand, which contained 50 million experience points, and thought about Li Mu's mention of low-grade compensation. His lips twitched involuntarily. The gap is pretty huge. What's the key item in the Dragon Ball world? Dragon Balls, right? The chosen ones of Destiny Sun Wukong and Vegeta count, right? But maybe I could try to the Dragon Balls. Fight those two? Sun Wu quietly dismissed the idea. Li Mu looked at the high-grade crystal core in Sun Wu's hand, his thoughts racing. That kid Ji-Hai actually gave this to the youngster? This crystal core has significant auxiliary effects in breaking through the bottleneck after reaching the 9th level and stepping onto the path to divinity. He kept it for himself instead of giving it to Sun Wu? It seems that Ji-Hai values this youngster far more than I had previously estimated. Is it because of the uniqueness of the 120th dimension? Or does Sun Wu himself possess a value that even he hasn't fully grasped? He didn't dwell on it further and changed the subject. In any case, meet at the teleportation array area in the Welcome Square at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Someone will be there to meet you. Today, you should rest well, adjust your state of mind, and familiarize yourself with the campus environment. If you need anything for daily life, you can contact the college's logistics department using your ID card. Li Mu stood up, seeming to have covered everything he needed to say. He glanced at Sun Wu one last time, said nothing more, and turned to leave the dormitory. The room fell silent once more, leaving only Sun Wu behind. He ran his fingers over the high-grade energy crystal core in his hand, feeling the surging power within it, and reminisced about Li Mu's words. It seemed that the value of his guide was even greater than he had imagined. However, Sun Wu looked down at the crystal core in his hand. A single low-grade crystal core wouldn't suffice, he must obtain another high-grade energy crystal core. Combined with the one he already had, he could instantly level up and complete the reward quest. Obtain that Super Saiyan transformation. Decided. Let's set a small goal first. Sun Wu put the crystal core away, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked softly. First, get the Dragon Balls, and see if making a wish works on him. Chapter 86, Entering the Dragon Pearl World. The next morning, on the orientation square of the Dimension campus of Xingwu University, a massive structure similar to the trial altar Sun Wu had seen before, yet far more grand, rose into the sky. Sun Wu gazed at the altar adorned with mysterious runes, his curiosity piqued. Where did these creations capable of traversing dimensions originate? Unfortunately, neither textbooks nor the conversations of others had ever mentioned them. It seemed he would have to seek guidance from Mr. Li Mu, a being of the 9th rank or higher, who should surely know the secrets behind these mysteries. At that moment, the square was already bustling with people. Besides the lead instructors from the 4 major schools Tianhai, Kyoto, Magic City, and Shinzhou Martial Arts University and their elite students, many senior students and teachers from Xingwu Academy had also gathered, clearly drawn by this exploration mission. What's the deal with Dimension 120? Isn't it just a low-level world according to rumors? Why all the fuss? Look, isn't that in Ruoyu from Kyoto University? Is she the exchange student this time? I thought she was about to graduate? I've heard she's already reached the 9th level of martial arts. Not just that. The teacher leading the team from Shinzhou Martial Arts University is a genuine second step of the Divine Path powerhouse. Exploring a new dimension actually requires such a high-ranking expert to personally lead the mission? You're out of your league here. God's Pathmasters are those who have broken through the 9th rank and touched the threshold of divinity. They can unleash their full power in most worlds without being constrained by local rules. It's probably their first exploration, so everyone sent their top-tier figures to lead the team, just to play it safe. Wow, the perks for this year's freshmen are too good. With so many powerhouses escorting them, just taking a stroll inside should be safe as can be. Back when we first entered the dimensional world, we nearly got chased out by the locals until our pants fell off. How envious. The onlookers chatted excitedly, their words brimming with curiosity and envy. On the altar, teams from various universities had already gathered. After a few technical staff members in Star Martial Arts University uniforms finished their preparations, the leaders of each university stepped forward and each took out a crystal-clear crystal. The crystals gathered in the air, fused together, and finally settled securely into at the top of the altar. Sun Wu noticed that the crystals they had taken out seemed similar to his own dimensional core, but they were significantly smaller in size. Sun Wu, come to the center of the altar. Li Mu stood at the edge of the altar and gestured to Sun Wu. He was responsible for overseeing the activation of the altar and would not accompany the team inside. Sun Wu complied and stepped forward. As his footsteps entered the core area of the altar, the entire structure suddenly shone with a faint glow. A complex and mystical magical array diagram slowly emerged and rotated above the altar. Immediately afterward, a distorted spatial portal quietly opened at the center of the magical array. Alright, the coordinates are locked. Everyone may enter now. Li Mu's voice rang out clearly. This is an initial reconnaissance mission, so the resources and dimensional core fragments contributed by each faction will only sustain the portal for 1 day. After 1 day, the teleportation gate will automatically recall everyone. As he finished speaking, the lead instructors from several universities led their students one by one into the spatial gate. Sun Wu followed the Star Martial Arts University group and stepped inside. After a brief flash of light and a sense of spatial distortion, Sun Wu found himself and the others from Xingwu University floating above a bustling modern metropolis. Skyscrapers stood densely packed below, while various oddly shaped flying vehicles crisscrossed the sky, presenting a scene of highly advanced civilization. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. No one had expected that this newly discovered dimension was not the barbaric wasteland or fantastical continent they had imagined, but a world with extremely advanced technology. Sun Wu looked down at the familiar dome-shaped buildings and capsule-like flying vehicles below, and a name immediately came to mind: West City? This was clearly the city where Bulma's Capsule Corporation was located in the Dragon Ball universe. He instinctively looked around but noticed that only the Star Wu University team was present. There was no sign of the other 4 universities. Where are the people from the other schools? Sun Wu wondered. At that moment, Wang Yu, who had been quietly observing Sun Wu, noticed his confusion and leaned in to explain. Sun Wu, are you looking for someone else? Seeing Sun Wu nod, Wang Yu continued, those universities probably brought special anchor points. So our entry time and starting positions might be different from theirs. Anchor points? Sun Wu immediately recalled the wooden leaf headband that had dropped when he had killed the snake-worshipping elder of the Jin family earlier. The description had also mentioned the term anchor points. Yes, Wang Yu nodded in confirmation. It's likely that someone in their group has another person with this 120th generation dimensional inheritance template. Anchor points typically require the corresponding inheritance template. And you, Sun Wu, you yourself are a living anchor point. The timing of our entry is closely tied to the timeline of the template character you inherited in this world, so it generally doesn't deviate too much. While they may also deviate from their positions due to the anchor point in their team, they shouldn't deviate too much either. Mentioning the template, Sun Wu's mind flickered, and he immediately checked his inheritance interface. What he saw made his eyes widen in astonishment. Current world, Divine Realm Mimic World Dragon Ball. World rules detected as compatible. Inheritance template lower ranked warrior Sun Wukong restrictions lifted. Current template development level synchronized with inheritance template. Current inheritance, lower tier Saiyan warrior Sun Wukong. Battle fully unlocked. Current dimension detected as 120, battle power level unified with the current world's combat strength. Name, Sun Wu. Current combat power, approximately 100,000 level equivalent to 416 Dragon Ball combat points. Should the current inheritance template be enabled? On the system panel, the number representing his current combat power in the real world suddenly skyrocketed from 10,000 to 1 million. And within the brackets, a new value appeared: 416. This was his combat power points in the Dragon Ball world. 416 points. Sun Wu remembered clearly that this was exactly the power level Son Goku had when he fought to the death with Raditz. Could it be that the current timeline is during the Raditz era? Sun Wu speculated in his mind. And if we use this conversion, 1 million points of real-world combat power would roughly equate to around 400 Dragon Ball combat power points? He noticed there was an option at the bottom: Activate Inheritance Template. Activate Inheritance Template. In the corresponding dimensional world, when the inheritance template development reaches 100% currently met, the host may choose to activate the inheritance template to temporarily obtain all attributes of the template character. This includes but is not limited to physical appearance, bloodline, combat techniques, and combat experience. This status can be enabled or disabled at any time. Oh, there's such a good thing? Sun Wu's eyes lit up. Chapter 87, The Science Attack. Sun Wukong's combat skills and experience were honed through countless battles, far surpassing my own limited abilities, which amount to little more than firing energy blasts. If I could borrow them temporarily, my combat power would definitely rise to a whole new level. I wonder if I'll also inherit his heart condition, he thought to himself. Sun Wu really wanted to try out this new ability right away, but upon glancing at the teachers and classmates around him, he managed to suppress his urge. With so many people around, it's better to wait for a quieter place to study it in secret. Just then, the lead teacher from Xingwu University and several senior students had already sprung into action. They quickly established a communication channel covering everyone present, shared information, and simultaneously activated various scanning devices to analyze the environment and energy readings. Finally, they confirmed it was a world with unique technology and advanced martial arts. Soon, they successfully connected to this world's network using portable devices and began swiftly gathering intelligence. The first martial arts tournament, martial artists, these keywords quickly caught their attention, making them realize that this world harbored individuals far more powerful than their initial estimates. Found it. Sun Wu, the name of your inheritance template, Sun Wukong? He was the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, but the records show he's already dead? A senior responsible for intelligence gathering reported with a frown. Dead? The team leader pondered for a moment. It seems this Sun Wukong is not the current chosen one of this world. Continue investigating and look for other renowned powerhouses in this world. The champion of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, Tan Jin Fan, this one is worth keeping an eye on. The 21st champion, Jackie Chan? I'll handle that. Piccolo, the former world ruler? His whereabouts are unknown, but someone has seen someone resembling him roaming the wasteland. I'll go look for this person. Shape-shifting animals? The Flame Mountain Ox Demon? These supernatural phenomena are also suspicious. I'll investigate this area. This dimension has a multi-layered structure. I'll check the other dimensional layers. Boom! A sudden, muffled explosion echoed from the distance, accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. Sun Wu followed the sound and saw one of the lead teachers withdrawing his palm. At the center of his palm, a point of light as bright as the moon was slowly fading, as if he had absorbed a miniature full moon into his body. It's Teacher Wu Gang. A senior student whispered beside Sun Wu. After listening for a moment, Sun Wu roughly understood that this divine path master seemed to possess some kind of mystical power related to the moon. The moonlight in his palm earlier was not an illusion but a manifestation of something real. The energy in this world is very active, Mr. Wu Gang spoke, his voice calm yet tinged with a hint of astonishment. I can barely sense the usual dimensional constraints that exist in other worlds. Upon hearing this, everyone sensed their own bodies and indeed found that the energy flowing within them seemed to have broken free from an invisible shackle, surging far more violently than usual. Even the inherited power beyond ancient martial arts had become exceptionally dense and easier to manipulate. Normally, when entering an alternate dimension, one's power would be suppressed to the energy level corresponding to their inherited template, leaving them restricted and relying heavily on pure ancient martial arts techniques. But here, it felt as though even the air itself was amplifying their power. The movements Wu Gang made before casually withdrawing his hand were clearly a test. The deafening explosion was the aftereffect of his casual strike, which flattened half of a sizable hill on the outskirts of the city. Such power would likely be enough to level even a reinforced skyscraper in the real world. An unusual phenomenon. Record it first, Mr. Wu Gang said, glancing at the other teachers and senior students. Preliminary judgment, either the energy level in this realm is extremely high, causing the rules to amplify our abilities in reverse, or the material composition of this realm is abnormally fragile. No further words were needed. After a brief exchange of glances, the exploration plan was already in motion. The experienced teachers and seniors quickly assigned themselves to their respective target directions. The team leader and several experienced second and third year seniors each took charge of their respective objectives. Local time, 11:38 a.m., Wu Gang glanced at a device. 1 hour from now, we'll regroup at the original location to exchange information. Keep communication lines open. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures shot into the sky without hesitation, turning into streaks of light that tore through the air, darting off in different directions across the city. Several teachers, whose abilities were beyond comprehension, waved their hands, creating ripples in the air that opened spatial gates. With a single step, they disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, only a level 6 martial arts instructor remained at the original location, tasked with overseeing Sun Wu and the other new recruits. The information stream shared through the communication devices flowed by, and Sun Wu's gaze fixated on one of them. Sun Wukong, deceased? His heart skipped a beat. This must be after Radith's invasion. Goku should still be training on King Kai's planet. This means that Vegeta and Nappa should be arriving soon? Below, on the street, a passerby casually tossed a universal capsule, which instantly materialized into a flying car. Right. Capsule Corporation, Bulma. Dragon Radar. He immediately searched the shared information and quickly found the entry for Capsule Corporation and its founder, Dr. Briefs, along with his daughter Bulma. Sun Wu approached the counselor named Qin Xiao, who was left behind, and made up an excuse. Counselor Chen, I sense that the chi of this world is connected to ancient martial arts. I'd like to explore it on my own. The counselor Qin Xiao glanced at him disinterestedly. Your guide role is complete. Go ahead on your own, but don't stray too far and stay safe. His attitude was dismissive, clearly not taking Sun Wu, a non-aristocratic youth, seriously. As the counselor assigned to this mission, he was well aware of Sun Wu's true identity and background. He was just a tool, irrelevant to the bigger picture. Now that he had securely entered the 120th dimension, Sun Wu's situation no longer mattered. As long as he was brought back safely, that was all that mattered. Sun Wu didn't care either. This attitude actually made it easier for him to escape. He flew directly toward the iconic massive dome-shaped building in the western capital, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. However, after a thorough search, Bulma was not there. Where did she go? Just as Sun Wu was pondering, the sky was suddenly torn apart by two blazing trails. These were not ordinary aircraft, they resembled two meteors trailing long streams of flame, hurtling directly toward a city adjacent to the western capital. The flying objects disappeared from the sky shortly after, and a blinding white light brighter than the sun erupted in the neighboring city. The terrifying energy shockwave warped the air itself. A massive mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky above the neighboring city, expanding and devouring everything in its path. Even thousands of miles away, the explosive white light and shockwaves reached several cities. In just a few breaths, the once thriving city at the horizon vanished completely, leaving behind a vast, barren plain of scorched earth. Amidst the flattened ruins shrouded in scorched earth, two figures, one large, one small, floated in midair, clad in peculiar battle armor. Chapter 88: The Fierce Battle with Nappa. Nappa! You fool! Such massive destruction will affect the sale price of this planet. The shorter Saiyan spoke in a cold tone, his eyes sharp as knives. Ugh, haha, Vegeta. The bald giant forced a laugh, quickly turning his head away and pressing his finger against the monocle-like device on his left eye. Maybe we should look for the Dragon Balls first. He tried to change the subject and activated the power detector. Beep beep. The strongest combat power on this planet must be the one who killed Raditz, right? Nappa muttered, let me see where the strongest one is. The numbers on the detector flashed rapidly. 981, 1220. 1083, humph, all weaklings. But there's one over 1,000? This must be the Namekian. Wait. What's that? Nappa's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Beside him, Vegeta's expression darkened. What's all the fuss about? Beerus, look in this direction. Nappa pointed toward the western capital where Sun Wukong and the others had landed. The combat power over there, something's off. Beerus furrowed his brows, glancing at the numbers synchronized on his sensor lenses. 36, 80. 116, 416. 3,815. Over 3,000 combat power? A hint of astonishment flashed in Vegeta's eyes. There's someone with over 3,000 combat power right nearby? Is he the strongest person on this planet? Before he could finish speaking, Vegeta's figure had already transformed into a blurry afterimage, tearing through the air and charging toward the direction of the high-energy reaction, not even bothering to look back at Nappa. On the other side, at the outskirts of the western capital, Chen Xiao, the Star Martial Arts University counselor left behind, was frowning as he flipped through news articles downloaded from the local network. The terrifying energy fluctuations that suddenly erupted in the distance sent a chill down his spine. Before he could find any news related to the explosion online, a powerful energy fluctuation that sent chills down his spine rushed toward him from the direction of the explosion, causing Chen Xiao's alarm bells to ring loudly. What is that? Are they the native powerful beings of this world? Was the explosion caused by them? He sprang to his feet, his nerves taut. Although his task was merely to supervise the freshmen, many of the students had powerful backgrounds. If anything were to happen under his watch, even if the school rules could protect him on the surface, he would still face trouble behind the scenes. Whoosh! Without any warning, the sky grew dim, and two figures, one large, one small, emitting an overwhelming sense of pressure, appeared above the crowd. Beerus stood with his arms crossed, floating in mid-air. Behind his dark green combat power detection goggles, his cold gaze swept over the crowd below, dressed in peculiar attire, as if observing a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. His attention lingered for only a moment on the strong one whose power barely reached 4,000, and the rest were no more than ants. Nappa grinned, flexing his muscles, causing a series of cracking sounds. His thick fingers pressed the detector again, confirming the highest reading. Hey, over 3,800? So it was you guys who took out Raditz? Nappa spoke in a deep, booming voice, his tone brimming with unhidden contempt. What a pitiful bunch of natives. That worthless Lottie is a disgrace to the Saiyans. He looked down at Chen Xiao and the group of young people who clearly looked like students, grinning maliciously. But never mind, let me, the Great One, show you these ignorant fools a proper welcome. Chen Xiao's expression grew solemn as energy surged quietly within him, shielding Wang Yu and the other freshmen behind him. He could clearly sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the two uninvited guests above him, especially the shorter one, whose aura was so deep and unfathomable, like a dormant beast. These two are definitely not ordinary foes. Chen Xiao remained on high alert. Their energy fluctuations are completely different from ours. Are these the native powerhouses of this dimension? Two powerful beings, is there some misunderstanding here? We don't know the person you're talking about, Late Eyes. Chen Xiao tried to communicate, hoping to avoid conflict. Oh? Is that so? But it doesn't matter if you don't know us. Nappa waved his hand dismissively. I'll dispose of you first and then go after others. Let me give you a little appetizer first. He chuckled, pulling out a few shriveled seeds from a small pouch at his waist and casually tossing them onto the ground. As the seeds hit the ground, he pulled out a small bottle and dripped a few drops of liquid onto them. The seeds burrowed into the soil like living creatures, causing the ground to swell into several mounds, which then exploded violently. Squeak! 6 green, ugly, and monstrous creatures, resembling humanoid monsters, crawled out of the ground. They shook their heads, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood, emitting piercing screams that caused the newcomers to involuntarily take a step back. Go! Tear these trash into pieces. The giant hand swept downward, issuing the command. And you'll get to play with me personally. Naba flew forward, crossing his arms and glaring at Chen Xiao in front of him. 6 cultivated human monsters screamed, transforming into 6 green afterimages, carrying a foul wind as they charged at the students from different directions. Humph! Chen Xiao snorted coldly. As a tutor at Star Martial Arts University and a martial arts expert of the 6th rank, he wouldn't be intimidated by such a small display. Earlier, he had refused to fight, not out of fear, but to avoid unnecessary complications. Without moving, he pointed his right hand like a sword and struck the approaching cultivated humanoids in mid-air. Whoosh! 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 6 streams of condensed white energy shot through the air, striking each cultivator's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Put! Like 6 water bags filled with being punctured, the 6 formidable cultivators didn't even have time to get close before exploding mid-air into greenish-yellow liquid, the foul stench spreading outward. The entire process was swift and decisive, fast to the extreme. The onlookers hadn't even had time to react before the threat was neutralized. They looked at Chen Xiao with eyes filled with admiration. The smile on that man's face froze, replaced by a mix of surprise and anger. You managed to take out my cultivator in an instant? It seems you're a bit stronger than I thought. He cracked his neck with a loud pop, his eyes growing fierce. But you're helping them while fighting me? Do you really think so little of me? Before he could finish speaking, Naba's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively raising his perception to its limit while crossing his arms in front of him. The energy within his body erupted without restraint. Boom! A colossal force slammed into Chen Xiao's crossed arms, producing a thunderous crash. He felt a brutal force coursing through his arms, causing his blood to surge and his arms to ache intensely. The ground beneath his feet cracked and sank instantly, sending him sliding backward dozens of meters before he managed to steady himself. As the dust settled, the burly figure of Ban Na appeared where Chen Xiao had been standing, a cruel smile on his face. Not bad reaction, savage. What incredible strength. Chen Xiao shook his numb arms, his heart racing with fear. This bald giant's strength far exceeded his expectations. This raw physical power was simply inhuman. It's not over yet. Nabara let out a savage laugh and charged forward once more, his massive fist tearing through the air with a deafening roar, aiming straight for Chen Xiao's face. The speed was astonishing. Chapter 89, Diamond Stardust Fist. Chen Xiao didn't dare to take it lightly. His body shifted slightly, narrowly avoiding the fist's edge. At the same time, he unleashed a palm strike imbued with the unique martial arts techniques of the Star Martial Federation, slicing toward Naba's ribs like a gazelle's horn. This palm strike channeled all of his 6th-level martial arts cultivation, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Bang! The palm blade struck Naba's side with a solid impact, yet it felt as though it had struck resilient leather, emitting only a dull thud. Naba's body only paused slightly, not even furrowing his brow, before he countered with an elbow strike aimed at Chen Xiao's temple, a brutal yet effective move. The two instantly entangled in a fierce struggle, their fists and feet colliding, their chi erupting in every impact, each collision producing deafening roars. Violent waves of energy spread outward, blowing the newcomers nearby off their feet, forcing them to summon their own strength to resist. Sun Wu, worried about Wang Yu, had rushed to the edge of the battlefield, his gaze fixed intently on the fight. Is this the collision between the power of the present world and the indigenous beings of another dimension? Sun Wu mused to himself. Based on my combat power of 416 points at a combat level of 1 million, and Dragon Ball combat power as the baseline. Chen Xiao, the instructor, based on previous information, is a 6th-level martial artist, which translates to a combat power of 5 million to 20 million. Converted to Dragon Ball combat power, that should be between 2080 and 8320 points. Even taking the midpoint, that's still 4 or 5,000. The detector reading for that Nappa was also over 3,800. Logically, even if Chen Xiao can't completely overwhelm him, he shouldn't be struggling this much. Moreover, the information shared earlier on the communication channel mentioned that their power had apparently been enhanced in the Dragon Ball world. The new students watched the battle with bated breath, their hands clenched tightly, palms drenched in sweat. On the battlefield, the battle grew increasingly intense. Naba's attacks were wide and powerful, fierce and domineering, each strike carrying immense force, as if he were trying to shatter the very fabric of space. Chen Xiao, however, moved with agility and precision, using his techniques to deflect blows and counterattack, constantly searching for openings in his opponent's defense. However, as time passed, Chen Xiao's heart sank deeper and deeper. Something's wrong, he thought, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. According to the information I gathered earlier, his attack power should have been significantly enhanced in this world. At his current level of martial arts, with a combat power rating of 9,134,630, he should be able to at least hold his own. Yet the bald giant before him not only possessed extraordinary strength but also astonishing defensive capabilities. His attacks had clearly struck vital points multiple times, yet they had little effect, as if the opponent's body were made of steel. On the other hand, the opponent's ferocious attacks, even with the rules weakening their impact, still put immense pressure on him. Every time he took a direct hit, it shook him to the core, causing his internal organs to ache. This defies all logic. Chen Xiao had no idea how abnormal the physical constitution of the Saiyan race from the Dragon Ball world was. Even in their youth, Saiyans could withstand bullets with their thick skin and tough bodies. The effort he was feeling now was the combined result of the differences in world rules and individual strength. I can't drag this out any longer. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the short Saiyan standing beside him, who had been watching coldly from the start, motionless like a statue. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. That short one felt 100 times more dangerous than this bald one. He must eliminate the bald Saiyan quickly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He leaped backward, swinging his arms in an odd posture, resembling a bird flapping its wings. Diamond Stardust Fist. Chen Xiao held nothing back, roaring with fury as energy surged wildly within him, converging on his right fist. A faint silhouette of the white bird constellation appeared behind him. This was a manifestation of fully activating his inherited abilities. This punch combined both ancient martial arts and inherited abilities. His fist blazed with blinding white light, as if he were holding a star about to explode, charging forward with unstoppable momentum to meet the heavy punch that Ba once again swung toward him. Interesting. A flash of excitement crossed Na Ba's eyes. He didn't flinch or dodge, instead channeling all his strength into his fist and striking with all his might. Boom! The two fists, each containing terrifying energy, collided violently. A visible shockwave erupted from the center of the two, violently spreading outward and once again lifting the ground. The blinding light caused everyone to instinctively close their eyes. As the light faded, Chen Xiao staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his right arm trembling slightly, clearly having endured the immense recoil force. Meanwhile, his opponent, Na Ba, was in far worse shape. The arm he had clashed with Chen Xiao was twisted unnaturally, hanging limply at his side. The bones were clearly broken, and white bone fragments protruded through the skin, dripping with blood. Ugh! Aha! Na Ba let out an agonized roar, his face twisted with disbelief and rage. You bastard, how dare you hurt me? Chen Xiao endured the excruciating pain in his arm and the surging blood in his body, but his gaze remained fixed on the short figure that had not moved. The previous all-out attack had severely wounded Na Ba, but it had also taken a huge toll on Chen Xiao, leaving him with internal injuries. Yet despite this, the bald giant's vitality remained terrifyingly robust despite losing an arm. His vital energy had barely weakened. What was even more terrifying was that the short man named Vegeta had been watching coldly the entire time. As if everything happening before him was none of his concern, and even when Ba was injured, a faint, barely perceptible sneer curled the corners of his lips. Monsters! Both of these guys are monsters. Chen Zhao's heart sank to the depths of despair. In a world where attack power is amplified to such an extent, this bald man is already so difficult to deal with. That short man is definitely not someone I can handle. Such terrifying combat prowess surpassed most of the worlds they had explored so far. Judging by their appearance, they seemed like ordinary soldiers, but it was unimaginable how powerful their superiors must be. If they could survive this and return, they would definitely request a divine path expert to purge this realm. There was no time to hesitate. Chen Xiao retreated silently, creating distance between himself and Na Ba, and activated the emergency communication device hidden within his combat suit. His fingers danced swiftly across the communication interface, sending desperate distress signals flooding into the internal communication channel of Star Martial Arts University. Emergency rescue. Emergency rescue. Coordinates 4396, 777. Under attack by 2 high-intensity natives. Repeat, 2 high-intensity indigenous attackers. One of them possesses combat strength far exceeding expectations, possibly reaching level 7 or higher. Request immediate assistance from all nearby instructors and seniors of level 7 or above. Immediate assistance. Acknowledge and respond immediately. The situation is critical. Newcomers from all major clans are present here. Request highest level assistance. Warning. The target individual possesses extremely strong defensive and regenerative abilities. Proceed with extreme caution. A series of urgent messages went unanswered, like stones sinking into the sea. At this moment, the divine-level experts leading the Star Martial Federation had already traveled to different dimensions of this world, and it was unclear whether they could receive the message. The other second and third-year students were also of similar combat strength. Most of them were at the 5th or 6th level of martial arts cultivation. Chen Zhao's heart pounded like a drum, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. While keeping a vigilant eye on the figure ahead, who was clutching his severed arm and roaring furiously, he fixed his gaze with the corner of his eye on the one who had posed a mortal threat to him. Beerus. Chapter 90, Vegeta Strikes. Ugh. Aha. Nappa clutched his severed arm, letting out a deafening roar. His face contorted in agony and rage. You damn savage, how dare you injure me? This will not be forgiven. The aura emanating from his body suddenly swelled, burning like tangible flames. The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the force and cracked open once more. Despite his severed arm, Nappa's aura not only failed to weaken but continued to rise steadily. His muscles bulged, and his entire body grew larger by a full circle. This is bad. Chen Xiao was terrified. How could the opponent still be able to increase his strength? He forced himself to ignore his internal injuries and tried to create some distance, but it was already too late. Die! Nappa's eyes were filled with nothing but his remaining left arm carrying a force far surpassing his previous attacks, ignoring his own injuries, and crashing toward Chen Xiao like a meteorite. The speed and force were so overwhelming that Chen Xiao didn't even have time to think about dodging. Puff! Chen Xiao felt an unstoppable force collide with his chest, shattering his protective energy barrier. His body flew backward like a, crashing into the distant ruins and raising a cloud of dust, his fate unknown. Blood gushed from his mouth as he crashed into the distant ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust, his fate unknown. It all happened too quickly, from Ba's furious outburst to Chen Xiao's severe injuries and collapse. It was all over in the blink of an eye. The remaining newcomers were completely stunned, their faces filled with fear and despair. Even Chen Xiao, a teacher of such immense power, had been reduced to this state in a single exchange. What hope did they have? At that moment, Vegeta, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, shifted his gaze slightly behind his emerald green sensor lenses. It was as if he had spotted an interesting prey, and a cold smile curled the corners of his lips. His gaze suddenly shifted to an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the square. Another one hiding their aura? Combat power. Though still weak, it seemed slightly stronger than these remaining worthless fools. Beerus had no interest in Naba or the terrified students. To him, any potential, unknown threat must be eliminated immediately. Without any warning, Vegeta's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. Sun Wu was currently hiding behind a collapsed billboard, his heart pounding wildly. Chen Xiao's gruesome state made his heart race while he frantically devised a countermeasure. At this moment, Vegeta and Nappa had just arrived on Earth. In the original story, one had a combat power of 18,000 and the other had 4,000? Based on the previous conversion rate of 100,000 being equivalent to 416 Dragon Ball combat power. That would mean Vegeta is equivalent to a mid-high level 7 and Nappa is a level 6? Exclamation point. Just then, a sense of foreboding flashed through Sun Wu's mind. An overwhelming sense of danger, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around Sun Wu's heart. He didn't even have time to react before a black shadow appeared before him at an unimaginable speed. Bang! A heavy blow struck Sun Wu's abdomen with tremendous force, causing excruciating pain to surge throughout his body, as if his internal organs were being shattered. He felt as though he had been transported back to the moment before his time travel, when he was struck by that massive truck, his body flying backward uncontrollably. He crashed through an advertisement board, then collided with several collapsed walls before finally crashing heavily onto the center of the battlefield. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to get up, he realized his spine felt broken, leaving him unable to exert any force. Ah Wu! A voice filled with terror pierced the air. Wang Yu's gaze was fixed on the figure in the arena, and when she recognized it as Sun Wu, who had been struck by Vegeta, her blood froze. It was Sun Wu, who had just escaped earlier. Her heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand. She almost instinctively rushed forward, spreading her arms wide without hesitation, standing in front of Sun Wu as he approached, facing the short figure emanating a deathly aura. No, don't hurt him. Wang Yu's voice trembled, her body convulsing and shaking slightly from the fear emanating from Vegeta. But her gaze was unwavering, fixed firmly on Vegeta, showing no sign of retreat. Flowing blade of fire. With a sharp cry, crimson light erupted from her hands, the Zanpakuto materializing. Flames surged around her, forming a flickering wall of fire. Beerus's brows furrowed imperceptibly, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience and contempt. As if he were looking at a mantis that dared to block the path of a rolling wheel. The emotions of an ant? How boring. Sun Wu, after failing to stand up after 2 attempts, felt his anger boiling within him. Damn it, I shouldn't have let the original story cloud my judgment. This version of Vegeta is simply inhuman. He almost died. Beerus's previous strike had directly triggered Sun Wu's passive ability, Battle Continuation. If it weren't for that passive ability, he might have already been dead just now? Sun Wu lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. He looked up and saw Wang Yu's slender yet stubborn figure. She was clearly terrified, yet she still stood in front of him. A mix of emotions surged through him: shame, anger, and a hint of something he couldn't quite put his finger on. What the hell? Sun Wu clenched his teeth, struggling to stand up. I, Sun Wu, am letting a woman stand in front of me to protect me? This is embarrassing. The indomitable warrior spirit flowing through his Saiyan bloodline erupted like a volcano, fueled by humiliation and anger. There was no time to think anymore. System! He roared in his mind, activate the Super Saiyan 1 experience card. Super Saiyan 1 transformation requires a combat power of 3 million in the Dragon Ball world. Current combat power, 416 points. Does not meet the requirements for Saiyan transformation. The cold, mechanical prompt sounded like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flames of determination burning within him. The system remained silent, mechanically repeating the same message about the inability to transform. Just then, Vegeta's lips curled into a cruel smile. If that's the case, I'll let you see with your own eyes how she dies because of you. I wonder what expression you'll have then. Before he finished speaking, Vegeta casually raised his hand, and a ki blast flew toward Wang Yu. It was merely a casual strike, yet it was more than enough to effortlessly eliminate this weakling. However, just as the energy wave was about to engulf Wang Yu, a figure suddenly burst out from the crowd of newly arrived people, charging forward without hesitation to block the energy wave's path. Boom! The explosive shockwave instantly engulfed the figure, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The air currents swirled violently around Wang Yu, causing the flames surrounding her to dance wildly. Vegeta paused slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Someone actually dares to rush to their death? As the dust gradually cleared, the scene before everyone's eyes left them speechless. Kai Gu. Chen Xian, among the newcomers, let out an incredulous cry. The one who had suddenly charged forward to block Wang Yu was none other than Chen Kai. In the center of the arena, a young man shrouded in a long, flowing shadow of inheritance slowly collapsed to the ground, the silver crescent on his forehead fading away. Wang Yu's hand, clutching the Zanpakuto, trembled slightly. She couldn't understand how Chen Kai, who had been relentlessly pursuing her just yesterday, could have become so powerful. Don't you remember me? Chapter 91, The Prince is shocked. Chen Kai's body went limp, his vision began to blur, and the world spun around him. The pain receded like a tide, leaving behind a deeper, more lingering ache that seemed to seep into his very bones. He felt as though he had returned to that filthy street corner, covered in wounds, curled up on the cold ground. A small hand, warm and gentle, gently touched his swollen cheek. Are you an angel? He remembered asking, his voice hoarse and indistinct. No, the voice was clear and crisp, like a wind chime. I'm from the White Crane Martial Arts School. Here's some medicine for your wounds. A small medicine bottle was slipped into his hand, carrying the cool scent of herbs. Don't go bother them again. They're very fierce. Fierce? They were far worse than that. Those people had taken his mother's life and abandoned him by the roadside like trash. But the girl before him had none of their cruelty in her eyes, only pure concern. Thank you, I'll repay you. He managed to utter those words with all his strength, the most solemn promise a humble child could make. After being taken to the Chen family's cold ancestral home, he thought he'd never see the warmth of that street corner again. But yesterday, among the new arrivals, he saw that face again. Wang Yu. The little girl who had once applied medicine to his wounds overlapped with the graceful figure before him. Is this how I repay you? The thought flickered like a candle in the wind, then faded into silence. Chen Kai's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Foolish. Beerus paid no heed to the sudden appearance of an ant-like creature, not even glancing at him again. In a flash, he reappeared before Wang Yu, his fist enveloped in the scent of death, aimed directly at her body. With Vegeta's current strength, Wang Yu had no chance of survival. This time, no one would step in to block the blow for her. Sun Wu's heart sank. The situation was dire. He didn't know why Chen Kai had suddenly risked his life to save her, but he understood that now, the only one he could rely on was himself. System, he shouted in his mind. The inheritance panel remained unresponsive. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll have to forcefully activate the 50x King of the World Fist and fight to the death. There were still the divine beans and the medicinal insects. He should be able to endure it. Sun Wu's expression grew solemn as he retrieved the divine beans from the system space. Ding, local heavenly Tao is uncooperative. The battle thrilling system is taking over. Please wait. The familiar system prompt sounded, followed by an energy arm appearing out of thin air once more. This time, it directly plunged into the void. When the arm retracted, there was a human figure in its grasp. The figure wore a hat shaped like a clock, seemingly cast from gold. Beneath the hat were blue flowing hair, and beneath the hair were a pair of elf-like pointed ears. It was a woman dressed in strange purple-red attire. The time boundary god, Ios? Sun Wu caught a glimpse of the figure out of the corner of his eye, his heart trembling violently. Isn't this a character from Dragon Ball Heroes? Can the fan-made character system even pull this out? However, at this moment, this time boundary king god Ios had a blank expression, resembling a vegetable, with no sign of life or movement. Smash Varuto. Sun Wu seemed to hear a strange sound. One by one, energy gears appeared in the surrounding space. A light wave emanated from the time realm King God Ios, spreading outward in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Time froze instantly. Beerus' fist froze in mid-air before Wang Yu, his face still bearing a trace of a cruel smile, yet as rigid as a statue. Wang Yu's flaming blades also froze mid-air, everything falling into absolute stillness. This, is time stopping? The entire world fell silent, with only Sun Wu's consciousness still functioning. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to hear faint sounds of battle echoing through the void. The entire space seemed to ripple like the surface of water disturbed by ripples. Sun Wu felt as though an eternity had passed before the system's alert finally sounded again. Battle. Thrilling. The local celestial order is not cooperating and has been neutralized by this system. Host, rest assured. There will be no further troubles from the heavenly Tao from now on. Deep within Sun Wu's consciousness, the smaller panel that had remained silent since the inheritance panel awoke suddenly shattered into countless specks of light and dissipated. What is going on? The inheritance panel is gone? How am I supposed to fight Vegeta now? The battle thrilling system is now officially activated. Current template in use, Saiyan lower tier warrior Son Goku. Combat power 416. Using Super Saiyan Form 1 experience card. The energy arm carrying the time King God Ios suddenly became alert, snapping out of its previous plant-like state. After scanning the surroundings, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Upon realizing her situation, her expression instantly turned to terror, and she was then violently pulled back into the void by the energy arm. As the time God Ios vanished into the void, the frozen time began to flow once more. Hum. An indescribable terrifying force erupted within Sun Wu like a volcanic explosion. Golden flames shot into the sky, instantly dispelling the surrounding smoke and dust, completely enveloping his body. Every strand of his hair stood on end, turning from black to dazzling gold like burning flames, while his pupils transformed into sharp emerald green. The once faint aura surged upward like a rocket. Super Saiyan form activated. Combat power increased by 50 times. Current status, Super Saiyan mimicry. Perhaps this was not the true Super Saiyan transformation. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Sun Wu at this moment paled in comparison to the earth-shattering power Goku unleashed when he first transformed on Namek in the original story. But he had no time to dwell on such details. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wu's figure vanished, reappearing beside Vegeta like a ghost, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's powerful punch with a single hand. Boom! A low, thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Ha! Vegeta's expression hardened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. His attack had been blocked again? When he finally saw who had caught his attack, it was none other than Sun Wu, whom he had just defeated with a single punch. Rage began to boil in his chest. Humph! I didn't expect you to be hiding such power. Just as Vegeta spoke. Beep 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 crack. A piercing alarm sounded suddenly. The power detection goggles on Vegeta's face shattered violently, clearly detecting an energy level far beyond its range. Beerus' pupils contracted sharply, and a look of horror finally appeared on his face. He could clearly sense that the weakling who had just been severely injured by his single strike had suddenly surged to a level that could match his own. And the final reading before the detector exploded was 20,000? How was that possible? After all, his current combat power was only 18,000. Chapter 92, Gallic Gun, 40,000 combat power. Sun Wu said nothing more. The Super Saiyan experience card was rapidly depleting the S cells within his body, and time was running out. His entire body trembled as an overwhelming pressure, powerful enough to suffocate, spread out like a tangible force. The terrifying might even cause Batu, who was grinning menacingly as he approached Chen Xiao from a distance, to halt in his tracks and turn his head in shock. How is this possible? Although the combat power detector on Naba's face had been shattered in his battle with Chen Xiao, it did not prevent him from sensing the terrifying power surging within Sun Wu at that moment. This aura, in his perception, was actually stronger than Vegeta's by several degrees? It was even on par with some of Frisia's elite warriors? How could such a powerful being exist on this planet? Chen Xiao, lying in the ruins, struggled to lift his head, his gaze fixed on the figure shrouded in golden flames in the center of the battlefield, his mind trembling violently. This student? He wasn't born into the current world as a commoner, he had merely awakened a world inheritance with decent potential by sheer luck, right? The information he received clearly stated that Sun Wu was only here to serve as a dimensional coordinate. Yet now, the pressure emanating from Sun Wu felt at least on par with the upper tier of the 7th level of martial arts. How was this possible? He knew that when an heir returned to their own dimensional world, they unlocked all their power. That's why he agreed to let Sun Wu act alone. After all, while this dimension is highly advanced, Sun Wu should be able to protect himself once he unlocks his inheritance power. However, under normal circumstances, fully unlocking the template would only allow one to reach the 2nd or 3rd level of martial arts, which is already quite impressive. To have combat power of 4 or 5 ranks is already the standard for top-tier inheritance worlds. The few high-quality dimensional worlds with abundant inheritances in the Federation mostly reach this level. After awakening the inheritance, achieving 100% development is the baseline. Anything beyond that depends on individual talent and effort. The Federation is not without geniuses who have surpassed the limits. In Du Hong, who refused the recruitment of the founding family and chose to join the Federation military district, developed his Iron Fist Kapu inheritance to over 1000%, far exceeding the theoretical upper limit of the template. There is also the mysterious first Hokage heir, who single-handedly raised the inheritance rating of the entire ninja world to the top tier A class. However, even such prodigiously talented individuals have never been heard to unleash such terrifying power upon their first return to the inheritance world. Judging by Sun Wu's current stance, the power. Shen Xiao even doubted whether he could block a single punch from him at his peak. Moreover, according to previous information, the template character Sun Wu awakened to had already died in this world. This means he isn't the chosen one of this world, and yet he's already this strong. Then, how terrifying must the true chosen one of this world be? The power level of this world is likely far beyond everyone's estimates, and may even have reached the intensity of that SSS-ranked Giants and Monsters dimensional world from back then? Shen Xiao grew increasingly alarmed. Taking advantage of the moment when Naba was stunned by Sun Wu's aura, he quietly picked up his communication device and swiftly operated it, sending out one after another message with the highest level of warning. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Sun Wu slowly bent Vegeta's arm inch by inch toward the side. Golden hair. Could it be? Beerus' pupils contracted sharply, shock mingling with disbelief as an ancient legend buried deep within the Saiyan bloodline surfaced in his mind. Feeling the immense force on his arm, as though it could crush stars, Vegeta's voice trembled with uncontrollable anger for the first time. The figure before him didn't even resemble a Saiyan in appearance. How could he unleash such terrifying power after taking his blow? And this aura, why did it cause an instinctive tremor and confirmation deep within his bloodline? The legendary Super Saiyan? This can't be possible. How dare he? How dare he? He, the prince of the Saiyans, hadn't become a Super Saiyan first? Wanyu stared blankly at the figure bathed in golden light before him, feeling that familiar yet unfamiliar, spine-chillingly powerful aura. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. Sun Wu glanced at Wanyu, who was blocking his path, his expression softening for a moment. Then, his body suddenly moved, grabbing Vegeta's arm and flinging him into the air like a piece of trash. Bang! 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 Golden meteors and black figures collided violently in the air, moving so fast that only blurry after-images remained. Every clash of fists and feet erupted in deafening roars and blinding bursts of energy. Violent gusts of wind swept out in all directions like tangible hurricanes, carving out terrifying gullies in the ground below. In mid-air, Vegeta could initially hold his ground. But soon he was completely reduced to a battered punching bag, mercilessly brutalized by Sun Wu in the sky. Speed, strength, and technique, every aspect was utterly overwhelmed, leaving him unable to mount any defense. Damn it! Damn it! Beerus let out a furious roar amidst the storm of blows. He couldn't accept it, the proud Saiyan prince, defeated so utterly by an unknown upstart who had appeared out of nowhere. Don't underestimate me. Beerus seized a brief opening in Sun Wu's attack and finally broke free from the suffocating barrage with a furious roar. Even if I have to destroy this planet, you must die. He no longer cared how much this planet was worth or even thought about the Dragon Balls. All he wanted was Sun Wu dead. He placed the back of his right hand on the palm of his left, adopting a power-building stance as energy surged wildly throughout his body, converging between his hands. Gallic Gun. Beerus erupted with deep purple energy, a terrifying wave of power that embodied all his anger and pride, tearing through the sky with a destructive force, heading straight for Sun Wu below. This strike was powerful enough to destroy a planet. He believed that this strike would surely obliterate the creature before him, who had managed to transform by sheer luck. Sun Wu stared at the purple energy torrent closing in on him, his eyes filled with battle intent. This was the first time since his arrival that he felt his blood boiling with excitement. In previous battles, he had always overwhelmed his enemies with overwhelming power. This was the first time he had ever engaged in such a brutal, bone-crunching battle. He had never experienced such a thrilling sense of combat before. Kaioken, activate. Current combat power, 40,000. He slowly straightened his body, golden flames intertwining with the crimson energy unique to the Boundary King Fist, burning fiercely around him like two colors of intense flame, emitting crackling explosions. The beneath his feet floated and trembled under the force. He assumed the standard Kamehameha starting stance, a dazzling blue energy sphere rapidly gathering and compressing in the palm of his hand. Hi-ya! A torrent of blue-white energy erupted, colliding head-on with the purple Gallic Gun. Chapter 93, The Giant Ape Vegeta. Two colossal streams of destructive energy collided violently in the air, emitting piercing screams as they locked in a fierce standoff. A terrifying energy storm raged, tearing the sky apart as if it had been split in two. Surrounding buildings were shaken by the energy's aftershocks, continuously cracking and flying apart in all directions. The ground itself shattered under the pressure of the energy. Beerus watched as his signature move was blocked, his anger and frustration reaching their peak. How is this possible? I am the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta. Perhaps driven by sheer anger, Vegeta's aura surged once more. A purple energy column surged forward a short distance, temporarily holding back Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. Damn it! I'm the Saiyan Prince. Don't underestimate me. Yaha! Sun Wu watched the stalled energy waves, a look of excitement on his face. Kaioken 3x activated. In an instant, Sun Wu's body swelled to twice its size, and his aura doubled once more. The Kamehameha wave in his hand suddenly erupted with even more brilliant light, and the energy column expanded outward like a floodgate opening. Didn't anyone tell you not to clash energy waves with a Sun family member? That unmatched power instantly crushed the still resisting Gallic gun, completely engulfing Vegeta's face, which was filled with horror and disbelief, in a blinding light of destruction. A deafening explosion echoed across the sky. The smoke and dust in the air slowly dispersed, revealing a body clad in tattered, charred battle armor, smoking and falling lifelessly from the sky like a broken puppet. It was Vegeta. Nappa stared blankly as Vegeta crashed to the ground like a dead dog, his shock so overwhelming that his mind went blank. How is this possible? Vegeta, he lost? His massive frame began to tremble uncontrollably. Lord Vegeta had been defeated? That arrogant Saiyan prince, defeated by a native of this planet? Fear surged through Nappa's heart like a tidal wave, drowning the last remnants of his rationality. He spun around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the girl holding the flaming longsword not far away. Yes, capture her. Use her to threaten that blonde monster. That monster cares deeply about this woman. The thought flashed through his mind, and Nappa's massive body was already in motion, his body instantly appearing before Wang Yu. A palm as large as a fan lunged toward Wang Yu. However, just as his fingertips brushed against Wang Yu's sleeve, a golden bolt of lightning tore through the air, forming a barrier between the two. Nappa felt his wrist tighten, as if welded by an iron band, unable to move. He looked down in shock, only to meet a pair of cold, emerald green eyes. It was the blonde-haired man. When did he arrive? Sun Wu's face was as still as water. The 5 fingers gripping Nappa's wrist suddenly tightened. Snap! The bone-chilling sound echoed through the air. Ugh! Nappa let out a bestial growl from the pain. His right arm, which had only just recovered from his battle with Chen Xiao, was once again severely injured. This time, the bones were completely shattered. Even with the physique of a Saiyan, it would be impossible for them to heal in a short amount of time. Nappa's intact left arm instinctively swung forward to punch. Sun Wu didn't give him any chance. Grasping the severed wrist, he thrust it forward with the force of a javelin, simultaneously clenching his fist. Golden flames and crimson ki blasts swirled around the fist, striking out with overwhelming force. Heaven and earth-piercing fist. Put! The fist easily pierced Nappa's thick chest, emerging from his back. Golden red energy raged wildly within Nappa's body, suffocating all signs of life. Nappa's face froze, his eyes widened in pain and terror, and his massive body trembled twice before all signs of life vanished. Sun Wu's eyes were cold as he casually flung aside Nappa's corpse, aiming his palm at the falling body. A blue chi wave surged forth. Boom! The energy wave engulfed Nappa, exploding in the sky and leaving no trace behind. Clean and decisive, Nappa could no longer hope to recover from his injuries. After finishing everything, Sun Wu took a slight breath, and the golden flames flickered slightly. The energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan Kai's World King Fist far exceeded his expectations, and his S cells were nearly depleted. In the distant ruins, Vegeta, charred black by the Kamehameha wave, struggled to move, his eyes flashing with resolve in his final moments. Though he didn't want to transform into that demonic form, there was no choice this time. He scanned the sky for a while but saw no moon. Had these people destroyed the moon prematurely? After all, even during the day, the moon was still there, merely obscured by the sun's brilliance. If that's the case, he gathered all his strength, raised his palm toward the sky, and condensed a strange white energy sphere. The energy ball pulsated as if alive, then shot into the sky with tremendous force, exploding into a disturbing full moon suspended in broad daylight. This is bad. Sun Wu's heart raced. The excitement of battle faded, and he suddenly remembered that Vegeta had this trump card up his sleeve. Almost instantly, Vegeta looked up at the artificial moon and let out an inhuman roar. His bones cracked with a bone-chilling sound, his muscle fibers tore apart and ended wildly, and black hair spread across his body like a plague. His body swelled rapidly in the field of vision, transforming in an instant into a monstrous ape dozens of meters tall, with red eyes and fangs, towering over the ruins. Roar! The roar transformed into tangible sound waves, tearing through the air and sweeping across the surroundings with the pure intent of destruction. A frenetic, bloodthirsty aura engulfed the sky, crushing everything in its path. In his giant ape form, his combat power had increased tenfold. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power surged to a terrifying 180,000. The golden flames within Sun Wu flickered, the time remaining on his Super Saiyan experience card was almost gone, and the strain from the triple Kamehameha had already caused his body to groan in agony. The newcomers present, along with Qin Xiao, who was barely holding on, had all lost their color, their faces drained of blood, leaving only utter despair. The hope that had just begun to flicker was completely crushed by this colossal beast that had emerged from hell. Wang Yu clenched the flame blade tightly, feeling no warmth on the hilt. She could even sense her hands trembling slightly. The pressure emanating from this giant ape was 10 times that of the previous humanoid form of Vegeta. Its mere presence was enough to crush any thought of resistance. Should she activate the 10 times Kaioken? Could her body withstand it? Or should she try to cut off its tail? The Senzu Bean had already been consumed by Sun Wu when he activated the Super Saiyan experience card. Otherwise, the injuries that had broken her spine wouldn't have healed so quickly. There was still one medicine worm left, which could be used to unleash a high multiplier Kaioken. Sun Wu clenched his teeth, and the energy within his body began to surge, preparing to forcefully activate the Kaioken without regard for the consequences. Just then, the sky seemed like a calm water surface disturbed by a pebble, rippling outward in silent circles. Several figures emerged from the center of the ripples, standing motionless in mid-air. Chapter 94, The Death of Vegeta. The leader was none other than Wu Gang, the teacher who had departed earlier. His expression was calm, but there seemed to be a lingering shadow of something in the depths of his brows. The few teachers and students behind him also had unstable breaths, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Wu Gang's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield below, glancing at the severely injured Qin Xiao and the startled new students, before finally settling on the giant ape roaring toward the sky. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. Roar! The giant ape, Vegeta, sensed the new threat in the sky. His massive beastly eyes gleamed with savagery. Without hesitation, it swung its massive fist, compressing and distorting the air in its path. The punch carried enough force to shatter mountains, crashing toward Wu Gang and the others. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Wu Gang simply raised his right hand calmly, spread his fingers, and gently grasped the incoming fist. In an instant, a layer of moonlit radiance appeared out of thin air, forming a massive, semi-transparent bubble that completely enveloped the rampaging giant ape. The giant ape's movements suddenly froze, as if trapped in solidified amber. The fist, powerful enough to destroy a city, halted mid-air. No matter how it roared and struggled, its muscles bulging, it could not advance even an inch. Divine power. Below, Qin Xiao, whose body was nearly exhausted, saw the moonlight enveloping the giant ape in the sky and burst into wild joy at the sight of survival. It's Master Wu Gang. We're saved. Wu Gang didn't even glance at the giant ape trapped in the void. His gaze swept across the scene below, and his voice rang out clearly and urgently, reaching every ear. Qin Xiao, count the numbers and prepare to evacuate. Immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to the giant ape still struggling in vain, his expression as indifferent as if he were looking at a lifeless object. His fingers clenched tightly. Crack! The moonlight bubble enveloping the giant ape suddenly contracted, emitting a crisp yet terrifying sound like crushing a nut. The massive, ferocious giant ape, Vegeta, didn't even manage to utter a complete scream. Its entire body was instantly compressed and collapsed under the invisible force. Flesh, bones, fur. Every substance that made up its existence was crushed into the finest particles in an instant. Finally, the moonlight dissipated, leaving behind only a fist-sized, translucent crystal emitting a faint purple glow, floating quietly in Wu Gang's palm. Sun Wu watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, his mind reeling from the immense shock. Is this the power of a divine path warrior? Such a terrifying giant ape like Vegeta was so casually erased? Not even a single trace remained? Wu Gang was somewhat surprised to retrieve this high-grade energy crystal core, not expecting this ape to be a key figure in this world. Wu Gang's gaze fell on Sun Wu below, who had just exited Super Saiyan mode, his face pale and his breathing unstable. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not ask any further questions. Everyone, return immediately. Wu Gang issued the order again, his tone even more urgent. This was not the time to inquire about what had happened. Two terrifying enemies were still chasing them from behind. Thinking of the two odd-looking figures with broomstick and toilet brush-like hairstyles, Wu Gang's eyelids twitched slightly. His body shifted slightly, and a gentle force swept up the severely injured Qin Xiao and the unconscious Qin Kai, simultaneously enveloping Sun Wu, Wang Yu, and all the other newcomers. They transformed into a streak of light and instantly charged toward the spatial coordinates they had come from. Like passing through a shimmering water mirror, the scenery before their eyes suddenly shifted. Beneath their feet lay the familiar altar stones, surrounded by the outlines of Star Martial Arts University's buildings. The air was filled with the unique scent of the present world, devoid of the smell of gunpowder and blood. Teachers and students who had heard the news gathered around the square, whispering among themselves. The tension that had been stretched to its limits suddenly relaxed, and a sense of exhaustion from narrowly escaping death swept over everyone. However, the oppressive and heavy atmosphere on the square quickly dispelled this brief sense of relief. Around the altar were not only people from Star Martial Arts University but also teams from the other 4 universities. Or rather, remnants of defeated forces. Most of them had pale faces, many were injured, and their vacant eyes stared into the void. The once orderly ranks were now in disarray, filled with the scent of despair and fear. Senyorin Ruwayu, they encountered a green monster named Sharu. It's too strong. Senyorin. A female student from Kyoto University covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, her words choking in her throat. Beside her, a male student from Tianhai University stared blankly, his body trembling uncontrollably. We went to a strange place, trying to capture a local to ask questions. A purple, skinny cat appeared, completely hairless. In an instant, our leader, Shinlu teacher, was. He shuddered violently, and the rest of his words turned into incoherent sobs. More terrible news came one after another. The joint exploration by the 5 schools, which was supposed to be a feast of discovering a new dimension, had turned into a complete disaster. Kyoto, Tianhai, and Shinjō suffered heavy losses, nearly annihilated, with even some of the Shinlu masters leading the expedition falling in battle. In comparison, the Xingwu side, though they had teachers injured, Chen Xiao severely wounded, and Chen Kai's fate unknown, was the least affected. Medical personnel rushed forward, carrying Chen Kai away for emergency treatment. The commotion here has alerted the school's higher-ups. Such heavy losses in this joint exploration were completely unforeseen by all parties. School officials immediately arrived on the scene, dispersing the surrounding students. Sun Wu and Shen Xiao, along with their group, were taken to a special meeting room. Shen Xiao, whose injuries had been stabilized, pale-faced, reported everything that had happened in the western capital to the school officials who had rushed to the scene. He particularly emphasized how Sun Wu transformed into his golden form, fought alone against the powerful enemies, and even defeated one of them. In an instant, all eyes in the room were filled with shock, confusion, and curiosity. All eyes were fixed on the young man who had just regained his black hair and eyes, his face pale from overexertion. A freshman who had just enrolled? This ordinary student, who was merely there as a guide. Had he truly unleashed power capable of matching a 7th-rank martial artist in that hellish world? Dimension 120. The energy level assessment must be incorrect. A high-ranking official from the Star Martial Arts Organization turned pale, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The divine path has fallen, and the 9th-level peak warrior and Ruoyu has perished. And that hairless cat. This is definitely SSS rank. It might even be higher. The demonic shop Wu Gang and his team encountered was also extremely bizarre. Another person interjected, his tone solemn. He was flipping through the footage Wu Gang had brought back while furrowing his brows. A seemingly ordinary shopkeeper, after putting on that eye, could easily force back the divine path at the second step. This 120th dimensional world is hiding something truly terrifying. I propose sending a message to the principal sleeping in the river of time. This world is worth the intervention of a god-tier powerhouse. I suspect this might be a new world akin to giants and monsters. This time, we can't afford to be careless like before, allowing the natives to seal off the world and lose control of the dimensional core. This world's power level is so high the divine nation that created it might belong to a higher-ranked god. Chapter 95, The truth about stripping the dark goddess's underwear is exposed. And if this world has reached such a level of power, it's not impossible that the other major universities might have the same intentions. I think we should act first. The teachers' discussions gradually subsided, eventually reaching a consensus. Sun Wu was instructed to return to his dormitory and await further notice. As soon as he stepped into the room, before he could catch his breath, the doorbell rang abruptly. He felt a chill run down his spine. Within his sensory range, there was nothing but emptiness outside the door, no fluctuations in energy at all. His guard went up instantly. However, when he glanced at the surveillance footage at the door and saw Li Mu and an unfamiliar elderly man, his tense nerves relaxed slightly. Opening the door, Li Mu and the elderly man entered. Sun Wu, Li Mu said without any small talk, pulling an energy crystal core from his pocket and handing it to Sun Wu. This is compensation for this mission. The crystal core emitted a faint purple glow and felt slightly cool to the touch. Sun Wu took it, his gaze falling on the core, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Inside, it seemed to contain a blurry, violent image of a giant ape. This was the one left behind by Wu Gang after he had killed Vegeta. The situation this time was special. We had to evacuate forcefully, so many procedures were skipped, and the rewards that should have been distributed according to regulations were not given out. You also didn't receive the energy crystal core you should have gotten for returning from the dimension. After deliberation, it was decided to directly grant you this high-grade energy crystal core. You made significant contributions in this incident, and this is what you deserve. Li Mu added. This crystal core was completely different from the one Ji Hai had given him earlier. Do you find it strange that it looks different from the energy crystal cores you've seen before? Li Mu noticed Sun Wu's confusion and began to explain. Ordinary energy crystal cores are pure energy aggregates. But this one is different. That giant ape was likely a significant figure in your world. It must have left a profound mark on the historical progression of its own dimension. Therefore, besides energy, it also contains a unique form of information. He paused for a moment before continuing. This information state, after special processing, can serve as a trigger for awakening inheritance. Many of what are referred to as top-tier inheritances in the present world originate from this. Of course, the truly top-tier ones are firmly controlled by the founding clans, used to cultivate core forces. For example, your mentor Qin Zhao's White Bird Constellation Saint Fighter Ice River inheritance was derived from a trigger obtained by the Chen family from an SS-ranked dimensional world. The ones widely circulated in the market, such as Ninja and Pirate World inheritances. Though not bad, they primarily excel in quantity and volume. After being fully unlocked, most of them only reach levels 3 or 4, and compared to those truly secret and high-end inheritances, they ultimately fall short. Li Mu's words revealed a deeper aspect of the inheritance system to Sun Wu. No wonder the 120th dimensional realm has attracted so much attention. If you don't need it, you can find someone from the old families who master this technique to extract this information state for you. Based on the giant ape's strength, it should still qualify as a top-tier inheritance. Outside, it could at least fetch a mid-tier energy crystal core. Sun Wu muttered to himself, this thing can't be given to others. Though Vegeta doesn't seem strong now, he can still keep up with Goku's pace in the later stages. Even if you compare, who would you compare him to? If you compare him to people from the Naruto or One Piece worlds, even a newly arrived Vegeta could take on 50 opponents without breaking a sweat. Speaking of which, Li Mu changed the subject with a hint of a smile, sizing up Sun Wu. Now that you've returned to the present world, your power should be suppressed again, right? How does it feel to fall from such heights? Sun Wu heard this and paused. Suppression? He didn't feel any significant loss of power. Apart from the Super Saiyan form and the Kaioken state being deactivated, the boost was gone, but the surging power within him still lingered, albeit dormant. He instinctively looked at his interface. Name, Sun Wu. Current template, lower tier Saiyan warrior Son Goku. Current level, level 1. Current combat power, 416. Level 1? But the combat power is still 416? What's going on? He tried to summon the system in his mind, but it was like calling out to the void, no response at all. This battle thrill system seems to only activate in life or death situations. Although the level display was abnormal, his strength remained intact. The reason behind this would have to be investigated later. Li Mu noticed that Sun Wu seemed deep in thought and continued. There's no need to rush. It's normal for inheritors to have limited power upon returning to the mortal realm. Only by entering the corresponding inheritance dimension can they fully unleash their power. Your performance this time far exceeded expectations. Originally, you were merely serving as a dimensional coordinate, but now, your potential has forced those above to reassess. They now place greater importance on you. He spoke frankly, without any hesitation. This is, Li Mu stepped aside and formally introduced the elderly man who had remained silent beside him, the vice principal of the school, Lin Tianchang. He came here today to meet you in person and assess whether you have the potential to walk the path of the gods in the future. The quality of a martial artist's lineage largely determines their future path. Even a prodigy with extraordinary talent can struggle to rise high if their lineage is lacking. The federal government's former civilian genius, Duan Muhon, was a prime example. He made rapid progress, reaching the 9th level of martial arts before graduating from university, but then stagnated there for nearly his entire life. This was because his template from the pirate world had such a low ceiling. Developing it to this extent was already pushing its limits. Your template demonstrated a combat strength of 7 after being fully developed in this operation, which can be described as having unlimited potential. Sun Wu finally focused his full attention on the old man. Strangely, just moments ago when Li Mu was talking to him, he had unconsciously ignored the vice principal's presence. It was as if the other person's figure would fade and disappear as his attention shifted. Had Li Mu not pointed it out at that moment, he would have almost believed there was no one beside him. This was an indescribable sense of mystery that left Sun Wu deeply unsettled. What kind of existence was this vice principal? Although Li Mu's aura was also inwardly restrained, making it difficult to gauge his depth, at least his form was clearly visible. But this old man seemed as though he could blend into the air at any moment, requiring Sun Wu to concentrate all his mental energy just to barely discern his outline. Just then, Lin Tianchang spoke, his expression though aged, his voice unusually young and calm, yet it carried a certain penetrating power. Young student, do you have a divine artifact on you? The moment the words left his mouth, Sun Wu's hair stood on end, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. The energy within him nearly erupted uncontrollably, and the thought of activating the 100-fold King's Fist flashed through his mind. However, before he could act, an invisible force began to spread. The air in the dormitory seemed to freeze. Li Mu, the teacher beside him, remained in a listening posture, his eyes and movements frozen, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The entire space fell into an eerie stillness, with only Sun Wu and the old man unaffected. Don't be nervous, the old man said, his expression unchanged, his tone calm. He can't hear our conversation. I'm just curious. Forcing down the urge to fight for his life, Sun Wu knew that even if he activated the 1,000-fold King of the World Fist, it would be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart in the face of such an unimaginably powerful being. Since the other party had only asked a question, there might still be room for negotiation. He did indeed possess an item that could be considered a divine artifact, the Dark Goddess's undergarment. Dark Goddess's starry battle armor lower garment lining. But how had he sensed it? Could he see through the system space? Chapter 96, a mere deity, nothing more. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons. In the end, facing this enigmatic old man, Sun Wu chose to be honest. Principal, I did indeed obtain a divine artifact by chance, but I dare not bring it out lightly. Once it is taken out, it will immediately attract the attack of that divine being. Oh? Lin Tiancheng's eyes flashed with a gleam, as if he had caught a crucial clue, but his tone remained calm. Which deity is it? The Dark Goddess, Belinda. Sun Wu spoke the truth. In the face of overwhelming power, there was no point in hiding anything, especially since Lin Tiancheng didn't seem intent on harming him. It's her? Lin Tiancheng fell into a brief silence, his cloudy eyes seeming to swirl with thoughts. The ruler of eternal night. Belinda. He seemed to be recalling some ancient information, murmuring to himself. The divine realm shattered, forced into slumber within the river of time. What kind of divine artifact could possibly be worth her sacrificing everything to intervene across the barriers of time and space? A thought flashed through Lin Tiancheng's mind: if he could provoke Belinda's attack, perhaps he could use it to pinpoint her coordinates hidden within the river of time. He looked at Sun Wu again, his gaze carrying an unwavering determination. Son, could you please retrieve that divine artifact so that I may examine it? Sun Wu's expression flickered, recalling the near-fatal experience, and hesitated. Principal, the goddess's attack is no joke. Are you sure? He wasn't sure if his father could save him again. What if his father wasn't at work? There's no need to worry. Lin Tiancheng didn't say much, just stood there calmly. The next moment, a vast and overwhelming sacred aura, as tangible as substance, quietly spread out from his body. The terror of this aura was no less than the overwhelming pressure Sun Wu had faced when confronting Belinda's divine punishment. The entire dormitory space trembled slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment under the divine might. Had Lin Tiancheng not deliberately contained the energy and created a spatial barrier to stabilize the surrounding space, it would have been reduced to dust. She is a divine being. Lin Tiancheng withdrew his aura, and the pressure around him vanished instantly. He looked at Sun Wu, his tone calm yet brimming with unparalleled confidence. And I, Lin Tiancheng, am no different. He paused, as if about to lift a veil from the world. Son, it seems there are some things you should know. This world is not inhabited solely by the old gods. The first presidents of the 10 top academies are the new gods who walk the earth. The old gods are those who once ruled this world but have since mostly fallen or gone into seclusion, the 12 main gods. The new gods are those who, after exploring countless dimensions, obtained fragments of divine realms, primordial energy, and power, rose to power, and ultimately overthrew the old gods' rule. However, before their downfall, the old gods utilized the peculiar crystals left behind by the creator god to distort the historical trajectories of countless dimensional worlds, transforming them into the bizarre and diverse dimensional worlds you now know. All of us, whether new gods, remnants of the old gods, or you, the inheritors, are now in pursuit of the core scattered across those worlds, the fragments of the primordial essence left behind by the creator god. Only by obtaining them will we have a chance to forge true immortality. Sun Wu was overwhelmed by the flood of information, feeling as though his mind couldn't process it all. So that's how these anime worlds came to be? The remnants of the creator god? Was the creator god a time-traveling predecessor? He shook his head, suppressing the chaos in his mind, and looked at the old man before him. This was a matter of life and death he had to confirm again. Principal, did I really take it out? Is everything okay here? Of course. With me here, you have nothing to worry about. Lin Tiancheng naturally agreed without hesitation in front of Sun Wu. If it were the dark goddess at her peak, he wouldn't stand a chance. However, that dark goddess Belinda had long since seen her divine realm shattered. Now, like him, she was a lower-tier deity at the end of the divine path, unable to support a divine realm. Even with the gap, crossing so many realms of time and space, he was confident he could easily handle an ordinary divine punishment. In front of his student, he couldn't say he couldn't do it. Without hesitation, Sun Wu moved his mind, and the oddly textured, smooth fabric appeared in his palm. A small ball of lace lay there quietly. Lin Tiancheng's gaze fell upon it, and his expression betrayed a clear moment of astonishment. What, is this divine artifact? He furrowed his brows, his mind flashing through Belinda's signature artifacts like the eternal silence spindle and the starry battle armor, but none matched the small object in his hand. Sun Wu, noticing this, awkwardly pinched both ends and gently pulled, revealing the lining, in its entirety, before Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng's eyes narrowed, as if he had finally recognized the true form of the divine artifact. But before he could speak, boom! A sudden change occurred. The sky above the entire Star Martial Arts University darkened without warning. A massive, pitch-black pillar of light tore through the clouds, carrying the terrifying intent to destroy everything, ended with a thunderous roar. Boom! It crashed directly onto the dormitory where Sun Wu was staying. Terrifying destructive energy instantly filled the entire dormitory, causing the spatial barriers Lin Tiancheng had created earlier to groan under the unbearable pressure. The pure darkness energy was far more powerful than Lin Tiancheng had initially estimated. Lin Tiancheng had intended to maintain his air of superiority in front of Sun Wu, having just agreed to take on the task with great fanfare. Little did he know that what Sun Wu had pulled out was the personal possession of the dark goddess Belinda. This was no ordinary theft of a divine artifact, it was a provocation. An insult. The pitch-black light columns crashing down from the heavens contained not only the power of divine retribution but also Belinda's burning hatred, willing to sacrifice everything to eradicate the blasphemer. His expression changed drastically, and he cursed under his breath. This Belinda, indeed a former higher god, even with her divine realm shattered and fallen, the power of this vengeful strike was no ordinary feat. I underestimated her. He had only recently completed the 9 steps of the divine path to ascend to the rank of lower-tier god, solidifying his status. Compared to this fallen deity who had once been a powerful god, he was still inferior in terms of foundational strength. But he had already put on a brave front. How could he show weakness in front of his students now? Humph, such trivial tricks, and you dare to show off in front of the master? Lin Tiancheng forced himself to remain calm and snorted coldly. Divine power erupted from his body without restraint, a light as vast and majestic as his own, yet tinged with sacred and orderly energies, surging forth and coalescing into a complex and enigmatic golden shield before him. On the shield, countless divine runes swirled, as if containing the ultimate truths of the universe. Boom! The pitch-black light pillar collided violently with the golden light shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the bone-chilling sound of energy annihilation and compression. The light column charged forward like the sharpest spear, violently striking the light shield. The light shield, like the most solid wall, held firm. The two utterly different divine powers clashed violently, warping the space within the dormitory beyond recognition, as if it were about to collapse into a singularity at any moment. Li Mu, the teacher standing nearby, remained frozen in time and space, oblivious to the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. Chapter 97, The Goddess of Shame and Anger. Sun Wu felt his breath catch in his throat. The scene before him had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. Earlier, he had been instantly killed by that black divine punishment, without even getting a clear look at its true form. Was this a clash between divine beings? Even the aftereffects alone were enough to obliterate him countless times over. Lin Tiancheng's forehead began to sweat profusely, but he forced himself to suppress the surging energy within his body, maintaining the stability of his light shield. He could sense that the power being projected across endless spacetime by his opponent was rapidly weakening. Clearly, Belinda couldn't sustain such a level of primal energy expenditure for long. Finally, after a few seconds of stalemate, the black pillar of energy dissipated reluctantly into the air. The golden light shield also dissipated. The dormitory returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a hallucination. Only the lingering traces of two distinctly different divine energies in the air bore witness to the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. Cough, Lin Tiancheng cleared his throat lightly, nonchalantly brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves, as if he had just casually swatted away a fly. He glanced at the inner lining in Sun Wu's hand, which still emitted a faint starlight and an alluring fragrance. His lips twitched imperceptibly. It seems that this goddess has a rather temperamental disposition. He remarked casually, as if the earth-shattering blow he had just delivered was nothing more than a minor skirmish. This item is quite troublesome. Better put it away to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Sun Wu quickly retrieved the hot potato and stored it in his system space. He could see clearly that the vice principal, despite his calm exterior, was far from relaxed. The golden light shield had even begun to waver slightly. Of course, he must have held back, as the strange force field that had been concealing his presence and stabilizing the space had not been dispelled. Otherwise, the entire school might have been destroyed by the aftereffects of the attack. Lin Tiancheng clearly didn't want to linger on this topic any longer, nor did he want to stay here another second. He forced down the faint metallic taste in his throat and maintained his composed demeanor. Sun Wu, you did well this time. He changed the subject, pulling out a seemingly ordinary card and a scroll from his robe. This is your inner courtyard access pass and a recommended course schedule. Inner courtyard? Sun Wu asked in confusion. Yes, Lin Tiancheng nodded, explaining further, Xingwu University is divided into an inner and outer academy. The outer academy is where students like you, who passed the Federation College entrance exam, enroll normally. The inner courtyard, however, is where the offspring of the founding noble families and the Federation's top-tier geniuses recommended from within the Federation study and cultivate their skills. The resources, faculty, and the level of exposure you'll have there are far beyond what the outer courtyard can offer. He handed the card and scroll to Sun Wu. Given the potential you've demonstrated this time, and your unique opportunity, entering the inner courtyard is only natural. This course schedule is a preliminary selection I made based on your circumstances. You can use it as a reference. Additionally, representatives from other universities will arrive in a few days, and I will secure a spot for you in the dimensional world under their jurisdiction. Those worlds have been explored extensively, so the situation with the 120th dimension you encountered today is unlikely to occur. Sunwoo took the card and scroll, feeling a slight weight in his hand. The card was adorned with strange energy patterns. Alright, Lin Tiancheng seemed eager. I must report this immediately and assess the impact of this incident. You should familiarize yourself with the surroundings first. With this card, you can enter the inner courtyard area. Before he finished speaking, Lin Tiancheng's figure vanished into thin air, disappearing from the spot in an instant. The force that had frozen time and space dissipated along with him. Limu, the teacher, blinked and looked at Sunwoo in confusion. Where's the vice principal? Did something just happen? Sunwoo looked at the brand new pass and schedule in his hands, then recalled the earth-shattering divine punishment from earlier, as well as the vice principal's seemingly casual yet possibly injured departure. A strange smile curled the corners of his mouth. It seems that this vice principal paid a hefty price to pull off that stunt. At the same time, deep within Xingwu University, in a heavily guarded, quiet room engraved with countless isolation arrays, the vice principal Lin Tiancheng, who had just moments ago exuded an air of divine grace, now had his face flushed red. He could no longer contain himself and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood tinged with a faint golden hue. The blood splattered onto the ground, emitting a sizzling sound as it corroded the floor covered in divine patterns, leaving behind small pits. Cough. Cough. Damn Belinda. Lin Tiancheng leaned against the wall, his breath weakening, his face filled with gloom. That madwoman. For a pair of ragged pants. She actually used her primordial divine power. She almost caused us to fail at the last moment. Primordial divine power was a precious resource for the old gods of the shattered divine realms, with no means of recovery. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with fear and anger. But you'll pay the price for this, humph. His expression changed again. Showing off in front of your students, you'll pay for it. He sighed bitterly, crossed his legs, and began to meditate to recover from the internal injuries he had sustained from forciblying the divine punishment. However, his complexion looked greenish, no matter how one looked at it. He had forgotten to ask the young man earlier how he had managed to block that madwoman's divine mind lock. Lin Tiancheng rubbed his temples. Never mind, he'd ask him next time. In a tributary of the river of time, a woman with a graceful figure and flowing hair stood there, gazing at the dark divine power slowly dissipating in her palm. A cold rage burned in her eyes. Damn it! That lecherous man, is he one of those new gods? Dark goddess Belinda's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. As one of the 12 main gods, the ruler of eternal night and darkness, she had been asleep and had her most cherished possession stolen by an unknown entity. What a disgrace! Even now, the violated area still lingers with a hollow sense of shame, barely concealed by garments conjured from her divine power. But how could this thin layer of energy possibly block the scrutiny of an entity of the same rank? She considered creating one on the spot, but without her divine realm, her dimensional core, or the necessary materials, any ordinary divine artifact she crafted would be unable to withstand the erosion of time in this vast timeline. That villain is truly despicable. But at this moment, the intense desire for revenge must be suppressed. Her coordinates had been exposed, she must evacuate immediately. Otherwise, those new gods with keen senses would likely soon follow the traces of the divine power fluctuations and arrive shortly. Belinda's eyes darkened as her form merged into the deeper, more turbulent currents of time. On the other side, the culprit Sunwoo held the admission notice for the inner courtyard, having completed the registration process, and was heading toward the dormitory. The campus scene was as usual, with students chatting and laughing, showing no trace of the earth-shattering divine clash that had occurred just minutes ago. It seemed that the vice principal truly possessed extraordinary abilities, managing to completely conceal all traces of the conflict at such a high level. Such power was truly unsettling. Upon returning to his dormitory and closing the door, he shut out the outside commotion. Sunwoo's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. He couldn't wait to focus his mind and begin checking his system interface. Chapter 98, A New Legacy. First, he checked his panel. Name, Sunwoo. Current loaded template, lower tier Saiyan warrior Son Goku. Current level, level 1. Current combat power, 416. Battle rewards, lazy winner card, battle continuation passive, medicine bug X1. The entire system interface has become very clean and organized. Wait, where's my level? I'm supposed to be level 4 in martial arts, right? Also, where are all my skills? Where are my Boundless Fist, Turtle School Key Blast, Sky Dance Technique, and Key Sphere Slash? However, even though he couldn't see his skills, Sunwoo felt that he could still use them with a single thought. After studying it for a while, he finally figured out what was going on with the system. Apart from the rewards granted by the combat thrilling system, all other items related to inheritance had been stuffed into the lower tier Saiyan warrior Son Goku template. Clicking into it reveals a subdirectory containing all current skills. However, the level indicators for all these skills had disappeared. However, based on Sun Wu's actual experience, it seemed as though all the levels were already maxed out. The current feeling for Sun Wu is that the combat system has completely overwritten the local inheritance panel. Then, all his items have been bundled together and handed over to him. Furthermore, this inheritance template now resembles a transformable card that can be used at any time, simply activated whenever desired. He now understands that this level 1 is his own base level. No matter how high the inheritance template's level is, it's not his own. It's like the snake deity. Once it dies, the inherited power it has gathered dissipates, taking with it the power he spent decades developing back to its original dimensional world. This is why Ji Hai, upon seeing his corpse, nearly thought he was a weakling of the second or third tier. This first tier level is akin to ancient martial artists in the present world. It is strength cultivated through one's own efforts and will not vanish if the inheritance template becomes unusable one day. That's why ancient martial artists can thrive in all dimensional worlds without being suppressed. However, the power of inheritance only shines brightly in its original world. It seems that the inheritance in this dimensional world isn't just given to everyone for nothing. According to what Vice Principal Lin Tianchang mentioned earlier, this inheritance panel is likely some sort of means for the revival of ancient gods. Constantly refining and training people, waiting for their deaths to retrieve the strength they cultivated over a lifetime, thereby strengthening themselves? Now the system has directly monopolized and packaged this inheritance for itself. What does that mean? Do I not need to level up anymore? What about these two? Sun Wu now holds 2 high-grade energy crystals, one given by Ji Hai and the other obtained after Vegeta's death. These were originally meant for inheritance upgrades, but now the inheritance panel has exploded, so they no longer need to be upgraded. Detected advanced divine power crystal fragments. Should they be fused? At that moment, an unfamiliar prompt popped up. Sun Wu didn't hesitate and immediately clicked yes. A dazzling energy erupted from the 2 advanced divine power crystal fragments and poured into Sun Wu's body. He felt his body undergoing changes, completely different from the first time he inherited the template. It felt as though his very essence was being elevated, with every cell in his body rejoicing, and his spirit growing increasingly invigorated. Name, Sun Wu. Current template loaded 1-2, lower tier Saiyan warrior Son Goku, empty. Current level, level 2. Current combat power, 420. Sun Wu felt a sense of refreshment throughout his body, but he noticed that his combat power hadn't increased much. Only 4 points? However, he noticed a new change in the system. Current template loaded, 1-2? What does this mean? He immediately focused his mind on it. At that moment, another prompt popped up. Detected that the host possesses a new inheritance, Saiyan Prince Vegeta Grade Ape Form. Current inheritance slot 1-2. Do you want to load the new inheritance? Sun Wu was stunned. Did this mean he could obtain a new inheritance? Could he have 2 inheritances? He didn't hesitate for a moment. Confirm loading. Current loading template 2-2. Lower tier Saiyan warrior Son Goku. Saiyan Prince Vegeta Grade 8 form. Loading successful. Sun Wukong immediately tested it. He discovered that only 1 inheritance could be active at a time. He then directly switched to Vegeta's form. Do you want to completely transform the form? Including appearance, body type, etc.? Sun Wu checked the description and opted for no for now. This inheritance was the same as the one Sun Wukong had obtained when he first entered Dragon Ball. You can choose to inherit the appearance and everything else, or just the power. Considering he was still in the dormitory, he decided not to make such a big deal out of it. As a flash of light passed by, Sun Wu felt his power undergo a drastic transformation. Current combat power, 180,000. Current skills, Galiac Cannon, Ultimate Flash, Big Bang Attack, Key Sphere Slash, Prince's Battle Technique, Artificial Moon, Self-Destruct, Finger Piercing Wave, Dirty Fireworks, Rapid Learning. Take off. Sun Wu suddenly felt his strength multiply countless times over. This was a combat power of 180,000, a level he had never achieved even when activating Saiyan Transformation or the Kaioken technique. This was 180,000 in the Dragon Ball world, not the combat level of the Federation. However, it's a pity that Goku's skills can't be brought over. If Goku's skills could be applied to Vegeta's template? That would be utterly insane. A Vegeta with 180,000 combat power activating the Kaioken, who could stop me then? But it's just a fantasy. Fusion and inheritance? Just as Sun Wukong regretted not being able to use old Sun's skills on old Vegeta's template, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Ha! Can we fuse? What happens when you fuse them? Beetle or Goku? He immediately clicked yes. Lower rank Saiyan Warrior Son Goku, 1% complete. Saiyan Prince Vegeta, 3% completion. Inheritance template completeness insufficient, missing fusion materials, fusion incomplete. No way, are you kidding me? What a waste of time. I immediately opened the prompt and found that the prerequisite for fusion is to unlock more forms of these 2 templates. The completion rate must reach over 50% to initiate fusion. Goku and Vegeta are both in their early forms. One is from the period after Raditz' death, and the other is from when they first arrived on Earth. Both are fragmented information states and do not meet the fusion criteria. Does this mean he needs to go back to the Dragon Ball world? Never mind, this can wait for later. This upgrade is already terrifying enough, and Sun Wu isn't the type to be easily satisfied. But I wonder if we'll have to defeat their Super Saiyan forms to obtain the fragments afterward? That would be too much pressure. Speaking of Super Saiyan, the Saiyan I've been longing for seems to be gone? The inheritance panel has been destroyed. What about the reward from before? Task, breakthrough to level 4. Reward, Super Saiyan Form 1. Just as Sun Wu was pondering, he noticed a hint that had been hidden below. Ha! This task is still here? And it seems like a lot of the inheritance-related elements have been removed. But this time, you need to be 2 levels lower to transform into Super Saiyan again. That's frustrating. Fortunately, it seems like leveling up isn't just dependent on divine power crystals anymore, you can also train on your own? Sun Wu didn't hesitate any longer. He found an empty spot in the room and prepared to practice the fierce tiger illusion Beast Fist. But after looking for a while, he noticed a problem. Why was the Tiger Phantom Beast Fist classified under the inheritance template? And it's in a separate column, unlike the Saiyan template, which has all skills maxed out. It's all alone. Isn't this the ancient martial arts cultivation method of the Federation? Could there be some hidden secrets he was unaware of? After checking for a while with no results, Sun Wu reluctantly accepted the embarrassing reality that he didn't even have a single cultivation technique. Never mind, there's a class next month, right? The university should teach cultivation, right? This is so annoying. So many chapters from before were reviewed, and after editing them for ages, I can't post them. The next 2 chapters will be updated during the day. Chapter 99, Dimensional Space, Intelligence First. A week later, within the inner courtyard of Xingwu University, in a classroom with a unique style. Sun Wu's fingertips glided across the virtual screen in front of him, his gaze sweeping over the listed information entries. The greatest threat to the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The pinnacle of combat power in the pirate world, Clown Baggy. Ultimate villain of the Iron Man universe, Thor. In the Iron Man universe, Black Widow's husband is the Hulk. 666, Sun Wu couldn't help but mentally punch the number 66 times. This class is called Introduction to Cross-Dimensional World Intelligence. Where did all this information come from? He seriously suspected that the person providing the Black Widow information had seen something they shouldn't have. On the podium, a slender, intelligent-looking female teacher was controlling the pace of the class. Her voice echoed clearly throughout the classroom through the sound amplification system. Students, remember, in the dimensional space, intelligence comes first. Our primary objectives are twofold. She raised her wrist, and a dazzling crystal core appeared on the screen. First, obtain the energy crystal core. This is the foundation for enhancing our energy levels and breaking through to higher realms. The method is relatively straightforward. We call it dimensional plundering. Find a classmate with the corresponding world heritage as a coordinate, enter that dimension, defeat the key figure, or find a specific item to have a chance to obtain it. The dimensional plundering mode is the traditional method of entering dimensions. You killed an important character there, such as... She seemed to be choosing her words carefully. In the last 120th dimension mission, the giant ape-like native killed by teacher Wu Gang. Theoretically, when someone enters using the 120th dimension's inheritance as a coordinate, he will still exist at that specific point in time. Once the inheritor leaves, the world will revert to its previous state. So, does that mean we can re-enter that time point and repeatedly farm Vegeta's inheritance fragments? Sun Wu's mind flickered. And the second purpose, the female teacher's tone grew solemn, is to seek something far more precious and core: the world's origin. The crystal core pattern on the light screen faded away, replaced by a chaotic, ever-changing sphere of light that seemed to contain infinite mysteries. It is something that everyone, even the strongest on the path of the gods, is seeking. To obtain the world's core, one must initiate the core battle. This requires a true divine-level powerhouse to intervene, using their supreme might to forcibly anchor the historical timeline of this dimension, fixing it in place amidst the ever-shifting possibilities. Only then can we enter a unique and true dimensional history through the anchor point or its inheritors. In the source contention mode, her voice carried a hint of gravity. The dimensional world becomes a real, tangible world. Characters who die are completely annihilated, with no chance of revival. All items obtained from it can be brought out of the dimension, no longer existing as information that needs to be decrypted in the looting mode. The world's origin is hidden in some corner of this true history. However, remember this: if you resort to the brutal methods of dimensional plundering in this mode, attempting to slaughter the world in search of the source, you risk triggering a worldwide backlash, leading to its complete collapse. All who enter will be doomed forever, and the dimension will be permanently erased. Once a world collapses, it not only means losing valuable resource points, but all those who have inherited its legacy will also see their power significantly weakened or even disappear. In history, several dimensions with immense potential have been destroyed in this manner, resulting in losses that cannot be quantified. There are even rumors that the abnormal annihilation of such worlds seems to nourish certain dormant ancient entities. The classroom fell silent, with many students' faces filled with shock. Does that ancient existence refer to the old gods mentioned by Vice Principal Lin Tiancheng? Sun Wu recalled that conversation. Therefore, the female teacher concluded, at this stage, the school is having everyone participate in dimensional raids primarily to gather as much information as possible. Understand the power structure, key figures, and the course of history, memorize all of this. Prepare for the future primordial battle so that we can achieve success in one fell swoop and seize that crucial item leading to godhood. Of course, each dimensional world has a capacity limit. Based on energy levels, the highest known limit currently allows only those at the 9th step of the God path to enter. True deities cannot descend in person. Sun Wu silently processed the overwhelming amount of information. Energy crystal cores are merely the foundation. The world's primordial essence is the ultimate goal. However, the intelligence before him was simply too riddled with errors. Just as he was muttering to himself. Critical information detected. Battle thrilling system activated. Mission, obtain the world's primordial essence. Reward, a brand new divine path. Why did the system suddenly pop up? A brand new divine path? What does that mean? It sounds like it might be related to the divine path after reaching the 9th level? After some research, there were no further hints besides the bare bones task and reward. Sun Wu could only temporarily set aside his doubts. The female teacher on the podium continued, familiarize yourselves with the information at hand. The first entrance exam will begin next week. It coincides with this year's source battle, with the target being the ninja world. At that time, you inner courtyard students will join the outer courtyard students who entered through the college entrance exam. Please prepare thoroughly. Most of you here are from prominent families, so your lineage may be stronger. However, the outer courtyard students have undergone the rigors of the college entrance exam and may not be inferior to you in terms of practical experience in world exploration. This ninja world has been the subject of our dimensional raids and explorations for decades, and we have a basic understanding of its information. Its power level is not high, and even those at the Divine Path Step 1 level can only barely enter. Therefore, this time, it will serve as the 10 Academy Grand Competition. Not only our Star Martial Arts University, but also the other 9 universities, and even some lower-ranked institutions, will send representatives to participate. Given that this is your first time participating in the source battle, I will emphasize a few important points. Upon entering the source world, you will be assigned the identity of a native inhabitant of that dimension as a disguise. Everyone will be randomly transported to different time points and locations within this fixed historical timeline. Once the source battle begins, the flow of time in that dimension will differ from that of the main world. You may spend hundreds of years inside, while only a few minutes pass in the outside world. There is no fairness in this. Some lucky individuals were immediately placed near the source fragments upon entry. Others were placed hundreds of years before the story began, and even after growing old and dying, they never came into contact with the main characters, let alone found the source. In this mode, unless you are a native heir of that dimension, all entrants will be subjected to varying degrees of power suppression. You must flexibly apply what you've learned in intelligence class to establish connections with key figures in the dimensional world as soon as possible. This not only helps in locating the source fragments but also gives you an edge over competitors from other schools and factions. Sun Wu listened intently, his mind racing. Power suppression? Random deployment? Once inside, how much of his current strength and template would remain? Will I have to start from scratch? Chapter 100, Simulation Space. If anyone is curious about the extent to which the primordial war suppresses us, you can try out the simulation space at school. The female lecturer noticed that most of the students looked perplexed, except for a few who had already been exposed to this knowledge within their families, so she added. The simulated space is a unique artificial environment exclusive to the university, similar in structure to the college entrance exam space, functioning as an independent world. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the students left the classroom in small groups, their faces a mix of excitement and solemnity. The ninja world, the primordial war, the 10-school grand competition, these terms combined were enough to ignite the passion of any young trainee. Sun Wu packed up his virtual screen, his mind still replaying the top-secret intelligence the teacher had just demonstrated. Uchiha Madara is the ultimate threat? Joker Baggy is the pinnacle of pirates? Thor is Iron Man's archenemy? Black Widow's husband is the Hulk? This intelligence, there were so many plot holes he didn't know where to start. If we actually follow this intelligence on a mission, we might not even know how we'll die. Sun Wu shook his head, unable to suppress a mix of laughter and frustration. He recalled what Vice Principal Lin Tiancheng had mentioned earlier. These worlds were formed after the old gods twisted the historical trajectories using the creation god's crystals. Perhaps it was this distortion that caused the immense difficulties and inaccuracies in intelligence gathering? Could it be that every person who enters sees only a fragment of one of countless possible histories? Only by initiating the source battle and having a god-tier powerhouse anchor the flow of history could one enter a unique and true dimension. True history. Sun Wu chewed on the words, then thought of the system's task. Task: obtain the world's primordial source. Reward: a brand new divine path. A brand new divine path. According to what he had just searched in the school's database, after the 9th step of the divine path, one becomes a lower tier god, and after that, a higher tier god who rules over a divine realm. Every divine path has an end and is exclusive. Later comers must defeat their predecessors to continue forward. A brand new divine path. Does that mean a path with no obstacles, leading directly to the ultimate rank? That sounds pretty tempting. However, the power suppression and random deployment under the primordial source competition mode were giving him a headache. How much power can his two main templates Sun Wukong and Giant Ape Vegeta still exert under such suppression? Especially Giant Ape Vegeta, with his combat power of 180,000. If it's suppressed to a few thousand or even a few hundred, that's going to be a real headache. And then there's the random deployment. What if, as the teacher said, he was thrown back hundreds of years before the story began? That would truly be a situation where he couldn't call heaven for help or earth for aid. He certainly didn't want to spend hundreds of years as a wild man in an unfamiliar ancient world, only to never even catch a glimpse of the main character. I must make some preparations, Sun Wu decided firmly. Following the information he had gathered, he made his way to the entrance of the simulation space. The building itself was unremarkable, indistinguishable from the other academic buildings on campus, except for the crowd gathered at the entrance, which hinted at the unusual nature of the place. The air was filled with whispers and a restless energy, clearly sparked by the news the teacher had just revealed in class. Many students were eager to test how much the source competition would suppress them. Among the crowd, Sun Wu spotted several familiar faces from his class, and caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure. Chen Xin. The girl who had been following Chen Kai. He remembered that Chen Kai had shielded Wang Yu from an attack and had since been presumed dead. Could Chen Kai have not survived after all? Beerus's strike was powerful, but Sun Wu had indeed sensed a faint trace of life in Chen Kai at the time. If he had been treated in time, perhaps there was still hope? The thought flashed through his mind as it was his turn in the line. An invisible light membrane swept over his body, followed by a mechanical confirmation sound. Deep Xingwu University Inner Courtyard first-year student, Sun Wu. Meets admission criteria, assigned to room 4399. He handed over his ID card and stepped inside the building. It felt as though he had passed through a water curtain, and the scene before him suddenly shifted. He found himself at the bottom of a vast space, looking up at a dense, honeycomb-like structure with countless doors labeled with room numbers, each emitting a faint glow. Around him, many students were already comparing their ID cards and searching for their destinations. Sun Wu quickly located his own door, row 43, number 99. As he pushed the door open, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an empty, void space, with only a control display screen floating quietly before him. As his fingertips touched the screen, the interface lit up. The first thing that appeared was a prominent announcement. Combat Power Value System Update. The announcement detailed one of the most significant changes in the Federation in recent history. Based on information retrieved from the 120th dimension, several top universities collaborated to recreate its worldview and adopted its combat power measurement standard, swiftly establishing it as the new official benchmark. The old martial arts ranking system has been replaced with a more intuitive numerical system. The new combat power rankings are clearly outlined. Martial Arts Level 1, below 41.6 combat power. Martial Arts Level 2, 41.6 208 combat power. Martial Arts Level 3, 208 832 combat power. Martial Arts Level 8, 10,400 260,000 combat power. Martial Arts Level 9, 260,000 8,320,000 combat power. Did they just copy the Dragon Ball combat power system? Sun Wu understood immediately. Closing the announcement, the main interface displayed a real-time scrolling combat power ranking list. The new standards had just been announced, and countless students were frantically testing at various testing points, with names and numbers constantly flickering on the rankings. Simulated Space Combat Power Rankings Xingwu University. In addition to the school's own sub-rankings, there was a main ranking encompassing all universities. Whether on the overall rankings or the school-specific lists, the top 10 positions were mostly marked as anonymous, with only cold numbers indicating their strength. Overall rank first, junior, anonymous, combat power 16 million. Overall rank second, senior, anonymous, combat power 14 million. 16 million? Sun Wu looked at the number and estimated silently that this was probably enough to hold his own against Frisia in the second phase. Converted, that's definitely a god-tier powerhouse above the 9th rank. Which school student has reached this level before even graduating? The chat window below the rankings was buzzing with activity. Holy crap! 16 million? Is that even human? I'm at 900 combat power and I feel like I'm about to fly to the sky. Don't compare yourself to those beasts on the list. The top few are definitely monsters from the mysterious top 5 universities. Just look at your own school's rankings. The overall rankings are too terrifying. Yushan from Shinzhou Wude, a freshman with 820 combat power, almost level 4, that's impressive. Gu Qinghan from Kyoto is the real deal first-year student with over 1,600 combat power, already mid-level 5. I'm a third-year student and just reached level 5. Comparing people is so depressing. Sun Wu glanced at it and didn't pay any more attention. Chapter 101, Jin Muyen? He had a system interface that clearly displayed his combat strength, so there was no need to confirm it through the testing device here. He directly selected on the control panel, Activate Simulation Test, Primal Essence. The command was issued, and the surrounding void began to warp and take shape. Current World Simulation, Ghoul World. Current World Primal Essence rules, suppress non-physical inheritance powers, pure physical enhancements and ancient martial artists are unaffected. As the electronic voice faded, an invisible, oppressive weight descended, as if a heavy shackle had been placed around his body. The surging energy within his body was forcibly suppressed, falling silent, unable to escape the body, let alone into chi waves or support flight. The Ghoul World? Tokyo Ghoul? He recalled that this world seemed to have already collapsed or been completely controlled by some power. The simulation space could replicate the environment of primordial power struggles, and most of these were worlds where such struggles had already concluded. Strangely, although the energy was suppressed, the combat power value of 180,000 he had after switching to the Vegeta template remained unaffected, still surging through his limbs and bones. Should we conduct a combat power test? Yes. Instead of the expected power measuring device, a figure materialized before Sun Wu. White hair, red eyes, and several blood-red hairs protruding like thorns from his back. It was the protagonist of the Ghoul World, Ken Kaneki, though merely a virtual projection. As soon as Kaneki Ken took form, he charged forward with a fierce momentum. Sun Wu, relying solely on the strength of his current physical form, casually swung a punch. Put! Kaneki Ken's figure burst like a punctured balloon, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterward, the blood mist reformed and coalesced into a human form once more. Battle power assessment in progress. Under the primal energy suppression environment, estimated battle power, approximately 180,000. As expected, he wasn't suppressed much. Sun Wu felt reassured. Was it because the Saiyan bloodline inherently prioritized physical strength, or was it due to the system's unique properties? He immediately switched to simulate several other recorded source battle worlds with different suppression rules. The results were largely the same. Most skills that relied on energy projection, such as ki blasts and flight techniques, were restricted, but pure physical strength unleashed from the body remained largely unaffected. The combat power test results will be recorded. Under the suppression conditions of the primordial battle, combat power is 180,000. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Anonymous. Having achieved his goal and feeling confident, Sun Wu no longer lingered and chose to exit the simulation space. He turned and left the room, unaware that at the moment he chose anonymity, the public chat channel of the simulation space erupted in chaos due to the sudden appearance of the record, source battle, freshman, anonymous, combat power 180,000. Did you see that? The test record just now. 180,000 combat power under source war suppression? Did I see that wrong? 180,000? Are you sure you didn't type an extra zero? Freshman, anonymous, another anonymous. Another freshman. Are all the freshmen this year monsters? Wait, source battle suppression. That means this 180,000 is almost pure physical strength? What the hell is this humanoid beast? Damn it, that Gu Qinghan from Kyoto with over 1,600 combat power was already crazy enough. This 180,000, I suspect some teacher snuck in to test it. Impossible. Teachers have a special testing channel they wouldn't use the student entrance, and the system clearly marked it as first year. Ugh, this source energy battle in the ninja world is going to be interesting. I wonder which school this big shot is from. Anonymous big shot, please protect me. Take me with you. Sun Wu knew nothing of the commotion outside. With the test results from earlier, he felt confident about his upcoming journey to the ninja world source battle. Power suppression? It had little effect on him. As long as the physical strength of the Saiyan body remained, even if he couldn't fly or release ki blasts, he was confident he could dominate that world with his fists alone. With 180,000 combat power, even in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, he could easily overwhelm the majority of opponents. How much more so in the Naruto world, where the power ceiling is far lower than Dragon Ball? The only thing he needed to consider now was where he would be randomly transported to upon entering that world and how to quickly locate the so-called world source. Sunwoo didn't pay attention to these details. At that moment, he was immersed in the library of the inner courtyard. The library of the inner courtyard of Xingwu University had a collection of books far surpassing that of the outer courtyard. It not only contained an endless array of martial arts techniques and energy manipulation skills but also a large number of records and documents about various dimensional worlds. Sunwoo's goal was clear. First, he sought a cultivation technique suitable for himself. Second, he aimed to gather as much information as possible about the ninja world, even if the records seemed unreliable. He began by searching for cultivation techniques. The mighty tiger illusion Beast Fist was categorized under the Sun Wukong template, and he desperately needed a technique to refine his core physique. However, while the inner courtyard library contained numerous cultivation techniques, most required specific bloodlines, attributes, or prerequisites to practice, or else had an extremely high starting requirement, often demanding a martial arts level of 5 or 6 as a prerequisite. After flipping through the books for a long time, he helplessly realized that there seemed to be no cultivation technique that was both widely applicable and could be quickly mastered to lay a solid foundation. That's strange. The basic body forging techniques and energy guidance methods widely taught in the Federation aren't available in the inner court? Sunwoo was puzzled. Later, after inquiring with the library's AI, he learned that the inner court assumed all students had family or sex-specific techniques, so foundational cultivation techniques were deemed inefficient and not included in the collection. Well, it seems I'll have to put cultivation on hold for now and focus on the ninja world first. He shifted his focus to materials about the ninja world. He soon discovered that the records about the ninja world in the library were rather peculiar. A document marked Top Secret Report of the 17th Exploration Team incomplete stated, Target codename Naruto, suspected of mastering the mouth release technique, with immense power capable of forcing enemies to repent and surrender. Recommended for classification as an S-level threat. Another document titled Notes of a Scholar Exchanged with the Divine Martial Arts University recorded. Observation subject Uchiha Sasuke has been obsessed with pursuing his older brother for an extended period, suspected of having severe brother complex. His ultimate goal may not be revenge, suspected to be involved in bone-related Nanto-style techniques. An even more outlandish entry from an ancient star martial arts pioneer's notebook reads, the locals refer to their land as Konoha, and the strongest individual there is the first Hokage, who specializes in wood release. It is said he can form a towering structure with his bare hands, and his combat style resembles mecha control, but no one who has awakened this inheritance has demonstrated such abilities yet. Sunwoo couldn't help but cringe. What on earth is this nonsense? What have the predecessors turned this Naruto world into? He closed a report titled Speculations on Kakashi's True Appearance and Secret Research under his mask, feeling his understanding of the world shaken. Finally, he found something useful in a public document. In the Primordial War, those with a fixed temporal anchor point can enter the anchor point's timeframe. Anchor point? He pulled out a Konoha defector's headband from the system space. This was something that had been revealed by the Snake Sage back then. I've never had the chance to ask anyone what it's for. Turns out this is how it's used. I wonder how the Snake Sage managed to obtain it. This thing is pretty hard to come by in the records. Chapter 102, Entering the Hokage. A week passed in the blink of an eye. And today, exactly 1 week later, marked the beginning of this primordial war. The central square of the inner courtyard of Xingwu University was unusually bustling today. The crowd surged, filling every inch of open space. Inner court disciples mingled with a large number of outer court students dressed in uniform combat attire, the air thick with an uncontrollable mix of tension and excitement. In the distance, teams from Kyoto University, Tianhai University, and Shinjo Martial Arts University stand in formation, clearly separated from one another. Even the lower-ranked Sakura University and Zhengzhou University have sent their teams, occupying the peripheral areas of the square, eager to secure a share of the spoils in this fierce competition. However, the most eye-catching sight was not these formations of people. In several corners of the square, 5 figures stood alone, each in their own corner. They had no companions, no flags, and stood alone, yet they exuded an air of confidence that made them seem oblivious to everyone else, maintaining an invisible distance from all other teams. These were the representatives sent by the top 5 universities. One person was a team. Sunwoo's gaze swept over these solitary figures, and a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. The names of these 5 universities remained a mystery to him, shrouded in an air of secrecy. Everyone knew that the Federation had 10 great universities, but the names of the top 5 were as taboo as forbidden topics, never spoken of. At the edge of the square, one could still see teams from other universities: Kyoto University, Tianhai University, Shinjo Martial Arts University. The 11th-ranked Sakura University and the 12th-ranked Zhengzhou University, which had previously aspired to climb higher, were also present. Sunwoo blended into the star martial arts team and spotted Wang Yu. She was still dressed in her usual sleek attire, carrying her flaming long sword, her expression calm and her beauty radiant. Their eyes met briefly, and they nodded in greeting. Sunwoo was surprised to see Li Yi in the Xingwu University group. Li Yi had already passed the special recruitment exam and entered the outer academy of Xingwu University. Lin Jingjing heard him say he had been admitted to the 12th-ranked Zhengzhou University, but she wasn't eligible to participate in this source battle at that school. Liu Balian had gone even further, enrolling in the 19th-ranked university. Suddenly, a massive silver archway appeared in the sky, slowly taking shape. Inside the archway, a deep, swirling nebula emitted powerful spatial fluctuations. The atmosphere above the square grew tense, and the noise gradually subsided. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the sky. 5 figures appeared silently above the silver archway, as if they had always been there. At the forefront was Lin Tiancheng, the vice-chancellor of Xingwu University. Though he still appeared frail and aged, he stood there with an air of profound dignity and an indescribable aura of authority. Standing beside him were 4 other elderly figures whose auras were equally profound, representing Kyoto, Tianhai, the Demon City, and the Divine State Martial Arts University. These 5 individuals were the leaders of the most prestigious universities in the Federation, at least holding the rank of vice-chancellor. Sunwoo looked up at them, his heart racing. Last time, Lin Tiancheng had already caused such a stir when he acted alone. Now, with 5 of his peers gathered together, what kind of scene would unfold? He glanced sideways at Lin Tiancheng and noticed that the vice-chancellor's expression remained calm, as if the minor injuries from last time had completely healed, or perhaps, in such a setting, he would never allow himself to show the slightest hint of unease. "Gentlemen, the time has come." Lin Tiancheng's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the square, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. The other 4 elders nodded slightly. In the next instant, all 5 raised their hands simultaneously, palms facing upward. Hum! An indescribable wave of terror spread out instantly. The sky seemed to transform into a vast curtain, as 5 distinct yet equally vast and majestic divine energies surged upward, resembling 5 colossal dragons piercing through the heavens, directly striking the rotating star cloud archway. In an instant, the light of the entire world seemed to warp. The students on the square felt an indescribable, crushing pressure bearing down on them from all directions, as if they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe. Those with weaker strength turned pale and staggered on their feet. Those 5 divine energies were not mere energy blasts, they intertwined and collided within the archway, as if plucking an invisible string. In the void, countless blurry scenes flashed by ancient cities, battling ninjas, roaring-tailed beasts. These were fragments of the chaotic, diverging timelines of the ninja world. The divine power of the 5 vice principals was like 5 invisible hands, forcefully plucking and sifting through these chaotic time fragments, ultimately locking onto a relatively stable and complete main timeline. Set. Lin Tiancheng uttered a single word, as if his words carried the weight of law. The 5 divine powers trembled violently, and the chosen historical river froze instantly, as if torn from the realm of possibility and transformed into a clear, shimmering river of light, piercing through the silver archway. The swirling nebula within the archway ceased its rotation, replaced by a stable entrance emitting a gentle white light. Beyond the entrance, a completely different worldscape could be faintly discerned. History is now anchored. The entrance is stable and can be sustained for 12 standard hours. The loud voice of another elder echoed across the square. After completing this, the 5 vice principals simultaneously withdrew their hands, and the divine pressure in the air vanished abruptly. However, the ethereal river of history spanning heaven and earth and the stable spatial entrance remained, bearing witness to the immense power that had just been unleashed. Many students finally exhaled in relief, gasping for breath, their faces still bearing traces of awe and reverence. All school teams, enter in order. Lin Tiancheng ordered. The first to act were the representatives of the 5 independent and elite academies. They did not even exchange a word with students from other schools. Their figures flickered, and they transformed into 5 streaks of light, plunging without hesitation into the gentle white glow and disappearing from sight. Next, the team from Xingwu University began their movement. Star Martial Arts Outer Academy, Teams A through F, enter, a team leader shouted. The students from the Outer Academy entered the archway in the pre-arranged order. Next came the teams from the other universities, Kyoto, Tianhai, Shenzhou Martial Arts University. Their numbers were equally vast, entering in organized batches. Finally, it was the turn of the students from the Inner Academy of Xingwu University. Inner Academy, depart. Sunwoo took a deep breath and followed the crowd through the gate leading to another world. As he passed through the light gate, a peculiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him, as if his soul had been torn from his body and plunged into an endless torrent of information. Countless chaotic images, sounds, and fragments of emotions assaulted his consciousness, fragments of history frozen in time. He focused his mind and reached into the system space, gripping the cold wooden leaf trader ninja headband. Time anchor item detected, Konoha trader ninja headband. Anchor point timeframe, Konoha collapse plan, death of the 3rd Hokage. Adjusting deployment coordinates based on the artifact. Deployment beginning. Unknown anchor point interference detected. Deployment timeframe changed, 4th Shinobi World War. Before Sun Woo could react, a massive pulling force dragged him out of the information torrent, and his vision suddenly went black as his consciousness plunged into temporary chaos. Chapter 103, The Fourth Shinobi World War, Sakura University. His consciousness broke free from the brief chaos, and Sun Woo suddenly opened his eyes. It was night, yet he could not see the stars. What met his eyes were not the ruins of Konoha village as he had expected, but rather some massive tree roots. Countless massive tree roots, glowing with an eerie light, wrapped around him in layers, binding him tightly. A weak yet persistent suction force was attempting to draw something out of his body. He turned his head to look around, and the scene was even more terrifying. Dense roots covered the ground, forming a forest of despair. Many figures dressed in ninja armor and wearing various headbands were also trapped within the roots, but their condition was pitiful beyond description. Their bodies were shriveled and dry, like pieces of meat that had been drained of all moisture, their eyes wide with the fear and resentment of their final moments. Ugh! This welcome ceremony is a bit unique, isn't it? Sun Woo grimaced. He immediately recalled the final prompt from the system before entering the light gate. Unknown anchor point interference detected. Deployment timeline altered, Fourth Shinobi World War. The Fourth Shinobi World War? Looking around at the towering tree roots and their life-draining properties. The Divine Tree. Infinite Tsukuyumi? Several keywords flashed through Sun Woo's mind. This timing is way too late compared to the Konoha collapse plan. And judging by the situation, it must be the most critical moment of the battle. The Divine Tree has already descended to begin absorbing chakra. What's going on? Why did I end up here? Assemble. Hurry up and assemble. Ito Koen is already urging us. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts from below. Sun Woo looked down and saw a person wearing a Konoha ninja uniform standing on the ground, looking in their direction. Almost simultaneously, several ninjas bound to the branches around Sun Woo broke free and landed lightly on the ground. Hey! Why are you still hanging up there? Get down! One of them noticed Sun Woo, who was still trapped, and spoke with a hint of impatience. Your strength is being suppressed that much? You can't even break free from these tree roots? Your anti-interference training must have been pretty lax, huh? Never mind, it's my fault for being so kind. Before he finished speaking, the man leaped into the air, a kunai knife suddenly appearing in his hand. With a flash of cold steel, he severed the thick tree rootsing Sun Woo. Sun Woo landed smoothly and blended into the crowd, following them forward. Listening to the scattered conversations around him, he gradually pieced together the current situation. This group was actually the team from Sakura University. They seem to have employed some special means to forcibly gather all their members at the same time, intending to carry out a major plan. In the source mode, all participants are granted the identity of locals as a disguise. The unfamiliar ninja mask he was wearing made them mistakenly believe he was also a member of Sakura University. The Konoha trader's headband that the Snake Shrine priest had revealed was actually from the Sakura district? It seems they've been in cahoots all along. Soon, the crowd gathered at a secluded location. The leader standing before the crowd, a young man with a gloomy expression, scanned the number of attendees and spoke in an annoyed tone. Why are there so few of you left? Is the anchor point's pulling effect that weak? He cleared his throat, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. Everyone! This mission is crucial to whether Sakura District can break free from the Federation's shackles and achieve independence. In this battle, Sakura University must rank among the top 10 and secure our place at the table. Therefore, the original fragments of the ninja world are ours by right. His voice suddenly rose, filled with a fervent, inciting passion. And I, Idose, will become the first student from Sakura University to walk the path to divinity. And I will be the first deity of Sakura District. You will all be the core of my inner circle. Ito! 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 The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers, arms raised high, the atmosphere igniting instantly. Sun Woo also half-heartedly raised his hand, blending in with the crowd. Ito say? The name made his heart skip a beat. Wasn't this the older brother of Ito Ryunosuke whom he had casually killed? What a coincidence! The enemy's plan seems to be on a large scale. And they were so certain they could find the source fragment had they obtained some special intelligence or means? Since we haven't been exposed yet, let's follow them and see what's going on. When the time is right, we'll decide what to do. Then we can simply reap the rewards. How delightful. Sure enough, these students from Sakura University have a clear objective and have clearly mapped out this area in advance. They swiftly moved through the shadows at the edges of the battlefield and eventually came to a halt on the outskirts of the intense combat zone. Sun Woo's gaze turned toward the center of the battlefield. There, several figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Uchiha Madara in 6 paths mode, and Might Guy with the Deathgate activated. Beside them, Lee and others watched anxiously. Besides these characters from the original story, 2 other figures with equally powerful auras were lurking at the edge of the battlefield. Though dressed as ninjas, their out-of-place aura led Sun Woo to conclude they were outsiders, not locals. Prepare! Ito Makoto growled, his eyes flashing with excitement and greed. Kai is about to open the 8 gates. Prepare to possess Uchiha Madara. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students from Sakura University began to make an eerie gesture. They started vomiting. Everyone except Sunwoo spat out a small, metallic glinting part from their mouths. The ninja who had previously helped Sunwoo out saw that he made no move and froze again. No way? You lost the parts for the fusion enhancer? Good thing I brought enough spare parts this time, otherwise, you'd be completely useless. Watching everyone quickly hand over the parts they had vomited and begin assembling them, Sunwoo finally understood. In the primordial source battle mode, external items were extremely difficult to bring in, with only close-fitting clothing usually spared. Sakura University had come up with this ingenious method, disassembling a crucial device into countless tiny parts and having the team members swallow them, effectively smuggling them in. To ensure success, they had even prepared 7 or 8 sets of parts. Even so, after everyone had coughed up their parts, only 2 complete devices could be reassembled. One of them was held in Ito Makoto's hand, and its shape resembled the transformation device of Ultraman Orb. Sunwoo was left speechless. Ah, what a pity, only 2 were assembled. The person beside him seemed a bit disappointed and explained to Sunwoo on his own, this thing is the cutting-edge technology of our Sakura district. It can fuse additional inheritance templates to unleash even greater power. You didn't know that? What were you doing in class? He looked at Sunwoo with a hint of suspicion, but Sunwoo's native appearance and the timing of his arrival ultimately dispelled his doubts. Just then, Itose pressed the fusion enhancer against his chest. A figure stepped forward from the crowd, placing their hand over the ascension device. A blurry shadow of an ancestral template materialized on their body. Sunwoo recognized it immediately. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The shadow flickered and vanished into the ascension device. After a blinding white light, the device in Itose's hands emitted a subdued glow. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Itose burst into laughter, and 2 clear ancestral shadows suddenly appeared behind him. One was Uchiha Madara, and the other was none other than the first Hokage who had just been fused into him. Our research was indeed correct. The so-called ninja techniques and devil fruits of these dimensional worlds are merely superficial manifestations. Their essence is ultimately a mimicry of the divine power laws. With true divine power, we can erase these false information states. His eyes flickered with a glow. Good. Once Uchiha Madara is injured by Gaara, we'll act immediately. Use specially crafted divine power crystals to erase his consciousness, and I will take control of this perfect body. The students of Sakura University erupted into even louder cheers. In their eyes, by merging the 2 great lineage templates of the first Hokage and Madara, and then seizing the body of the greatest boss of the Naruto world, the 6 Paths Madara, they would become an unstoppable force. The 6 Paths body is immune to all attacks except for Senjutsu and Taijutsu, and in this world, they, as ninja successors, are not suppressed, while students from other schools are weakened by the fundamental rules. Even if the source fragments were no longer on Uchiha Madara's body, their power at that point would be unmatched, allowing them to search for them slowly. The source fragments are already in their grasp. The divine being of Sakura District is about to be born. Sakura University is about to rise. Chapter 104, Rokuto Ito Makoto. So this is the plan the Sakura District has been hatching? To possess Uchiha Madara? In the frenetic atmosphere, Sunwoo quietly stepped back a few paces, shielding everyone in front of him. So this group from Sakura District had such a plan? To possess Uchiha Madara? In the frenetic atmosphere, Sunwoo quietly stepped back a few paces, hiding himself behind the crowd. Night Kai. At the center of the battlefield, blood-red steam swirled around Kai like a raging dragon. That single kick seemed to warp and dent space itself. I am Uchiha Madara. I shall acknowledge you as the strongest. The voice of the 6 Paths Madara carried a hint of disbelief and admiration. Boom! After the deafening explosion, 6 Paths Madara's figure flew backward like half his body obliterated by the terrifying impact, reduced to nothingness. Now! Ito Makoto's eyes blazed with intense fervor as he violently pressed down on the fusion enhancer in his hand. A strange light flashed briefly, and the 2 shadowy figures representing the inheritance of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama on his body merged seamlessly, becoming one in an instant. He clasped his hands together with all his might. Divine technique. True thousand hands. Buddha's transformation at the summit. As he moved, 4 figures emerged simultaneously from the crowd in Sakura District, each shrouded in a different ancestral shadow, none other than the Hokage from the 2nd to the 5th. The earth trembled as a colossal 1,000-handed Buddha statue rose from the ground beneath Ito Makoto's feet, obscuring the sky. The 4 fire shadow successors leaped onto the Buddha statue, channeling their chakra into it without reservation. A sudden transformation occurred. The densely packed 1,000 hands vanished in an instant, replaced by a massive blue chakra gathering above the Buddha statue's head, sending shivers down the spines of all present. At the same time, the statue's 2 main arms were covered in solid golden chakra gauntlets, shimmering with blinding light. The entire Buddha statue no longer appeared lifeless, it now exuded a nearly living-like agility and overwhelming pressure. Ito Makoto wasted no time, manipulating the bizarre Buddha statue. A massive hand covered in golden gauntlets slammed down toward the 6 paths of Madara, who had just stabilized his stance but had not yet fully recovered. Humph. Who do you think you are, daring to covet the fragments of the source? Just as the giant palm was about to strike, a cold, piercing shout rang out. 2 figures appeared beside the giant palm like ghosts. They were the 2 outsiders Sun Wu had noticed earlier. Sakura University? One of them recognized the attire of Ito-sei and the others on the Buddha statue, and a sneer curled at the corner of his lips. Who gave you the audacity? The 2 were students from Tianhai University and Shinzhou Martial Arts University. They had also been randomly teleported here, witnessing the birth of 6 path spots, intending to act on the opportunity to kill spots and obtain the origin fragments. However, they never expected such a group of students from a third-rate university to interfere. As geniuses from one of the top 10 universities in the Federation, they naturally looked down on Sakura University, ranked 11th. Both were outstanding freshmen, having reached the 5th level threshold in both ancient martial arts and inheritance. They had regarded each other as their primary competitors, but now their plans had been disrupted by this group of scum. Ha ha! The Sakura district will rise today. You 2 meddlers, die! Ito Makoto looked like a madman, refusing to waste words with them. He manipulated the giant Buddha to swing another golden fist, crashing down like a meteorite toward the 2. Zhao Fei, why don't we team up and dispose of these trash first, the other suggested. I agree. This guy is too annoying. Renishu, you watch, I'll handle him. The young man named Zhao Fei suddenly had a blurry silhouette of the Uchiha clan appear on his body. Qilin. A terrifying bolt of lightning connected heaven and earth, transforming into a thunderous qilin that struck the giant Buddha's fist. Boom! The Buddha's fist was shattered by the thunderbolt. A worthless fool remains a worthless fool. Zhao Fei's face was filled with arrogance as he prepared to press his advantage. It's not over yet. Ito-sei roared. A massive purple energy skeleton materialized out of thin air, swiftly enveloping the wooden Buddha and transforming into a set of fierce and imposing purple armor. Susanoo. We've succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Susanoo Buddha. This is our true power. Ito-sei cackled, no matter which of the top 10 universities you're from. Die. This fragment of the source is destined to belong to Sakura University. Zhao Fei and Renishu's relaxed expressions vanished instantly, replaced by a heavy sense of gravity. The purple Susanoo armor covering the wooden Buddha suddenly emitted an aura that surged several times over. What the hell is that? How could his aura surge so much? How could he have 2 inheritance illusions? Both of them were overwhelmed by shock. Boom! Before Zhao Fei could react, the massive Buddha statue clad in purple armor demonstrated speed and agility completely at odds with its size. A massive fist intertwined with purple and gold tore through the air, striking Zhao Fei's side with overwhelming force. Puff! Zhao Fei was struck as if by lightning, his body flying sideways like a broken sack. Immediately afterward, the Buddha statue's other fist struck without pause, targeting Renishu, who had tried to assist but was a split second too late. Another dull thud echoed as Renishu followed Zhao Fei's fate, both of them being smashed into the ground almost simultaneously. The sound of shattered bones was clearly audible as they were instantly reduced to near death, mangled masses of flesh. Zhao Fei and Renishu's eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Both of them had inherited their abilities from this ninja world, so the suppression from the struggle for the source was minimal for them. The so-called shadow-level attacks of this world should never have been able to inflict such severe injuries on them. This terrifying wooden Buddha, this power, it absolutely surpasses the limits of the 5th rank. Ito-sei didn't even bother to glance at the 2 former top 10 academy students whose fates were uncertain. He manipulated the Susanoo Great Buddha, refocusing his attention on 6 paths Madara, who was temporarily suppressed by the wooden Buddha's true form. Normal wood-release techniques are naturally incapable of sealing a 6 paths level existence, but these outsiders, relying on their far superior template development compared to the natives, had forced this power to its absolute limit. And what Ito Makoto truly sought was not Madara's power, but the supreme 6 paths rules contained within this body. Ito-sei reached into his robe and pulled out a crystal emitting an odd glow, completely different from ordinary energy crystals, and pressed it firmly against his forehead without hesitation. In the next instant, his body transformed into countless light particles, surging like a flood breaking through a dam, violently rushing into 6 paths Spot's body. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, within the ninja corpses drained of life force by the divine tree, a pair of eyes peered cautiously through the cracks, witnessing this breathtaking scene. His name was Fan Quan, a student at Zhengzhou University. His heritage was not combat-oriented but a technological creation designed for recording a camera robot. Since he hadn't entered one of the top 10 universities, his focus wasn't on improving himself or his combat abilities. At this moment, his eyes were the highest resolution lenses, capturing every detail of the battlefield without missing a single thing. He felt his blood boiling with excitement. This is it. The Sakura district has actually mastered this forbidden fusion technique. And they've even created such a terrifying war weapon. What a huge upset. A massive upset. Sakura University has outright crushed the top geniuses of Tianhai and Shenzhou Martial Arts University. If this video gets out, Fan Quan has already started fantasizing about becoming a headline-grabbing writer and marrying the popular beauty reporter Lu Ruyan. Chapter 105, The Terrifying Ito Makoto. Boom! The body of Rokuno Madara, pinned down by the massive wooden Buddha palm, trembled violently as an indescribable aura of terror erupted suddenly. His body, which had been shattered into pieces by Yaki-Eye, began to repair and expand at an astonishing speed as countless light particles poured in. Black-seeking truth rings swirled around his body, his white robe fluttered without wind, and the demonic red light of the Rinnegan on his forehead illuminated the heavens and earth. Overwhelming pressure that surpassed all living beings instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Itose, who had taken over the body of Six Paths Spots, let out a maniacal laugh. He felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, a sense of control over everything and a view of all beings from above, which intoxicated him. This is the power of the Six Paths. This is the power of a god. He slowly raised his hand, clenching it lightly, causing the space around him to tremble slightly. Standing atop the head of the great Buddha of Susanoo, he cast a contemptuous glance down at Zhao Fei and Renishu, who lay severely injured and in a pitiful state below. Two worthless fools dared to obstruct the rise of the Sakura district? Ito Makoto's voice grew low and authoritative, tinged with the characteristic indifference of the Six Paths. I had originally planned to spare your lives to see what kind of trump cards your school holds. But now it seems you're nothing. He raised his finger, and a pitch-black seeking truth jade formed at the tip, its destructive aura causing the air to freeze. It's over. Bastard! Zhao Fei struggled to his feet, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with humiliation. Renishu clenched his teeth, leaning on a piece of broken rock to stay upright, his face as pale as paper. They were the prodigies of Tianhai University and Shenzhou Martial Arts University. Had they ever endured such humiliation? They had been pushed to this desperate state by students from Sakura University, whom they had always looked down upon. You still want to kill us? Do you really think you've got us beat? Zhao Fei's eyes turned cold, and a resolute expression flashed across his face. Renishu also made up his mind. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously pulled something out from their robes. They were two crystals emitting a faint divine glow, translucent and crystalline, with what seemed like a starry river flowing within. What is that? Ito Makoto's pupils contracted slightly. He could sense that the crystals contained the same divine power as the Six Paths of Pain he had mastered through soul possession, the aura of a divine-level powerhouse. These are the life-saving trump cards my master gave me. I didn't want to waste them here. Renishu murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. But killing you, a fool who doesn't know his place, is worth it. This divine power crystal contained the understanding of divinity and a trace of divinity itself from a divine path powerhouse. When used in this world, it could temporarily alleviate the suppression caused by the struggle for the source. It is equivalent to obtaining the characteristics of a divine path powerhouse. However, using this item makes one susceptible to rejection by the source dimension, and may even result in backlash. Divine Power Crystal, release. Zhao Fei roared, shattering the crystal in his hand first. A colossal divine power far surpassing their own levels erupted instantly, surging into Zhao Fei's body like a tidal wave. His injuries healed at a visible speed, and the inherited power within him surged upward as if breaking free from shackles. A figure resembling Susanoo appeared on Zhao Fei's body, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Flame Escape Earth Enhancement. Zhao Fei fired a massive black arrow, tearing through the atmosphere and charging straight toward Itose. The power of this strike had already surpassed the realm of the 5th level of martial arts, and was even approaching the 7th level. Almost simultaneously, Renishu crushed the crystal. His aura surged violently, and a blurry nine-tailed shadow appeared behind him. Tail Beast Sphere. He clasped his palms together and thrust them forward with all his might, unleashing a terrifying blood-red energy sphere that locked onto Itose. Two attacks, each containing a portion of the power of a divine path-level expert, converged from two directions, their might enough to instantly reduce any shadow-level expert to dust. The students of Sakura University in the distance witnessed this scene, their faces instantly replaced by terror. What is that? How did their power suddenly become so strong? Divine power crystals? Could it be a treasure bestowed by the gods? This is bad. Ito-sama is in danger. Impossible. Lord Ito has already fused with the 6 paths of Madara. He's invincible. Look. What is that? Fan Quan, who had been hiding in the shadows taking secret photos, was so excited he was trembling all over, his camera lens fixed firmly on the center of the battlefield. Big news. Exclusive news. The trump card of the top 10 universities. Divine Power Crystal. He felt that the information he was about to reveal could truly propel him to stardom. However, facing this devastating attack that could destroy the world, Itose, suspended mid-air, wore a mocking smile on his face. The abilities of the shinobi world? In this world, only the power of the 6 paths is the strongest. Everything else is just a flickering flame. He didn't even bother to dodge, simply extending his hands calmly. God Earth exploding heavenly star. A pitch-black gravitational core appeared in his palms, and a brutal suction force erupted suddenly. The tailed beast ball and Kagutsuchi were like objects caught in a black hole, twisting and deforming involuntarily as they surged toward the two constantly expanding black spheres. Boom! Two powerful streams of attack energy, along with the surrounding debris, tree roots, and even battlefield remnants, were forcibly sucked in, compressed, and ultimately formed two massive rock spheres, suspended on either side of Itosei, slowly rotating. Itosei himself remained unscathed. What? Zhao Fei and Rin Ishu shouted in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Their strongest trump card, an attack containing a portion of a Divine Path expert's power, had been effortlessly neutralized? Not even a single thread of the opponent's clothing had been touched? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Fei looked like he had lost his mind. Even if the Six Paths power can suppress ninjutsu, it shouldn't be able to completely ignore divine power. It's the Seeking Truth Jade. Ron Ishu's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. He used the Seeking Truth Jade to neutralize the energy in our attack, then used the 10,000 phenomena heavenly pull to control the aftereffects. This guy's mastery of the Six Paths power is that refined? Ito Makoto watched the two men's despairing expressions with a smirk, as if admiring the struggles of ants. Now, it's my turn. With a flick of his mind, the Seeking Truth Jade surrounding him shot out, transforming into several black rods that pierced through Zhao Fei and Renishu's bodies at a speed beyond visual perception, pinning them firmly to the ground. Ugh! The two let out agonizing screams as the divine energy crystals within their bodies erupted like a flood, unable to repair the wounds caused by the black rods or break free from the bizarre restraints. Why is this happening? Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with confusion and despair. The Six Paths body, immune to ninjutsu, could it even partially resist attacks derived from divine power? Ran Ishu muttered, his consciousness beginning to fade. Ito Makoto walked slowly toward the two, towering over them with a condescending gaze. Unfortunately, you know nothing of true power. The Sakura district is destined to rise this time. Chapter 106, Hell has no gates, yet you dare to enter. He raised his foot, aiming it at Zhao Fei's head. Rest in peace. Your school will thank you for sacrificing yourselves as a trivial offering for the rise of Sakura district. Just then, the remaining divine energy crystals within Zhao Fei and Ren Ishu seemed to trigger some mechanism. Whoosh! A peculiar light enveloped the two of them, like an eggshell. Even Itosei, now in the Six Paths mode, couldn't shake the rippling light barrier. Humph! Itosei furrowed his brows slightly, then thought of something and abandoned the two turtle shells. Divine power protection? You're just lucky. He did not attempt to break the divine power shield, as it was a unique ability of those who had reached the second step of the divine path or higher. Those without divine essence could not attack those within the protection. This was also Sakura University's current weakness. They still had no divine path cultivators. However, all of this would change after this battle for the primordial essence. They had discovered a terrifying ancient stone giant in a fragmented small world within the Sakura district. The higher-ups had sensed the terrifying power within the statue and were only missing a fragment of the primordial essence to activate it. He ignored the two fleeing figures and turned his gaze to the crowd of Sakura University students below, who were so excited they were nearly fainting. Sure. From today onward, I, Ito Makoto, am the new Six Paths. The source of the ninja world will belong to Sakura University. Long live Ito-sama. Long live Sakura University. The Six Paths are invincible. The deafening cheers echoed across the sky. On the other side, Naruto barely made it onto the battlefield. His first sight was of Kakashi, gasping for breath and on the brink of death. His heart sank, and he rushed forward to lend a hand, pulling Kakashi back from the brink of death. After stabilizing Kakashi's condition, Naruto finally had a moment to look around at the chaotic battlefield. The aura of Uchiha Madara, who had brought endless despair earlier, seemed to have changed. No, the person was still there, but the Madara standing there felt completely different, as if he were merely wearing that outer shell, with a cold, unfamiliar, and even more terrifying aura emanating from within. What exactly happened just now? What was that gigantic 1,000-armed Buddha statue that appeared out of nowhere, and how did it so easily suppress Madara? Before he could process the question swirling in his mind, an even more shocking scene unfolded before him. The entity that had taken over Spot's body effortlessly struck down the other two ninjas who had appeared out of nowhere, leaving them on the brink of death. The disparity in their strength was like a mountain crushing dust. The technique used by the two who were defeated. Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. The nature and form of the energy were strikingly similar to certain techniques he and Sasuke had used, yet both the level of power and the explosive force far surpassed anything they had ever experienced. Who on earth were these people? While everyone's attention was fixated on Itosei, Sun Wu, who had been blending into the crowd, suddenly perked up. He noticed that the other fusion enhancer pieced together from the parts spat out by the Sakura University students was now lying quietly on a relatively clean patch of ground nearby, seemingly knocked aside by the aftereffects of the battle. Sunwoo shifted his body slightly to the side, appearing to move toward it casually. Taking advantage of the chaos, he gently hooked his toes and bent down as if adjusting his pants. In the blink of an eye, the fusion enhancer, shimmering with a metallic glow, was already in his hand, and he swiftly tucked it into his robe. However, this small maneuver did not go entirely unnoticed by everyone present. "Hey! What are you doing?" The Cherry Blossom University student who had earlier helped Sunwoo break free from the tree roots was standing not far away. He had already noticed something off about Sunwoo earlier, and now he saw clearly. He pointed at Sunwoo and shouted angrily, "What's that in your hand?" "That's the spare fusion enhancer. Hand it over immediately." The shout instantly cooled the fervent atmosphere. Everyone's gaze, including that of the arrogant Ito-sei floating mid-air, fixated on Sunwoo. Ito Makoto's brows furrowed into a knot, and the chakra in his Sharingan eyes blazed with cold light. "Who is this guy? How did he get in here? He's not one of us? Who are you?" Ito-sei's voice was icy cold, filled with intense murderous intent. "Drop whatever you're holding." Sunwoo looked around at the faces that had shifted from fervor to shock, anger, and vigilance, then glanced up at the 6 paths Ito-seiho floating in the air, emanating a terrifying aura. He knew his disguise had been completely exposed. Not only did he not lower his hands, but he swiftly retrieved the fusion enhancer and stored it in his system space. "Are you kidding? Something that's already in my hands? Single-use fusion enhancer. A special technological item produced by the Light Nation of the Divine Realm, capable of temporarily fusing the power of up to 2 inherited templates across most dimensions, lasting for 1 hour. This is a good thing." Sunwoo glanced at the system's identification prompt. "Are there really Ultraman-related matters in these dimensional worlds?" Ito Makoto's expression suddenly changed. He clearly sensed the aura of the item vanishing into thin air. "Does this guy have spatial equipment?" "No, even if he does, it shouldn't be able to block his perception." "You're asking for trouble." Ito Makoto was completely enraged. No matter who this guy was, daring to steal something right under his nose was the ultimate provocation. He snapped his fingers, and a black rod of condensed energy, as if teleported, appeared before Sunwoo, piercing straight toward his forehead. The speed and power were far beyond the attacks he had launched earlier against Zhao Fei and Renishu. Facing this fatal strike, Sunwoo remained surprisingly calm. He slowly raised his head, meeting Ito-sei's icy gaze, a smile curving his lips. "Ah." He sighed softly, as if regretting that he could no longer remain low-key. "Never mind. I had already forgotten about you. Since you came here on your own, go accompany your dear brother." Sunwoo delivered a simple straight punch, with no special effects or energy fluctuations. An ordinary, unremarkable punch met the oncoming black rod of the Seeking Truth Jade. Crack! The Seeking Truth Jade shattered like a glass rod colliding with a solid wall, exploding with a loud boom. Time seemed to pause for an instant as Sunwoo's fist shattered the black rod. The crisp cracking sound echoed eerily across the silent battlefield. The students from Sakura University, who had been wildly cheering for Ito-sei's display of the 6 paths divine might, now had expressions frozen like cheap wax figures, their faces solidifying from extreme adoration into incomprehensible horror. Their mouths hung open, unable to utter a sound, their eyes wide and round, fixated on the unfamiliar figure that had shattered their god's attack with a single punch. Chapter 107, One Punch, One Night Kai. In the distance, Naruto had just stabilized Kai's injuries and was preparing to analyze the situation when his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips. The enhanced perception granted by the 6 paths Sage mode allowed him to clearly see the previous punch, no chakra fluctuations, no traces of Sage techniques. It was a force so pure and condensed that it was terrifying. A brutal force capable of tearing apart the very rules of reality. Fan Quan, lurking nearby and recording everything with a special camera robot, suddenly jerked his hand, causing the lens to shake violently, nearly exposing his position. His heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping out of his throat. What the hell is going on? Barehanded crushed the ceiling orb? Uchiha Madara is currently the strongest known boss in the ninja world, according to intelligence reports from various schools. His 6 paths mode is immune to ninja techniques and has exceptional resistance to physical attacks. This unknown individual had shattered the Seeking Truth Jade with a single punch? He suppressed his excitement, steadying the camera with all his might. He knew he had captured something far more explosive than he had ever imagined. Ito-sei, or rather, Ito-sei inhabiting Uchiha Madara's body, saw the first cracks appear in his arrogant and indifferent expression. He could clearly feel that the previous strike was no fluke. The power contained in the opponent's fist was like condensed stars, directly shattering his ceiling stone. This was not merely a broken attack, it was an outright desecration of the 6 paths divine might he had just established. His face burned like it had been slapped hard. Impossible! Ito-sei roared, the demonic red light in his Rinnegan eyes spinning wildly as he unleashed the 6 paths power without reservation, causing the terrifying pressure to surge once more. Wheel of the grave, border prison. Invisible shadows, entities from another world, obeyed his will, moving like the most elite assassins, silently closing in on Sun Wu's blind spot. This was the Six Paths' exclusive eye technique, formless and intangible, impossible to defend against. However, facing this intangible strike, Sun Wu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Just as the shadow was about to touch his body shifted at an extremely subtle yet perfectly executed angle, narrowly avoiding the attack's trajectory. Moreover, without even turning his head, he swung his fist backward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind toward the empty space. Boom! A dull explosion echoed through the air. The once formless shadow of the Wheel of the Grave seemed to be struck by a solid hammer, emitting a faint, distorted cry before instantly dissipating into nothingness. What? Ito-sei was completely stunned. The Wheel of the Grave had been shattered by a fist wind? What kind of monster is this guy? Rage and disbelief completely consumed Ito-sei's rationality. He abandoned his attempts at divine arts, and Rokuto-ban's body erupted with speed and strength beyond comprehension, carrying a massive wooden dummy, charging towards Sun Wu with reckless abandon, choosing close-range combat. He refused to believe that this perfect body, fused with the physique and eyes of an immortal, coupled with the top-headed Buddha and Susanoo armor, could lose in pure physical combat. Thud! Sun Wu did not flinch or dodge, instead meeting the attack head-on with a punch of his own. The two fists collided mid-air, without any dazzling light effects, only a dull, thunderous crash like a siege ram striking a city gate. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from the two combatants, tearing the ground apart and carving deep gullies into the earth. Ito Makoto felt an unimaginable force surge through his opponent's fist, shaking his entire arm numb. The six-striped body, though resilient, seemed to creak from within as its bones strained under the immense pressure. Boom! The Susanoo armor enveloping the great Buddha could no longer hold out and shattered into pieces. The massive wooden Buddha statue followed suit, shattering into pieces. Soon, only Ito-sei, transformed into the Six Paths, remained in mid-air, continuing his fistfight with Sun Wu. The students of Sakura University were completely speechless. They watched in disbelief as their once invincible Six Paths Ito-sama, the being who had fused with the first generation in Madara, who had taken over the Six Paths body, and who should have swept everything away, was now being beaten to the ground by a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere, using the purest form of martial arts. That overwhelming power shattered the illusions and fervor they had just built up. The myth of invincibility had shattered, replaced by fear and confusion that ran deep in their bones. How could this happen? Lord Ito. Someone murmured, their voice trembling. Who is that person? Naruto watched in horror. In the Six Paths Sage mode, he could clearly sense the non-chakra, pure terror emanating from Sun Wu's body. Each burst of power was like a volcanic eruption, violent and direct. He even had the feeling that if this person were allowed to unleash his full power, each punch would surpass the destructive force of Kakashi's Knight Kakashi. This person is definitely not from this world. Who was he? Friend or foe? A strong sense of apprehension welled up in his heart. Impossible. This can't be. Ito Makoto's face was filled with disbelief. He could feel that as the great Buddha shattered, the Six Paths spots this perfect body was also being damaged under the opponent's seemingly ordinary fist, each collision like striking a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering. You used divine power crystals too? No, that's not right. Your power isn't being suppressed at all. What kind of monster are you? Ito-sei continued his assault while trying to comprehend this unimaginable situation. Why were the rules of the primordial energy struggle ineffective against this guy? Why is his physical strength so overwhelming that he can even clash directly with the Six Paths body, ignoring some of the Six Paths rules? Fear began to spread uncontrollably within him. Ito-sei let out a furious roar of frustration, suddenly stepping back and clasping his hands together once more. He knew that in pure physical combat he had already lost. Desperate, he forced a connection with the earth veins beneath his feet, attempting to summon the power of the divine tree that had recently descended and was frantically absorbing chakra. Divine technique, tree realm descent. Boom! The earth trembled violently as countless grotesque, twisted giant trees, hundreds of times thicker than ordinary trees, erupted from the ground. They resembled ancient serpents coming to life, obscuring the sky. This was the ultimate wood-release technique, having activated a portion of the divine tree's primordial essence, its power far surpassing the previous True Thousand Hands technique. Facing this apocalyptic scene, Sun Wu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He casually swung his arms, unleashing a terrifying storm of fist pressure. Whoosh! Invisible hurricanes swept out, and those incredibly resilient trees, capable of shredding tail beasts, were torn apart, twisted, and shattered the moment they came into contact with the fist winds, as if they were rotten paper encountering flames. Wood chips flew everywhere, resembling a brown blizzard. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are but illusions. All means have been exhausted. The Wheel of the Grave was shattered. The physical arts were suppressed. The strongest divine technique, would escape, was casually shattered by the opponent as if swatting a fly. Ito Makoto floated motionless in mid-air, staring down at the figure below who effortlessly shattered all his attacks as if taking a leisurely stroll. He finally awoke from the delusion of overwhelming power. The emotion known as fear surged like a cold tide, completely overwhelming his mind for the first time. Who the hell is this guy? Chapter 108, The Power of the Top 5 Universities, Estes. Just then, Sun Woo stopped his movements, flexed his wrists, and made a soft cracking sound. He looked up at the disheveled and breathless Ito Makoto, his tone as casual as if he were asking about the weather. Is that all you've got? The words cut like the sharpest knife, piercing straight into Ito Makoto's heart. Is this the 6 paths power you boast about? Sun Woo's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. You don't even deserve for me to take you seriously. Itose hadn't even broken through the basic defensive power granted by the Vegeta template. He was far too weak. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Woo's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Fast. Faster than fast. So fast that even the 6 paths Rinnegan could only catch a blurry afterimage. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of Itose, mere inches away. Itosego's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with terror. He instinctively raised his arms, attempting to activate the Cu gems surrounding his body for defense. But it was too late. Sun Woo ignored his terrified gaze, ignored his futile defensive movements, and delivered a seemingly plain and unremarkable straight punch, one with no energy effects whatsoever. Simple yet containing earth-shattering power, it struck the chest of Rokudoban with a thunderous impact. Boom crack. The seeking truth jade surrounding Ito Makoto shattered like thin ice struck by an iron hammer. Sun Woo's fist showed no signs of hesitation, striking directly into 6 paths Spot's chest. Terrifying force erupted like a volcano that had been building up for millions of years, violently surging through the fist and into 6 paths Spot's body. Crack, crack, crack. Dense, spider web-like cracks spread out from Sun Woo's fist, instantly covering 6 paths Spot's entire body. His formidable body, composed of fragments of the divine tree and Hashirama's cells, now resembled a porcelain vase on the verge of shattering completely. Ugh! In Ito Makoto's eyes, there was only endless terror, resentment, and despair. He could clearly feel his body collapsing, his consciousness dissipating like a candle flame in the wind. His final thought flashed through his mind: I fused with the first Hokage in Madara, and took over the 6 paths body. I should be a god. I am actually dying here. The fist's power was about to erupt completely, obliterating this body along with Itose's consciousness. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared on either side of Sun Woo, as if teleporting, without any warning. They extended their palms, one on each side, and with astonishing precision, pressed them against Sun Woo's fists just as they were about to pierce through 6 paths body. Boom! A far more terrifying force wave erupted from the point of contact between the 3, violently spreading outward in all directions. Even space seemed to ripple with visible ripples. Sun Woo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The attackers were not dressed like ninjas. The aura emanating from their bodies was utterly out of place in this world, and far surpassed the 6 paths power that Itose had borrowed. The palm pressing down on his fist transmitted a sensation that was more refined, more pure, and carried a quality that seemed to transcend the very rules of this world. Their arrival caused the surrounding air to grow thick and viscous, as an intangible pressure of status descended silently. Sun Woo's eyebrows shot up sharply. What a powerful force! This was definitely not the borrowed, superficial power of Ito Makoto. He raised his eyes. To his left stood a woman dressed in a blue and white Imperial General's uniform, tailored to fit her perfectly. Her ice blue hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, hidden beneath the brim of her hat, were as cold and sharp as eternal ice. She was studying him with obvious interest, the corners of her lips curving into an almost imperceptible smile. The front of her uniform was open, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin. At the center of the deep valley between her breasts was a blood-red mark. Her demeanor was icy, yet she exuded an almost otherworldly charm, like a deathflower blooming on the frozen plains of the far north. To the right stood a tall man dressed like a noble from an ancient kingdom, except for a futuristic combat strength meter on his face that clashed sharply with his attire. His expression betrayed unhidden arrogance and contempt. He didn't even bother to look at Sun Woo, his gaze casually sweeping over the nearly collapsed Itose, as if he were examining a broken tool. The aura emanating from him was domineering and unrestrained, as if he were a natural-born ruler, viewing all others as mere ants. A divine path powerhouse. Sun Woo had witnessed Wu Gang's teacher in action before, and these two gave him an impression that was no less impressive than Wu Gang's teacher. The pressure emanating from the two of them made Sun Woo feel true danger for the first time in this world. The 180,000 combat power granted by the Vegeta template seemed insufficient in the face of their opponents. Useless. The arrogant man spoke first, his voice not loud but carrying an air of unquestionable authority, his gaze fixed on Ito Makoto, who was nearly unconscious. You can't even handle such a minor task and nearly ruined the plan. People from Sakura University are indeed a bunch of useless trash. And you dare to aspire to join the top 10 conference? His words were harsh and direct, showing no regard for the pale-faced, disillusioned Sakura University students around him. The woman with icy blue hair fixed her gaze on Sun Woo, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was cold. Pure physical strength? To unleash such power under source suppression? Interesting. Her gaze was like that of someone admiring an intriguing prey. Ito Seiya's scattered consciousness seemed to be jolted awake by those words. He struggled to turn his eyes toward the two who had suddenly appeared, his lips trembling as if he wanted to speak, but all that came out was a hoarse gasp. Xiao. Asta withdrew her gaze and glanced at the man beside her. Take care of this nuisance first. We still need this container to awaken that woman. That woman? Container? Sun Woo's heart stirred, catching the crucial information. They know about Kagaya Otsutsuki's existence? Isn't the information from the university saying that the boss is Uchiha Madara? Estes, you're just a clone. We're only partners. Don't speak to me in that commanding tone. The man named Xiao snorted coldly, finally turning his gaze towards Sun Woo, his eyes as though he were looking at a fly that had invaded a banquet hall. He pressed a button on the combat power tester on his face. Beep, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 180,000 combat power? Not bad. Among the 5 academies, your potential is quite decent. However, young man, no matter where you came from, daring to interfere in the affairs of the upper 5 halls is courting death. Because this is the gap between gods and mortals. Chapter 109, The Invincible Warrior of the Z Era. Vegeta. Xiao took a step forward, and a terrifying aura far surpassing the previous Ito Sei Rokudo mode erupted with overwhelming force. It was not merely a display of raw power, but a crushing force emanating from the very core of existence. The air seemed to freeze, the ground trembled slightly, and everyone watching from afar felt as though they were being crushed by an invisible mountain, all falling to the ground. The students from Sakura University were blown away like rolling gourd, landing on the ground. This was no longer a mere quantitative change, it was a qualitative leap. The power of a divine path expert is truly terrifying. The upper 5 academies? Sun Woo furrowed his brows. Among the top 10 schools, the names of the top 5 seemed to have no public information at all, making them truly mysterious. Setting aside the figure emanating the aura of a divine path powerhouse, the woman with icy blue hair standing beside him felt strangely familiar to Sun Woo. Asta? He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. This image of a woman in imperial military attire with blue hair vaguely reminded Sun Woo of a character from an anime. But wasn't she supposed to be a student at one of the top 5 universities? Why is she an anime character? Could it be that characters from other dimensions can appear in the real world? But now wasn't the time to think about that. The aura emanating from the hawk was clearly targeting her, and its sheer presence alone was enough to suppress her 180,000 combat power, leaving her unable to move. He looked at the fusion enhancer lying in the system space, a playful smile on his face, as if he hadn't felt the overwhelming aura that could crush mountains. You attacked the weak, and now the strong have come? No, wait, it seems like you're the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes, don't you? As he spoke, he secretly communicated with the system while focusing his mind on the fusion ascension device he had just obtained. Single-use fusion enhancer. A special technological item produced by the Light Nation of the Divine Realm, usable in most dimensions. It temporarily fuses the power of up to 2 inherited templates, lasting for 1 hour. Current available templates: Lower Tier Saiyan Warrior Son Goku Battle Power 416, Saiyan Prince Vegeta Battle Power 180,000. Estimated combat power after fusion, 74,880,000 combat power multiplied. 74,880,000. This is the confidence that allows Sun Woo to stand here calmly. You're asking for death. Xiao was clearly enraged by Sun Woo's casual attitude. A mere mortal who hasn't even stepped onto the divine path dares to act so brazenly in his presence? He didn't even bother to draw the sword at his waist, merely raising his right hand casually, spreading his fingers, and making a half-hearted gesture towards Sun Woo. No earth-shattering energy gathered, nor were there any dazzling light effects. But Sun Woo felt the space around him suddenly tighten, and an invisible yet unstoppable terrifying force squeezed in from all directions, as if it were trying to crush him into dust. Xiao, don't kill him. I want to study him, Estes reminded him beside him, her tone calm, as if discussing how to handle a lab rat. Just an ant, Xiao dismissed him, but the force in his hands seemed to ease slightly. The crushing pressure was no longer an instant death blow but had transformed into a slow, more torturous grind. Crack, crack. Sun Woo could even hear the agonized groans of his bones straining under the pressure. Even the formidable physique of the Vegeta template seemed fragile and helpless in the face of this force. Zhao Fei and Ren Ishu, lying on the ground under the protective glow of divine power, looked stunned. They never expected that the mysterious powerhouse who could crush the 6 paths Ito Sei would be completely powerless against this man. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be the mastermind behind Ito Seiji. He possessed the strength of a divine path expert. If he were to attack them, their life-saving shields might not hold up. For a divine path powerhouse of the same level, destroying this divine power protection would be too easy. At the edge of the divine tree, hiding among several corpses, Fan Quan dared not even breathe, his eyes fixed like a camera, faithfully recording every detail of the scene. He felt like he was about to suffocate. The events of today had been filled with twists and turns, each one capable of shaking the entire Federation. He never expected that someone from the top 5 universities, which were once as elusive as a dragon, would appear before him. Just as Sun Wu was trapped by the Force, he no longer hesitated, growling inwardly, "Fusion!" Hum! A faint glow erupted from Sun Wu's chest, instantly enveloping him. The power of the lower-tier Saiyan Son Goku and the power of the Saiyan Prince Great Ape Vegeta began to fuse together through that mysterious device in that very moment. It was not a simple addition, but a transcendent transformation akin to a chemical reaction. A aura far more violent, profound, and terrifying than the previous Vegeta template erupted, like a primordial beast slumbering for millions of years, suddenly awakening. Boom! The spatial compression force that had once been powerful enough to crush steel into powder shattered like fragile ice upon contact with this newfound power. The arrogance and contempt on Zhao's face froze for the first time. A fleeting look of disbelief flashed through SD's ice-blue pupils. Both of them simultaneously sensed that the figure that had once seemed as insignificant as an ant in their eyes was now surging with power at an unimaginable speed. The combat power meter on the Hawk's face was also fluctuating wildly. 18,000, 100,000, 1 million, 5 million. Finally, that aura stabilized at a level that even the Hawk found heart-pounding. 74,888,000. How is this possible? The Hawk instinctively increased the invisible restraining force, but the pressure that had just been strong enough to crush steel now felt like a gentle breeze brushing against a rock, unable to move it an inch. No divine essence, how could a mortal's strength reach such a level? The alarm bells in his mind rang wildly. Even the strongest warriors at the step of the divine path level typically hovered around 1 or 2 million in combat power, yet this godless monster before him had a power rating several times that of theirs. Is the combat power meter malfunctioning? Xiao immediately suspected that the newly issued combat power measuring device was malfunctioning. As the light faded, the figure standing there was no longer that of an ordinary ninja. In its place was a face that was both sinister and carefree, yet exuded absolute confidence. The upward curved corners of his mouth and the fiery, battle-crazed glint in his eyes seemed to announce the arrival of a legend. If anyone had seen Dragon Ball, they would recognize that the ruggedly handsome face before them was none other than the legendary warrior of the Dragon Ball universe, the strongest fighter of the Z generation. Beerus! He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking loudly, his gaze locked on the pale-faced Xiao, grinning widely and revealing his sharp white teeth. Warm up, over. Now it's my turn. Chapter 110, Pirate King, GOLD, Roger? The wild, unrestrained smile on Sun Wu's lips in his Vegeta form had not yet faded when his figure darted forward like a flash, closing the distance to the startled Xiao. Too slow. The two casual words echoed like the whisper of death. Immediately followed by a storm of relentless attacks. Boom! 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 The intense clashes of fists and feet echoed like the most urgent war drums, reverberating madly across the silent battlefield. The once mighty Xiao, who had been trying to overwhelm everything with the aura of a divine-level warrior, was now nothing more than a human punching bag. No, more like a soccer ball. Sun Wu's figure transformed into a streak of light, darting around the Xiao at blinding speeds. Every punch, every kick, contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and rivers, striking the Xiao with brutal force. The Hawk tried to block, counterattack, and create distance. However, in the face of absolute speed and power, all his movements seemed clumsy and futile. As his arms rise, Sun Wu's fist already strikes his chest. His sword had barely left its sheath an inch when Sun Wu's whipping leg swept across his ribs. Thud! The Hawk was struck like a high-speed train, his body arching backward as he flew through the air, plowing a deep trench into the ground. However, before he could land, Sun Wu's figure appeared like a ghost at his landing spot, delivering a clean and precise uppercut that sent him flying into the air once more. Boom! Another powerful leg strike, like a war axe, crashed down, smashing the Hawk, who had just reached the peak of his ascent, back into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The students from Sakura University in the distance were completely stunned, collapsing to the ground in a heap, trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, the divine road-level warrior who had looked down on them like ants and held the life of Ito Makoto in his hands was now being beaten like a doll by that mysterious figure? This utterly shocking scene shattered their psychological defenses completely. Gulp! Fan Quan, lurking among the corpses, swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly from gripping the camera drone too tightly. The camera lens was fixed on the blurry figure at the center of the battlefield. He felt his heart was about to burst from the relentless stimuli. This wasn't just big news, it was a earth-shattering secret capable of rewriting the power dynamics of the Federation. Standing beside him, the icy cold Estes seemed to have seen something extraordinary. A fleeting spark of curiosity flashed in her ice-blue eyes. As she watched the Hawk being brutalized by Sun Wu, the faint curve at the corner of her lips seemed to widen slightly, and the amusement in her eyes grew even more pronounced. This man who had suddenly appeared had grown in strength and power in ways that exceeded her expectations. But you are still just a mortal. What should be done next? Put. Another heavy blow sent the hawk spitting out a mouthful of golden blood imbued with divine power. He crashed to the ground like a broken sack, creating a massive crater. Sun Wu's figure slowly descended, hovering at the edge of the crater, looking down at the battered Xiao at the bottom. He did not immediately pursue. The immense power from the fusion surged through his body like raging lava, and a burning desire to fight, stemming from his Saiyan bloodline, burned fiercely within him. The sensation of pure power colliding, it was truly exhilarating. The brutal nature of the giant ape Vegeta template and the combat thrill sought by the Son Goku template, when fused into the Vegito form, gave birth to a nearly battle intent. However, to Sun Wu's surprise, the hawk at the bottom of the pit struggled to its feet. He wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, tidied his disheveled noble attire, and aside from his slightly disordered breathing and a layer of dust on his face, his body was completely unharmed. Even the areas that had been targeted by Sun Wu's punches and kicks earlier showed no signs of damage, as if the brutal beating he had just endured was nothing more than a gentle scratch. Sun Wu furrowed his brows, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Something was off. Every strike he had delivered earlier contained enough power to shatter an asteroid. Even if the opponent was a divine-level powerhouse with extraordinary physical strength, it was impossible for them to withstand so many blows without even a single visible wound. Xiao raised his head and looked at Sun Wukong, his face once again adorned with that arrogant expression of superiority, his anger tinged with a hint of pity. "Foolish mortal," he sneered, his voice carrying an oddly piercing quality. "Do you truly believe that brute strength alone can challenge the might of the divine path?" He extended his hand, and a faint golden glow emanated from his palm, radiating an immortal aura. "I am one who has walked the path of the gods, who has understood the rules and touched divinity. Divinity is the very essence that transcends all mundane power. Even if you possess combat power of over 70 million, what can you do? In my eyes, you are still nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Divine essence cannot be extinguished, and mortal flesh cannot be harmed. Your attacks cannot even breach my defenses." The voice of the hawk carried absolute confidence. "No matter how powerful your strength may be, it is ultimately the strength of the mortal. How can it possibly shake the domain of the divine? So that's how it is." Sun Wu suddenly understood this was the reliance of the divine path's powerful beings? The status suppression and damage reduction granted by divinity? Is that so? Sun Wu flexed his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound, his battle intent growing even stronger. "But you also spat blood just now, didn't you? So as long as I can't break through your turtle shell, spitting blood won't kill you. Then spitting out 10,000 mouthfuls would be enough to kill you, right? Arrogant." Xiao was completely enraged by Sun Wu's contemptuous attitude. He no longer bothered with words, lowering his body slightly and adopting a sword-drawing stance. The sword at his waist began to hum. At the same time, a blurry yet overwhelmingly domineering figure slowly materialized behind him. It was the silhouette of a man wearing a captain's hat, clad in a red coat, with a bold smile on his lips. "That's..." Sun Wu's pupils contracted. He recognized that figure. It was the Pirate King, Gold Roger. The legacy of the top 5 universities was indeed extraordinary. They could even use such a legendary figure as a template for their inheritance. Xiao suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. In an instant, the heavens and earth paled. A black blade of light, refined to its absolute limit, as if capable of severing cause and effect, erupted like the primordial thunder that split the chaos. Surrounding the blade were countless black lightning bolts, crackling and exploding, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Above the sky, the clouds that had already been dispersed by the aftermath of the previous battle were completely torn apart and shattered by this single strike, revealing an even deeper and more vast expanse of stars. The terrifying intent of the blade locked onto Sun Wu. It was not merely a physical strike, but also contained a will that severed all rules, domineering and unparalleled. Divine evasion. Zhao's voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing across the heavens and earth. This strike channeled the divine power of his status as a god-tier warrior, combined with the pinnacle of the ultimate techniques inherited from the Pirate King Roger. Its power was sufficient to reduce an entire planet to rubble in an instant. Facing this world-shattering strike, the Saiyan blood within Sun Wu boiled to a frenzy. After fusing with the giant ape Vegeta template, the primal, warlike instincts buried deep within his blood were amplified to the extreme. At this moment, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a raging desire for battle. Moreover, under the influence of the Vegito template, an inexplicable sense of excitement surged from his very bones, a desire to clash with a powerful enemy and shatter all obstacles in his path. Hide? Why run? He grinned wildly, his smile arrogant and intense. He clenched his right fist, using no flashy energy techniques, but instead channeling the terrifying combat power of 748,888 into a single point. Then, facing the black blade of light tearing through the heavens and earth, he unleashed a single punch. Divine evasion? Divine evasion? Not against Sun Wu, I won't evade. Chapter 111, The Gods Flee. The voice of the hawk thundered like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. This strike channeled the divine power of his status as a god-tier warrior, combined with the pinnacle of the ultimate techniques inherited from Pirate King Roger. Its power was sufficient to instantly level the surface of an entire planet. Facing this world-shattering strike, the Saiyan blood within Sun Wu boiled to a frenzy. After fusing with the giant ape Vegeta template, the primal, warlike instincts buried deep within his blood were amplified to the extreme. At this moment, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a raging desire for battle. Moreover, under the influence of the Vegito template, an inexplicable sense of excitement surged from his very bones, a desire to clash with a powerful enemy and shatter all obstacles in his path. Hide? Why run? He grinned wildly, his smile arrogant and intense. He clenched his right fist, using no flashy energy techniques, but instead channeling the terrifying combat power of 748,888 into a single point. Then, facing the black blade of light that tore through the heavens and earth, he unleashed a single punch. Divine evasion? Divine evasion? Not against Sun Wu. I won T evade. On one side was an otherworldly blade light that tore through space, enveloped in destructive black lightning, cold and domineering, as if it were about to sever all existence and the very rules of the world. On the other side, there was merely a fist that appeared ordinary and unremarkable, with no energy aura swirling around it. It was simple and direct, even appearing somewhat plain. The ultimate in grandeur and the ultimate in simplicity collided in this moment, creating an incredibly stark, even absurd contrast. These two completely different scenes were deeply etched into the minds of every living being still conscious on the battlefield. The students of Sakura University, who had just regained their bearings after being brutally beaten by Rokudo Ito, were now utterly terrified by the even more unimaginable sight before them. That's Lord Zhao's divine evasion. The legendary ultimate technique of the Pirate King Roger. A student screamed, his voice distorted by fear. When Lord Zhao arrived at Sakura District, he had killed the vice-chancellor of Sakura University with a single strike, instantly reducing the entire district to silence. And now, Lord Zhao was using that same technique again. He actually tried to block it with his fist? Has he lost his mind? Why does his fist look so ordinary? There's not even a hint of energy fluctuation. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mortal-less strength possibly withstand the rule of a god-tier powerhouse? I must be dreaming. Yes, this must be the nightmare created by infinite Tsukuyomi. Terror, doubt, and disbelief filled the air as the crowd's shattered worldview was crushed into oblivion. Zhao Fei and Rin Ishu, protected by a divine light shield and lying on the ground, were speechless, almost forgetting the excruciating pain in their bodies. Their mentor was a divine path powerhouse, so they naturally understood the terror of such beings even more deeply. This figure's power was likely on par with their mentor's. Attacks imbued with the power of rules were essentially a dimensional assault for those without divine essence. But why? How could someone who hadn't even stepped onto the divine path withstand such an attack? With bare hands, directly confronting a divine evasion? Zhao Fei muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief and awe. That was an attack imbued with divine rules. Could pure strength really achieve such a feat? Ran Ishu's face turned deathly pale as he stared intently at the fist that had been swung out. A monster. This guy is definitely a monster. His strength defies all logic. When did the Federation produce such a demon? On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto, who had just stabilized Kai's injuries, felt his senses go into overdrive in sage mode. He clearly saw the terrifying energy contained within that seemingly ordinary fist, energy powerful enough to make stars tremble. Pure, condensed, and ferocious. Good, so terrifying. Naruto couldn't help but take a half step back, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In sage mode, the natural will was frantically warning him, as if the world itself were about to be destroyed. This feeling is even more terrifying than the Power 6 paths Grandpa transmitted to me in my mind. What kind of power is this? Beside him, Sasuke's Rinnegan eyes were filled with gravity as he gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly. Kakashi, Sakura, and the others dared not even breathe, as the invisible air pressure generated by the fist alone left them gasping for breath. Ito Makoto, who had been struck by Sun Wu's fist and was on the brink of collapse, his consciousness fading, caught a glimpse of the simple yet powerful fist shadow and the black blade light that sliced through the heavens and earth. Endless despair and absurdity completely consumed him. It turned out that the 6 paths power he had boasted about and spent so much effort to obtain was, in the face of these true monsters, truly nothing. Damn it! Damn it! Fists! He actually used his fists to block it. Fan Quan, hiding among the corpses in the distance, was so excited he nearly revealed his ancestral shadow. His eyes were fixed on the center of the collision. Film it! Must film it! This is exclusive. Fist-shattering divine evasion. This is a battle against a god-tier powerhouse from a higher realm. If this video gets out, the entire Federation will be in an uproar. My name, Fan Quan, is destined to echo across the heavens. Lu Ruyan. Wait for me. He had already begun fantasizing about how this video would propel him to the pinnacle of success. In that moment, with everyone's eyes on him and their thoughts all over the place, a plain, unassuming fist finally collided head-on with that blade of light, wrapped in black lightning, and utterly domineering. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion. No dazzling light effects. Not even the sound was particularly loud. Clang! It was as though two stars had collided at a speed surpassing the speed of light. Or like the first thunderclap of creation, violently compressed into a tiny space. Time, in that moment, seemed to have been paused. The black blade of light, capable of severing cause and effect and tearing apart space, froze solid the moment it made contact with the fist. The pitch-black lightning swirling around the blade, emanating a destructive aura, seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, crackling and snapping, yet unable to advance even an inch. Immediately afterward, crack! A faint yet distinct cracking sound echoed in everyone's ears. Like the first crack appearing on a flawless piece of glass. The solidified black blade light, starting from the center point where it had made contact with the fist, began to show a fine crack. Then the second, the third. The crack spread like a spider's web, visible to the naked eye, spreadingly. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty divine evasion blade light, which seemed capable of shattering everything in its path, was covered in countless cracks, resembling a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering completely. No, impossible. The arrogance and confidence on the hawk-faced man's face were replaced for the first time by sheer terror.